Makati Productions presents Star Wars Clash of Fates. Written by Bob DeFrank. Prologue. The slaves were hard at work under the morning sunlight, tending the many fields of Yorick coral where the Yuuzhan Vong's creatures grew to maturity. The sight pleased Song Anor to no end. The Executor walked with long, easy strides along the uneven ground, surveying the development of the living weapons that thrived under his command. On this obscure planet deep in the unknown regions, a fleet was being born, a foothold for the coming jihad. Like most Yuuzhan Vong warriors, Song Anor wore only a loincloth, his body a tapestry of scars and ritual deformities that proclaimed his status. He paused atop a ridge, watching two overseers discipline a collapsed slave. The reptile had spilled nutrient gourd near a pit of infant amphistaphs. With a shove, the overseer sent the failing worker tumbling into the pit. The amphistaph's shrieks drowned the slave's cries. Efficient, Song Anor mused. A disturbance broke his reverie, bare feet slapping against packed earth. His son, Nam Anor, rounded a coral skipper grove and dropped to his knees, eyes downcast. Rise, Song Anor commanded. Nam Anor stood, his smooth, unscarred body hidden beneath an enraged thread robe. Executor, Prefect Kenneth has returned with prisoners. Sang Anor's eyes narrowed. Prisoners. A shuttle. 2 infidels, 1 dead. The survivor is unexpected. The landing field reeked of melted plasteel and ion burns, the shuttle's carcass reduced to skeletal ribs by Yuuzhan Vong cleansing pods. Between 2 coral skippers, the wreckage smoldered, a gutted Imperial transport, its wings shorn away like insect limbs. A human corpse lay nearby, the helmet cracked open by a single amphistaph strike, revealing frozen terror in the dead eyes. The survivor knelt amidst the ruin, bound in blore-ash jelly. Not human, not even Imperial by their laws. Just blue skin gone ashen with pain, black hair matted with blood, eyes like dying coals burning defiance. His uniform matched the dead humans, but no Imperial officer would tolerate alien filth in their ranks. A spy then, or something worse. Prefect Kenneth circled, his armored boots crushing shards of transparent steel. The weak one died begging, he sneered, basic slurred through sharpened teeth. This one killed 2 warriors before we took him. He understands us. The Chiss lifted his chin, the movement sending a fresh trickle of blue down his temple. You understand nothing. Sang Anor's clawed hand seized the prisoner's hair, yanking back to expose the vulnerable throat. We understand your machines are weak, your flesh weaker. A twist of his wrist, and cartilage tore with a wet snap. The Chiss gasped, a rare victory, but his lips peeled back in something like triumph. You will learn. Thrawn has foreseen your end. Silence. Then Nam Anor's voice, too loud. Thrawn. Sang Anor backhanded his son without looking. The strike sent the young Vong sprawling. All attention remained on the prisoner. That name? Song Anor breathed. Is it your master? Your god? The Chiss smiled, blue-tinged blood staining his teeth. Mithron or Watto, the hand that will strangle your false gods. Kenneth barked laughter, the spikes on his shoulders quivering. The worm quotes legends. But Song Anor studied the prisoner's face. Not devotion in those glowing eyes. Certainty. Where is this Thrawn? The chains clinked as the Chiss leaned forward, until his breath fogged the Executor's scarred cheek. His shadow already darkens your doorstep. Chapter 1. Purity. Perfection. That was what flying was all about. Not crushing the Empire's enemies, keeping order in the galaxy, or any of the political rhetoric the propaganda artists and Imperial Center cooked up. It wasn't even about settling the unknown regions in the Emperor's name, the official purpose of Unity Fleet. Lieutenant Drash Sevic sent his TIE dagger streaking after the enemy fighter. The black emptiness around the ship's protective shell was alive with blaster fire, and speeding shapes as sleek fighters danced around massive capital ships lumbering through space, trying to bludgeon each other to death with turbo blasters. The fighter Drash tailed was good, no question, but Drash was better. Drash was the best. The dagger followed the enemy as it climbed, passing so close to the Raiders' battlecruisers that both were at risk of being vaped in the crossfire between them and the Imperial Star Destroyer Hurricane. The pilot was as dense as a Wookiee's cranium if he thought that would unnerve Drash. The targeting computer locked on, a red square framing the enemy on the display. Not that it mattered. Drash would have known if he'd had a clear shot regardless. He would have sensed it. His thumb squeezed the firing buttons atop the steering rods, and 4 blaster bolts lanced out, converging on the Raider and knocking out his rear deflector shield. The pilot tried to roll away, but it was too late. Another salvo followed the blazing trail of the first and took out one of the ion engines. The ship spun wildly before impacting and exploding against its own size battleship. Drash didn't linger. He flew on, searching for more targets. He was not disappointed. Drash Tevic was rarely happy, only when he was flying. Then, the petty concerns of life vanished, and the universe became a wavering shadow. No memories, no past, no future, only the moment, the kill, the fight at breakneck speed. He stopped being human and became a force. He became the sharp edge of the blade. That was why he loved his dagger. There was nothing faster in the fleet, and if it lacked the protection of energy shields and the heavy firepower of missiles, that only brought him closer to the state of being he so loved. Chapter 3. The Admonitor hung in orbit around the Myashku planet, directly over the capital marketplace. Its sheer size and power dwarfed the freighters and yachts that frequented the trading post. The multitude of communications satellites were like mites flitting around a cougar, and the small strike cruisers of the world's defense force were not comparable at all. Exactly the impression Thrawn wished to make. While the High Council debated allegiance to the Empire, Thrawn would make certain as many beings as possible saw the Empire's power and realized it was better to be their friend than enemy. That the commander of Unity Fleet was here, far from an Imperial base with only his flagship, would show his confidence in his men and materials. This was reinforced as he sent wings of TIE fighters on practice maneuvers in space, which the local satellite cameras could record and broadcast. Thrawn even put on a few air shows above the larger cities to show off the precision of formation and superior technology and discipline of the Empire. Until now, the only military and police forces for the Myashku were the private armies of the High Counselors and other powerful citizens, composed of mercenaries and small groups of corrupt killers for hire. We must show them the benefits of Imperial rule, such as civilization. The bridge was its usual buzz of activity whenever the Grand Admiral was present, with everyone at their best. What pleased Thrawn was that the security cams and performance reports marked the crew as nearly this efficient when he was not in sight. It could also have something to do with the 2 scarlet figures who had accompanied him to the bridge and stood on either side of the turbolip doors. Even Thrawn had to concede the Royal Guardsmen were impressive in their silent menace. Perfectly silent, perfectly still, they were ever watchful and capable of exploding into action in an eye blink. With their lethal force pikes, any of the 100 weapons under their red cloaks, or just bare hands and feet, they could deal death to the entire bridge crew. The Emperor had sent them as a symbol of his presence and the authority vested in Thrawn. They were also here to assassinate him if he showed any signs of trying to build an empire of his own here. No doubt they sent private transmissions daily to Imperial Center, and could easily receive private instructions from the Emperor, by conventional means or through a special link Palpatine seemed to have with all his elite guard. Park licked his lips, his sole nervous gesture. I still don't like this, sir. The planet is a nest of vipers, and we're a tempting target up here, a chance to cut the head off Unity Fleet. Thrawn smiled slowly. A concentrated attack on the Admonitor would require a good many ships and personnel. Coral is the only power within reach strong enough to make that kind of strike, and my intelligence sources report no movements in this direction, nor are any of the other minor warlords and pirate gangs concentrating military material for a large-scale attack. If worst comes to worst, we have 2 Star Destroyers and the Interdictor cruiser Black Hole ready to jump in system at a moment's notice. Put that way, Park had to agree, but he still disliked losing the initiative. To change the subject, sir, The Myashkis Alva seems to have lost its edge. Their satellites are bombarding the ship with advertisements for investment opportunities, goods and services, and the crewers allowed shore leave on the surface have been propositioned with everything imaginable. The crew would be bankrupt right now if Imperial credits were the standard currency out here. They will be soon, Thrawn said. I've just received word from the High Council. In 1 hour, they will announce their membership in the Empire. Park exhaled slowly. After days of solid negotiating, the major trade center of Zob sector was theirs. This would tie half the sector to the Empire, the other half coming with Koral's defeat. Shall I have the conference room prepared for the formal signing? No, Captain. The High Council insists, and I agree, that the signing should take place planetside in a public ceremony broadcast into every household. Park gaped. Sir, I advise against this. He managed to get out at last. There are many who would like the alliance, not to mention the Imperial presence in the unknown regions, stopped. A military strike against the Admonitor might be out of the question, but an attack on you personally is a simpler thing entirely, especially in an open port where anyone could plant agents with ease. Thrawn's eyes tracked the freighters that trafficked to and from the surface. We must show we have nothing to fear to win their confidence. In any case, I've considered all this. He turned on his heel and gestured Park to follow him as he paced to the far end of the bridge. An Imperial survey team will help in preparing the ceremony site and check for explosives, gas canisters, and other surprises, he spoke quietly. During the event itself, I will be wearing body armor under my uniform that will protect against anything less than a high-intensity blaster bolt. In addition, I plan to stage a full military parade and air show. It will impress the people, and incidentally, it will put 4 companies of stormtroopers around me and 8 wings of TIEs overhead. He stopped near the Royal Guardsman. And finally, I will have these 2 at my side. The Emperor's watch necks can finally start earning their keep. He said the last lightly. Neither guardsman so much as twitched, as Thrawn expected. The last words were calculated to sting at their pride and make them more vigilant. Park swallowed. It seemed everything had been taken into account, but he still didn't like it. Fjir knew she was having a nightmare but was helpless to alter it or wake up. In the dream, a star destroyer rained death on the world of the Nass. Coral liquefied and borer trees burned under the onslaught. Then she saw Song Anor walking among the fires, but now he was a giant miles tall. Striding toward him was another giant, a chiss in the white uniform of a Grand Admiral. Sang Anor was as glorious and terrible as a barbarian god, his deformed face a mask of pure hatred. The Chiss Admiral's eyes burned with the fires of all the galaxy's hells. They met and grappled and fought in the shower of turboblaster bolts. Unnoticed by anyone but Fjir were the nests being crushed under their feet. Then the scene changed, and the planet was a burned-out husk abandoned by Imperials and Vong alike. One lone figure remained on the blasted landscape. It turned, and she saw Oin's face. The young Nass's eyes were so weary, filled with sorrow, and a burden too great for Fjir to comprehend. My fault, she thought. My purpose is to defend, and I brought death instead. She awoke then, minutes before the alarm would have sounded. Shivering, she left the small sleeping berth, used the fresher, and went to the helm. According to the Navi computer, the ship was almost ready to come out of hyperspace. Her hands trembled as she adjusted the controls. Fjir was too experienced a Jedi to tell herself she simply had a bad dream. It was a true vision of the future. She didn't know what to make of the Chiss Admiral. Aliens weren't allowed to serve in the Imperial military, but the rest. Vong works and Nass alike destroyed. That was straightforward enough. She had once spoken about glimpses of the future with Master Yoda, the acknowledged authority in that field. He claimed the future was always in motion, that sometimes beings could alter its results by their actions. But did she dare attempt to change what she'd seen if the sacrifice of a few innocents could end the Yuuzhan Vong threat? The ship re-entered real space in the Myash system. She powered the ion engines and cruised on a course for the central planet. Numerous other ships were heading to and away from the world, and Fjir fell in with a small convoy of bulk freighters. Rumors on the open comm channels were that the Myashku were seriously considering allegiance to the Empire, and that the fleet commander himself was there with his flagship. Rumors, it seemed, were true. A gray-white star destroyer hung in orbit, terrible in its size and majesty. Overwhelming to one who didn't know the true power of the Force, compared to which that war machine was just an oversized toy. Her eyes narrowed and mouth thinned. Ground control directed her to a small spaceport in the outer ring of the capital marketplace. She settled into the landing cradle, and the comm flashed with advertisements for cleaning services, promox, refueling, and upgrades. Fjir went to her workroom and got a few gems and credit chips to use for money. They should convert well despite there being no standard currency in this part of the galaxy. After a second's consideration, she decided on packing herself something to eat rather than depleting what money she had on sampling the local foodstuff. She took a step toward the kitchen and stopped. She sensed a presence, someone moving around in the room behind the door. Fjir sidestepped and unhooked her lightsaber. Taking a deep breath, she hit the button to make the door slide open and bounded into the room before the door was even a quarter open. Her lightsaber blazed to life, and she spun it in her hands. She landed with the burning point at the throat of the intruder. Oin. The Nass, eyes wide, stood backed against a cooler unit with a half-eaten meat roll in his clawed hand. He swallowed and smiled sheepishly. Want some? Lieutenant Stavralis and his 4 companions had found more than enough to make their shore leave on the Myashku planet interesting. Everything, it seemed, was legal here. The only restrictions came from how much one could afford. Of course, the Empire would clean this place up once they took control, and Stev had yet to experience some of the more wild pastimes. All Imperials on shore leave were under orders to keep their conduct exemplary. Besides, Imperial credits just didn't transfer well into local currency, as the money of the Empire wasn't widely used out here. There was no standard currency in the unknown regions. Ironically, the most valued currency was Chiss money, giving the alien Imperials a wider range of choices. One of the reasons why Stev despised the blue would be humans. Many of the humans in Unity Fleet had developed a healthy respect for, even friendships with, the Chiss crewers. Not Stev. Maybe it was their attitude that rubbed him the wrong way. They were so smug, so secure in their greater knowledge of this part of space. They even acted as if they were superior to humans. It could also be that they often proved correct in their belief. Perhaps it was the simple fact that he didn't like aliens. He couldn't fault the Grand Admiral. The man had time, and again proved himself to all his subordinates down to the lowest ensign. Stev was completely loyal to him. Well, there were exceptions to every rule, and while he might tolerate one alien in a command position, thousands of Chiss were downright stifling. When I signed on to serve the Empire, I thought I'd at least be in the Empire, not the backwater of the galaxy working to bring civilization out here. You have to wonder what the Emperor sees in this place, another trooper said in Basic, or as it was known out here, the human language. Another drawback to living out here was the lack of a standard language for all the diverse peoples. That language being, of course, the human tongue. Perhaps His Majesty didn't know what else to do with his pet Chiss, another trooper sneered. You may not be happy out here, a strange voice called, but I am glad to have you here. The 5 Imperials turned and saw a tall human leaning against a wall. And who are you? Stev asked. My name is Ren Silra, but who I am is less important than what I am. Human, brother like you. He pushed himself away from the wall and sauntered toward them. There are humans out here who have heard rumors of your empire and its views. Who would welcome the new lifestyle you would bring? Ren's eyes narrowed. But we did not expect you to be fighting side by side with aliens. Or a Chiss, he spoke the word like a curse, leading you. Maybe rumors of the Emperor's ideals are only that, rumors. Unity Fleet is not the standard of the Empire. Not by any means. Stev drew himself up and spoke coldly. This is a temporary alliance. Ren Silra smiled knowingly. You are thinking, perhaps, that you will use the Chiss for their ability and connections out here, then abandon them when you have established control. But the Chiss are clever. Be careful it is not you who are left by the wayside. Steph felt a chill. This was frighteningly close to his own half-released fears. Hren's smile warmed. But enough of this. It is a time to celebrate, is it not? Today the Emperor takes another step toward extending his control throughout the galaxy. True, the formal signing was scheduled to take place this evening. And friend, I know just the way fine humans like yourselves can celebrate in style. That's so. An Imperial crossed his arms. Stev, like the rest, could feel the sales pitch coming now. The planet's capital wasn't called a marketplace for nothing. A fine establishment, brothers, where equally fine beauties, all of them human, are willing and eager to comfort weary soldiers in every way they could desire. What if we're not that weary? A trooper asked with a smirk. Then be assured you will be. Hren smiled. Stev and the others couldn't help but grin in return. These girls, they'd better not have any of the stuff that floats around ports like these. Stev tapped his sidearm warningly. Strong, healthy specimens, Hren assured them, the very flower of humanity. And I am more than willing to accept Imperial credits. They will soon be the standard currency after all. All right then, Stev chuckled. We'll give your place a look over. Their guide led the Imperials through a few dark alleyways and old, unrepaired roads damaged by wheels, treads, and age. This was the outer ring of the capital, where the poorer denizens dwelt far below the towering pillars of the inner ring. It was also unpoliced and home to the more unofficial and popular of goods and entertainments. Hren walked past the spaceport situated at the edge of the outer ring. Stev and the others followed, chuckling and joking to one another as they swaggered. They were Imperial troops in the city they controlled. A star destroyer hung over the planet like a vengeful god's dagger. What did they have to fear? They passed a couple of Chiss troopers, which they of course ignored. Most of the smug aliens frequented the more classy and expensive places in the inner ring. Saw a few Ranners gnawing on waste canisters. Strange how the vicious rodents managed to spread to every planet in the galaxy, and were offered the wares of a dozen vendors, but other than that they met no one. Hren's Silra stopped at a nondescript building at the edge of the ring, near the landing pads for supply transports from other cities. This had better be worth the walk, Stev said coldly. You will find this a unique experience. Hren keyed the side panel, and the door slid open. He walked through, followed by the Imperials. Stev didn't expect what he found behind the entrance. The building was a single room, windowless. Only a handful of the glow panels on the high ceiling still functioned, providing a few patches of weak light that contrasted starkly with the inky blackness. Hren had entered and continued walking toward the center of the room, the light revealing him for seconds only before the night-black nothingness swallowed him. What is this? Stev demanded, but Hren didn't answer, only continued walking across the floor in that same pace. Because he kept walking, Stev and the others hurried after him. I said, what is this? Stev roared, but the stranger had stopped and turned on his heel, spotlit by a flickering glow panel, and Stev was forced to stop short of bumping into him. I'm not in the mood for games, he said in a dangerous voice. Hren's Silra cocked his head to one side, a half-smile on his face. The atmosphere isn't to your liking, brother. He spoke pleasantly, but the last word had a harsh, sarcastic edge. It suits my purposes just fine. Behind them, the door slid shut, locking out the daylight. The unmistakable sound of a locking mechanism came from that direction. As one, the Imperials felt a chill on their scalps and ice in their stomachs. They weren't alone. Stev looked around and noticed the floor they'd walked across. Plain gray permacrete, dusty, with small, circular drains set at regular intervals on the surface. And they noticed the smell, old and not completely covered up. The smell of blood. This was no brothel. It was an abandoned abattoir. Stev drew his blaster. The others, sensing ambush, began to do the same. This is a slaughterhouse. He bit out and pointed the weapon at Hren's chest. The space around them was utterly silent. Whoever Hren's compatriot was, he obviously hadn't moved. Open that door and tell us what the deal is if you don't want to know what a blaster bolt through the heart feels like. It could not hurt worse than having to call you brother. The smile dissolved, and what replaced it was the coldest expression Stev had ever seen. And I said, "The atmosphere suits my purposes." He looked over Stev's shoulder into the darkness. "Remember, I want no blood on the uniforms." And there was such a whip crack of authority in his voice that Stev jumped. And then all hell itself burst loose. It all happened so fast, faster than the eye could follow. It took Stev seconds to even compile what he was seeing. Long, lean shapes tore out of the darkness, launched themselves at the Imperials. Stev saw a blur of half-naked humanoids, their flesh a mess of old scars and tattoos. Blasters went off, jerked by startled hands rather than deliberately fired. Stev fired his own blaster at Ren Silra, but the other man was making his own move by now, and he was much, much faster. His body twisted to one side so the energy bolt burned past his chest. His long arm shot out like a snake, his large hand seized Stev's wrist, gave a small, almost uncaring twist, and snapped the wrist bones. Pain raced up Stev's arm, to the tips of his fingers to the top of his head. His hand opened, the blaster fell to the floor, and Ren pulled him forward and hurled him into the air. Instinct made him tuck and roll as he struck the hard permacrete. He lifted his head, focused dazed eyes, and saw a nightmare scene. All his companions were down and disarmed, none having the chance to get off a second shot before the monsters batted their weapons aside. One of the savages drove a knee into a man's chest, cracking ribs and rupturing internal organs. Another simply took both sides of a trooper's head and snapped his neck. Ren Silra watched, nodded slightly, then turned to Stev. He struggled to his feet. Adrenaline gave him strength to ignore his wrist and rush the other man. Stev was in a fighting crouch, the undamaged left hand raised in a fist. He clung to one thought. He was a fleet trooper, a soldier for the Empire. Of course he was superior to anything these savages had. Ren Silra tracked him with cold eyes, and when the Imperial was within reach, his arm shot out again. Fast, so fast. He reached through Stev's guard before he could react and caught his throat in a vice grip, stopping him cold. The arm lifted, forcing Stev to straighten or have his feet leave the floor altogether. Ren's smile had returned, this time with a sad, almost wistful expression. "See how helpless your dependence on machines has made you. How weak. But there is some courage in this frail form, isn't there? You will make a decent sacrifice to Unyamka." The fingers tightened, and Stev's eyes bulged as his air supply was cut off. He pried at the fingers on his neck. He punched and kicked at the man holding him. Stev was a big man, well versed in hand-to-hand combat, but this was like hitting Durasteel. Ren Silra lifted his free hand, and long, wicked claws sprouted from under the fingernails. He reached up and touched something on his face, and his face sagged. It was as though the skin was loosening, peeling away from the skull beneath, and that was exactly the case. If it were possible for Stev's eyes to bulge any farther, they would have. There was another face under that second skin, a face straight from the hell his mother had used to scare him with as a child. A place that, until this moment, Stev Rawless had convinced himself he no longer believed in. With his face free of the masker, Ren Silra opened his hand and let the corpse fall to the floor, then turned to survey the other Yuuzhan Vong's handiwork. "As you commanded," the senior warrior addressed him, not so much as a drop of blood stains their clothes. True enough, there were bruises and broken bones, but the human skin had not been pierced. And the fight would have ended in a fraction of the time had that not been necessary. Good. I would have hated having to go out and find another batch of fools to lure here. Strip them? But be careful not to tear those uniforms. He looked down at Stev's body. He was about Ren Silra's size. It would be a tight fit in some places, loose in others, but it would do. In minutes, the 5 Imperials had been undressed. 4 Uglith maskers lay in a darkened corner of the slaughterhouse. They were called over and their face sections were pressed against the faces of the corpses, long enough for the maskers' features to alter and match the Imperials. Ren Silra placed his own masker's face on Stev's. Vong then placed the bodies over a drain while Nam Anor, the youngest present, fetched the ruasworms. The small, White grubs that the Yuuzhan Vong used to dispose of waste materials were released on the corpses, and quick as an eye blink the thousands of tiny worms bored into their flesh. The gluttonous worms ate trails through the humans, and as they ate they excreted corrosive acids in their myriad wakes. Within moments the bodies began to deflate, to collapse in on themselves. In less than half an hour the 5 were completely liquefied. The Ruas worms were summoned back into their container. One of the Vong unrolled a long hose from the wall, twisted the spigot, and sprayed the floor. The 5 Yuuzhan Vong gathered their Ublith maskers and turned to the uniforms. A little less than an hour after they entered the old slaughterhouse, the 5 Imperial fleet troopers appeared to exit the building. They spread out and made for the central marketplace, where Grand Admiral Thrawn himself would appear to sign the formal treaty in a few hours' time. Chapter 4. Fjir stared, open-mouthed, at the intruder before switching off her lightsaber. "What in the name of the Force are you doing here?" Oin shrugged half-heartedly. "It was a long trip. I thought I'd have a snack." "You know what I'm talking about," she snapped. "Why did you stow away on my ship? And for that matter, where were you hiding?" They were speaking the Nass tongue, but Oin could speak excellent basic as well. "I hid in that little room you used to sit and think in," he said, referring to the storage closet she used to meditate. "I thought a Nass should be here to help save the Nass. And," he looked sheepish, "I was curious, too, about other worlds than what I know." Well, Fjir looked around as if an answer would pop out of the walls. What would her master do right now? There's nothing to do about it now. "I need to leave the ship. I want you to stay here and out of trouble." Oin jumped up. "But I can't. That is, you might need help. Where are we, by the way? Which of those other worlds you talked about? Is this where we'll find help driving off the Yuuzhan Vong?" Questions came hard and fast. "Listen to me, Oin. You're very brave, but you've never been off your own world before. You know nothing of the galaxy. The best way to help me is to stay here." Oin protested weakly and hung his head as Fjir packed some food and went to the airlock. Somehow she had to speak to the commander of the Imperial fleet. Just in case Oin's agreement was less than sincere, she locked the door on her way out with a simple code. Now no one would be getting in or out. "Sorry, Oin," she murmured, "but you're one variable I can't afford to have running loose. May the Force be with us all if I fail." Oin went to the airlock door, waited a few minutes, then sniffed at the buttons on the side panel. Fjir's sweat smell lingered on 4 of the buttons, and he tried those until he found the pattern to open the door. "Sorry, Fjir," he muttered as the airlock sealed itself behind him and he crept down the landing cradle's rampway. He would have liked to obey the Jedi, but was under orders from a much higher authority. He was amazed long before his clawed feet touched the pavement. The spaceport was crowded with ships, many of them much larger and more imposing than the Loon, as Fjir called her old freighter. Flying and rolling and walking around them were the port's droids, which serviced the vessels for a price. Oin knew what droids were, of course. He had seen pictures and holograms during Fjir's stay on his planet. She even kept a small cleaning and service droid on board. But dozens of the mobile, metal beings, mere inches away from one's snout, was another thing entirely. And of course there were the aliens. Beings that crawled, flew, floated on repulsor couches, and breathed through filters and masks. He saw hair, scales, gills, and feathers, sometimes all on the same creature. That was all tolerable, but what truly shocked Oin's Nass sensibilities was the haste and business around him. Everyone pushing and shoving one another, all talking at once and eager to finish what they were doing and move on to something else. Nass were generally a people who took life slow and managed to find some joy or value in whatever task was at hand. They didn't run headlong and helter-skelter like these beings, and they certainly were never so discourteous. It occurred to him for the first time that these creatures were separate from one another. One being didn't feel another's pain or joy as the Nass did. Excluding the Yuuzhan Vong, Fjir was the only afforder he'd met, and the Jedi was so in tune with the life energy, she was almost a Nass herself. These people were different. They frightened him. Instinctively, he kept low to the ground and inconspicuous as he made his way out of the spaceport. He tried to follow Fjir's scent at first, but it was soon lost in the tangle of smells, body odor, and machine oil. Running from the madness, he made for a place he sensed was less hectic. The tap calf near the spaceport was noisy, but at least being seemed at ease here, and the dark, cool, and dimly lit common room was better than the harsh glare of the sun. He made his way to a darkened corner and sat down. He could sit and think a while, at least, while he planned his next move. As he thought, he reached for the thick bandolier he wore. Many pockets were sewn into it, but it was the one on the inside of the belt that he tapped for reassurance. The small wrapped bundle hidden there was the only hope for the Nest's survival. So the Eternal had said. They had charged Oin with this mission and trusted him with this all-important object. It was his duty to make use of it, but only at the proper place. That place was obviously not here. But where to go? And how to get there? A high-pitched gurgling directed at him caught Oin's attention. He looked up at the glistening creature standing over him, if standing was the right word. The thing was a mass of thick, ever-squirming tentacles that obscured his body. Some of the feelers ended in bulbous eyes, others in toothless sucker mouths, but most were simply organs of manipulation. It stood on a single wide foot. On either side of the Myashku was a burly alien, and a tripod protocol droid was near at hand. It gurgled at Oin again, and the Nest stood up on his short legs. Hello, he said tentatively in his own language. One of the aliens, a stupid-looking Barabel, snorted derisively and said something to the other. Both chuckled. Oin belatedly realized the aliens wouldn't know his tongue. He switched to the basic he'd learned from Fjir and the Vong. Is there any trouble? Some of the Myashku's tentacles reared back and spoke to the droid. You speak the human tongue? The machine asked in basic. Yes, Oin said. This illustrious fellow is with the port authorities. You are to come with us. One of the aliens offered him a wafer with a sweet but artificial smell, a treat of some kind. Both were edging toward him. While reason might tell Oin to obey the local authorities, his instinct screamed danger warnings. In a case like this, the Nass was inclined to follow instinct. He made as if to take the sweet, then slid past the bearable with the fluid speed of his kind. While the droid yelled commands in basic for him to stop, the Myashku slapped the aliens with whip-like feelers, sending them after the Ness. Music was blaring in the tap calf to the movements of a holographic band. Oin dropped to all fours and slithered around and among the tables. Passing underneath one on which a Sevic game was being played, his tail brushed a female human's shins. She jumped, spilled the cards in her hand and a few up her sleeve. The game quickly became a brawl. The bearable hurried to block the door while the other, a red-furred biped, pushed past the patrons in Oin's pursuit. The Myashku was moving as fast as it could too, which was much slower than the others. Oin jumped on a stool, then onto the bar itself. He ran across the stained surface, and aliens either picked their drinks up in time or got them spilled. The bar fight had grown to include the surrounding tables, and the small, five-armed bartender shouted for the bouncers. The Ness jumped to an empty table that broke under his weight and sent him to the floor. He bounded up, saw the other pursuer nearly on top of him, and swung his tail at a chair. The alien's feet tangled in the chair legs and sent him sprawling, where he was trampled by the brawlers. The bouncers, 2 8-foot-tall aliens with thick slabs of bone grown over various body parts, appeared from the back room. Both had stun blasters but in most cases could end a fight with their simple presence. One of them saw the bearable blocking the door and roared at him to move. The alien, his eyes on the Ness, palmed a small blaster from his sleeve and aimed it at Oin. The bouncer, seeing this and knowing no weapons were allowed in the tap calf, wasted no time in closing the distance between them and slapping the blaster out of the bearable's hand. He then simply picked the lackey up and hurled him into the mess of fighters. Oin ran out the doorway and into the bright sunlight, glad to be back in the busy atmosphere he had fled only moments before. His joy was short-lived as a tentacle snaked around his ankle and tripped him. His long, flexible neck bent around, and he saw the Myashku, tentacle stretched to his limit, pulling him back as his single foot inched it through the door. A few months ago, Oin wouldn't have known what to do, but experience with the Yuuzhan Vong had educated him. His claws slashed the feeler, and it released him. More tentacles whipped at him, clutched at him. But Oin had strong jaws and sharp teeth as well as claws, and the Myashku reared back, afraid of losing fingers to this snapping monster. Oin was about to run, then he noticed something dangling from one of the alien's feelers. He looked down and felt his shoulder, then back at the Myashku. It had taken his bandolier. "Give that back," he snapped in his own language. The Myashku was sliding away, however, tentacles squirming. Oin saw red. Fear forgotten, he charged the mass of tentacles. Fjir left her ship, paid the standardized berthing fee that would keep the vessel from being impounded for 3 days, then went to one of the public consoles and paid for 10 minutes access to the planet's information network. She learned all she could about the Imperial presence before her 10 minutes were up, and she was cut off. She managed to learn about the public announcement that Myashku would seek membership in the Empire, and about the official ceremony to be held in a few hours at the inner ring where the commander himself, whose name was Grand Admiral Thrawn, would make a personal appearance. "That makes things simpler, at least," Fjir muttered as she walked to the edge of the spaceport. "All I need to do is get past a few hundred stormtroopers inclined to shoot first and ask questions later, and convince one of the Emperor's top people to listen to a Jedi." With all this on her mind, the last thing she expected to see was her young stowaway attacking a Myashku port official outside a very tacky-looking tapcaf. The Myashku was backing away as quickly as it could and trying not to be mauled by the reptile man. "Stop this." Fjir seized Oin's shoulder and held him back. The alien's tentacles writhed and sputtered in his own language. "What's this about?" She snapped at Oin. "I told you to stay on the ship." The Nass was almost unrecognizable in his fury. "He took my bandolier," he hissed, and Fjir saw the belt hanging from one of the feelers. She used the force to give it a slight pull that made it drop to the ground. Oin broke away, moving with more speed than Fjir had ever seen in him, and caught it before it touched the ferrocrete before darting back to her side. "Madam, this creature has assaulted a Myashku spaceport security agent," a protocol droid exclaimed as it rolled out the door. The alien gurgled at them. "My master wished to inform you of the penalties for such an act." The alien's feelers writhed with apparent indignation, but through the force Fjir felt fear and unease emanating from it. She could get nothing clearer as she was unfamiliar with this race's thought patterns, but a quick look into Oin's surface thoughts cleared things up. "Very well, let's go report this to the portmaster. I'm sure it will be only too happy to investigate things." She spoke in basic, as her own language was unknown here. The tentacles twitched in surprise, then quickly spoke. "My master does not think that necessary," the droid translated. "It believes settling this privately will be more convenient to all parties." "I can't imagine," she said sarcastically. "Fine, here's my offer. Stay away from me, my friend, and my ship, and I forget about this." The Myashku considered this while focusing a pair of eyes on her and Oin, noting how poorly the Jedi was clothed. She wore a homespun robe over simple but serviceable clothes. Obviously, she had little in the way of money. On the other hand, she and the little reptile might be worth something together. She would be easy to take. She was small and slight, only half a head taller than the short reptile. Besides the money it could make from them, there was the matter of her ship. It would get a share of the profits once it was impounded and sold after the owner disappeared. The Myashku's hired thugs were being shown out of the tapcaf along with the other brawlers, and it was about to order them to seize the two foreholders. It didn't give the order. This Myashku made a living on reading other beings, and there was something subtly dangerous about her, and it already knew the reptile was vicious. Its instincts warned it off, and it was inclined to agree. In any case, they were moving away from it by now, and the opportunity had passed. "Why did you leave the ship?" Fjir demanded. "And how did you get out in the first place?" "What did they want with me?" Oin asked after explaining. "That Myashku must have seen you sneaking off the ship. It thought you were a slave or a pet. It wanted to sell you." "Why would it think that?" "You're not wearing clothes," she answered. "No one knows all the different races out here, and which ones are sentient. If a being doesn't have the trappings of civilization, then it's generally considered non-sentient. It either thought you were an animal or too weak to defend yourself. She shook her head. You see why I didn't want you here. This part of the galaxy is wild space, Oin. There are no laws and no sure protection for anyone but the strong and the rich. But you threatened to tell its elder, this portmaster, what it was doing. What it was doing was trying to kidnap and sell a traveler without giving the portmaster a share in the profits. The Myashku in charge of this spaceport probably runs everything that goes on here, and nothing is legal or illegal. Oin suppressed a shudder. How could people live like that? Are you going to stay in the ship now? Fjir pressed. Oin only shook his head. Blast it, I thought you had sense. She snapped. Sense enough to know even a Jedi will need help here. Fjir closed her eyes and took a common breath. So be it then. They approached the inner ring, where Grand Admiral Thrawn was scheduled to appear. Oin was amazed at what he saw as they neared the edge of the inner ring. The capital of the planet was literally half a mile above the surface. A forest of white pillars thicker, it seemed, than mountains supported a city of glittering towers crisscrossed by small, personal craft. Gangs had sprayed the bases of the towers with graffiti, which several hundred droids were busily cleaning. Those are the repulsorlifts. Fjir pointed to the floating platforms, large enough to hold a dozen beings at once. They are one of the two ways into the inner ring. We won't be using them. Her cloak swirled around her as she approached one of the outer pillars. Oin saw that there was a spiraling stairway built into the side. This way is better, it's free, and we won't be noticed. There was a guard stationed at the pillar, and he started to block the Jedi's way. But she merely looked at him for a few seconds, and he stepped back to his post, face clear of hostility. Oin followed Fjir, confused. Why don't you want to be seen? He asked her. And what planet is this? Is it where we'll find help to free my people? It's where we'll find help to fight the Yuuzhan Vong, she answered, seeing the Star Destroyer in her mind's eye. The Myashku planet is a major trade center for this sector. She went on as they climbed. Considered neutral ground by every power, until now at any rate. Now the Empire is moving to add this planet to its territory. I came here to speak to the Imperial commander. They're the only ones strong enough to fight the Vong. After an eternity of climbing, they came up at the edge of the inner ring. There were small spaceports up there as well, where private yachts of the wealthy were berthed. There were towers of glass and mirrors, shining architectural masterpieces with vaulting spires and overhangs. The homes and business centers of the elite. We need to get to the capital marketplace. That's where the commander is scheduled to appear, she said softly. Why not just go to one of his soldiers and ask to be taken to him? Oin inquired. The Empire and the Jedi are not on the best of terms, she whispered in the Nass tongue. There were many beings on the street and she didn't dare risk being overheard. That was easy. Their poor clothing and Fjir's subtle use of the Force guaranteed they would go unnoticed. They would be inclined to shoot first and talk afterwards. She trailed off, seeing for the first time that not all the Imperials on shore leave were human. Yes, she had seen a great many Chiss since entering the upper city, but it hadn't registered that they wore Imperial uniforms. Aliens serving in the Imperial fleet. Oin noticed her surprise, but before he could ask her what was wrong, a hologram appeared at a nearby street corner, one of the methods used for public announcement. A hologram of a Myashku High Counselor began to talk, and the speakers on several nearby street lamp poles blared the words in several different languages, Myashku, Chiss, and the tongues of a few other influential races. A small crowd was gathering, and the Jedi and Nass stayed close together. It took a few minutes for them to find a speaker translating into Basic, and when they did, many of the words were blotted out by the others. Oin caught the words Empire and signing, and, with significance attached to it, Grand Admiral Thrawn. Fjir jerked in shock as the hologram switched to another figure, that of an aristocratic Chiss in the white uniform of a Grand Admiral. He tried to get her attention, but her violet eyes were riveted on the image. Fjir stared at the Chiss face, willing herself to be mistaken but knowing she was not. This was the man from her dream, the one who fought Song Anor, and, along with him, destroyed the Nass, and moved forward into a new and brighter future. Thrawn finished, and the hologram broadcast switched off. Is my shuttle ready? he asked Park. Yes, sir, and all other preparations are as you specified. Good. I will embark for the planet in 1 hour. He sat in his command chair, activated a console, and bent his attention on it. I wish you'd let me go with you, Park bit out. No, Captain. If anything should go wrong, I will need you up here to coordinate things. Not that I expect anything of the kind. He smiled slightly. And if I am wrong, we will simply have to improvise. They saw more Myashku and many more Imperials the closer they came to the center of the city. Fjir and Oin retreated into an alleyway near the Capitol building. I need an opportunity to somehow speak with Thrawn alone. She still had trouble believing the Emperor would make a Chiss one of his Grand Admirals. In any case, she had enough evidence to convince even the most skeptical of Imperials of the threat Song Anor posed. The data card in her robe's pocket had detailed images of their works on Sevic 3, along with a carefully compiled report on what to expect from them. She had begun that report in her mind over 30 years ago, when she had surrendered to the Yuuzhan Vong task force in order to save the inhabitants of Zonoma II, the most amazing inhabitant being the planet itself. She couldn't help the sigh that escaped her. She had seen neither her master nor any other Jedi since then, but she had felt them as they died. Thracia most of all. Now it seemed she must make a choice between the Sith and the Empire they had built in the Yuuzhan Vong vision of the future, with the lives of innocents caught in between. But at least with the Empire there was hope, a chance for rebellion. The Vong would change more than the government under which the people lived. They would change the people themselves. There would be no escape, and the Jedi would never again rise. Song Anor would cut the beings of this galaxy off from the Force itself. Come on, we need to get a closer look at the marketplace. She started to leave the alley, Oin beside her. Suddenly the Nass's eyes widened and his clawed hands grabbed Fjir. He pulled her back just before she would have run right into a passing Imperial. Fjir stumbled back and pressed herself against the wall. Her eyes were wide with terror. The human was tall, broad-shouldered and strong-looking, but that wasn't what frightened her. She hadn't sensed him approaching through the Force, nor did she now, though she bent all her will on the figure. Her senses told her nothing was there. She knew what that meant. Oin's eyes were narrow slits, his nostrils quivered. He couldn't sense the Force, but he had a sensitive nose, and he recognized the human's lean but broad-shouldered shape, the deadly grace of movement and the ingrained arrogance that made him seem to stalk and swagger at the same time. One of them, he hissed. Yes, Fjir nodded slowly. A Yuuzhan Vong and human guys, and in the uniform of an Imperial. This complicated things, especially as both she and the Nass race were known to them. And not just one if I know Song Anor. It's more important than ever that I talk to Thrawn. Anor paused after passing the alleyway. He had seen something out of the corner of his eye. Movement, a small, slight figure in a cloak, and a slightly shorter but much broader creature. Probably nothing, some of this world's criminal vermin, but something tugged at his memory and made him uneasy. Something about the cloaked one. He half turned and reached into the pocket of his stolen uniform, ignoring the blaster, that perverted machine at his side, in favor of a long-bladed Calfee strapped to his thigh under the uniform. Are you coming yet? Or does the scenery interest you? The speech was basic, but the voice and tone were unmistakable. His lips tight and angry under his second skin, Anor turned back and hurried toward the Vong warrior. The Vong full warrior, who regarded him with cold contempt, then looked over and around him as if he were a smashed bug. Warrior, he said softly, I saw something. I expect total obedience from you, Fjir. He overrode Anor. Do not get distracted from your duties again. He turned on his heel and stalked toward the marketplace. Anor followed, seething inside. The curt dismissal said it all, the warrior's contempt for him, that Anor was nothing in his eyes, a stripling who was here only because of his father's power and importance. So be it then, he would simply have to prove them all wrong. They met with the other 3 covert warriors at a small restaurant. They sat at an outdoor table and gave their reports to Ren Silra. The Vong commander nodded and told them each what positions to take. You will have the honor of striking the death blow, he said to the senior warrior. He bowed his head, pride and disgust mingling on his face, he would, of course, be required to use the blaster at his side. A machine. Think of the irony, warrior, Ren Silra smiled. To use the machine men's own weapons against them. May Yunharla hide us and guide our hands. They all bowed their heads in prayer. Nam Anor couldn't wait until this was over. He felt suffocated in these machine-made clothes and objects. The sooner the Chiss Admiral was dead, the better. Yet he couldn't help that nagging unease. Grand Admiral Thrawn's shuttle set down at a landing pad near the edge of the city. Stormtroopers had already disembarked and assembled, and a vehicle was waiting for Thrawn himself. The Chiss Admiral ascended the steps to the railed platform atop the hovercar, and the parade began. Ranks of stormtroopers marched behind the vehicle as it moved down the street. Hovering camera droids darted around and reporters spoke into comm broadcasters. Citizens, merchants, Myashku leaders, and powerful traders lined the street, watching to see how the balance of economic power in the sector was shifting, and how they could take advantage of it. Overhead, wings of TIE fighters streaked across the sky, showing incredible precision in the high-speed maneuvers. Quickly but majestically, the Imperials made their way to the center of the city where an ornate platform with a long table had been set up. The High Counselors were assembled behind it, their bejeweled tentacles flashed in the bright sunlight. Quite a spectacle, Fjir murmured. Her violet eyes flashed from the depths of her hood as she scanned the marketplace as she moved, using the Force to project an aura of inconspicuousness. She cast out her senses in a wide net and searched for people who didn't register in the Force. Ah yes, she could see Song Anor's hand in this. The Executor was devious, and this was an opportunity he couldn't resist, to break up the alliance that was giving the Empire so many advantages in the unknown regions without revealing himself at all. The Imperials were in sight now as well as on the public view screens, moving to the dais. Fjir fisted her hands in frustration. It was no good, there were just too many Mayas here to zero in on a few blank spots. She would have to wait until Song Anor's agents made their move. Here, she handed Oin a small holdout blaster. Take this and stay beside me. The weapon was small enough for the Nass to conceal in his palm. She had let him fire a similar weapon a few times before on his homeworld. He'd never killed anyone, and he wasn't anything resembling a good marksman, but he knew how to use the thing. He could hopefully defend himself. We need to find some place we can see what's happening, preferably at the edge of the crowd. She discounted a sniper or a bomb would be used. It was essential to Song Anor's plans that the assassin be visible when he struck, that there be no doubt that human hands killed the Grand Admiral. The Chiss walked up the steps to the dais. The counselors bent the top parts of their bodies in imitation of a bow, and Thrawn inclined his head in response. He was flanked by 2 royal guardsmen, their blood-red capes contrasting sharply with Thrawn's white uniform. My friends, amplifiers carried Thrawn's voice throughout the square. You bear witness to the future this day. A future where beings will no longer live in fear for their lives and property. A future where the rule of law will replace the rule of force. Order will replace chaos, and all will be free to work and prosper in peace under the benevolence of the Emperor. Ren Silra followed Thrawn with his eyes, a tight smile on his face. Yes, almost, but not quite yet. He fingered one of the small but powerful grenades hidden in his clothes, as they were concealed in the clothing of the other 3 Vongs situated throughout the square. The chaos they would create would aid in the assassin's escape after he struck. Thrawn's brief but stirring speech was coming to a close, along with his life. Ren Silra's smile widened a fraction as he imagined how pleased the Executor would be with his success. And the future begins today, Thrawn concluded triumphantly. Applause roared in the square as he took up the golden datapad and pressed his thumb to the scanner to read his print. He had charisma, Fjir had to admit. She jumped onto one of the news hovervans broadcasting the signing, grabbed the roof with her hands, swung her legs over, and lay flat on the roof. Searching there. A human fleet trooper, half a head taller than those around him, moving through the ranks of stormtroopers to the foot of the dais, not so much pushing his way past as flowing through them with deadly grace. Quick as a hunting cat, he mounted the first 2 steps. His hand gripped the blaster at his side, intense concentration on his face. She bent her will on him, probed him with the Force. As she thought, nothing. This was it. On the bridge of the Admonitor, Captain Park watched the signing on the main view screen. So far, everything was going smoothly. Wait. A fleet trooper walking up the steps behind Thrawn, drawing a blaster and aiming it. Turn around. He screamed silently to the royal guards on either side of the Admiral, the Emperor's precious elite soldiers, useless. Despite herself, Fjir had to admire Song Anor's cunning. Thrawn would be on guard against an attack, but from his own people. Never. She pulled a vibroblade from her robe, rose to her knees, and cocked back her arm. I am saving the life of one of the Emperor's warlords, she thought, saving him so he can help destroy the Nass, who are guiltless of anything. The human pointed his blaster between the two guardsmen at the back of the Admiral's head. She threw, the blade spun, and the Yuuzhan Vong dropped the blaster and clutched his throat, where the hilt of a vibroblade suddenly sprouted. He fell backwards onto the stairs. Thrawn's head twisted around to look at the fallen man, then snapped back, eyes wide and glowing crimson. He dropped into a defensive crouch, and the royal guardsmen belatedly moved to shield him with their bodies and usher him into the ranks of stormtroopers. The Grand Admiral shoved their red gauntleted hands away and pushed past them to look in the direction the throw had come from. Looking past the writhing tentacles of the panicked High Counselors, he saw a small figure in a robe jump to his feet and stand atop a broadcast vehicle. On the bridge of the Admonitor, Captain Park bolted up from the command chair. On the main view screen, the camera eye focused on the dead Imperial, then zipped to the knife thrower. A sharp hiss of relief escaped through his clenched teeth. The Admiral was safe, for the moment at least. Only now did he become aware of the talking on the bridge, that many of the crewers had stood and left their stations. Order, he barked. Order on the bridge. Back to your stations. His hands fisted helplessly. There was nothing he could do about the events planetside, but by Vader's teeth he would keep things together up here. If whoever was behind this tried an attack on the Admonitor, they wouldn't find the Star Destroyer off his guard. You. A stormtrooper aimed a blaster rifle at Fjir. By the melodious quality of the voice, even in issuing a sharp command, she guessed there was a blue face under the white helmet. Freeze! Two more leveled their weapons at the small, brown-robed alien. Fjir raised her hands and the long sleeves fell away from her bare arms. Her hands in plain sight, she pulled back her hood. She silently and ironically thanked Song Anor. He had given her the perfect opportunity to speak to the Imperial commander. Now he would certainly listen to what she and Oin had to say, and with her data card and a Yuuzhan Vong body to back up her story. Jedi. A scream of the purest hate. A man pushed through to the foot of the van, shoved beings away like rag dolls. A man who didn't register in the Force. The Vong's face was a twisted mask in every sense, his lips peeled back to show jagged fangs. The same one who had passed them in the alley. Fjir was sure of it, and his enraged voice was familiar. A filthy Jedi. Nam Anor pulled the blaster free and opened fire, not caring if it was a machine he was using. Fjir moved faster than the eye could follow. Her lightsaber was in her hand and blazing violet before anyone knew what was happening. Almost of his own volition, the blade moved to block Nam Anor's blaster fire. But that was only the beginning. The stormtroopers around the van were shooting at her, too many to deflect. She jumped and backflipped through the air. Stormtroopers and the mercenary police force tried to converge on her when she landed, but the lightsaber gave her breathing space and deflected the blaster bolts back into the shooters. Men screamed and fell, wounded by their own fire, and those that got too close were soon missing half a blaster. Or a hand. Nam Anor tried to push to the front, but the numbers rushing past him were even for Yuuzhan Vong to overcome. Oin, where are you? The Nass appeared beside her. Come on. She slashed her lightsaber and one of the poles fell, bisected. A shove with the force sent the pole, lengthwise and at knee level, into the advancing troopers. Stormtroopers tripped and fell by the dozen and Fjir turned and ran. Thrawn saw the violet blade of what was unmistakably a lightsaber, and his breath caught in his throat. He'd been in close contact with Lord Vader and the Emperor often enough to know what a Jedi was capable of, and he was uneasy about anything that could look inside his mind, that could see his plans and understand how he thought. But if this Jedi was here to kill him, as one would logically conclude, then why wasn't he dead? The Jedi evaded the stormtroopers with ease and disappeared into the crowd, a short, lizard-like alien beside him. A blur of red on either side of him, the royal guardsman bounded past him and vaulted over the railing like twin waterfalls of blood. Thrawn activated the comm link at his collar, keyed to the receivers built into the guardsmen's helmets. "Guardsman," he snapped, "I order you to capture that Jedi. Bring him to me alive." "We serve the Emperor, not you." The answering voice was a cold, harsh rasp in Thrawn's ear. "His Majesty's standing orders are for the termination of all Jedi." The signal cut off. They were working their way rapidly through the crowd. Beings got out of the way or were shoved aside. Thrawn bit out a curse in his own language, then turned the comm to a different frequency. "Major," he spoke to the commander of the stormtrooper companies, "have your men take control of the inner ring spaceports, lifts, and stairways. No one enters or leaves the city. There were definite advantages to being half a mile up in the air. I want a search pattern carried out. Set weapons for stun only. I repeat, stun only." He turned to some nearby stormtroopers. "Take that to my shuttle." He pointed to the corpse, then turned to the panicked counselors. He had to salvage this situation if he wanted to keep their allegiance. Fjir and Oin hurried down the street. She ducked inside a store and pulled Oin with her just as a group of stormtroopers turned a corner. The Myashku shopkeeper lashed his tentacles in alarm as the two fugitives ran through the store toward the back entrance, knocking over crystal plates and goblets. The stormtroopers must have seen them because white armored men crowded through the doorway, and to Fjir's surprise, stun bolts, not lethal fire, blazed through the air. She ducked and rolled through the door while Oin sidestepped and dove after her. The shopkeep tried to back away, was caught by a stun bolt and collapsed on his broken wares. "We found them," she heard a stormtrooper say into his comlink as she slammed the door and jammed the lock with the force. "You still in one piece?" she asked Oin. "Yes." He clutched the bandolier to his chest to reassure himself it was still there. "I think I've seen enough of civilization to last 3 lifetimes." "I agree." They ran past a dumpster and startled a nest of rannets. "If we live through this, I might consider a long vacation on a swamp planet. Or maybe a desert." They took a shortcut through a park of sculpted gardens, making for the edge of the ring. "How will we get down?" Oin panted. "I have a plan." Blaster bolts burned through the air, seared the elaborate trees and hedges. Clouds of bright, multicolored songbirds flew from their perches in panicked waves as a dozen stormtroopers tromped after the Jedi. Bad, but not nearly as bad as what appeared around the corner of a domed building in the park. And as Streetwalker trotted into sight on his bent-back chicken legs, the box-like head swiveled, the chin-mounted blasters aimed. Blaster bolts dug twin craters in the path where Oin and Fjir once stood. Fjir had jumped to the right while Oin headed left. The Jedi looked back but couldn't see her friend, and the Force was too disturbed to focus on a single being. The stormtroopers were shooting and the walker stalked a few more steps before taking aim. With no other option, Fjir ran and hoped Oin would fare decently. Concealed in the boughs of the tree he'd swung up into, Oin watched the Imperials chase Fjir and leave him alone. He breathed a sigh of relief followed immediately by a grimace of shame. The Jedi had been right. He had no place here. The worlds above his own sky were insane. The allies Fjir sought were as intent on destroying them as the Vong, and Oin had made no progress on his mission from the Eternals. He dropped to the scorched ground and went in the same direction as the white armored warriors. One thing was clear, Fjir was his friend. More than that, she was his only chance. No one else in this greedy, violent universe cared a whit about the plight of the Nass. No one else would help Oin. He still had the blaster she'd given him. He knew how to use it, but to kill, unthinkable. And yet, if there was no other course. The 4 surviving Yuuzhan Vong met in the restroom of a small luncheonette in the marketplace. They barricaded the door with a machine that dispensed small packets of tentacle lubricant, then had a calm assessment of the situation. "A disaster," one warrior hissed. We have shown our hand and achieved nothing. He was silenced by a lash from Ren Silra's fist. You were not given leave to speak, he snarled and shoved him to the floor. Enraged, the Vong tried to bound up, but found Ren Silra's foot pressed down on his neck. And if I did not need your help, I'd rip your spine out for this display. He turned on them all. Do you forget who you are? We are Yuuzhan Vong. This mission can yet be salvaged. He released the warrior and glared at them all from the eye openings of his obelisk masker. How? Another whispered. Where you see failure, I see opportunities. We will try again, and this time we will succeed. He grinned. If anything, I believe we can accomplish more than the Executor ever expected. He told them his plan and sent 2 of the warriors to their local base, the hotel Ren Silra had rented, ordering them to change into Chisuglyph maskers and bring a few other items along as well. But destroy everything else, even the Uglyph maskers you now wear. Turn the Ruos worms on them and then meet us at the East Spaceport in 1/4 of an hour. After they left, he turned to Nam Anor. That was quick thinking, he said. The Jedi nearly ruined everything, but the chaos you caused kept her from speaking with Thrawn, and then our mission here would have failed. Your actions gave us the chance to rectify the situation. His eyes gleamed. Having a disgruntled human supremacist from the Empire's own ranks kill Thrawn would have sufficed, but when Thrawn is found gutted on board his own Star Destroyer, killed by those Red Guards obviously acting under the Emperor's orders, then this neat little alliance will dissolve into a bloodbath. Nam Anor listened, but his eyes burned with a different fire. Master, I wish to go after the Jedi. He bit out with all the respect he could muster. Under no circumstances. You will be needed to complete our mission. This is a blood debt, Master, a matter of honor for all Domain Anor. He ground his teeth and began to lower himself to his knees. I beg you. I said no. Ren Silra's hand shot out, gripped Nam Anor's shoulder, and pulled him to his feet. This mission is all important. It comes before all familial obligations. He shook the Fjir. Remember who you are, Nam Anor, and cool your blood. I know what this Jedi did to you and the Executor before her escape, but now is not the time. Nam Anor straightened and bowed his head. I will obey. He followed Ren Silra out the door. Fjir pressed herself against a wall and took a few deep breaths. She had lost her pursuers, at least for the moment, but she had also lost Oin. She was in a parking basement under one of the office buildings. Spacious, dimly lit and almost empty but for a few hover cars. She sank down and buried her face in her hands. Things had not gone well at all. She had a tenuous plan for getting back to her ship, but that would mean leaving Oin to fend for himself. Also, she still hadn't spoken to Thrawn, her entire reason for coming here. There was another way to make the Empire aware of Song Anor. She could simply broadcast her message via her ship's comm, either contact the Admonitor directly or make the announcement on an open broadband. She had wished to avoid that. It would start a panic and Song Anor would know for certain he'd been discovered. It seemed that was the only way, though. Unfortunately, that would mean leaving Oin. The young Nass was her responsibility. Never mind that he had stowed away and followed her. She had still misled him about where she was going, about how hostile the other planets were. Of course he would believe they would be seeking friends who would help them. She had led them to believe just that, to ensure the Nass would cooperate with her in gathering information on Song Anor's activities. She took a deep breath and stood. There were times the Jedi had to be absolutely ruthless. It would hurt her to leave Oin behind, but unless they ran into each other again, she could see no other way. She would get to her ship and contact the Imperials, then do her best to track down Oin when the search cooled. In any case, her vision had assured her that Oin would live, long enough to see the destruction of his world and people at any rate. The memory of that suffering face and those grieving eyes returned. Yes, Oin would be the last of the Nass. The future was always in motion, but some things were inevitable. Fjir pushed away from the wall and walked past one of the many thick support pillars. Only a tingling through the force warned her of the attack. A tall, bright red figure leapt from behind the pillar. A force pike whirled in his hands, and his cloak billowed around him in a crimson cloud. The Royal Guardsman aimed his slash at her knees, but the Jedi jumped, somersaulted over his head to land behind him. He spun on his heel and launched another attack, but Fjir's lightsaber was out and blazing by then. She swung the weapon and the Imperial staff was neatly cut in two. She struck again, but the Guardsman jumped back, twirling a half of the pike in either hand like twin short swords. The Jedi made to attack again, but was warned by the Force just in time to drop and roll as the second Guardsman charged, coming within a hair of decapitating her. By a feather, she amended, seeing a few of her crest feathers drifting down to the floor. Quickly she sized up the situation. Both the towering men were much taller than her and heavily armed. More, they were the Emperor's own elite guard, intensely trained and in prime condition. She was a Jedi Knight, the greatest of the galaxy's warriors, but she was also exhausted while they were fresh. "Listen," she said as the Guardsmen separated and moved to circle her. "I have information your master will want." She tried to buy time while she swept the barren lot with a mental probe, searched for any loose item light enough to levitate and throw at them. No good. The lot was meticulously clean, and the Red Guards weren't interested in listening or talking. The one with the whole Force pike pulled a blaster from under his robes and shot at her. The lightsaber moved, deflected the bolts back at him. Or where he used to be, he was moving as he shot, and when she turned to block the shots, the other Imperial attacked her from behind. She bounded at the shooter, inches away from having her spine sliced by half a Force pike. A slash of the energy blade cut the blaster in half, but the shooter simply dropped it and swung his pike under her guard with intent to disembowel. She sidestepped backward, moving out of the pike's range and spinning to meet the one with the Force pike halves, but he moved with more agility than one would believe of such a tall and heavily armored man, and dodged her saber even as his partner made a land strike at her head. Now their strategy was clear: attack her from two sides at once. She couldn't defend effectively or launch a counterattack against one because the other would move against her while she was occupied. She tried to use some of the mind tricks Thracia, her master, had taught, instilling a sense of fear or overconfidence, confusing the senses so that one would see or hear things not present, and that always handy trick of switching her image with that of his partner in the Red Guard's mind. To her surprise, none of it worked. The Emperor must have trained his bodyguards against such things. She could receive emotions from them, anticipate what they would do, but she couldn't affect their minds. In any case, she had no time to concentrate on a mental assault as one of the Guardsmen charged her. She backpedaled as he drove her toward a parked hovercar with his pike. The Jedi jumped, landed on the car's hood, and jumped again when the Imperial aimed a slash at her legs. She timed her landing, however, so that she was able to ram her heel onto the staff. His weapon trapped, the Guardsman pulled a long vibroblade from his robes and stabbed at her. Fjir wasted no time in swinging her lightsaber in an arc that would have decapitated the man had he been any slower at ducking. The instant she took the initiative, the other Guardsman moved in and threw a vibroblade of his own. The lightsaber swept up to cut the knife in two while Fjir kicked the first Guardsman's blade out of his hand. This was getting her nowhere. One at a time she could take them easily, but eventually they would wear her down. They worked too well together, were too much in sync. She had to take one out, and quickly. The knife thrower was drawing a small blaster while the other tried to free his trapped pike. Fjir moved faster than could be believed. A kick to the first one's face sent him staggering back. Even though his face was protected by his face mask, the impact was painful. Quickly, the Jedi gathered herself up and sprang at the other Guardsman, the one with the pike halves. She closed the distance between them in a few bounds. He fired his weapon with deadly accuracy, but her lightsaber was everywhere at once, blocking every shot. Before the Red Guard could take a half step back and delay her until his partner could help him, the Jedi had brought herself within striking range, and the blaster, as well as the man's smoking hand, tumbled across the floor. Incredibly, the Guardsman's only reaction was to stab at her with his pike half. With a flick of her wrist, she amputated his other arm up to the elbow. In a single, fluid movement, she spun around, reversed her lightsaber, and stabbed backward into the Guardsman. The blade pierced his armor, skin, bones, lung, and heart. She deactivated the blade and heard the body drop to the floor as she held the handle in front of her and snapped the blade on again to face the warrior who would be closing behind her. The guardsman wasn't there. Fjir twisted her body just in time to avoid the blade of a force pike. She couldn't avoid the gauntleted fist that impacted the side of her head. A kick knocked her feet out from under her and she fell to the floor. She let go of the lightsaber, which died as soon as it left her hand. The handle rolled across the floor. She shook her head, dazed. She looked up and her eyes focused on the blood-red guardsman towering over her. Fjir opened her hand and her lightsaber switched on and flew at the Imperial's back like a burning arrow. The guardsman pivoted. The saber shot past him and his hand lashed out to grab the handle. The next second her own lightsaber was at her throat. Fjir felt the cold, controlled rage emanating from the mind behind the mask. Fury at his brother guardsman's death. He would kill her now, with her own weapon. But how? She had seen the Imperials attacking the Yuuzhan Vong in her vision dream. How could that come to pass if she died before talking to Thrawn? Perhaps when they searched her robes they would find the data card. Perhaps they would capture Oin, and he would reveal all under interrogation. Her vision did not specify that she would live to see the Nass slaughter, only that Oin would. Devious is the future, Yoda had once said. When a bright light seared through the darkness she thought he'd killed her. But then she felt the guardsman's shock, as well. The starburst became a vehicle's headlight and a hovercar lifted off from its landing pad and flew at top speed a few handwidths over the floor. It flew straight at the guardsman. Agility and fast reflexes let him survive. He jumped, rolled over the hood, hit the transparent steel windshield with his shoulder, and bounced off. He landed on the floor and tried to get up again. The car jerked to a stop in front of Fjir, then swiveled sideways. The passenger side door slid open, and a welcome voice called. "Come on." Fjir called to her lightsaber, and the weapon flew into her hand. She clipped it to her belt and jumped into the back seat. A very frightened human male in a business suit was at the controls. Oin was on the seat beside him, pressing a blaster to the side of his head. "Make it go," Oin ordered in basic, and snapped his jaws together. The human squeaked and turned up the accelerator. The speed pressed Fjir back against her seat. They shot through the parking garage at top speed. She was only grateful it was nearly empty, else the terrified driver would have crashed for sure. Looking out the rear window, she saw a receding red-robed figure stumbling upright. "Slow down," Fjir said calmly, reinforcing the command with the force, so that the driver decelerated without thinking as they left the garage. They entered the flow of traffic, which was being held up by stormtroopers and walkers searching the inner ring for her. She turned to Oin. "How did you find me?" Evening was fast approaching, not that the inner ring was ever dark. The street lamps and buildings fairly glowed with luminance. If that wasn't enough, the bright searchlights atop the walkers splashed pools of artificial light wherever they looked. "Easy, I saw the red robes and followed them into the underplace. They're good fighters, but easy to spot dressed up like that." Oin lowered his blaster and their captive breathed a sigh of relief. "I was too late to warn you, but I saw this man leaving one of the moving rooms and grabbed him, made him take us to his vehicle." Fjir knew the rest. Oin had been very lucky it was a human he encountered. He only spoke two languages, his own and basic, which was simply the human language out here. An alien wouldn't have understood what he wanted. "Hey, guys," the driver spoke up. "Listen, I'm sure you got the wrong guy. I'm just, some accountant. I'm not one of the big fish around here. I was just working late. He looked back at Fjir. "Hey, I saw you on the vid screen at work. You're the one who tried to take out the Grand Admiral." He turned white. "Not that I have anything against that. Empire's got no business out here. Hey, I'm with you." His eyes darted from her to Oin frantically. "How reassuring," she said dryly. "Calm down." She patted him on the shoulder, letting calmness flow into him. "Your involvement in this is over. Tell me, is this vehicle insured against theft?" At his wooden nod she smiled. "Then you have nothing to worry about. Open the door and get out." The man wasted no time in sliding out of his seat and running down the sidewalk. Fjir climbed into the driver's seat and shut the door. Stormtroopers were walking along the row of hovercars, looking inside. The trick of not being noticed wouldn't work with so many on their guard. "Fasten your safety straps," she said, then had to show her friend what and how to do that. "This is a bumpy ride." She pulled out of the flow of traffic and onto the sidewalk, then sped parallel to the road. Stormtroopers and walkers wasted no time in opening fire, but Fjir handled the bulky hovercar like a speeder. With the acceleration on high, they were soon past the holdup and in normal traffic. She swerved and shot past slower vehicles, driving almost double the speed limit and avoiding wrecks by bare inches. The comm system sputtered to life. "This is ground traffic control," a protocol droid said in basic. The vehicle was registered to a human. "After all, you are in transgression of 12 major and minor violations of Myashku vehicular law. Speeding, reckless endangerment." There was a buzz as the signal was cut off. "Jedi," the authoritative tone screamed Stormtrooper, "in the name of the Emperor, stop the vehicle or be terminated." Fjir's response was to shove her viper blade into the comm speaker. "That's one distraction we don't need. I hope you have a plan." Oin's eyes were squeezed shut and his clawed hand sank and tore into the cushioned seat. "Don't worry." She kept her eyes on the road. Walkers appeared and stalked down the road. Searchlight beams sought them, and bolts of blaster fire speared out whenever they were caught in the beams. A walker stepped out onto the road in front of them, and several cars swerved and crashed. With blaster bolts following them from behind, Fjir drove right into the approaching walker. Quick adjustments on the controls and the blaster bolts sprayed harmlessly around them. As they passed the walker, Fjir took her lightsaber, stuck her arm out the window, and switched on the blade. They passed close, the blade burned through the durasteel, and the walker toppled and fell behind them. "We're almost there," she said as she pulled the lightsaber back and deactivated it. She had abandoned her earlier plan in favor of an idea she'd had seconds ago. She preferred to call it the guidance of the Force. They were driving with their lights off so as to be less conspicuous, but the Imperials already knew their position, and the sensors on the TIE fighter didn't need light. Bolts of energy strafed the road across them. "And they've called in the fighters," Fjir said grimly. Low-flying craft sped overhead and rained bolts down on the street. Cars crashed and pedestrians fled in screaming panic as their capital was transformed into a war zone. Then at last they came to their destination, the edge of the inner ring. Stormtroopers had control of the transports and stairs, but the hovercar flew past them, heading for the edge of the ring itself. "What are you doing?" Oin screeched. "Trust me." The stormtroopers opened fire, and scorch marks appeared in the rear of the vehicle, but it didn't matter. There was a waist-high railing around the edge of the ring, where citizens could look out across the fertile plains, or occasionally down at the less attractive outer ring. The hovercar plowed through the barrier, and was plunging through midair. Fjir turned the repulsors to their maximum setting, but knew that wouldn't cushion the fall. It was merely to help her slow their descent. She closed her eyes, not seeing the things around her but the way the Force flowed between them. With the calm of a trained Jedi, she willed the energy to gather around the metal shell. If she could levitate small objects, then she could do the same with the hovercar. Size matters not. And so they plunged toward the dubious safety of the outer ring. Chapter 5. Standing beside Thrawn in the Grand Admiral's private chambers, Captain Park swallowed and tried to calm the fear that fluttered in his stomach as he watched the viewscreens. Like most of his generation, the Imperial captain had been raised on stories of the Jedi Knights, the invincible warrior sorcerers of the Old Republic. Of course, that was before the Emperor took control and replaced superstition and ineffectual leadership with the rule of order. The ministers of propaganda had long been disproving those old stories, revealing the Jedi as nothing more than charlatans and tricksters who used elaborate techno-illusions to overawe the weak and foolish. Park had even come to believe all that. Thankfully, he had never worked closely with Darth Vader and experienced the Sith Lord's power firsthand, until now. "The reports are in from the inner ring," he began. "The Jedi evaded the surge and escaped to the outer ring," Thrawn concluded for him. "The tone of your voice told me that much." "Yes, sir," Park continued. Early reports and the images recorded from the broadcast suggest she has a companion, a reptilian of unknown species who aided her. He paused for a moment, giving Thrawn the chance to supply the species name, but the Grand Admiral merely waved for him to continue. He didn't know what race the reptile being was either. Apparently, the reptile stole a hovercar from a Myashku citizen, which the Jedi drove over the edge of the ring. Park's mouth thinned. Troops located the vehicle, abandoned, near one of the supporting pillars. Somehow it had survived the drop completely intact and was being looted by scavengers. Park lowered his eyes. I apologize, sir. I should have ordered more ground troops stationed in the outer ring. The Jedi wouldn't have gotten away. Not your fault, Captain. Thrawn waved the apology away and turned to his view screens, his eyes glowing coldly. The Emperor was indeed careful in destroying all records of the Jedi. Unfortunately, this purge of information also meant Imperial forces would be unable to anticipate a Jedi's powers if they should encounter one. In any case, if anyone is at fault, then it is me. I should have known there was the chance of encountering a Jedi in the unknown regions. Where else is there to hide from the purges? We're most relieved the Jedi's attempt on your life failed. Park put in. One of the screens showed recordings from the broadcast being played, then rewound and played again in a loop. You think she was trying to assassinate me, Captain? Thrawn said smoothly. Of course that was her intent. Park responded promptly, pointing to the split screen. See, there she is preparing to throw her knife at you. He indicated one half of the screen, then the other, and there one of our fleet troopers has seen her. He draws his blaster to stop her. She sees this and adjusts her aim to kill him instead, saving her own life. Park nodded. Your response shows the depth of your Imperial conditioning, Captain, not that of your intelligence and observation, which would otherwise be more than up to unraveling this. He touched the controls and the images moved in slow motion. She may have killed him, but the loyal fleet trooper was drawing his weapon before he could have possibly seen the Jedi. And he does not aim at her position. Park's eyes widened as he tracked the path of the shot, which would have taken the Admiral's head off. As for the Jedi, she does not make a move until she sees the trooper making his. Her aim is true, and hits what she intends to hit. The Jedi saved your life, he said under his breath, half afraid that Imperial intelligence agents would appear out of the shadows and seize him for a traitor. Yes, and after she has revealed herself, and the threat to me is no more, what does she do? She surrenders, Captain. She only flees when this man fires on her. On screen, the Imperial shoved past and raised his blaster. Thrawn froze the image and enlarged the section of the man's face. Park instinctively stepped back. The face was almost inhuman in its hate, like a half-rabbit animal's. It must be some defect in the recording that made his bare teeth look like fangs. On another screen, Thrawn had enlarged the image of his would-be assassin and was studying it very carefully, particularly the strangely graceful way the man moved. This is a very curious business, Captain. I would like very much to know why this Jedi acted as she did. She won't get away, Park promised. It may be difficult. The outer ring has many more spaceports than the inner ring, and they're highly disorganized, so finding the Jedi's ship will be difficult. But I'm ready to call in more Star Destroyers and blockade the entire planet if need be. You can't wipe that plan from your memory, Captain, Thrawn said in a glacial voice. Imperial forces have already brought chaos to the capital mere minutes after entering the system, an act that was to usher in an age of peace and order. I still have the government leaders in my pocket, but we need to win the confidence of the people. Blockading the major trade center of this sector, an act that will cost countless billions, is not the way to do that. Besides, I have an idea already about where the Jedi's vessel might be located. Yes, Admiral, Park said. I can't begin to express my shock that one of our own people would commit this kind of treachery. We've identified the dead man, and rest assured I will begin a full investigation into his past actions and associates. Whether he was motivated by an anti-alien bias or if he was bought by Coral, we'll soon learn the truth. You can hold on the investigation, Thrawn said. I already have a team of intelligence agents backtracking his movements since we landed. He was looking at a list of starcraft that had recently arrived at the Outer Ring spaceports. It was a very long list. And I have another plan for, the comm on his armrest beeped. Thrawn here, he said into the speaker. Sir, the voice of the bridge's comm officer. We have a transmission from one of our shuttles at the Inner Ring spaceports. Transport shuttles had landed with orders to transport all Imperial personnel in Inner Ring back to the Admonitor. One of the Imperial guardsmen arrived with the remains of the other and demanded that the shuttle lift off for the Admonitor immediately before the shuttle was full to capacity as per your orders. Yes. Well, tell the pilot to give the guardsman the comm and patch the transmission in here. Aye, sir. A few seconds later. Grand Admiral. The guardsman's voice was a cold rasp. Yes. He leaned back in his chair. So tell me, how did your Jedi hunting go? I'd have thought you would want to be trailing your quarry. My fellow guardsman is dead. There was a dangerous edge to his voice, and I have no chance against a Jedi on my own. His Majesty commanded me to defend you. The Jedi may make another attempt on your life. Yes. He steepled his fingers and smiled. By all means, the shuttle will launch for the Admonitor immediately. Thrawn out. He deactivated the comm. Needless to say, Captain, you will keep silent regarding our findings. I would not like the reaction if the Emperor's watchdog discovered a Jedi saved my life. Park nodded. Good. Now I have a mission for you and a few highly trusted troopers. You must be planetside before our guardsman friend arrives, and it would be best if he had no knowledge of what you are about. The two other warriors met Ren Silra and Song Anor and boarded one of the transport shuttles for the Admonitor. Both warriors were now disguised as Chiss troopers. Their eyes glowed red with lumen dye, and two of the red bugs were concealed in each of their pockets for when the glow began to fade. They had turned the Ruas worms on all the Vong creatures in their possession. All the evidence that they had even been here were the Uglith cloakers they wore, the dye bugs, and the Ruas worms themselves, concealed in their pockets. Ren Silra himself had destroyed the Vilip that allowed them to communicate with Song Anor after outlining his plan to the Executor and securing his approval to go forward. They had arrived on this planet and gel-lined coral pods dropped from low orbit, which had begun to decay soon after they hit ground. When their work was finished, there would be no evidence of the Yuuzhan Vong presence on this planet. Song Anor shivered. He felt sick being encased in this machine, and they were actually going to enter that cursed Star Destroyer. There would be nothing around him but a world of non-living matter, unnaturally animated and offensive to the gods. Only the cold, pure purpose of their mission allowed him to voyage into the heart of that monster without flinching. The four of them gathered at the rear of the shuttle and listened as Ren Silra gave them their orders. When we arrive, you two will head down to the medical area and find the body of our fallen warrior. Then use the Ruas worms on him. He spoke in a low voice to avoid being overheard. The warriors gasped in shock. But Master, one of them whispered, to destroy his body. It would desecrate him and show dishonor to his family. It is our duty to recover his body and present it to the Executor. This mission is all-important, warrior. Ren Silra overrode him. Sacrifices will be made in the name of expediency. His family's elders, and the gods, will understand. The warriors would have protested further, but Ren Silra had been vested with the Executor's authority, and they remained silent. We will also plant the worms to facilitate our escape. While you deal with the body, you and I, he indicated one of the Chiss, will head up to the command bridge and deal with the Grand Admiral. A wicked smile appeared on his human face. I wish I could see the Kai's reaction when their beloved syndic is slain by one of the Emperor's own guardsmen. In less than a day, the Chiss and humans will be at war, and the Empire will have lost all it has gained here. Fjir and Oin had to take their time and avoid the Imperial patrols that were sweeping the Outer Ring, sometimes having to go far out of their way and fight off starving vermin and terrified gangs, but they eventually made it to the spaceport where their ship was berthed. The port was uncharacteristically quiet. Fjir had suspected there to be a mad scramble as the Imperial seized the ports, but now things seemed under control. The port itself was almost deserted and her ship was in sight. She was thankful it hadn't been searched yet. But with so many vessels and no guarantee she even had a ship of her own, and hadn't simply stowed away on another vessel, there was no way the Empire could search them all quickly. They moved around the ranks of berth freighters and neared the ship. It wouldn't be long now. She would send the transmission as the ship lifted off. The freighter was lightly armed and not very maneuverable, but Fjir was a skilled pilot with more than a few tricks up her robe. She had a chance of getting past the TIE fighters that would be sent after them, as long as they stayed away from the Star Destroyer and its tractor beams and turbolasers. Through the Force, the Jedi sensed the fear of the beings inside the ships and of the port authorities, their confusion and uncertainty. Their whole world had changed. They didn't know what the future held in store for them. When we board, she whispered to Oin, "Strap yourself in and stay quiet. It will take a few miracles for us to get clear of the planet and make the jump to hyperspace, and I hope the Force is in the mood to indulge us." Apparently it wasn't. When they were halfway to the boarding ramp, a dozen stormtroopers stepped out from around their ship and the ships behind them. They were surrounded, blocked from the front and flanked from behind, the focal point of a dozen blaster barrels. It must have been the emotions emanating from the ships around them that had masked their presence in the Force. Instantly, Fjir's lightsaber came to life in her hands, and Oin tried to point his blaster in every direction at once. Fjir stood ready to deflect their fire and charge any weak spot in the ranks. They didn't open fire, only stood there, white armor shining in the spaceport's lights. That won't be necessary. A man in a captain's uniform walked around the berth and stood between them and the ramp. He was tall, and his black hair was going gray, but he was still trim and fit. "I am Captain Vos Park of the Star Destroyer Admonitor, and I bring a message from Grand Admiral Thrawn." His hands were clasped behind his back, and his voice was calm and controlled, but Fjir sensed fear just under the surface. "I'm all ears," she responded dryly. "You seem to have a captive audience." "Yes, the Grand Admiral wishes to speak with you on board his flagship. You are to accompany us there. In return, you will both be given safe passage out of this system afterward." "And if I decline?" she asked coldly. "The Admiral doubts you will do so, as you seemed interested in preserving him and speaking with him before." Park smiled. "My companion stays here, aboard my ship. You are not in a position to negotiate. The Admiral wishes to see you both. Perhaps I should fight now rather than be shot in the back later." Grand Admiral Thrawn is a man of honor. Park's eyes flashed angrily. "He has given his word that you will not be harmed and will be allowed to leave in peace, and his word can be trusted." The honesty in Park convinced her. She switched off her lightsaber and hooked it to her belt. "Put the blaster away," she said to a reluctant Oin. "Very well then," to Park, "we accept." Drash Tevic stalked down the corridors of the Admonitor. He had spent a few hours in one of the ship's workout areas trying vainly to sweat out his angst. It was that blasted fight, not much more than a scuffle, but since then his name hadn't been on any of the rosters. He kept away from the windows and the beautiful, clean void beyond the ship. The sight would only torment him, seeing space without being able to fly through it, without being stripped away of all the illusions that so many had, the little, unimportant things that seemed so momentous. Then there would only be the pure focus remaining as he became the sharp edge of the knife. Closer to the truth than any other. Blast it, he had to get out there. With a sigh, he turned back to the training rooms. He was required to spend some time in the flight simulator, and he had best get it over with quickly. He hated those things. They only mocked what he experienced in real piloting. Drash had just turned a corner when he saw something odd. Very odd. 2 fleet troopers walked past him, one human and one Chiss. The Chiss he didn't know, but the human was a crewman named Estra, probably the worst human supremacist Drash knew. He turned back, mildly curious. His first thought was that he'd made a mistake. No, there was Estra Vran, a man who wouldn't even eat at the same table as an alien, standing to the side of a corridor talking softly with a Chiss. If Drash was curious before, he was burning up inside now. He didn't bother thinking about what he would do next. He simply followed his instincts. He stepped around the corner and put on a wide, open smile. He walked quickly towards them and called in a hearty voice no one who had spent more than a few minutes with Drash would ever recognize as his. "Astra, you hut spawn." He laughed and opened his arms, clapped his hands, and rubbed them vigorously together. He closed the distance between them in a few steps. The two had stopped talking and turned as one to look at him. They looked like a pair of startled wildcats. "When did they transfer you here anyway? Last I heard you were on the incinerator. They finally got tired of you stinking up their ship and sent you upstairs to offend the Admiral, eh?" He clapped his hand on Estra's shoulder and felt the other tense, ready to throw the hand off. Then Estra, one of the handful of humans in the fleet who still despised Admiral Thrawn for his race, looked at the Chiss beside him. A brief glance, and the Chiss nodded slightly. "It's good to see you too, friend." Estra smiled, and Drash noticed he seemed taller than he'd been yesterday. "Yes, I transferred here just a few days ago, from the incinerator." Estra had been serving aboard the Admonitor for over a month, and the incinerator wasn't even a part of Unity Fleet. "I'd like to stick around and catch up on old times, but Zine and I, we have duties to attend to," the Chiss supplied. The melodious accent seemed to be lacking something, though, as did the glowing eyes. "Right, of course." Drash smiled. "Come and see me on your off hours. We'll start up a slingball game." They began moving away. Soon they were out of sight around another bend. The friendly smile vanished from Drash's face, replaced by an expression of cold speculation. "That was a close thing," Song Anor muttered to his Chiss-disguised companion. "I almost thought we'd have to kill that fool." "The gods favor us, it seems." The other led the way through the vile machine ship. "Let us pray we do not run into anyone else." They had already planted most of their Ruisworms, and had just enough left to deal with their fallen warrior's body. A quick trip to the shuttle bay afterwards, and that would be the end to their time here. Song Anor smiled under his human skin. His father would be pleased with him for this. In the Med Center sterile lab, an Imperial doctor looked down at the table where the dead man lay, naked and with a viper blade handle projecting from his throat. "Sorry about this," she said to herself as she laid out the instruments, "but the Admiral wants an autopsy." "Query, might I ask your meaning?" the medical droid assisting her asked. "Never mind. Begin recording." She looked at the datapad and compared. Subject is a human male, 28 years old. From Coruscant Kuat stock. Stands 5'6" tall. Incorrect. The droid put in. Subject is 5'9". She took out a measure. "So he is." She shrugged. "That was bureaucrats for you. They got nothing right." The file clearly says green eyes. His are brown." She pulled the blade out and set it in a tray for later examination. Beginning incision. She activated a laser scalpel and brought it close to the cadaver's skin, but before she could make the first cut, the skin bunched and pulled away from her. The doctor jerked back and pulled off her face mask. Emperor's black heart. Her eyes widened. "Delete that last sentence?" She ordered the droid. "He seems to have some kind of reaction in the epidermal layers, to say the least." The man's skin was sagging, pulling away from his body. Experimentally, she held the scalpel against the skin. It pulled back, afraid of pain. "This thing isn't human," she thought. "Touch him not with your machines." The command was a vicious snarl. The doctor spun around and saw two beings in the doorway. "Unauthorized entry," the droid warned. The human and Chiss didn't care about that. If anything, they were furious at the droid speaking to them. The doctor instinctively stepped back, half raising her scalpel. It did no good. She was dead before she hit the floor. While Song Anor tore off the droid's head and ripped out his wiring, the other warrior sprinkled ruasworms in the corpse's mouth. "Come on." He led the way out. It would take time for the body and Uglith masker to completely dissolve. They had few of the worms left after planting them around the ship, and they were all sterile. It would happen, though, and the only thing anyone would find would be a puddle of acid and a few dead worms. Not as neat as Ren Silver would have liked, but good enough. They entered the main area of the med center, empty. Song Anor looked around casually, and suddenly pushed the other warrior just as a blaster bolt would have burned through his head. Drash fired again. He had gotten a look at the inside of the lab as the two had left, and the dead doctor on the floor told him all he needed to know. They had taken cover, whoever they were, one behind a metal table, the other behind a storage locker. They moved like wild animals, but he had them pinned down. He moved to the alarm. This should help make up for his earlier bad behavior and get him in a Tai's cockpit all the sooner. From their respective positions, the two Yuuzhan Vong glanced at one another. An entire conversation passed in less than a second. The Chiss warrior picked up a table and threw it across the room. Drash threw himself against the wall to avoid the crush. The two were up and bounding at him, the Chiss in the lead. Drash shot at him, winged him. Then the Yuuzhan Vong was knocking the blaster out of his hand. The other talon hand shot out to shred his face. Drash was fast too, though. He dodged the claws, stepped forward, and landed a punch in the Chiss midsection, helped by the forward momentum of the warrior as he leapt into the punch, knocking the wind out of him. Drash followed with an uppercut to the jaw, then swept the warrior's legs out from under him and ran for the alarm. Song Anor was ready for him, however, and clipped Drash on the temple, knocking him out. He drew back his hand to tear the Imperial's throat out, but the other warrior quickly bounded up and grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "No," he gasped, "this one has spirit. It is a dishonor to kill a worthy fighter this way." Quickly, they put him on a bed and set the table upright. With luck, nothing would look suspicious. Ren Silra and his companion were near the command bridge, almost to the Grand Admiral's chambers. Lieutenant Rawless. They both turned to see a man with commander's bars on his chest standing at the far end of the hall behind them. "We've been looking for you. You're to report for a debriefing." "I'm sorry, Commander," Ren Silra said smoothly, "but I have been ordered to report to the Grand Admiral." "For what reason?" "I was not told." He shrugged slightly. "The lieutenant here is escorting me there." The commander's mouth tightened. "I'll see you afterward then." The lights blinked above them. The worms were doing their work. They would not eat metal, but they devoured the insulation of the ship's wiring greedily. The acid would do the rest. "What's the matter with this ship?" the commander muttered as he left. Ren Silra motioned his subordinate to follow, and they were soon at the corridor leading to the Grand Admiral's chambers. A single royal guardsman stood on one side. The two Vong glanced at one another and back at the guard. He stood in front of the door now. "I've been ordered to report to the Grand Admiral," Ren Silra said. The guardsman remained silent, force pike held diagonally across his chest. He moved his hand to his face mask, most likely to a built-in comm link to talk to Thrawn. The two Yuuzhan Vong attacked without a signal, without being betrayed by the tensing of a single muscle. One didn't get to be a royal guardsman by being a fool. The Imperial reacted instantly. A few seconds of flashing claws and fangs, of whirling force pike and billowing red cloak, and the royal guardsman was on the floor with a broken neck. Ren Silra's companion was dead also, with a force pike buried in his gut. Ren Silra leaned against the wall, breathing hard. He had underestimated the royal guardsmen. A lucky thing one of them had died planetside. A few seconds later he had composed himself and pulled the bodies to one side, where they would not be immediately visible. On the way out he would dress in the guardsman's robes and leave his pike in the Grand Admiral's body. It would be obvious to all that the Red Guard had killed him at the Emperor's command. The guard himself, Ren Silra, would dress in his own lieutenant's uniform and leave him somewhere. That left only the body of his companion. He would work that out later, he said to himself as he entered the chambers. The door slid shut behind him, and Ren Silra's eyes instantly adjusted to the dim room. He looked past the holograms, abominable machine things, to the command chair. "Yes." A melodious voice from the chair. "What is it?" "Lieutenant Rawless here, sir." He put the proper submissiveness in his tone. "I've received a report from planetside. I was commanded to put it in your hand alone." He held up a blank data card. "I believe it is in regards to the Jedi terrorists." He kept walking toward the chair. He only needed to distract the Chiss long enough to get within range. The chair swiveled to face him. Thrawn regarded the man with glowing eyes that seemed to weigh and measure. "Ordered by whom, Lieutenant?" he asked. "By the captain, sir," he answered, hesitating only a heartbeat before answering. A few more steps, Thrawn's eyes narrowed and a blaster appeared in his hand. "Stay where you are, Admiral," Ren Silra asked innocently. Amazing. The blaster was level with his head. "You really are the image of Lieutenant Rallis? I am most interested in how you do it." "The Admiral is most perceptive." Ren Silra's eyes and voice changed, filled with cold menace. The data card broke in his clenched hand. "I have the rare ability to see what is right in front of my face," Thrawn said easily, his blaster never wavering. "After the attack planetside, I surmised that imposters had somehow taken the place of my crewmen to infiltrate my ship. I also concluded yours is a tenacious race, and would certainly make another attempt on my life. I welcomed this. I saw an opportunity to uncover your plans and find out who sent you. You set a trap with yourself as bait." Ren Silra felt a reluctant respect for his adversary. "Yes, I was unable to notify the crew, as I didn't know how far my ship had been penetrated, and I could not risk alerting you until I have my quarry. Of course, I will soon have all the answers I need. How did you get by the guardsman, by the way? I warned him to be on his guard after I tested him to make certain he was who he claimed." "He is dead." Thrawn raised his eyebrows. "It seems I'll have to look into a better class of bodyguards. At any rate, I can now turn you over to proper handlers." He reached for the comm on his armrest, and Ren Silra moved, launched himself at Thrawn without warning. A blaster bolt burned through the empty space he'd occupied seconds before. Thrawn was out of his chair and rolling on the floor just before the Yuuzhan Vong landed. The Chiss came up in a kneeling position, weapon arced to point at the warrior. Ren Silra wasted no time but stabbed his Calfee into the comm and pulled it free in a shower of sparks and tangle of wires. He sidestepped, swiveled Thrawn's chair, and ducked behind it. Blaster bolts deflected off the chair back. "You won't get any help, machine slave. I have all the help I need." Thrawn darted forward and slapped a button on one of his consoles. The arrangement of holograms changed. Now primitive tribal art of various worlds decorated the room. Feathered masks and painted shields adorned the walls, and beast totem sculptures stood on the floor. Thrawn moved, ducked behind a woven rug on a weaving stand. He kept his weapon trained on the chair and shot as Ren Silra leapt from his cover. He landed, crouched to avoid the shots that burned through the holograms, creating ripples in the light, and quickly lost himself in the artwork. He had just gotten an idea of the Admiral's position relative to his when the artwork changed. Now he was surrounded by arrangements of crystal statuary, and abstract, translucent, and glowing with their own inner light. More importantly, Ren Silra's cover had disappeared, and only luck and training kept him from being killed by the volley of bolts Thrawn sent his way. He took a nasty burn in the leg, though. He clenched his teeth, embraced the pain, and tried to make for the Admiral's position, even as the art changed again. The shuttle glided into the landing bay and sat down a little apart from the rest of the transport shuttles busy removing the Imperials from the planet in the rows of TIE fighters. Park led the way down the ramp, followed closely by the robed and hooded Jedi. There is a conference room adjoining the landing bay, used for last-minute briefings. We will wait for the Admiral there. Oin stayed behind in the shuttle with the pilot, watching the ships, the crew and technicians, and the droids that scrambled around them. It's best you both stay out of sight, Park explained. The Grand Admiral can't have it known he's meeting with a Jedi. Not with a royal guardsman on board. Have a seat? He pointed to one of the chairs around the conference table and reached for the comm console, but the lights dimmed and the screen turned blank. Park bit back a curse and raised his comm link. Have to get some techs in here to look at this console, he said as he adjusted the frequency. Admiral, this is Captain Park. He frowned and readjusted the link. Commander Fjir, he said his first officer's name. This is Captain Park. Fjir here, sir. From the comm link. Commander, I can't get through to the Admiral. I need you to take a message to him. Of course, sir. His interview must be over by now. Interview. It must be something important. Thrawn would want nothing to delay this. Who is he talking to? A Lieutenant Rallis. Park felt his blood drain from his face. His gaze snapped to Fjir, whose own eyes were wide with alarm. Commander, get a squad of stormtroopers to the Admiral's chambers now. Sir. The Admiral's life is in danger. Do it. He cut off the link. Stay here, he ordered as he ran out the door. When this was over, and his claws sunk deep into Thrawn's belly, he would take those glowing eyes and give them to his favorite wife as ear bobs. So Ren Silra promised himself. He cursed the infidel Chiss as he moved around the artwork, trying to get within reach of him before the Admiral could get to the door and rescue. The problem was this blasted artwork changed every 10 seconds, and only Thrawn knew the pattern. The two circled each other in the vast room. The Vong moved without a sound, and Thrawn was amazingly soft-footed in those boots of his. Ren Silra tried to determine where the Admiral was by scent, but the smell of Chiss was all over the room. He couldn't pinpoint him. He knew he was getting close, though. He could feel it. And Thrawn didn't dare use his blaster heedlessly. He would give away his position, and the weapon was getting low on energy. They both stayed behind the holograms. To simply walk through them would risk being seen. The artwork was now an offensively mechanistic design, orderly, geometric shapes, curves running into spirals running into sharp edges. The geometric designs of a dozen cultures combined into a vast mechanical thing whose function could not be guessed. Ren Silra was trying to get in front of the door. He was certain that was Thrawn's goal. He searched the shifting artwork. A glimpse of white, two glowing eyes. That was all he needed. There. A flash of white. Without a second's hesitation, Ren Silra bolted. He burst through holograms. A blaster bolt blazed over his shoulder, and a second later, he had torn the weapon from Thrawn's hands. The Imperial's eyes blazed, and he pulled a vibroblade from his sleeve and fell into a fighting stance. You use machines to fight your battles, he hissed at Thrawn. This makes you weak and damns you in the eyes of the gods. But you are a worthy foe despite all that. He smiled. You will make a fine sacrifice. He dropped his Kalfi and unsheathed his claws. I use whatever weapon I have. Thrawn spoke in a level voice and lifted his blade in challenge. Ren Silra charged, knocked over Thrawn, and bore him to the floor. His claws tore into the white uniform. The door slid open, and a squad of stormtroopers entered, led by the commander Ren Silra had met earlier. Blaster rifles were leveled, but the troops couldn't see clearly for the holograms. Admiral, the commander yelled. Are you all right? His question was answered when the holograms shifted again and they saw for themselves. Ren Silra reared back from Thrawn's supine form, shreds of white in his claws, and a vibroblade in his stomach. An eye blink later, a dozen blaster bolts struck him. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior was thrown off Thrawn by the force of the blasts and lay dead on the floor. Captain Park ran down the corridor, shoved past the stormtroopers, and half knelt, half collapsed, at the Admiral's side. Sir, he yelled. Talk to me. Are you all right? Perfectly fine, Captain. Thrawn sat up and brushed himself off. No need to shout. Park nearly gagged, seeing the rips in the Admiral's tunic. Only then seeing the body armor beneath. Yes, I thought it wise to keep this on. I do congratulate you on your timing, though. A few seconds later, and my friend there would have had me. Thank the Jedi, sir. Park stammered as he took Thrawn's arm and helped him stand. Stormtroopers surrounded Ren Silra's body. She was the one who warned me of Lieutenant Rollis there. Indeed. Thrawn's lips tightened slightly. It seems I owe her my life yet again. Have the bodies brought to the med center, Anne. All the holograms shorted out and the lights blinked, then dimmed. Nam Anor pointed to the Lambda-class shuttle. That one. It is small and will be easily handled. It was also a transport for high-level Imperials. What else would a royal guardsman who has just assassinated a Grand Admiral use for his escape? That was Ren Silra's analysis anyway. The two Yuuzhan Vong crossed the hangar bay unnoticed, though the droids and tools of the techs made them both tremble in anger. They would prepare the ship, wait for the other two warriors, and make their escape before anyone knew what was happening. Oin was in the back of the shuttle, feeling the strange carpeting with his feet when he caught the scent. His long neck twisted around, and he ducked behind a seat as the two figures walked up the ramp and entered the shuttle. He clutched his blaster in trembling hands and crouched behind the chair. He would know them no matter what skins they wore. By their stench and by the way they moved, they were Yuuzhan Vong. The one in the guise of a Chiss knocked on the door to the cockpit. It slid open, and the pilot walked out. Yes, is everything all right back? His eyes widened. Who are you? What's this ow? He gagged as the Chiss slammed the heel of his hand into his face, shoving him back into the cockpit. The Chiss followed, and the stench of fear and blood filled Oin's nostrils. I'll ready the ship. The Vong called back in his own tongue, which Oin understood. You go outside and watch for Ren Silra. The human Vong nodded and stood at the rampway. Oin swallowed nervously and held his blaster like a lifeline. He had to get out of here. He had to warn Fjir. The Yuuzhan Vong stood framed in the hatchway, tapping his fingers on the wall. Oin held his weapon in steady hands. Killing was anathema to the Nass, but he carried the future of the Nass with him. He took a deep breath and got ready, but found it wasn't necessary to shoot. The Vong was gone. Oin peeked around the back of the chair. He was nowhere in sight. Carefully, in case the one in the cockpit should hear, he crept around the seat and slowly made for the hatch. He was almost at the threshold when the human Vong stepped around the side and grabbed him by the throat. Well, I thought I smelled something foul. Nam Anor frowned, eyes narrowing. He didn't know the name of the race they had enslaved on Sevic 3, but he knew a Nass by sight. What is this? He said as he walked into the shuttle. Oin kicked and struggled furiously in Nam Anor's grip. The Vong swatted the blaster out of Oin's hand and kicked it across the shuttle, but the Nass struck him with his bare claws, slashed at his eyes. Nam Anor jerked his head back just in time to keep from losing an eye, but not before the reptile's claws raked one cheek, shredding the Uglith masker. The living skin writhed and pulled away from Nam Anor's face and head. For a second, the shock had paralyzed Nam Anor, not because of the pain, which he didn't even notice, but at the sight of the Nass and what his being here meant. The Jedi. The blasted Jedi. Gods damn her. So, Nam Anor hissed as his own claw sprouted from the masker. He shook his hair free. You slaves have some fire in your blood after all. Or was it the Jedi? Did she give you your spine? He held his arm straight so Oin was unable to reach him, then heaved the Nass up so his feet left the ground and he was at eye level with the Yuuzhan Vong. Oin clutched Nam Anor's wrist, but couldn't break the hold. You vermin were hiding her, weren't you? He snarled, rage built inside him until he thought his blood would boil. She was right under our noses, lurking around our seed world. Your seed world? Oin gagged. No, our planet, our home. You have no right there, no business there. Fjir has found allies who will free my people and drive you from our world forever. Nam Anor shook the Nass until Oin's teeth rattled. You are a fool. Where is the Jedi? Tell me. Oin glared and remained silent. Nam Anor flexed his claws. What goes on? The other Yuuzhan Vong stood in the cockpit door. The Jedi is here. Nam Anor spat. As she was on the seed world. He held up Oin as evidence. Is the ship ready for takeoff? The other nodded. Good. I'll close the hatch. But Ren Silra isn't coming back? He turned, still holding the struggling Nass easily. The Jedi warned Thrawn. Ren Silra walked into his death. Right now she is probably telling them all about our seed world. The mission has failed, and we must inform the Executor. And you, he tightened his grip until he was a hair from snapping Oin's neck. You I will break in half and toss your body out to rot on this vile machine ship. He reached the hatch when he heard the telltale snap hiss of a lightsaber. Oin and Nam Anor looked down and saw a small, slight figure in a brown robe standing at the foot of the ramp. Nam Anor. Fjir spoke in a level voice. His Uglith masker was injured and had pulled back to reveal his true face. The Yuuzhan Vong had changed little in the past 3 years. A few more scars, perhaps, but his face still had the uninjured symmetry of a Vong youth. Shoulder-length black hair framed a young but hardened face. He had his mother's eyes, and they burned with hate. She had sensed Oin in danger and hurried back to the shuttle. Now it appears she was too late. Jedi. He had a Kalfi in one hand and Oin's neck in the other. He looked ready to leap down the ramp, shielding himself from her lightsaber with Oin's body, and tear her apart. Your mission here has failed. Thrawn knows everything. Or he would soon. She had left her data card in the conference room for him to find. So I thought, he ground out. But there is still a measure of vengeance I can take. Nah, Manor. Another Vong voice from inside. Close the hatch. We have to take off. But, he glanced back. Do it. Now. Let him go. Fjir pointed her lightsaber at Oin. He is no warrior, it will do you no good to kill him. But it would hurt you. Nah Manor's eyes flashed. He squeezed his hand, and Oin gagged. But then a new expression appeared on his face. The hot rage seemed to drain away, and something colder and infinitely worse took its place. A smile of pure malice twisted his lips. Slave, he snarled at Oin, you are indeed a fool. You think this Jedi is here to help you. Look around. See what kind of people the Imperials are. They will come to your world, but not to free you, to destroy us. He pulled his arm in until Oin's snout was inches away from his face. Do you understand? They will lay waste to your world to destroy us, and wipe out your people as well. They won't care. Your race is doomed. Enslaved or destroyed. That is your only destiny. Your Jedi knew it. That was her purpose all along. He turned his face to Fjir. Tell him, he commanded. Tell him or he dies. Fjir swallowed, feeling like her heart was being crushed. It's true, Oin. It's all true. Nah Manor's glittering eyes bored into Oin's. Live with that, slave. He hissed, drew back his arm, and threw the Nass down the ramp. Fjir deactivated her lightsaber and caught Oin with the force. She lowered him to the floor as Nah Manor hit the button that closed the hatch and raised the ramp. Oin shook her off and tried to run up the ramp before it closed. No. Fjir pulled him back, held him as the hatch sealed, and the shuttle rose from its pad, thinking he meant to attack Nah Manor. What she didn't see, what Oin had only just noticed, was that his bandolier was no longer with him. It must have been cut off when Nah Manor had held him in his clawed hand, and Oin had seen it, the only hope of the Nass, coiled unnoticed on the floor at Nah Manor's feet as he had thrown Oin down the ramp. The shuttle unfolded its wings and sped for the space beyond the energy field. What's this? The deck officer yelled. No one got clearance to launch that shuttle. The ship soared over the docked transports and nearly crashed into a docking ship before it passed through the energy barrier. Fjir lifted the officer's comlink while he was occupied and adjusted it to Captain Park's frequency. A Lambda shuttle has just left the ship. You have to stop it at all costs. Unfortunately, the asses of the Ruisworms had already done their work. The tractor beams, turbo lasers, and sensors were malfunctioning. TIE fighters were sent after the shuttle, but one of the features of this particular ship was shields that were 3 times as strong as a normal Lambda-class vessel. None of the pursuing fighters were TIE advanced and equipped with missiles, so Fjir could only watch helplessly as the shuttle escaped into hyperspace. Quite an interesting story. Thrawn paced the length of the conference room before returning his glowing gaze to his only other occupant. But tell me, how do you know so much of these Yuuzhan Vong? And if you don't mind my asking, how did you survive the Emperor's purges? Fjir crossed her arms. I survived the purges, Admiral, because I never saw them. Shortly after Palpatine was made Supreme Chancellor, I was sent on a mission to a planet in the Tingle Arm, at the edge of the known galaxy. It was near there that the world ship Long Reach of Death first penetrated this galaxy. They attacked the planet and would have annihilated the life there, but I struck a bargain with the Executor, Song Anor's predecessor. I would go with them and allow myself to be studied. They have no knowledge of the Force or Force users. In exchange, they would leave the planet in peace. I am intrigued. I would hear more of this first contact. Perhaps I could speak to the inhabitants of this planet. I doubt you'll be able to. Fjir smiled to herself. But that has no bearing on the events now unfolding. I spent nearly 30 years with the Yuuzhan Vong, learning their ways and their capabilities. 3 years ago I escaped. I have followed in their wake ever since, looking for a way to stop them. I would have thought a Jedi would be fighting for the rebellion, not hiding out in the backwaters of the galaxy. Thrawn gave a self-deprecating smile. These backwaters were his home, after all. The war against the Empire is not my fight, Admiral. Fjir shook her head, her feathers seemed to bristle. I sought guidance in the Force and saw my destiny was on a different path. The Yuuzhan Vong are a potential threat greater than your empire could ever be. Palpatine takes away beings' freedom, but the Vong Jihad would take away their connection to the Force. I saw their work on Sevic 3. They are destroying that world's ecosystem and replacing it with their own. That is how they spread, Thrawn. They change a planet and the people on it so completely that it is theirs forever. Thrawn narrowed his eyes in concentration. Fjir had declined Thrawn's offer of a chair, and though the Jedi was a head shorter than the Grand Admiral, the calm dignity with which she carried herself made him seem his equal in stature. It seems I will be moving against Corral sooner than I had anticipated. The Sevic system is in his territory, and the threat that world poses is grave indeed. He tapped the datapad on the conference table. If the data you have compiled is accurate, we could be facing a small fleet in a matter of weeks. A small fleet, and the nucleus of an even bigger fleet to come. Sang Anor has apparently decided to begin the conquest of this galaxy now, with the main Vong force still more than 20 years from reaching the Outer Rim. You said there are only a few thousand Yuuzhan Vong actually in this galaxy. Does the Executor truly have the strength to challenge the Empire? Not now, no. But if he is given enough time, builds up a strong power base in the unknown regions, then I would give him a fair chance. We may have need of the Emperor's new toy yet, Thrawn said as if to himself. Fjir wanted to know what he meant by that, but he quickly changed the subject. As she had been living in the unknown regions so long, she had little knowledge of the goings-on in the rest of the galaxy. She knew there was a rebellion underway, but she had never heard of the Death Star, and while she had sensed Alderin's death years ago, she had never connected the deaths of millions with a man-made weapon. Sevic 3 will have to be dealt with, yes, she said, but the seed world isn't the main threat. Now she began to pace. The world ship Long Reach of Death is what must be destroyed, at all costs. As long as that world ship lives, the Yuuzhan Vong can do to any other planet what they did to Oin's homeworld. That vessel is the only thing capable of seeding and starting such a process. If it's destroyed, then the Yuuzhan Vong here will be cut off from the means to create their organic technology. They'll hardly be a threat until the main force arrives, and if the galaxy is prepared for them, then the Yuuzhan Vong Jihad can be defeated before it even takes root. Yes, you are correct. Thrawn nodded, and Fjir sensed his agreement, if little else. The Chiss Admiral was amazingly strong-minded. Influencing his thoughts would be like trying to uproot a tree with bare hands. The ship must die, Fjir said. Best case scenario, Song Anor dies with it. Is he really that dangerous? Thrawn raised an eyebrow. I spent my last 5 years with the Vong under his personal charge, Admiral. Fjir shivered. I couldn't sense him in the Force, but I know him. Yes, he is very dangerous, even without a world ship and weapons. You won't be fighting just Yuuzhan Vong when you go after him. He's based himself in this warlord's territory. That can only mean he has control of this Corral person. That means he controls the man's fleet as well, and he won't hesitate to use machines indirectly. Thrawn nodded. I wish you could have brought me some of their artwork instead of simply describing it to me. I could learn much about them if I could see their art firsthand. If you want to study their art, then just look at the 2 Vong corpses you have. They consider what they do to their own bodies artistic. They are a race that sees destruction and pain as a form of art, and they are very refined in their practice. Study that. Fjir shrugged. Anyway, I've told you all I can about what to expect in fighting them. I'm sorry I couldn't find out more, but I can't begin to understand their science, and Song Anor was careful to keep the actual shaping and building process from me. I'm sure he has a few weapons even I have never heard of too. He loves his secrets. I see, Thrawn nodded. At least you have given me an idea as to what these Yuuzhan Vong can do, and how they will do it. Tracking the world ship down or drawing it out is my problem. You and your companion are free to go. You will be taken to the surface, and your freighter allowed to leave in peace. Thank you. Thrawn turned to open the door. Admiral, Fjir stopped him. She had to at least try this. When you attack the Vong on Sevic 3, there is something you should know. There is a native race there, the Nass, who are being hunted and enslaved by the Yuuzhan Vong. They are innocent, and have shown great bravery in helping me gather information about their conquerors. I want you to do your best to spare them. Thrawn's face hardened. That will be impossible, as you already know. By your own testimony, we can never be certain of destroying all the Yuuzhan Vong works if even a single living thing survives our assault. The Nass are innocent. They didn't ask for any of this. Regrettable, but they are only a few hundred primitive still unaltered, and the Yuuzhan Vong threaten the entire galaxy. There is no comparison. The coldly glowing eyes held no compromise. I thank you for your warning, but your wish to spare your allies is out of the question. Fjir's shoulders slumped. Her eyes closed for a moment, but when she opened them again her gaze met the Admiral's without flinching. Tell me, Thrawn, why do you do this? I beg your pardon. Why do you serve the Emperor? You seem to be an honorable man. Your subordinates respect you. You inspire genuine loyalty in your men. Not the hallmark of Imperial commanders, yet you occupy one of the highest positions in the Empire's military. The Emperor will bring peace and order to the entire galaxy. Thrawn crossed his arms. While you see him as evil, I perceive the greater good in what he has built. Order? Fjir nodded her head. I thought that would be it. What are you talking about? Thrawn was clearly becoming annoyed with this conversation. He had important things to see to, not least of all the damage done to his flagship. How Palpatine got to you? The Jedi explained. What he promised you? Order and control. Unity. It's your drug, Thrawn, and the Emperor is a master of finding a person's weaknesses and using them to his own advantage. To some he promised power. Others he offered revenge. It all ends the same way, though you sell your soul for empty promises. What do you know of me? Thrawn took an involuntary step toward Fjir. His cool facade had cracked slightly, and a look of pure fury flashed across his face. How dare you judge me and what I work toward? I have seen the chaos that rages among these stars, the endless, pointless wars. The Emperor is a necessary evil, Jedi. In the end there will be peace. The Empire corrupts, Thrawn. Palpatine is a Sith Lord. Corruption has ever been their way, and there has never been one who embodies the ways of the Sith as completely as the Emperor. How do you think he got where he is? He ate into the heart of the Old Republic and rotted it from within. I have never encountered him, no, but I feel him, like a blight in the Force poisoning everyone and everything he touches. Your Emperor is nothing but a glorified parasite, an exalted cancer. You call him a necessary evil, you think you are using him to accomplish your goals. The name of your fleet says it all, unity. She smiled bitterly. The star lanes to hell are navigated by good intentions. I don't care how clever you are, the Emperor can see right through you. Literally. You bring order to the worlds of the unknown regions, but you take away their freedom. You're telling yourself things will get better over time. The oppression will ease and eventually disappear once things settle down, once the rebellion is crushed and the warlords are defeated. She held up her hand as Thrawn started to speak. No, Admiral, I'm not reading your mind. You may not believe it, but you aren't the only one who can see what's obvious, and I'm telling you now that things will never get better. The corruption will only get worse and more tyrannical. More and more atrocities will be committed in the name of this nebulous greater good that is always just out of reach, that will always require just one more life destroyed, one more planet laid to waste, one more freedom crushed. The Empire was built by a Sith. She continued. It was born in the mind of a Sith, and everything the Sith have ever touched brought nothing but pain and fear and hate because the Sith served the dark side. They draw their power from it, and all those emotions are what the dark side feeds on. Do you understand? The stronger the dark side becomes, the stronger they become, and that's all the Emperor has ever really cared about. Fjir sighed. Why is it you think Palpatine has always favored humans? It's not because of any prejudice on his part, or even because humans are the most numerous and widespread race in the galaxy. It's because he knows how humans think more intimately than he could know the thought patterns of any other race, which makes them all the easier for him to corrupt. Why do you think he accepted you? Because you're sufficiently human-like for him to understand and so to corrupt. He has been manipulating you from the first moment you met, and you never even realized it. For a long moment the Grand Admiral said not a word. His face was inscrutable, his eyes and mind gave away nothing. Then, Another shuttle has been prepared for you. You will be taken to your ship. As I promised, you will have safe passage out of this system. I trust we will not meet again. I have problems enough to deal with. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out the door. The shuttle trip to the planet was quiet, but with a tension that Fjir could feel like 1,000 wires stretched taut throughout the forest around her. Oin sat beside her, looking out the window but seeing nothing. He had not spoken a word since his encounter with Nam Anor. Finally, hesitantly, the Jedi touched his shoulder. He neither flinched away nor lashed out at her, but simply turned his head toward her. Fjir couldn't meet those terrible eyes. His despair washed over her, threatening to drown her. The same despair she herself had felt when she sensed the Jedi dying. Oin, she said slowly, I am so sorry. We have to go back. He spoke as the ship set down. His voice was dry and firm. Back where? Fjir asked, not understanding. To my homeworld. He touched his chest where the bandolier had lain. To save my people. Chapter 6. It was all the Jedi's doing. The warrior spat his rage onto the coral floor of the world ship, the acidic saliva hissing as it struck the living surface. Our plan would have succeeded without her interference. Yet it did not. Sang Anor's voice cut colder than the void between stars. The Executor stared past the kneeling warrior, his clawed fingers absently tracing the sinuous body of the amphistaff coiled around his shoulders. The serpentine weapon twitched under his touch, scales rippling in response to his dark thoughts. The Jedi had been within his grasp, in his very system, and escaped. This failure burned hotter than a plasma storm. Prefect Kenneth smirked, his voice dripping with mock concern. So tell us, Executor, where do we go from here? Sang Anor's claws dug into the amphistaff's hide. You've reported everything. The warrior nodded sharply. Then go to the priest for your cleansing. The subordinate fled like a whipped amphistaff, desperate to purge the taint of machines before the Yamas decided to purge him instead. The Imperial shuttle had been detected the moment it entered the system. The Yamas sensory buoys had seen to that. Yet the Jedi had slipped through unnoticed. How? The question gnawed at him like a ravenous tizhour. Kenneth circled like a carrion bird. Your grand designs unravel, Executor. The Empire knows of us. The Jedi corrupts our seed world. Even the slaves defy us. Silence. Sang Anor's amphistaff snapped to attention, his head rising beside his ear. While you chatter, I've already forged our path. Since you're so concerned about the seed world's security, you will personally ensure it. What? Kenneth's tattoos twisted in outrage. I relieve you of fleet duties. You will command the seed world garrison. Sang Anor's smile showed too many teeth. I take the long reach elsewhere, but leave you ample warriors. By my return, I expect the natives to be broken or extinct. This is your order, Prefect. The Yamask overhead writhed in response to Song Anor's roar, tentacles lashing the humid air. Kenneth bowed stiffly, his voice grinding like coral underfoot. Yes, Master. Sang Anor turned away, then whirled back with viper speed. His amphistaff lashed out, his tail wrapping around Kenneth's throat. One flex of his wrist, and the living weapon hardened into an unbreakable noose, forcing the Prefect to his knees. Razor-edged scales kissed Kenneth's jugular. What will I do? Sang Anor's laugh was the sound of bones breaking in deep space. I will drown the unknown regions in blood. The Unity fleet will drift as metal tombs. Let the Emperor and his pet Jedi see this through their cursed force. They will know only the death screams of worlds. The amphistaff tightened. I will kill until the gods themselves beg for mercy. Chapter 7. The nullid starfish limbs sealed around Song Anor's face as his feeding tube snaked down his throat. Though the subterranean caverns' air was supposedly sterile, the Executor took no chances. Beside him, Nam Anor raised his cloak-covered hand to the living coral wall. A tendril emerged, stinger unsheathing to pierce the ooglith and taste his blood. Recognition granted, the organic orifice dilated, swallowing both Vong into the tunnel beyond. The seal snapped shut behind them with finality. Nothing here would escape, not the specimens, not the pathogens, and certainly not the secrets. Lumen bugs crawled across the vaulted ceiling, their bioluminescence glinting off the gel-sealed chambers lining the tunnel. Crassofungus warmed the stone underfoot, fighting the eternal cold that should have iced these caverns solid. Sevic 3's Arctic depths served dual purposes: seed world above, biological laboratory below. Here, the Shaper's most volatile creations thrived in perfect isolation, far from the world ship's vulnerable ecosystems. Should containment fail, the frozen wasteland above would quarantine any outbreak. Sang Anor's gaze passed over the transparent cells. Their occupants represented a dozen species: humans, Myashku, Torgals, all united in suffering. One human's limbs twisted like gnarled branches, his silent screams bubbling from collapsing lungs. A furred creature raked bloody furrows across its own flesh, howling at phantom parasites. Another staggered in drug-induced frenzy, beating against the gel wall until knuckles split. Beautiful. The dead had already been taken deeper, their corpses yielding secrets to the Shaper's scalpels. This was no place for warriors, yet Song Anor welcomed the respite. Since Thrawn's survival and Ren Silver's death, his world ship had become a nest of complications. 3 wives and 17 children had besieged his chambers, demanding vengeance for their fallen patriarch. The females' fury outmatched even their warriors. 2 pregnant matrons had insisted on carving the killers apart personally. Only his authority as executor had stayed their claws, though the blood debt simmered beneath every interaction. Such was the curse of their people, familial feuds that nearly doomed them before Yaghan's crusade. Even now, with the invasion at stake, another organic seal parted before them, revealing the greenhouse. Heat and color assaulted the senses. Lumen bugs cast alien sunsets over thriving flora from 100 homeworlds, desert succulents beside jungle vines, all fed by carefully tuned soils and climates. The air hummed with lethal potential. Impressive, Song Anor's nullith voice vibrated, but battlefield ready. Nam Anor moved with the Shaper's confidence. The gulo spores are primed. He gestured to bloated growths in the scum pool. Mreh and Seon strains need refinement. His explanation flowed with technical precision, yet Song Anor caught the fire in his son's eyes, Lyra's fire. His hidden lips curled. However unconventional for a male, Nam Anor's shaping skills surpassed every Shaper in this galaxy. A secret pride, buried beneath warrior scars. Memories surfaced unbidden, Lyra's lacerated beauty, the gifts of pain she carved into his flesh. The Jedi had taken her too. Fjir. The name acid etched his thoughts. By now she'd spilled their secrets to Thrawn, forcing him to dance on the Overlord's razor edge during their Villip communion. Only meticulous phrasing had shifted blame to his predecessor's failures. Yet opportunity remained. With Kenna's exile to pacify the seed world, the path cleared for his true design. Power awaited, first over this galaxy, then perhaps. 8 show promise. Nam Anor's report cut through his reverie. Rapid infection vectors. Near total mortality. Sang Anor clasped his son's shoulder, feeling the strength beneath the cloaker. Prepare the samples. The world ship awaits his harvest. His claws flexed against living armor. We begin the true war. Chapter 8. The Admonitor drifted into the shipyard's grasp, its massive frame guided by tractor beams into the repair berth. Captain Voss Park maintained his composure in the command chair, though the flickering consoles told the story of their defeat. They made the jump from Myashku with dignity intact, far enough to escape sensor range before their systems failed completely. 2 sister ships had towed them to Kamrik Sector, the Empire's foothold in the unknown regions. Yet despite the tech team's efforts, the full extent of the damage remained unclear. 4 infiltrators. Just 4 of these Yuuzhan Vong had crippled Unity Fleet's pride, leaving behind butchered medics and a slain royal guard as their signature. The deck shuddered as docking clamps secured them. Moff Neris hails us, reported a crewman. Signals degraded, but it reads as greeting protocol. Begin crew disembarkation, Park ordered his first officer. Orsa will suffice for shore leave. He eyed the blue-green world beyond the viewports, Kamark's capital, first Imperial conquest in this wilderness of space. No doubt Neris would demand answers before he'd even set foot planetside. Alert me for emergencies. Moff Neris's hover chair hummed forward the moment Park's shuttle docked. What in the 9 Corellian hells happened to my ship? Organic parasites, Park admitted. Most died off, but the damage. He gestured to the flickering station lights. Neris leaned back with a snort. Worms. My crew kept that hull spotless. The old captain's joke barely masked his grief. The Admonitor had been his command before pirates took his legs and lungs, leaving him to govern from this hover chair. Thrawn's mercy promotion, Moff of the First Conquered Sector, was a poisoned gift. Your Excellency. Spare the titles. Neris wheeled toward the corridor. My teams will handle the repairs. Your crew can rest planetside. He paused. Where's Thrawn? Departed immediately after my Ashku. Rendezvous in 3 days. Neris is good, I gleamed. Perfect timing. There's something he'll want to see. The special project. Park recalled whispers from years past. More than that. Neris tapped his chair's oxygen regulator. If these Vong are half what you claim, we'll need every turbolaser. The Grand Admiral exhaled as the fortress door sealed behind him. Here, buried in dead space with defenses that could withstand a fleet bombardment, he could think. His private archive, greater than any outside Coruscant, word as cross-reference data scrolled, gravitational anomalies, missing ships, Sevic 3's colonial records. A hologram flickered to life, not the Emperor's cowled visage, but the ice-blue gaze of Isn't Isert. Director. Thrawn kept his voice flat. I require the Emperor. Unavailable, she purred, overseeing the rebellion's final destruction. Her smirk widened. Though I doubt you'll be invited to the celebration. Thrawn's fingers twitched. Without Vader's Nori or Pestige's influence, this concerns an extragalactic threat. His Majesty has new solutions for dealing with pests. Isert's image leaned in. Perhaps you'll be next, alien. The transmission died. Thrawn turned to his newest study, a hologram of the Yuuzhan Vong warrior, its scarred flesh a map of violence as art. Fjir's warnings echoed. They reshaped worlds. The lab holos showed precision in every dismembered droid, every blood spray pattern. Not mere butchery doctrine. And Song Anor, a tactician who tried subtlety first. Next would come fire. The console chimed. A match, gravitational disturbances near Sevic. Thrawn allowed himself a smile. Let the Emperor play with his superweapon. This war would be won with proper tactics. 2 days later, Thrawn found Park, and Neris waiting at the observation deck. No attacks yet, Park reported. They'll come. Thrawn watched the stars. The Admonitor. Scrapped, Neris said bitterly. Then his face split in a grin. But look. Space rippled as the new vessel emerged, larger than a star destroyer, its bone white hull a fusion of Imperial might and Chiss engineering. The Imperator, Thrawn said. Park's breath caught. Our new flagship. Yours, Captain. Thrawn's eyes burned crimson. Transfer your crew. We make for Sevic at once. Chapter 9. After leaving the Myashku system, Fjir guided her aging freighter into orbit around a dead moon in the neighboring system. She began methodically checking the ship's systems, making minor repairs where needed. Spaceports in this sector were notoriously unreliable. Myashku had been the only halfway reputable one, and even there, leaving your ship unattended meant returning to find critical components missing. Imperial-controlled ports maintained stricter standards, but with Thrawn now aware of her ship's specifications, she wasn't about to test their security protocols. Oin slept fitfully in his quarters while Fjir worked on the engines. The Jedi pondered their next move. By warning the Empire about the Yuuzhan Vong, she fulfilled one obligation, yet the Force whispered this wasn't the end of her role. Oin insisted they return to Sevic 3 to aid his people, but Fjir saw no practical way to evacuate the Nass, even if her freighter could hold them all. Sang Anor certainly wouldn't permit a landing party on his precious seed world. Her musings shattered when danger screamed through the Force. Fjir jerked upright, cracking her head against the low engine housing. She scrambled toward the cockpit. Oin's body lay motionless on the pallet, tail dangling over the edge, but his consciousness floated far above Sevic 3. Without ship or spacesuit, his spirit hovered in the void, gazing down at the blue-green orb he'd once called home. From this height, he could sense the spreading corruption, vast coral fields where marshes once teemed, all traces of the Nass world being erased. A presence flickered beside him, its form wavering like heat distortion. The Eternal, bound to the dying planet, struggled to manifest. "Child, have you found a new world for us?" "I failed." Oin projected the memory of Nam Anor ripping away his seed bandolier. "Our future is in Vong hands now." The Eternal's despair radiated like solar flares. "Then we perish." Fjir could help. Never. The Jedi would see us destroyed by her Imperial allies. Oin's spirit flared with uncharacteristic defiance. "You sent me blind into the galaxy. I've seen what's out there. Without help, we're already dead." The confrontation hung between them until, at last, the Eternal relented. A sudden jolt snapped Oin back into his body. The ship shuddered violently as he stumbled to the cockpit. "What's happening?" "Pirates." Fjir's hands danced across the controls. Through the viewport, a strike cruiser flanked by 6 patchwork fighters filled their view. A blast took out their sensors, then their engines failed. The freighter drifted helplessly. The comm crackled. "Unidentified freighter. This is the Xanian Liberation Fleet. Prepare to be boarded." Oin gripped Fjir's arm. "Can't your Jedi powers?" "There are 1,000 ways to use the Force in a fight," she quoted, "and 1,001 ways to avoid one." Her hand hovered over the comm. "We surrender." Commander Nar led the boarding party with 3 cyber-enhanced neck battle dogs, genetically engineered horrors with jaws capable of sharing durasteel. When they found no crew waiting at the airlock, he split his men. 2 pirates with a neck headed for the cockpit while Nar took the rest toward the cargo hold. The empty sleeping quarters raised his suspicions. The cargo hold's emptiness made him swear. Then his crew began vanishing, first Jorn, then Huyurid, until only Nar remained with 2 necks that suddenly turned on each other. He sealed the snarling beast in the hold just as his last man disappeared. "Vashi. Mac. Report." Nar's comm unit yanked from his grip. A cloaked figure materialized before him. He lunged with a vibroblade, only to be hurled across the room by an invisible force. Looking up, he found himself staring down the barrel of Oin's blaster. "You're dead." Nar spat as they marched him toward the airlock. His threats died when he saw his unconscious crew piled near the docking port. Fjir manipulated the ship's systems while Oin kept watch. Within minutes, they tricked the remaining pirates into boarding the abandoned freighter. The strike cruiser disengaged, leaving the maroon pirates sputtering over comms as Fjir calmly informed them their commander was packed into an overloaded escape pod. The hidden Fade jumped to hyperspace before the furious pirates could regroup. On Arkinu, Chiss Private Versailles selling to humans, endured another tedious customs shift. The noble-born 4th son seated at his reduced circumstances, taking orders from commoners, sleeping in barracks rife with illness. His latest coffin fit left bloody flecks on his palm. 2 merchants approached, a weak way and a staggering human. As Selen processed their clearance, the human collapsed. Selen's next cough became a violent hemorrhage, his body convulsing as he vomited lung tissue. Around the spaceport, similar scenes played out as the Gulo spores Nam Anor had planted took effect. The Vilip in Song Anor's chamber inverted, revealing his son's face. "Executor, the spores have taken hold across 12, the report cut off as Song Anor's smile widened. Biological warfare had begun. The Vilip on Song Anor's table inverted as he entered his chambers, his fleshy surface rippling to form his son's features. The Executor had just finished consulting with the Yamsk about Coral Skipper deployments, a frustrating session, as the War Coordinator's headache had transmitted directly to his own skull through their rural link. All discomfort vanished when he saw Nam Anor's face emerging from the communication organism. "Executor, this is Nam Anor reporting." "Executor, this is..." Sang Anor pressed his fingertips against the Vilip's pulsing surface. Light years away, his own visage formed on the counterpart Vilip in his son's hands. "Report. The spore plants have taken root on 12 worlds." Pride vibrated through the Vilip's mimicked voice. "Arkanu shows the first outbreak, an Imperial world in Camargue sector. My team evacuated as planned when deaths began, after securing the spore plant's defenses. Good. The Executor's fingers twitched against the Villip. I'll ensure Coral's puppets maintain their end, and remain cautious. Now that the plagues manifest, Thrawn will hunt their source. Nam Anor's reproduced grin showed too many teeth. I'll be the bloodworm in his veins. He won't sense me until my hooks find his brain. Yanaharla guide you. The connection severed, the Villip collapsing back into his dormant state. Sang Anor leaned back, pleased. His son progressed beyond Fjir capabilities. Perhaps time to discuss advancement with the priests. Selecting a fresh Villip from his Skipping case, Song Anor allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Thrawn would soon drown in crises, leaving no attention for retaliation. Chapter 10. After a just day's experience, Captain Park came to a simple conclusion. The Imperator was a dream. The battleship was superior in every way to the standard Imperial design. A fleet of vessels like these could pacify the sectors of the unknown regions in no time at all. A smug smile creased his face as he silently invited the Yuuzhan Vong to throw their worst at them. On exiting hyperspace near one of their shipyards, Park left his first officer, Commander Fjir, in command and reported to the Grand Admiral in his private chambers. It was a precise duplicate of his chambers in the Admonitor with his holographic artwork downloaded along with the other information from the flagship. Captain, Thrawn spoke as his chair swiveled around. How do you find our new flagship? More than satisfactory, sir. The shipyard is ready for your inspection. Very good. I have meanwhile composed a list of new regulations in light of these new developments with the Yuuzhan Vong. He picked up a datapad. I want the sensors on our bases and sentinel ships to scan for organic matter, as well as metal and electromagnetic radiation. Also, they are to be on alert for gravitational anomalies. I have several outlines for new TIE fighter training. Simulations based on information of the Vong fighters as well. Base security will also be tightened. No one will be permitted to enter or leave an Imperial base or vessel without proper clearance, no matter the circumstances. I will not have a repeat of the events that left the Admonitor crippled. From Lieutenant Tevic's debriefing, sir, I gather the Yuuzhan Vong won't be able to pass as human under close examination, even if those masker things let them take the places of our crewers. Park put in. Precisely. Now our first order of business is to destroy the fleet being built at Sevic 3. He indicated one of the monitors, displaying a chart of the little-known system and the hyperspace lanes that led into it. Sang Anor has access to Coral's information sources, so we will have to be cautious not to alert him of our plans. We can muster ships at these points. 3 lights appeared on screen, representing 3 worlds in Zob sector under Imperial control that bordered Coral's territory, and Rendezvous at the edge of the Sevic system. A quick but effective first strike should be enough to end that threat. More charts appeared on the monitors. After that, the real challenge will begin. We can assume the Vong world ship is in Coral's territory, but that still leaves a lot of space. We are lucky in that I was planning on moving against him soon anyway. I will simply have to rethink my list of likely targets to include planets the Yuuzhan Vong will find valuable. A screen showed the planned invasion route that would take the fleet to Orun Prime, Coral seat of power. I'll begin implementing these changes immediately, sir. Park began, then Sal. The comm on Thrawn's armrest began blinking. Thrawn glanced down. Moff nears his private comm frequency, he said, and switched it on. Shall I leave, Admiral? No, I don't think so. Thrawn stood and walked to the holopad in front of the command chair, and a blue-tinted hologram of Moff Nearest appeared before him. Admiral, we have a problem. Nearest spoke quickly in clipped tones that Park only heard from his former commander when he was worried. I'm listening. Approximately 5 hours ago, there was an outbreak on Arkenu, one of our strongest bases. Some kind of plague. Since then, I've heard reports of plague on 3 other worlds we control, all in the Zob sector. How bad could it be? Thrawn's eyes narrowed. If the first case was only 5 hours ago. Thousands are infected, sir, and hundreds are dead already with numbers mounting every minute. The diseases seem to affect humans and Chiss worse. But none of the other races that have come in contact with it seems immune. And the ways they die, sir, they're not pretty. This is impossible, Park murmured to himself. Just seconds ago, everything had been under control. How could this be happening? There's rioting in the streets, sir, and I've had to declare martial law on the infected planets, but the troopers I've sent down are themselves terrified of being infected. Quarantine the planets, Thrawn ordered, and arrange for medical teams to be sent down. I want to be informed of all their progress and findings. It's being done as we speak. Good. And try and keep this news from becoming public knowledge. The Imperials must, at all costs, maintain an image of unassailable strength. Too late for that, sir. That's another problem I wanted to alert you to. 4. An hour now, all Warlord Coral ships and bases have been broadcasting broad band communications to everyone who cares to listen, in Zob sector and outside it. Another one's just starting. Give me the frequency, Thrawn ordered. The Moff complied and Thrawn quickly accessed the signal. It was being broadcast in several languages, including the Chiss dialects. Thrawn selected basic, and seconds later the broad face of Warlord Coral filled one of the screens. The brilliant general who, nearly 20 years prior, had staged the bloody coup. That had made him the ruler of Orlan Prime, and from there made himself the most powerful warlord in Zob sector, was still a striking figure. His varicolored scales shined to perfection and his fighting crest up and flaring. His uniform was likewise impressive, though it didn't completely disguise the results of a few decades soft living. For all his posturing, Coral was happiest sitting back in his luxurious and well-shielded bunker and commanding from a distance. Peoples of the unknown regions, the droid-up voice speaking basic, was out of sync with Coral's mouth movements. My fellow warlords, traitors, and common citizens, I have uncovered a heinous secret, a conspiracy that threatens all of us. The Imperials that have been among us for a number of years now are not what they claim. They are renegades and refugees, seeking to escape the certain death that prowls their own regions of the galaxy, and putting us at risk of that death in the process. They serve no emperor, their empire no longer even exists. Insanity, Nereus murmured. Park had to agree. Had Coral lost his mind? Plague runs through the so-called civilized sectors of the galaxy. Diseases, 1,000 times worse than the dreaded death seat of ancient times. Grand Admiral Thrawn is no more than a petty warlord himself. He saw the collapse of his civilization and fled like the coward he truly is, taking a handful of ships and soldiers and leaving his empire to fragment and anarchy. These charlatans have deceived thousands of young and impressionable Chiss with their trickery and conned the planets and peoples of 8 sectors into serving them. They are not joining a vast empire. These are only lies to keep us odd and afraid, to keep you as slaves to Thrawn. Park was fuming. How dare that fool spew such blatant lies? He glanced over at Thrawn and saw, to his surprise, that the Admiral did not seem nearly as affronted. His eyes glowed brightly as he watched the posturing warlord. Artistically done, he said under his breath. But this lying Chiss was mistaken in believing he had escaped the plagues. He and his Imperials have brought the diseases with them. Brought them to us. The warlord's face was grim, his large, ribbed ears twitched and flapped. Plagues infest the worlds they have conned into serving them, and the young and foolish Chiss who enlisted to serve this false empire are dying as well. The image shifted to a gloomy fortress camp in a mountain range. The image jerked and wobbled as the hand holding the recording device shook. There were lookout towers where guards were stationed. Stormtroopers patrolled the grounds and energy shields crackled in the air, closing in the captives. This is just one of the hundreds of death camps hidden on Orso, Thrawn's capital world. Thousands of infected beings are forced into them to hide the pestilence. Coral's voice from the background while the scene moved into show the occupants of the camps. That isn't Orso. Nereus bit out. Of course not. Thrawn said coldly. This was doubtless staged on one of Coral's worlds. And probably the architecture of that camp is Xanian, though. An old style. Probably an abandoned prison camp from the Dre's Wars 200 years ago. Gaunt figures milled around without direction outside the buildings. Humans. Dressed in tatters and covered in sores. Just with the red light fading in. Their eyes dropped to their knees in supplication to beings only they could see. Aliens were there as well, though not nearly as many as the humans and Chiss. And their races were all but unrecognizable. A Chiss seemed to go wild then. He ran at the force fields and rebounded in arcs of electricity. The blue-skinned alien bounded up and ran back at the field until a stormtrooper sent a stun blast his way. These camps exist on every world the Imperials hold sway over, and worse. Yet, Thrawn has begun using the diseases that worry at his own troops against us, seeding our worlds with plague to make them easier to conquer. I call on every power in the unknown regions to unite against this common threat. 4. The worlds Thrawn has conquered to rebel and throw off the Imperial yoke. 2. Fight against the true enemy, Thrawn, the would-be ruler of 1,000 poisoned planets. The signal cut off. Sit down. K-Rasser ordered as soon as the recording device, another filthy machine thing, was shut off. In response to his chief minder's command, Coral's face instantly lost all the passion that had animated it seconds before. Seeming almost to deflate, the most powerful warlord in Zob's sector shuffled over to a chair and sat down, resembling what he truly was, a puppet. K-Rasser glanced down at her charge. The man's scales and tall crest easily concealed the abayers he had been implanted with, and his spirit had by now been completely and effectively broken after his earliest attempts at defiance had been punished. He would do as he was told. Take that thing away, she told. 2 of the other minders, Vong and human Ooglyph maskers wearing the uniforms of Coero's personal guard. They wheeled the recorder out of the room. She shrugged slightly in the ridiculously scanty and clinging concubine's garment she wore over her own human masker. If any of his Coral's underlings thought to wonder at their leader's new taste in concubines and bodyguards, exclusively human, and his desire for utter seclusion, none of them dared question the warlord. Right now, K-Rasser thought, the brain inside that beaten shell was regretting the unquestioning obedience he had demanded of his people, and the fact that he'd never been seen in public without being surrounded by bodyguards and with a pretty female on his arm. Feed him, she said to another minder. Like the rest, he was in a human Ooglyph masker and bodyguard's uniform, and give him a treat for his fine performance. She grinned down at the slave as she walked past his chair and patted him on the head. If the abayers had allowed it, Coero would doubtless have flinched away from her touch, a far cry from the lustful ears that had creased his face when he had first seen her 2 years ago. But then, he had since seen what was under her second skin. She had subdued and implanted the warlord on their first night together, with the guards just outside the sleeping chambers, never suspecting, and most of his breaking had been at her hands. Leaving the other minders, she went to her chambers to report to the Executor. What was that? Nearest clenched a fist. I'll have my people examine that called evidence. It has to have been faked. The footage was real. Thrawn spoke at last. In that the recording itself was not doctored. The humans and Chiss we saw were most likely Yuuzhan Vong in disguise, as were their stormtrooper guards. The aliens were doubtless prisoners taken from the Starlanes and subjected to experiments over the last few years. Yuuzhan Vong, the Moff raised an eyebrow. They are behind this. I had expected something like this, Thrawn said, but not so soon. Obviously, Song Anor has set up a contingency plan in case my assassination failed, and loosing plagues throughout the galaxy has always been something he's had in the works. I have underestimated the Executor. It is a mistake I will not repeat. The Admiral's voice was grim. But what can we do? Park asked. Implement all the changes in protocol I drew up. For one, quarantine planets. where plague has broken out and have our medical teams get to work on finding a solution. Imperial garrisons are to remain in their bases unless ordered otherwise, and no infected Imperial will be permitted on board a ship. The fleet is to be put on alert. There are sure to be riots in some of our worlds after enough of this propaganda gets out, not to mention attacks by Corals forces and other local powers. Thrawn turned to face them both. I don't expect the entire unknown regions to turn on us at once. The warlords are a suspicious lot. They will be afraid of committing to a large offensive, and so leaving their own worlds undefended, at least until they've decided these plagues aren't just an elaborate trick on Coral's part. Of course, sir, said Nearest, but that will tie up most of our military resources and throw our organization into chaos, at least for a time. It will be impossible to muster the ships and men needed for a large-scale attack on Coral's territory. Exactly what Song Anor wants. Thrawn's eyes pulsed. Our enemy is cunning. But his overconfidence is his weakness. He has won this round, but eventually he will overreach himself and make a mistake. Of that I've no doubt. The question is whether or not we shall survive until that time comes. Thrawn sat back in his command chair. But I have no intention of allowing the operation of Sevic 3 to continue. I will put together a small but effective strike force that will see to it that the Executor gets no help from that quarter. Fjir put the hidden fate on an automated course through hyperspace and sat back in the bridge command chair to think. Hungry? Oin asked. He had a plate of foodstuffs Fjir didn't recognize, and a glass of some beverage. The larders of this ship are well stocked, but I've no taste for the stuff. Nass food tastes more real than this. Fjir had to agree. She too preferred the simpler fare of the primitive races to starship rations. Where do we go from here? Oin asked. We have to get rid of this strike cruiser for starters, Fjir said firmly. It is powerful and well armed, Oin pointed out. It will get us into trouble, Fjir amended. No one notices traitors in a beat-up freighter, and if they do, they assume we have nothing worth stealing. A battleship, though, no port will let us just slip in and out with no questions asked. We will be seen as a threat, and we don't have the crew to operate this thing. Our best bet is to sell it as soon as possible. She sipped the beverage. Now we. Fjir jerked ridged in mid-sentence. Her violet eyes bulged and stared at something only she could see. Fjir, Oin asked quickly. What is it? But the Jedi did not hear him. Her mind wasn't on the cruiser's bridge. The shock had driven her consciousness out of her flesh. People were dying. She felt it, heard their cries echo through the force. Reflexively, she pulled her robes around her to protect her from the psychic chill, and slipped from her chair to fall to the floor. Death was spreading like a dark stain on cloth. Not easy deaths, or quiet. Beings were dying in pain and fear. Many of them, and it was not quick. She quickly realized it was not the deaths themselves she was feeling, but the suffering beforehand. And she knew who was responsible. The creatures of the Yuuzhan Vong might not exist in the Force, but their actions registered there sure enough. Sang Anor had begun a massacre. The Force swirled around her, with myriad paths stretching off into the distance, except she knew that the distance was the future, and all the paths were bloody. What can I do? How can I stop this? She spoke without a voice, with her mind alone, and was slightly surprised when a familiar figure took form in the waves of energy around her. Someone she hadn't seen in so long, Master. She whispered to Thracia. All the ways lead through danger and death, child, but only one ends with hope. The shade pointed to one of the hardest paths. Follow where it leads, and stand true when the time comes. Jedi. Fjir peered through the mist and tried to see where the paths would take her, increasingly aware of hands shaking her and a voice yelling in her ear. Wake up! Oin bellowed at the senseless Jedi. Fjir. He breathed a sigh of relief as her violet eyes blinked. I need to get to the Navi computer. She struggled to her feet. We have to change course. Where are we going? Oin asked. He half knew the answer, but he needed her to say it. To your planet, Oin? Fjir shuddered. It's the only place we can go. Chapter 11. The TIE advanced fighters entered real space first and fanned out to meet any trouble. The rest of the strike force followed a few moments later. The Imperial Star Destroyer Shocklash and 3 Kara-class cruisers. The recon flight a day earlier had shown little activity around the target. Sevic 3 appeared completely undefended. The ships spread out, and the Shocklash released its wings of fighters. TIE interceptors and daggers joined the less numerous advanced fighters as they closed in on the target. Azure Squadron moved to flank the Sidewalker. Azure Leader commanded, naming one of the cruisers. Azure 9, copy. A chist voice crackled from one interceptor. Azure 6, same here. Drash Teik said from his dagger's cockpit as he angled for a better view of the planet, a blue-green sphere with dark blotches on the surface. The mission was straightforward enough. Once in range, the Shocklash would release its bombers, and the turboblasters of the big ships would level anything resembling a structure, then depart swiftly. What intrigued Drash were the new flight sim programs he and the other pilots had been running. He had been engaging the things dubbed coral skippers with success, and he wanted to fly against these new enemies if they even existed. His transfer out of Grey Squadron and off the flagship meant little to him. The names of his wingmates and the ships he served on were passing things. The only constants were the void, the fighter around him, the enemies to engage, and the search for the perfect kill. The past was swallowed by the blackness beyond the transparent steel, and the future meant nothing. A sharp memory from his childhood flashed across his consciousness like a shooting star. That old fool Frey lecturing Drash and the other commune children about the joys of transcendence, where one becomes more than oneself. That was the only thing the crack-brained lunatic had ever said that caught Drash's attention, the only thing that got through when the beatings and days locked in a lightless room failed to break him. That idea was all he had left when Imperial recruiters pulled him from that madhouse. He was on a quest for transcendence, and he would find his answer in a fighter's cockpit. With that in mind, the petty concerns other Imperials fixated on didn't exist for him. The Imperials in the unknown regions fretted over the plagues reported in Imperial-held worlds and those of other powers across a dozen sectors. Humans worried about their families on quarantine basis. Chiss grumbled, saying they never have faced these diseases if they hadn't listened to Thrawn. Drash was indifferent. If anything, he was excited. More battles meant more chances to find what he sought. Stay sharp, Azure Squad. We're coming in. As the briefing had stated, their sensors detected no technology, but massive organic readings filled the scans. The dark areas weren't natural, hills of Yorick coral, half-completed ships, and clusters of structures near a landing pad-like flat area. When the Shocklash and cruisers reached orbit, the capital ship released bombers and turned its turboblaster batteries on the surface. Some bright bolts lanced downward, and were swallowed by gravitational anomalies. What in the name of creation? A human pilot exclaimed over the comm. Drash shared his shock as the destroyer fired again, only for the blast to bend and vanish above the structures. The bombers, now in atmosphere, prepared to strafe an incomplete coral ship when swarms of missiles launched from the surface. The projectiles resembled missiles, if missiles were made of coral, each slightly smaller than a fighter's cockpit. Interceptors and advanced craft escorting the bombers tried to intercept them, but each missile's diving basal locked onto a different bomber, their semi-sentient brains swerving around obstacles. A few missiles were destroyed, blaster bolts igniting their explosive cores, but most struck their targets, obliterating the unshielded bombers and fireballs over the coral fields. The Shocklash prepared another volley, but before it could fire, the unexpected happened. Before the Imperial's eyes, the massive battleship imploded. That was the only word for it. Durasteel bulkheads bent inward, the dagger-shaped hull inverted, and the entire ship collapsed into a speck of metal no bigger than a marble. Before anyone could react, the same fate befell one of the cruisers. "This is Captain Grin of the Sidewalker," a tightly controlled his voice boomed over all channels. "I am taking command. All craft, pull back and retreat." "What about us fighters?" a human voice howled. "We don't have hyperdrives. Don't leave us." The Shocklash's destruction had instilled fear no conventional enemy could match. Interceptors and daggers reached the edge of the system. Grin ordered, "We'll jump back to retrieve you." The cruiser began to move, then crumpled like a deflating balloon. "This isn't happening," a fighter pilot said, voice eerily calm. "It isn't happening. I have to get out of here." The interceptor pilot broke formation, fleeing in no particular direction, just away. "Stay in formation," Azure leader barked. "All squadrons, hold position. Enemy signatures incoming." Sure enough, as the last cruiser vanished, hundreds of coral skippers emerged from the planet's horizon, streaking toward the ties. Drash barely heard his commander. The fire was upon him again. Curious that he hadn't sensed the enemy earlier, but they were here now. He met the lead coral skipper with guns blazing. Davin Basils absorbed the blaster fire, but Drash fell back on some trained tactics, low-power shots to tire the Basils, then full power when the coral fighter slowed. His first pass melted the cockpit and pilot inside. The coral skippers targeted the advanced fighters first. Apparently, the Yuuzhan Vong, as the late Shocklash captain had named them, knew the heavily armed ties posed the greatest threat. Drash had never cared for the advanced. Sims made them feel sluggish, lacking the interceptor's razor-edge danger. The advanced fighters engaged, Imperial arrogance refusing to believe rock-like fighters could match their technology. They learned otherwise as their shields were stripped and durasteel hulls melted under plasma fire. Green 8, Green 10, flank those things and relieve the advances. Green 3 ordered, Greens 1 and 2 already gone. "I can't jump to hyperspace," an advanced pilot shouted. "There's an interdiction field." "Then don't run," Azure leader snapped. "Use your missiles. We'll tire them out." Some ties panicked and died fleeing, what most held formation, fighting fiercely, yet they were outnumbered and dwindling fast. Drash banked hard, avoiding a coral projectile, then maneuvered behind the attacker. The coral skipper reacted instantly, diving as blaster fire scorched his hull. These things fought like extensions of their pilots' minds, not machines. This was better than the Sims, 1,000 times better. Drash felt truly challenged, pushed to his limits. Chaos, death, another wingman lost, another enemy burning in the atmosphere. Glorious. He was nearing transcendence, he could feel it. When the coral skippers herded the Imperials into the atmosphere, blocking escape, Azure leader understood. "They're baiting us like the bombers," he yelled. "Get out of missile range." Too late, a dozen coral projectiles launched from below. "Red Squad, break off and intercept," an advanced pilot ordered, shredding a coral skipper with a missile. "Everyone else, head for the marshes." But it was hopeless. "All squadrons, this is Azure leader. Land your fighters. Go planetside." "What? We'll be stranded." "Do it. We're dead if we stay up here, and we can't escape the system." Fuel was running low anyway. "Scatter into the marshes and regroup." Advanced pilots tried to break the interdiction field. Report what happened here. Chapter 12. The Empire's long and careful buildup of power in the unknown regions was swiftly falling apart. Captain Park feared things would degenerate into an avalanche that would bury them, all if something wasn't done to defuse the situation. Coral's broadcast flooded the comm channels, fanning panic to a fever pitch as more and more planets had to be quarantined. So far, it was only a handful of worlds in 4 sectors, but every other system seemed convinced that plagues were running rampant on their own planets, and that victims were being hidden in the death camps Coral had displayed. The Chiss, loyal to a fault to the Grand Admiral, grumbled against the Imperials, whom they blamed for bringing the plagues upon them. Meanwhile, the Imperial humans, who knew the diseases hadn't originated with them, accused the races of the barbaric unknown regions, and the Chiss fell squarely into that category. Tensions flared into abrasiveness, then outright brawling between humans and Chiss on every ship and base. Old prejudices, once fading, now returned with a vengeance. A few of these clashes had ended in death, only a handful so far, quickly hushed up, but Park feared they were the first flickering flames of a coming conflagration. Some of the planets Thrawn had brought into the Empire were attempting to withdraw, reclaiming independence. Most were newcomers, but 2 had been Imperial subjects for years, having once thrived under its order and stability. They couldn't be allowed to secede, of course. Thrawn did his best to defuse each case diplomatically, but in 3 instances, troops had to be deployed. The Empire had once held these worlds with public support. Now, force was necessary, and Thrawn's greatest fear was realized. The Imperials were no longer seen as liberators, but as tyrants. Word of the crackdown leaked, sparking riots that spread across solar systems. 5 more uprisings erupted for everyone suppressed. Worse, one outbreak had struck the Myashku homeworld, forcing a quarantine of the Zob sector's main trade hub. The High Council raged against the restrictions, and with Star Destroyers in orbit, ordered to fire on any ship attempting to land or depart, the sector's economy collapsed into chaos. Every potential ally in Zob turned hostile. The fleet was too tied up with occupation and defense to mount a major offensive, and Coral, or those controlling him, exploited this ruthlessly. Since the Warlord's first broadcast, Imperial holdings had endured relentless hit-and-run attacks. The assaults were easily repelled, but their goal wasn't victory, just to keep the fleet distracted. Even Thrawn's strike force, sent against Sevic 3, had not returned. Worse, as Coral's offensives continued, other warlords in the Zob sector took notice. If the most powerful among them believed the Empire vulnerable enough to divert ships from his own defenses, perhaps they, too, should act. Once content to hold their borders, they now launched tentative attacks, scavenger jackals sensing a wounded predator. Meanwhile, death tolls climbed on quarantined worlds and beyond, feeding the panic. The diseases defied every treatment, spreading despite containment efforts. Medics and ground troops fell ill in droves. Every report, every scrap of intelligence, went straight to Thrawn. Despair settled over Park like a Durasteel mesh blanket as he entered the Grand Admiral's chambers. He remembered his confidence aboard the flagship, silently daring the Yuuzhan Vong to do their worst. Now, he grimaced. Shede O'Shea had shaken the fleet to its foundations. Everything they built teetered on the brink. The sight of Thrawn made him shiver. The Grand Admiral paced between his command chair and the view screens, surrounded by music and holographic art, stimulants for thought. But it was Thrawn himself who seized Park's attention. He looked haggard. His hair was disheveled, his blue skin paler than usual. Park wondered when he'd last slept. When Thrawn turned, the intensity of his glowing gaze revealed the relentless mind still driving him forward. "We repelled an attack on Dulo," Park said. "Minimal casualties." Thrawn only nodded, returning to the screens. "They have forced us onto the defensive, Captain." He dragged a hand through his hair, a rare display of tension from the unflappable Admiral. "We fight smoke and wind while the true enemy lurks in shadow." He studied the data. 8 distinct diseases, each lethal to a wide range of species. A shake of his head. "There is an answer, Captain. A flaw in Shede O'Shea's design. He has erred. I sense it." Park frowned. Thrawn sounded desperate. Had stress fractured his brilliance? Suddenly, Park's own burden felt light compared to the weight Thrawn bore. Thrawn chuckled softly. "Do not fear, Captain. I am neither unhinged nor indulgent in wishful thinking, though intuition has saved me before. My conclusion is rooted in evidence. I understand our enemy. Shede O'Shea has overlooked something. We must find it before the situation becomes irreversible. But the plagues are the root of this. We can't fight disease like a fleet. They are weapons, Captain. Thus, they can be countered." He stopped, frowning at a report. "This is anomalous. Look." Park stepped forward. The data concerned Tezen, a quarantined world in the Cameric sector. "It matches the other plague worlds," Park said. "Yet observe." Thrawn pointed. "Tezen shares a system with Seton. Constant traffic flowed between them, until Tezen's quarantine. Seton has had only isolated cases, no outbreaks." Thrawn closed his eyes. "Of course." "Sir, I have been blind." His eyes burned. "The answer was before me all along." Reports and diagrams flared across the screens. The Jedi spoke of spores, Yuuzhan Vong bioweapons, engineered by Shapers. Poisons, not diseases. Neither self-propagating nor contagious. But these plagues spread. Not by contagion. By geography, a simulation of Kos, a port city, appeared. The first cases emerged here. A red circle marked 10 city blocks. Hours later, it expanded, swallowing half the city. By day's end, it engulfed the countryside. Too precise for nature. Wind patterns dictate the plague spread. He turned to Park. We face airborne spores, not pathogens. And here, at Ground Zero, the display zoomed in. The dispersal mechanism. Thrawn smiled. Set course for the nearest quarantined world. We may yet turn the tide. From orbit around the once bustling port world of Zidane, now blockaded by Imperial ships and an interdiction cruiser, the Imperator launched his remote probe droids. 6 spherical pods crashed into the surface, kicking up clouds of Duracrete dust. The pods split open, and glossy black probe droids rose, unfolding multi-jointed arms as they hovered. Their flat-topped heads swiveled, optical sensors irising open to scan the surroundings. The 6 droids drifted away from their landing craters, transmitting their findings to the flagship above. Grand Admiral Thrawn stood over the droid controllers in the bridge pit, his sharp gaze fixed on the view screens relaying the probe's feeds. Captain Park watched beside him. The droids glided past corpses left to rot where they had fallen, past hovercars smashed against buildings and storefronts. The city had been abandoned on the first day of the plague, its inhabitants succumbing like dry grass to wildfire. Graffiti scarred the walls, curses, pleas to forgotten gods. There had been looting, though many thieves lay dead mere meters from their prizes, their stolen goods scattered around them. Other signs of mindless destruction spoke of beings broken by stress or sickness. But mostly the city stood silent, untouched. The plague had struck too swiftly for widespread damage. Even at maximum sensitivity, the probes detected nothing but the wind's hollow whisper. The tomb-like stillness seeped into the Imperator's bridge. The controllers, even Park, shivered reflexively. Thrawn shattered the quiet, analyzed the air. His commanding tone was a relief. If the sight disturbed him, he gave no sign. "Done, sir." A controller's fingers danced across his console. Scanning now. His droid's feed showed a corpse, a human child, contorted by time. The controller toggled the view away, focusing on empty pavement. "Microscopic spores, sir. The air is saturated." As I suspected. Thrawn's nod was razor sharp. "Move out." He split the controllers into 2 teams. "You, take point. You 2 flank him. The rest, spread out and follow at a distance. Be ready to reinforce or warn of ambush. I doubt the Yuuzhan Vong remain planetside, but they will have left defenses." The droids advanced, ignoring the dead, heading for a building in the city slums. Records showed it had been leased a day before the outbreak, by a party with forged identifications, paid in untraceable coins and gems. Plunder likely taken from ships the Vong had raided. On a secondary screen, 6 blips moved across the city schematic, converging on the epicenter of the first outbreak. As the lead droid neared the building, it tripped a pheromone barrier, Song Anor's parting trap. The chemical breach triggered hidden sentry bugs. They darted from hiding, streaking through an abandoned warehouse window and into a basement where 24 nutrient pods hung from the ceiling. Enzymes secreted, the pods split, and 24 Grutchen tore free. The insectoids swarmed through broken windows and shattered doors, a chittering horde bound by the pheromone barrier but eager to shred anything that moved. "Sir, movement." A flanking controller jerked his droid's head around. "Just nerves," the lead muttered. "No." Thrawn's voice was ice. "There. Stay sharp." Too late. The lead droid's shield flared as a Grutchen rebounded off it. "Contact." Targeting lasers flashed, but the creatures zigzagged, their chitin deflecting stray bolts. More poured from alleys, surrounding the 3 droids. Even on screen, the Grutchen turned Park's stomach, an instinctive revulsion. The droids fired, but the swarm was relentless. Shields flickered under the assault. "Hold position. Draw their attention." Thrawn turned to the second team. "Status. 3 on me." A controller's voice spiked as pincers snapped at his feed. "Clear here," another reported. "Good. Proceed." The lone droid reached the target building. His tools made quick work of the door hinges. Inside, the lobby was dark, windows sealed, power dead. Night vision optics revealed cracked tiles and dust. Where now, sir? Thrawn's eyes narrowed. Basement. The furnace room? The droid pried open the elevator shaft, descending with a mix of repulsor lifts and grasping limbs. The basement was a graveyard of dust and rusted pipes. Fresh footprints marred the floor, leading to a door. Park shuddered. The architects of this horror had walked here, cold, deliberate. Air composition's off, sir, the controller said. Doesn't match the planets. The door slid open. Light spilled out, and Park's breath caught. A greenhouse. Lumen bugs clung to the ceiling, mimicking an alien sun. Walls were lined with their scrubbing moss. The floor was foreign soil, sprouting purple and yellow grass. A stagnant pond dominated the center. At the far end, a dozen stalks bristled with swollen pods. The droid could go no farther. Two spiked Davin Basil's barred entry with a one-way barrier, letting the moss-filtered air out, but nothing in. As I thought, Thrawn's voice was taut. They recreated the spore's native environment. The plants couldn't survive otherwise. Focus on the stalks. 4 fees had gone dark, destroyed droids. The 5th flickered, diagnostics reporting heavy damage. Then, movement. The pods burst. A crimson mist filled the room as spores jetted from the stalks. Billions swirled, visible for an instant before a third Davin Basil caught them in a gravity funnel, hurling them up the chimney to spread on the wind. Enough. Thrawn turned. Gunner, target locked. Aye, sir. Fire. Turbolasers lanced down, vaporizing the building. Davin Basils flared, then vanished in the inferno. Efficient. Thrawn faced Park. I estimate 5 spore sites planet-wide. Move us to the next target. A glance at the remaining feed. Once the spores die, we'll send a team to clear the Vong surprises. Peoples of the unknown regions. For more than a week, plague has ravaged our homes, spreading with a ferocity never before seen. Warlord Koral would have you believe the Empire brought this suffering upon you, but he deceives you. These plagues are weapons, deliberately unleashed by Koral himself upon worlds that embraced Imperial stability, and upon those he feared might follow, all to preserve his own power at the cost of your lives. I do not speak merely to trade accusations, Thrawn raised a hand, but to offer a solution. These are not true plagues, but airborne spores released by exotic plants placed by Koral's agents. Already, we have destroyed the spore sites within Imperial territory. This transmission includes the means for infected worlds beyond our control to locate and eradicate them. I urge affected governments to bombard the sites from orbit. They are heavily defended. The spores cannot reproduce nor spread between hosts. They survive only in their native environment, dying swiftly unless inhaled by living beings. Without the spore plants to replenish them, the plagues will fade. We cannot yet cure the infected, but we can halt further suffering. As of now, quarantines on Imperial worlds are lifted, and our blockades withdraw. I regret the hardship these measures caused, but my duty is to protect Imperial citizens first. Thrawn bowed his head, solemn. Lastly, I mourn every life lost, Imperial, Chiss, and beyond. These spores were no enemy to face with blasters, our ships, but the weapon of a coward who strikes from shadows. My word to you, our medical teams will seek a cure, and every death will be avenged. Thrawn switched off the recording and handed the data card to Park. It will suffice. Transmit it to every infected world and across all comm channels. Yes, sir. But why blame Koral and not name the Yuuzhan Vong? Panic has its own momentum, Captain. To speak of a nebulous, outlandish enemy now would seem diversionary or delusional. Let Koral bear the blame. Once the crisis passes, the truth of the Vong will be revealed. He paced past his holograms, pausing before the image of Ren Silra, the Vong assassin. Even then, I hesitate. Sang Anor's spies would struggle if all knew of the Vong, but innocents might suffer under suspicion. Still, the immediate threat is contained. Our fleet is free to act. You have a plan, sir? Thrawn's smile was a blade unsheathed. One we execute the moment this transmission spreads, before Song Anor can adapt. The Executor has surprised us. Now, we return the favor. Chapter 13. We are nearing a party of Nass, Oin whispered. I can sense them. About time? Fjir nodded and folded her hands into her robe sleeves. The marsh heat was oppressive, but the climate suited the Nass. Oin moved with ease. Fjir, like any Jedi, adjusted her body with the Force, remaining comfortable. Insects swarmed but avoided her instinctively, while Oin snatched those that ventured near with his sticky tongue. Protein for the journey. They had just crossed a bog via moss-crusted stepping stones, a treacherous path for most humanoids, but Fjir leaped effortlessly while Oin swam with startling speed. Now, beneath the shade of borer trees, Fjir welcomed the cover. It shielded them from both sun and coral skippers that had prowled the treetops since their landing 2 days prior. Their progress through the marshes had been slow, hindered by detours around spreading fields of black coral that blighted the land. The Yuuzhan Vong, typically methodical, seemed intent on terraforming the entire planet rather than just strategic zones. Fjir suspected this shift was linked to their presence and the Imperials roaming below, and to the Nass, who were no longer the docile natives the Vong had expected. Oin had shared all he could of events since their departure to contact the Empire, events that had doomed this world. Though not telepathic, the Nass shared a strange rapport, a collective awareness. Each felt the other's joy or pain as their own. Thus, Oin knew what had transpired in his absence, just as the Nass knew of his return. Small parties had retreated deeper into untouched marshes, but one group had been sent to guide them. Much went unspoken. The Oin who walked beside her now was not the same being she'd met weeks ago. His eyes were harder, his claws often flexing, teeth bared at unseen threats. These changes mirrored his people's transformation, a species that had never known war, never truly hated. Fjir felt the planet's imbalance. The natural order clashed with something blank, a void in the Force. Yet its effects were undeniable. They found arrows and spears in the Grasmere hours after leaving their pod, simple hunting tools now weapons. Trampled earth spoke of violence. Blood stained the stalks, desperation clung to the wood. Later, they discovered 2 nests hanging inverted from a tree. Tortured, flayed alive, the agony still poisoned the air around them. Broken weapons lay beneath in mockery. Fjir had moved to cut them down. Oin stopped her with a touch. The Vong would trap such gestures. To the Nass, corpses were shed skin, discarded, unneeded. Yet Oin's gaze as he studied his kin's remains, Fjir had looked away. Every Nass had shared those deaths. How had Oin borne it? Did the Vong even comprehend what they'd done? Unlikely. The next day brought a pit. A grass-covered frame collapsed inward, revealing 3 Vong corpses impaled on spikes below. Arrows jutted from their bodies. Civilization had come to Sevic 3. The scene had signaled safe passage. No Vong would abandon their dead. Other signs emerged, blaster scars on borer trees, ration wrappers trampled into mud. The Imperials were learning the cost of close-quarters war with the Vong. Fjir felt the Watchers before she saw them. Oin sensed them moments later. At first, she couldn't place the presences. Not Vong, not human or Chiss. The realization struck like ice, the Nass search party. Oin halted, signaling stillness. They waited, exposed. Fjir felt targeting pricks along her skin, but kept her hands visible. Once, the Nass would have rushed forward laughing. Now, they were ghosts, silent, armed, trusting nothing. A bird call whistled. A dozen Nass emerged from trees, water, shadows. Fjir suppressed a shiver. Gaunt, scarred, armed with bone daggers and stone-tipped spears. But it was their eyes that unsettled her, hollow, hopeless. They fought not to win, they couldn't, but because surrender meant extinction. For every Vong slain, 5 Nass fell. They knew how this ended. The leader stepped forward, spear in hand, one side of his face seared by a burn. You have returned. His voice was gravel. Have you brought help? Fjir's silence stretched. Oin answered for them. Yes. Take us to the others. Look out. Du Roik Von Pratt. Azure 1, Stent. as he was called outside his fighter, ducked as a razorbug whirred past his head. He spun and fired at the Yuuzhan Vong warrior who'd thrown it. The blast knocked the alien down, while his Vondoin crab armor absorbed the impact. Before Stint could adjust his aim, the warrior was back on his feet, amphistaff whirling. 3 more Vong crested the ridge behind him, with others following. "Spread out," Stint barked. The TIE pilots reacted instantly, fanning out as blaster fire streaked through the human air. They'd learned quickly. Of the 100 pilots who'd landed, only 60 still drew breath. Experience had been a brutal instructor, and his lessons were written in blood. Stint had divided the survivors into 3 groups, keeping them mobile and in contact via comlink. The first 12 had died when a coral skipper spotted their clustered position. Now, they traveled light, only what could be salvaged from wrecked ties and survival kits. The 8 Vong warriors charged, screaming battle cries. Stint's 20 Imperials met them in a storm of blaster fire and buzzing razorbugs. The pilots had learned the hard way. At range, Vong armor turned bolts aside. Up close, amphistaffs carved through flesh like soft cheese, and their wearers moved with terrifying speed. Yesterday, a wingman had lost his head to a single gauntleted swipe. A human screamed behind Stint. He didn't turn. His glowing red eyes stayed locked on his target as the warrior lunged, amphistaff poised to strike. Stint fired, a graze across the chest plate. The Vong twisted, stabbing forward. Stint saw triumph in those masked eye holes. He rolled. The amphistaff's tail sliced empty air. On his side, blaster raised, Stint fired again. The bolt burned through the mask. The Vong collapsed. Stint scrambled up, scanning for new threats, but the skirmish was over. 1 Imperial down. 8 Vong dead. "We got lucky," Stint muttered. "We showed them," a Chiss pilot sneered, kicking a corpse. "Filthy. Behind you." The Chiss spun, too slow. The dead Vong was already up, amphistaff whipping around. A small gaped. Venom struck the pilot's face. He shrieked as his glowing eyes dissolved. Stint fired. The Vong dodged, slashing the blinded Chiss's thigh. Blood fountained. The warrior howled in triumph, hurling a razorbug at Stint, which exploded midair as Stint's shot found it. The Vong closed the distance. Stint braced for the killing strike. A blaster bolt punched through the warrior's back. Drash Teik stepped forward, crushing the amphistaff's neck under his boot before it could strike. "Thank you," Stint breathed. Teik didn't acknowledge. This one was faking. Didn't see him get hit. Stint turned to the wounded Chiss, Larsec, his wingman, his friend. The venom had eaten his eyes to blackened pits. His leg bled freely through a makeshift bandage. Stint activated his comm. "Kelly, we've been hit. 8 Vong down. 3 of ours, plus scouts." "Blast," Kelly muttered. "We've had clear terrain all day. Feels like a trap." "Like nerfs to slaughter," Stint agreed. "We're swinging west." "If we were lucky, we'd be back on J-Deck," Kelly grumbled. Even those cannibals were better company. Stint's lips twitched despite himself. J-Deck's natives had considered Chiss a delicacy. Pass it to the others. Stint out. He knelt beside Larsec. "Can you see me?" "Just shapes," Larsec gasped. Blood speckled his lips. "Don't waste meds on me. We both know." Stint's jaw tightened. Larsec had stood at his wedding, had followed him into exile, had brought his wife Jean, their baby girl Hala. "Promise me," Larsec whispered. "Promise you'll get home. Tell them." "I will." Stint reversed his blaster. Power cells were too precious to waste. The grip came down once. Sharp. Clean. They lined the bodies under a tree, 3 pilots, hands folded, then marched west. Stint didn't look back. Kenneth stretched, feeling the Vondoin crab armor make his final adjustments. The living shell molded to his body like a second skin, impervious to blaster fire yet flexible as silk. He smiled, running gauntleted fingers along his amphistaff before draping the serpentine weapon across his shoulders. With his Calfee at his hip and bandolier stocked with thud bugs, razorbugs, and blorash jelly, He needed only his polished coral helmet to complete his battle regalia. The prefect admired his reflection in the Uric coral mirror, the silver-trimmed black armor, the coiled amphistaff, the predatory sneer permanently etched into his mask. Yes, the infidels would soil themselves at his approach. "You know your duties," he said to his underling, then reconsidered. "Monitor the skies for Imperial incursions. Watch the village for word from the Executor. Alert me to anything significant." "Going somewhere, Prefect?" Kenneth whirled, his amphistaff tensing. He schooled his features into impassivity as Nam Anor leaned casually against the doorway. The Executor's spawn wore similar armor, flexing his gauntlets with infuriating calm. "I joined the hunt," Kenneth said, striking an imposing pose. "My warriors have herded the infidels into a killing zone. Today, we crush them." He bared his fangs. The underling scurried out as Nam Anor stepped forward. "I require warriors for my Jedi hunt. If you can spare them." Kenneth's gut twisted. This pup addressed him as an equal, no bow, no salute, secure in his father's protection. The prefect climbed the coral dais to retrieve his helmet, studying the younger Vong. The resemblance to his mother was clear despite the fresh scars and tattoos, but something in his bearing, the piercing gaze, the quiet confidence, was pure Song Anor. Disturbing. "Take what you need," Kenneth said through clenched teeth. Nam Anor examined the living coral battle map dominating the chamber. Colored shimmers marked Vong hunting parties, and their Imperial prey, herded toward a watery peninsula where escape would be impossible. "You approve?" Kenneth sneered. "Not entirely." Nam Anor scratched his amphistaff's chin. "Why such small hunting parties? You've lost warriors in every engagement." Kenneth's fists clenched. "Experience speaks where theory falters. Youngling. Large forces would scatter them. This way, my warriors hone their skills against worthy prey, and I claim greater glory when we finish them." He didn't add. "One might question why they landed at all," Nam Anor mused. "Your coral skippers could have destroyed them in space." The Jedi battleship distracted. "Ah yes?" Nam Anor's tone was deceptively light. "Such curious decisions during that battle. The skippers scattered with no orders. Where was their leadership, I wonder?" Kenneth was on his feet, amphistaff hissing. Silence. The younger Vong merely cocked his head. "I'm here for the Jedi, Prefect." "You asked my opinion?" Kenneth trembled with rage. This whelp implied he'd been drunk during the battle, and the worst part was, it was true. "You think fresh tattoos make you a man?" He spat. "Did your father send you to steal my victory?" "Only to hunt the Jedi." Nam Anor emphasized the title Kenneth had omitted. "Though I'll be sure to inform the Executor of your innovative tactics." The prefect barely restrained himself from throttling the insolent pup. "Take your warriors and go." Nam Anor bowed mockingly. "My thanks. I'll collect them after the priest's blessings." As the orifice sealed behind him, Kenneth seethed. He'd always hated Song Anor. Now he hated the son with equal fervor. What he'd never admit, not even to himself, was the fear underlying that hatred. It had always been there, since their Fëanor days. Sang Anor was different, cold where other Vong burned hot, taking one wife when custom allowed 5, siring only one child. Kenneth remembered asking him why, drunk at some long-ago victory feast. Not man enough. Sang Anor had fixed him with that unnerving gaze. "Lyra is worth any 3 females. I couldn't handle more." The memory still chilled Kenneth. 3 years after Lyra's death, Song Anor still mourned. Meanwhile, Kenneth barely remembered which wives had borne his surviving children. A realization struck him. Weakness. Sang Anor's love for his son, the last remnant of Lyra, was a vulnerability. The perfect revenge for years of humiliation. Kenneth smiled beneath his mask. "Seize Grasm," he called as his loyal subaltern approached. "You won't be joining the hunt. I have a more delicate mission." The warrior stiffened as he explained. Nam Anor mustn't survive his Jedi hunt. "See to it." Beneath her mask, Seize Grasm's lips thinned. "It will be done, Master." Fjir's welcome to the Nass camp was not a warm one, but it was still a welcome. When she, Oin, and their guides passed concealed sentries that made not a sound to give themselves away, yet were clearly sensed by both Oin and Fjir, and entered the camp proper. The Nass turned as one to the newcomers. There were no shouts of greeting or welcome, but dozens gathered around Oin, who walked slowly toward them. They closed ranks around the young Nass, and a low, mournful keening sound rose from every reptilian throat in a hum that made Fjir's feathers vibrate and penetrated her very bones. The Nass reached out and gently touched Oin with their claws and snouts. They were packed closely together but did not crowd each other or Oin. The Jedi drew back and pulled her cloak around her. The welcoming ritual was a touching experience, but Fjir was uncomfortable. She did not share the special sense of oneness that united the Nass. She felt set apart, which reminded her that she was as alien to this world as the Yuuzhan Vong were. After a moment, the Nass, by unspoken consensus, broke off the ritual and drifted back to their various chores, gathering food, tending wounds, and fletching spears. Oin waved Fjir forward and sat near a small group of 3 Nass. "I am Drash," said one, a young male gaunt and scarred like the others, missing, and I wear a vicious mark crossed his face. "Many here believe your return as a sign of better times." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I pray they're right. The Nass are sore in need of hope. Is there reason to hope?" Fjir met his single dark eye with her violet ones, and steeled herself. The Nass deserved the truth. "Yes," Oin spoke up, startling her. "There is one hope left, a small one, and a hard road, but yes." Drash and the others closed their eyes and shuddered in relief. Then it was not in vain. Fjir didn't need to ask what he meant. She had seen and felt it at the battle sites, the Yuuzhan Vong bodies strewn like broken toys. "No, it was not," Oin assured. "You had to fight back and survive long enough for us to return." Fjir remained silent, hiding her puzzlement. Had the strain broken his mind? Why give them false hope? "What has happened since we left?" she asked, glancing around. The camp was designed for swift evacuation. No permanent structures, only bedrolls and hastily bundled possessions. The scattered Nass parties had learned to travel light, living off the land as they always had. Drash's claws flexed. "When you departed, the Yuuzhan Vong left us alone unless they needed slaves. They were content to slowly reshape our world." His voice turned to gravel. "Then, a week after you left, hundreds descended. Places they'd ignored became hunting grounds. Now they seek to enslave every last Nass. We don't know why." Fjir's stomach twisted. She knew. Song Anor had seen Oin with her. The Nass were being punished for aiding a Jedi. "We had to fight back," Drash said defiantly, gesturing to his bow, an abomination for a people who never known violence. But often it wasn't enough. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Drash," Oin asked quietly, "where's Vlu? He should be here." The Nass froze. Drash slowly raised his head. "Vlu joined the Eternals. He was too weak to walk with us. He chose not to slow our flight." Fjir said nothing. Of course Vlu would do it this way. No Nass could harm another. Yet the horror lingered. Every Nass had felt his final moments. Chapter 14. This is it. Song Anor paced along the bank, his eyes locked on the half-sunken escape pod protruding from the stagnant water. "How can you be certain?" Grasm asked. Like Song Anor and the 5 other Yuuzhan Vong warriors, she wore Vondoin crab armor and gripped a ridged amphistaff. The machine ship ejected dozens of pods before detonation. "I've reviewed the battle intelligence." Song Anor's reply was smooth. Their sensors, ground-based, orbital masquerading as meteors, and coral skipper mounted, had absorbed every detail for Villip analysis. This pod altered its descent vector repeatedly to land here, a remote, uncontrolled area. And see, it's virtually intact. He tapped the ground with his amphistaff's tail. "The Jedi disembarked here." "A fine theory," Grasm said, her tone professionally patronizing, "but you overlook one detail. The machine is inverted, its hatch submerged. How could they escape?" Her false respect made Song Anor's spine stiffen. She clearly viewed him as an untested youth, resenting his command despite being only 5 years his senior. The Force, Nam Anor countered immediately. She repositioned the pod after egress to mislead searchers. He let the unspoken like you hang in the air. You're hunting a Jedi, subaltern, and experience you lack. He hid his satisfaction as her eyes flashed before she masked them. Not that expressions mattered, their masked helmets concealed all. His irritation with the warriors paled beside the thrill of closing in on the Jedi. Flexing his gauntleted hand, he imagined his claws tearing through Fjir's feathers. We must hurry. She already has a lead. From his bandolier, he produced a single soft feather, one of many Song Anor had preserved for this moment. He raised his forearm, studying the transcendence anchored to his armor by micro hooks. Stroking his segmented body, he coaxed forth his long antennae. When he waved the feather before them, the sensors locked onto it unerringly. Nam Anor tucked the feather away and swept his arm across the bank. The antennae stiffened, pointing toward the swamp's edge. A grim smile twisted beneath his mask as the creature tracked chemical traces matching the feather. Transcendents were peerless natural hunters, and shaper enhancements made them extraordinary. Warships even used larger breeds to track ion trails. And their neuter maturity ensures no scent distracts them, he thought with approval. The Jedi moved deeper into the swamp, he announced, likely seeking native allies. She'll find few, a warrior growled. After weeks of hunting, most natives are dead or enslaved. We'll see. Stay alert, she may have help. Cease Grasm turned to her shoulder-mounted Villip. I'll update the prefect. Nam Anor barely glanced at her, wondering when her assassination attempt would come. He'd recognized Kenneth's ploy immediately. The prefect's clumsy scheming was transparent. The only variables were timing and method. Assessing Size Grasm sidelong, he noted her shorter stature and narrower frame. Physical dominance was likely his, but Song Anor's training had taught him appearances deceived. Kenneth wouldn't have chosen an incompetent assassin. Female warriors were rarer but often deadlier. A new thought struck him. Had Father anticipated this? Of course. Sang Anor understood Kenneth's pettiness perfectly. No matter. This was simply another trial, succeed and ascend, fail and die. Such was the Yuuzhan Vong way. He felt no resentment. Their culture bred strength, not coddled weakness. This was why they would dominate this galaxy. This way. He led them into the marshes. No. Stent's response was instant and furious. Out of the question. You have no other option. Fjir pressed. Yuuzhan Vong flank you on all sides. They hold position only because they expect you to walk into their ambush. Draw's plan is your sole chance. Divide into groups of 5, and let the Nass guide you out. Stent's eyes flashed. Splitting up would let them pick us off one by one. And with only a handful of comlinks, we couldn't coordinate. We stayed together. His tone brooked no argument. Fjir barely suppressed an eye roll. Just as she feared, the Imperial's arrogance blinded them. Stent wanted to charge the Vong positions head-on, a suicidal move. His disdain for the savages grated on her. Perhaps Draw was right, maybe they should leave these fools to their fate. But no. She studied the Imperial perimeter, half standing guard, the others resting but alert. Whatever their flaws, they were disciplined soldiers. The Nass needed that skill, just as the Imperials needed native knowledge of the swamps. The trick was making them admit it. And as a Jedi, she couldn't abandon them, even to their own stubbornness. Most were just frightened beings far from home, except one. Her gaze flicked to an ordinary-looking human leaning against a borer tree, the only pilot unconcerned about Nass' arrows. Of course, he'd sense any attack through the Force. Sensing his presence had shocked her, the dark side oozed from him like poison from a wound. Incredibly, he seemed unaware of his own power. But that mystery would wait. She refocused on the immediate crisis. The Marsh trek had erased divisions between human and Chiss pilots. They tended wounds and shared weapons now, sitting back-to-back in vigilance. The Vong had achieved what Imperial regulations never could, unity. Yet both races still looked down on the Nass, their superiority complexes undimmed by desperation. They made a pitiful sight, grimy, sweat-soaked, covered in insect bites and plant scratches. The Chiss refused to scratch publicly, but she felt their discomfort. Their medical supplies dwindled, their energy waned. Pilots, not infantry, they were ill-suited to this terrain. Drash and Oin flanked her, facing Stint and the surviving human officer. The Nass respected Imperial weapons but refused to grovel, a fact that clearly rankled the Chiss. Time runs out, Fjir insisted. Divide and follow the Nass. We'll regroup deeper in the marshes, but we must act now. Trust my men to you. Stint's lip curled. He spoke as if the Nass weren't present. These reptiles could slaughter us if we separate. Fjir's feathers bristled. After their experiences with the Forerunners, the Nass deserve assurance of safety. I've no reason to trust you, Stint snapped. This could be a ruse to steal our gear. His glowing eyes dismissed the Nass. And what if these animals turn on us without you to control them? Drash stiffened, Oin's claws flexed. You mistake the situation, Fjir said, her voice sharpening. The Nass aren't mine to command. Drash leads his people. He permits me to speak for them only because I know of Forerunners. The choice to help you is his. Stint's eyebrow shot up. This is absurd. We're to trust primitive savages. Never. Fjir moved faster than thought. She seized Stint's collar, yanking him nose to beak. You will not speak that way again. Her violet eyes burned. Imperials reached for weapons but froze at her tone. The Nass have endured horrors beyond your comprehension, more than they deserved, more than you could survive. She shoved him back. I didn't have to come. Many Nass believe we should leave you to occupy the Vong. I'm starting to agree. Stint's mouth worked soundlessly. In one fluid motion, she stood over him. Drash spoke in halting basic. Decide now. In the sky you reign, but here. The Vong have allowed your survival. My people are one with this land, yet they hunt us to extinction. You blunder like dying mud crawlers, leaving trails even blind Nass could follow. As an Imperial opened his mouth to retort, Stint silenced him with a look. Drash turned away. How long will you last when the Vong hunt you in earnest? Wait. Stint's voice stopped them. He swallowed his pride visibly. We accept your terms. He glanced at his officers, receiving grudging nods. But know this, betray us, and Thrawn will make you pay. Drash didn't flinch. The Nass keep faith if you do. Now move, before the Vong realize their prey has slipped the net. Kenneth crouched behind a towering borer tree, a razor bug ready in one hand, his amphistaff rigid in the other. Through the eye holes of his mask, he watched the dense foliage, waiting for the first Imperial to stumble into his trap. He could already envision it, the lead Imperials bursting through the undergrowth only to find themselves trapped against the vast, stagnant lake. The horrified backward glances, but where could they retreat? His flanking parties would drive them forward like nerfs to slaughter. Then his ambushers would unleash razor bugs and amphistaffs in a holy massacre. The prefect's lips curled behind his mask as he imagined driving his amphistaff through the first infidel's gut. The villip on his shoulder contorted into gentle-grass features. Prefect, urgent news. Not now. Kenneth hissed. Movement rustled the foliage ahead. His fingers tightened on the razor bug. What the infidels are. Silence. There, a shadow at the edge of throwing range. The villip kept speaking as Kenneth coiled to strike. Du Roik Von Pratt. He sprang from cover, hurling the razor bug with all his strength. His target moved with surprising speed, but not fast enough. The spinning disc sheared through flesh and bone in a crimson fountain. Blood fever surging, Kenneth led the charge against the figures behind the falling body, only to have his amphistaff blocked by another. He froze. The warrior before him wore Vondan crab armor. Chaos erupted as both groups of Yuuzhan Vong recoiled from each other. Kenneth caught his returning razor bug, barely registering its click against his bandolier. You imbeciles, you've ruined. The infidels aren't here. Jenter's villip shrieked. They've eluded us. Kenneth whirled. Impossible. You swore they were flanked. They must have. Fool. The prefect's amphistaff lashed the ground, sending warriors scrambling back. His boots struck something, the severed head of his first Imperial victim, his dead eyes mocking him. With a howl, he kicked it into the lake. Sang Anor. The realization struck like a Calfee thrust. Somehow, the Executor had thwarted him again. Track them. Spittle flecked his mask's interior. Every warrior, every ship. I want them found by nightfall. Genter's Villip dared to whisper, and if we fail. Kenneth kicked the headless corpse. Then we burn this world to its roots. And if Nam Anor burns with it, he thought, so much the better. Oin was lying to her. Fjir didn't know about what exactly, but through the Force she sensed the conflicting emotions swirling around him. She moved silently through the tall grass, grateful for the cover of the borer trees. Every clumsy footfall from the Imperial pilots made her wince, though in truth, their noise was amplified by her Force-enhanced senses. Since she couldn't sense the Yuuzhan Vong directly, she sharpened her own hearing until she could distinguish individual insect wing beats. For actual tracking, she had to rely on their nest guides, a fact that unsettled her now that she detected Oin's deception. He and Draw were hiding something. Confronting them risked shattering the Imperial's fragile trust, so she waited. Once they reached the deeper marshes, she'd pull Oin aside. At least she sensed no malice, just secrecy. Only two Imperials accompanied her, Stent, their leader, and the Force-sensitive Drash Tevic. Stent's presence was expected. He'd as much as promised to kill her at the first sign of betrayal. But Drash's intense focus on her was concerning. Did he sense their shared connection to the Force? Like caused to like, she thought grimly. They'd put distance between themselves and the Vong ambush when Fjir realized their path was wrong. The rendezvous point lay north, yet Oin guided them south. Stent and Drash, unfamiliar with the terrain, wouldn't notice, but she did. She'd question Oin at the next rest stop. Soon, Draw dropped from a borer tree, their agreed signal. We can't stop, he said in passable basic. No Vong nearby. Stent sat on a tree root, drinking from his canteen. Draw watched curiously as the Chiss unwrapped a ration bar. Oin explained the processed food, prompting a disgusted headshake from Draw. Why eat that when the marshes teemed with fish and grubs? Fjir chuckled despite herself. Now was her chance. Jedi. Drash's voice startled her. He stood closer than she'd realized, his dark eyes burning with quiet intensity. Yes, Lieutenant. I want to know about the Coral Skippers, he said abruptly. Can they bond with humans? Fjir blinked. Structurally, Yuuzhan Vong and humans are similar. In theory, yes. But... Thank you. Drash's gaze turned distant, his mind clearly racing. As he walked away, Fjir studied him anew. His Force presence blazed like an unchecked wildfire. How had the Emperor missed such power? Untrained and steeped in the dark side, he was a walking thermal detonator. Another burden she hadn't asked for. She joined Oin at a pond. Where are you taking us? She whispered while pretending to drink. Oin's tail stiffened, but his voice remained calm. We'll reach the rendezvous on time. This isn't a game, Oin. If Stent suspects betrayal, he's blind to these marshes. Oin met her eyes. There's something you must see. Fjir's protest died as she felt Thrash's feather-like touch in her mind. This detour was part of her path. You should have told me. You have asked questions I can't answer yet. Changing tactics, she murmured. Does Draw know what Nam Anor told you? No. He still believes you bring salvation. Fjir grasped his arm. There may yet be hope. When Thrawn learns his pilots are stranded here, he'll mount a rescue. If we help them survive, they might convince him to evacuate some nests before the planet's destruction. Oin listened silently. Her heart was noble, but her plan ignored the Eternals, the world mind that had nurtured the nests since their dawn. They wouldn't abandon it to die, whether by Vong corruption or Imperial fire. Nam Anor's Tracidac antennae quivered violently. Their prey was close. There, a warrior hurled his razor bug into a borer tree. Did you kill it? Nam Anor demanded. No. Kriv. It'll warn the others. Move. You two are awfully chatty, Stent observed, his glowing eyes suspicious. Before Fjir could respond, a nest scout dropped from the trees. Vong. 7 of them. Go. Fjir ignited her lightsaber. I'll hold them off. As the others fled, 7 black-armored warriors emerged. Fjir charged. Her violet blade became a whirlwind, kicking, slashing, rolling between attacks. She severed limbs, dodged venom, but the numbers overwhelmed her. A glancing blow dazed her. Then Nam Anor's amphistaff speared through her abdomen, pinning her to the ground. He ripped the weapon free with a cruel twist. Any last words, Jedi? Blood pooled around her. Distantly, she sensed she might survive with immediate aid, an unlikely prospect. Nam Anor raised his amphistaff for the killing stroke. Just as a reptilian body tackled him, a blaster bolt felled another Vong, and Drash Tevic entered the fray, his dark side aura rolling off him like poison. He moved with terrifying speed, breaking an amphistaff's neck bare-handed, his punches cracking Vondelin crab armor. Oin hauled Fjir up. Can you walk? Barely. Leaning on him, she summoned her lightsaber just in time to block an attack aimed at Oin's legs. Stints covering fire gave them an opening to flee. No! We can't leave Tevic. Fjir protested weakly. He's buying time, Stint snapped. As darkness encroached, Fjir realized Nam Anor's strike had gone clean through her. Like pinning an insect's wings, she thought before unconsciousness took her. Oin caught her falling lightsaber, and they vanished into the marshes. Nam Anor lashed his amphistaff, coiling it around Drash's knife arm. A sharp yank brought the human crashing down. When Drash lunged up laughing, another amphistaff hooked his ankles, sending him face first into the mud. The Imperial barely had time to push himself up before Nam Anor's forearm smashed into his face, followed by a kick to the gut that stole his breath. A final chop to the neck, pulled at the last instant, left Drash unconscious but alive. Nam Anor panted, staring at the berserker who nearly torn apart a fully armored warrior barehanded. A shadow fell across Drash. Sea's Grasm stood poised with her own amphistaff raised. For a heartbeat, they sized each other up. Would she strike now? Instead, she relaxed, coiling her weapon around her arm. Nam Anor mirrored her. When she removed her helmet, he caught his breath. She was stunning. Her hair, void black and slicked back, would spill rich and lustrous when freed. The broken symmetry of her face only enhanced its savage beauty. Crooked nose reforged by ritual, scars accenting full lips, tattoos swirling like living ink. I didn't know infidels could fight like that, she said, studying Drash. Nam Anor steadied his voice. Still see no glory here. Subaltern. He let mockery creep in, a tone he'd never have dared weeks ago. Sea's Grasm stiffened. A week earlier, her glare would have cowed him. Now he met it with his father's quelling stare, and had the satisfaction of watching a flush climb her neck. She masked herself again, leaving Nam Anor oddly disappointed. A groan interrupted them. The beaten warrior staggered up, amphistaff as a crutch. Spotting Drash, he lurched forward with a growl. Hold. Nam Anor leveled his weapon. This one fought with Yamka's own fury. Killing him now would dishonor us. Flipping Drash over, he froze. I know this Imperial. Spared him once before. He cost us the Jedi, the warrior spat. A delay, Nam Anor smirked. She's wounded. Take this one to the temple, and keep him sedated. He tossed his helmet onto Drash's chest. I'll claim the Jedi bare-faced. As the warrior hauled Drash away, Nam Anor turned to Sea's Grasm. We tracked the Jedi alone. Her masked tilt of acknowledgement held something new, respect. Consciousness returned in a flood of sterile light. Drash kept his eyes shut, assessing cool polished floor beneath him, no restraints. The swamp's humidity was gone. Indoors. Captured. Memories surfaced in fragments. The retreat, Fjir's sacrifice. Then, the rage. That dark euphoria as he'd broken Vondelin crab armor with his fists. Now, only numbness. His usual preternatural awareness of surroundings gone. Just void. Are you awake yet? The voice came from nearby. Drash risked cracking his eyelids and jerked upright with a cry as an amphistaff prodded his arm. The chamber yawned around him. Baltic coral ceiling swarmed with glowing insects, pillars carved with nightmare glyphs. At the far end loomed a statue, a grotesque figure enthroned on skulls. But his focus locked on the speaker. A skeletal Yuuzhan Vong priest, his eye sockets empty, burns mottling his flesh. The tattered blue-veined robe he wore seemed alive, its fringe bristling with questing tendrils. An amphistaff slithered at his feet like a loyal hound. Ah, the priest smiled, needle teeth glinting. Awake at last. Ready to begin your new life? Where the hell am I? Drash edged back against a pillar. The Temple of Yuuzhan. I am Priest Krelt. The voice boomed from that frail body. You've been brought here because the warriors believe you worthy. Worthy of what? Drash's knuckles stung, freshly scarred. Had they bled during his rampage? Sacrifice? Perhaps. Krelt advanced, the amphistaff tracking Drash's every twitch. Our higher purpose, should you embrace Yuuzhan's truth? A shadow detached from the pillars, a chiss, but wrong. Emaciated, tattooed fang. Clawed hands lifted Krelt's burned fingers to his forehead in reverence. This is Raz, Krelt said. Once like you. Now enlightened. Raz's red eyes burned with fanaticism. I fought them too, until Krelt showed me the way. You must choose it freely. Drash's laugh came out strangled. Sorry, Padre. Empire pays crap. No donations. Krelt touched his hollow sockets. Yuuzhan takes tribute in flesh. My first lesson was plucking out these eyes to see. He turned toward the statue. Prepare the embrace of pain. Something unfolded from the far wall, a living construct of jointed limbs and glistening tendrils. Ross whispered, Here, you'll find the gods. No. No. The room tilted. Suddenly Drash was 8 years old again, trapped in Free's purification shed. The old man's voice echoed, I do this out of love. He bolted. Russ caught him in 3 strides, hauling him back with unnatural strength. Drash screamed, not a soldier's cry, but a child's raw terror. Every step toward the embrace was a step back into shock lashes and starvation, into boiling water and endless dark. We do this to help you, Ross murmured. The embrace's limbs reached. Drash's shrieks filled the temple, the sound of a boy who never truly escaped his nightmares. Chapter 15. The screams resounded in the vast coral cavern. Like many communal areas in the world ship's belly, the hold was at least 5 stories tall, and so wide that the grand archways on one end could barely be seen from the other. Thick pillars grew from the floor, etched with intricate carvings. A few unruly Vong children used the etchings as handholds to climb, their antics drawing amused glances from adults who paused to watch. It was a game. See who could climb to the top, snatch one of the lumen bugs from the roof, and bring it to the floor first. One child had slipped, fallen, and broken her neck. The others barely glanced down before resuming their play. A squat, crab-like creature removed the body. None of the Vong gave it a second look. The communal areas buzzed with activity, where off-duty Yuuzhan Vong relaxed, dined, or sought recreation. Tall fountains rose in the cavern's center, colorful avians perching to drink. The birds nested in fragrant plant life, fed by attendant creatures and watered by the fountains. Paths wound through the gardens, dotted with benches and gazebos for meditation. Flat areas allowed Vong children to play sports, while young lovers strolled the paths. The screams were loud indeed to resound in such a place. Good screams. Hallowed screams. Loud enough to reach the gods' ears. Especially one goddess. So thought Song Anor as he gazed down from the 3rd-story walkway, claws lightly brushing the railing. He studied the sacrifices lined against the far wall, 50 in all, 6 humans, over 20 Xanians, a transhodan, 2 bristly Ren, and others of various ages. It didn't matter who they were, even among infidels. They had been slaves. For years, Koro had swept the poorer districts of conquered worlds, selling undesirables into slavery. Sang Anor saw no reason to stop the practice after seizing control of the warlord. It was an easy way to obtain sacrifices. A simple matter to divert a slave transport, crewed by Yuuzhan Vong and maskers, off the hyperspace lanes, letting the Long Reach take possession. Perhaps these 50 infidel lives would entreat young Harla to grant him success in his deception. If all went well, the Imperial presence would soon crumble to revolt from within and warlords without. Sang Anor had also ordered top-of-the-line droids included in this shipment, but saw no reason to bring such abominations aboard. The world ships Davin Basils crushed them, ship and all. While all plague victims and skirmish casualties were technically sacrifices to the cloaked goddess, these 50, slain with full rights, would provide the personal touch that might make the difference. Behind containment fields, black-robed priestesses oversaw the sacrifices, each death more inventive than the last. Yun Harla was not like Yun Yamka, who craved mindless brutality. No, she demanded subtlety and imagination. A Wren was slowly torn apart by opposing gravitational fields. A human choked as blur-ash jelly forced itself down his throat, exploring his innards. 48 other torments unfolded, Njden slugs lapping up the blood. Sang Anor nodded. Courting Yun Harla's favor was no different than courting any female, except in scale. He allowed himself a thin smile. He would serenade the goddess with infidel screams. With a final glance, he turned and strode down a coral hallway, his pace brisk, his face stern. He had an appointment to keep. The hall was a wide, branching tunnel, busy with Yuuzhan Vong who inclined their heads as he passed. He walked with purpose, compensating for an earlier moment of weakness. Watching the sacrifices from the balcony, he had been lulled by the communal area's peace, a pair of courting Vong, younglings lost in each other. His talon had traced the tattoo on his cheek, unaware of the blood trickling down his face. He treasured that tattoo above all others. Lyra Anor had given it to him, marking him as hers the day they bonded. Her sigil proclaimed her as his primary wife, ruler of his household. Any female seeking to bond with him had to approach her first. Sang Anor smiled. His primary had sent foolish suitors crawling away with broken limbs if they were lucky. He'd had to convince her he hadn't encouraged them. Their fights had been exquisite, the making up even more so. Memories ensnared him like an arachnid's web. Lyra had known his mind better than he did, slipping past his defenses with ease. She had driven him to distraction, made him feel pleasure and pain like no other. 3 years had passed, yet the universe still felt wrong without her. Sometimes he entered his quarters expecting to see her, as a light with discovery. Last night, he'd almost felt her beside him, until he reached out and touched nothing. He embraced the grief, the pain. All pain was to be embraced. Near the tunnel's end, a hunched figure shuffled, a shamed one, doubled over by deformity and shame. Lower than slaves, lower than infidels, they were outcasts even among gods. Only Yun Shuno, the most contemptible deity, would hear their prayers. The shamed one hurried, robes dragging, avoiding the light. None acknowledged it, no sympathy, no scorn. It simply didn't exist. An apprentice shaper rounded the corner, clutching a villip, so focused she didn't see the shamed one until she tried on his robe. She recoiled with a squeak and fled as if Yun Shuno himself pursued her. A child tossed a sweet into the shamed one's path before scurrying away. The creature didn't reach for it, just shuffled forward until his robes hit the morsel, then bent to take it. Anyone can misstep, but the higher you stand, the steeper you fall. Sang Anor spun, startled, then composed himself. The black-robed priestess smiled. A fact I keep in mind, he replied. I trust I haven't kept you waiting. No, she said. I was overseeing your sacrifices. Any omens? Does Yun Harla smile on my plans? The goddess is never direct. Portents often mean the opposite of what we assume. Spoken like a true devotee. Many words, little said. He chuckled. And you speak like a merchant trying to buy a goddess favor. She arched a brow. Do not criticize my calling. Point taken. They entered Yun Harla's temple, dimly lit, incense sharp in the air. Priestesses performed rites, shapers among them. The goddess of craft favored them. The priestess guided him past carvings of the cloaked goddess triumphs, the first Davin basils, the wars against machinists, the exodus. In a side chamber, a younger priestess waited before Yun Harla's statue. Who gives tribute? She asked. I do, Sang Anor said. From your own flesh. He nodded. For private reasons. The priestess glanced at her elder, who nodded. So be it. Sang Anor stripped to his loincloth. The priestess pointed to the shrine. Tendrils slithered from the ceiling, coiling around his wrists, then his ankles. They lifted him, stretched him taut. The chamber rotated until he hung upside down, blood rushing to his head. The priestess took up the whip. "Goddess, hear your disciple. One offers tribute, his blood to feed you, his pain to strengthen you, and hope you grant his request." She struck. Pain flared. He focused on the shrouded statue. "I sent my son into my enemy's stronghold." The whip cracked. Into the viper's nest. It was certain death, but the Yuuzhan Vong strengthened their young through trial. The gods demanded nothing less from a would-be overlord. Blood ran in hot rivers. Take my pain. Grant him success. Young Harla was fickle. She might reject him. He had once let the Jedi escape, part of his plan to seize control. But what followed hadn't been part of the plan. If Nam Anor knew the full truth, he would kill him. Sang Anor wasn't sure he'd resist. "It wasn't my fault." The whip tore into him. Never again. The pain was fire. Never again. Darkness swallowed him. He awoke upright, the priestess before him. "Your offer was accepted." The statue's mist had turned scarlet, a good omen. Tendrils released him. His legs trembled, but he locked his knees. "Will my request be granted?" Young Harla acknowledged you. Her decision is hers alone. "So be it." She dressed his wounds, then helped him into his clothes. The elder priestess returned. It went well. Quite well. He thanked the younger priestess, then left with his guide. Outside, she handed him pinter juice. "Thank you. She's devoted to her work. My third daughter. I trained her myself. She's skilled." They parted. He had other appointments to keep. Coral sat back in his ruined chambers and wished for a window. For his own safety, he had ensured his private quarters were far from the bunker's outer walls. An assassin could shoot through a window, after all. He spent most of his time aboard warships anyway, so he'd never needed one. Besides, who would want to gaze at Orun Prime's polluted sky? A bitter laugh escaped him, hollow in the empty room. He was the most powerful man in the sector, his word law, yet he'd trade his life for one last look at the sun. Gladly. His mother, a strict ascetic who'd caned him more than once, would be laughing in her grave. No doubt she'd have some righteous remark about virtue's rewards versus his path. Coral ground his teeth. He'd strangled her in her bed 30 years ago, his first kill, and still she haunted his dreams. The warlord slumped on the floor, legs sprawled, back against the corner. He could move, no one had forbidden it, but why bother? The door was unlocked, yet an invisible barrier held him. She had ordered him to stay, and the lumpish growths beneath his scales made disobedience impossible. Obeyers, that's what she called them. Slavers would have paid fortunes for such creatures. No need to break sentience when these did the work effortlessly. Coral could attest to that. 3 years ago, he'd have paced like a caged beast, scheming escape. Now, after what felt like centuries, resistance had bled out of him. Last night, he'd slid down the wall and hadn't moved since. Coral had never been a philosopher. His mind had always fixated on tactics, how to crush a world, outmaneuver a fleet, profit from conquest. With those avenues closed, his thoughts turned inward, dredging up memories. He'd enlisted in the Monarch's fleet the day after his final molting, crest fully grown. Promotion came swiftly amid pirate raids and rebellions. His reputation for ruthlessness earned him the title of Chief Defender, a role he accepted with false piety before overthrowing the monarchy a decade later. He'd hunted the royals to extinction, industrialized Orun Prime into a war machine, and didn't care if the skies turned toxic. Expansion followed. Neighboring worlds, trusting old treaties, fell to his treachery. Planet after planet, stripped of wealth, their people sold as slaves. He dreamed of ruling the sector. How could this have happened to me? The thought lacked conviction. The fire that once drove him had smothered to ash. Now, he only sought to avoid pain. His gaze drifted over the wreckage of her rage, shattered glow panels, dismembered droids. The Vong had torn apart every machine in disgust, punishing him for tainting his world with technology. Two punishments stood out, after his failed attempt to kill her, and after his botched suicide. The Obeyers had thwarted both. The pain was nothing compared to the shame. No punishments had come for months, but that brought no comfort. Worse was realizing he now sought their approval, a warm rush of security when he pleased them, like a pet rewarded. The disgust had nearly driven him mad. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. He stood instantly, hands clasped, head bowed. He knew his place. K-Rasser entered, the temperature plunging with her presence. No Uglith masker today, just living armor, black and silver trimmed, her hair tied back. Battle ready. Come. The Abayers propelled him forward. They moved swiftly to the broadcast room, the only machinery the Vong tolerated, a holopad, projector, and generator. Koiro's sharp mind noted her tension, the adrenaline in her stance. Something was wrong. Wrong for the Vong. The bunker shuddered, fighter strafing runs. Against his will, hope flickered. A Vong in the guise of his bodyguard stood on the holopad, facing the garrison commander's shimmering image. Raise the planetary shield, the disguised Vong demanded. Can't. The Imperials targeted the arrays. Days to repair. A Vong muttered in disgust. Machines failed. Living things fought on. Ground troops are landing, the commander continued. 6 fighter wings already here. We noticed, the Vong near growled. Orbital defenses are holding the Star Destroyers at bay for now. Send a distress call to the fleet. Jammed. The commander's crest flared. Deploy the garrison. I'll speak to the warlord. The Dructo interrupted. Do these orders come from him? K-Rasser shook her head slightly. The warlord is indisposed, the Vong snapped. Obey me. The hologram vanished. K-Rasser barked orders. The warriors sprinted out to fortify the bunker's living defenses. They hurried to a nondescript wall, once hidden by a button, now activated by a knock. The turbolift had been replaced by a crab-like creature that carried them smoothly downward, lumen bugs lighting the shaft. At the bottom, K-Rasser's sanctuary unfolded, a stone cavern transformed. Grass carpeted the floor. Vines heavy with thorn flowers climbed the walls, their scent cloying. Lumen bugs clustered like a false sun. A dying bug drifted too close. A blossom snapped shut. Coral almost laughed. Thrawn was here. The Empire, once his greatest threat, might now free him. K-Rasser watched him cold-eyed. He schooled his face into submission. Worried, my pet? Her fingertip drew blood from her fang, tracing a pattern on a skill harpoon. It opened, revealing a Villip and a Davin Basil. Don't fear. We'll keep you safe. She smiled. I guarantee it. The Imperator rained blaster fire on the orbital defense platform above Orn Prime. Just as Thrawn predicted, the defenders diverted all power to their upper shields and weapons, leaving their underbelly exposed. A wing of TIE advanced fighters and interceptors struck, bolts and missiles punching through weakened shields and crippling the propulsion systems. The platform listed, then began its slow, fiery descent into the atmosphere. Park had to credit the crew. They kept firing until shields and life support failed, escape pods jettisoning from the wreckage. Defense platform neutralized, sir, Commander Wiener reported. Gunners have a clear shot at the surface. Proceed as ordered, Thrawn said. Continue landing troops and suppress anti-aircraft installations. Yes, sir. Other platforms lumbered to cover the capital, launching fighters. Shielded satellites, small but deadly, darted through the atmosphere, tractoring fighters before firing missiles. Few remained. Most had already been obliterated by the Star Destroyers. Aside from the Imperator, 6 other Star Destroyers and 8 strike cruisers formed the assault force. An interdictor maintained a hyperspace anomaly, trapping enemy ships. It was a meager fleet for conquering a world like Orn Prime, yet they were succeeding. Park's initial doubts had vanished the moment they arrived to find the planetary shield down, just as Thrawn foretold. I've had agents here for 2 years, the Grand Admiral had explained. Royalist remnants, others oppressed by Koro. Imperial intelligence armed and trained them. The shield's fall was their signal to revolt. Now, the fleet hammered the remaining defenses. Studying those dead Vong paid off, Park murmured. You anticipated everything. Thrawn nodded. Sang Anor was so focused on harrying us, he neglected his own defenses. On the view screen, crippled fighters spiraled into Orun Prime's toxic clouds. The last defense platform erupted in a silent flash, its atmosphere venting into space. The skies are ours. Form a defensive perimeter, Thrawn ordered. Koro's fleet will respond soon. We hold until being secures the bunker. Park hesitated. Why not bombard it from orbit? The Vong will have dug in deep. I won't withdraw until Koro is confirmed dead or captured. And the rebels who helped us, if we retreat, it can't be helped. Sang Anor's grip on this sector ends today. Adet walkers advanced across the blighted plains, sensors piercing the smog. Hover tanks and transports weaved between their colossal legs, while STs scouted ahead. TIE fighters streaked overhead. From the lead walker, General Bien monitored the battle with calm precision. A veteran of 100 campaigns, his white-streaked hair and red eyes marked him as one of Thrawn's earliest Chiss defectors, a blow to the Ascendancy's pride. Scout K-14 reporting. No enemy contact. Static laced the pilot's voice. They'll be massing near the capital, Bien said. First wave, advance. J4, take point. He still found it grating to issue orders in basic. The thought of humans butchering Chun was worse. The garrison met them 3 clicks out, a line of tanks backed by a shielded fortress. Anti-air turrets studded its walls. Bien's walkers advanced in a staggered line, avoiding clustering. 5 spearheaded the assault, drawing fire. Blaster bolts hammered their armored hulls. Speeders darted ahead, probing for mines. One detonated beneath the walker's foot, sending it crashing sideways. An ion blast locked another's joints mid-stride, rendering it immobile. Imperial return fire shattered 2 tanks. Bien's focus sharpened. Now, Green Squadron. Do your part? With the garrison distracted, the bunker lay vulnerable. Green Squadron's TIEs streaked in, blasting automated defenses before strafing the structure. Their bolts vanished midair. The hell. They're absorbing fire. Secondary plan, the squadron leader snapped. Low-power volleys. Drain their defenses. 3 passes later, the shielding faltered. Full power. Target these coordinates. Park's staticky voice crackled through comms. Missile struck, obliterating the Davin basals. Paths clear. Stormtroopers poured from transports, breaching the bunker's blasted hull. Inside, the wreckage of technology lay strewn, replaced by Vong biotics. Coral tubes jutted from floors, fungi warmed the air, and glowing lumen bugs clung to moss-coated ceilings. Sealed organic doors barred their way. Blast it. Thermal detonators shattered the first barrier. They split into 2 teams, methodically clearing corridors. Then 3 whistles. Darkness swallowed the bunker as the lumen bugs extinguished. Night vision active. A buzz. A gurgle. A stormtrooper collapsed, a razor bug wriggling from his back. Ambush. A Yuuzhan Vong warrior lunged from a doorway, amphistaff whirling. Another unfolded from a supply closet, striking from the flank. A third hurled razor bugs from the shadows. The stormtroopers returned fire, but the Vong were already among them. Group 2 had already set charges on the door when the lights vanished. The officer activated his night vision and tried comms, only shouts and blaster fire answered. The explosion cleared the path, but he faced a choice: clear the room first and risk his comrades, or rush to aid them and risk an ambush. Move in, he ordered. They stumbled through the debris, blasters raised. The circular chamber glowed with floating gas-filled membranes, casting eerie light on coral-carved walls etched with alien glyphs. 4 statues loomed, a spiked horror, a shrouded feminine shape, a cowering grotesque, and a mutilated giant. At the center stood a rack-like altar. Scan everything. The Admiral will want records. A trooper prodded the dismembered statue. Ugly thing. Maybe with prosthetics. His joke died as blur-ash jelly dropped from the ceiling, engulfing his helmet. He flailed, crashing into a wall. Another soldier reached out. Don't touch him. Tendrils lashed out, ensnaring the would-be rescuer. The officer barked, stunned them. But the jelly surged again, claiming a third. Then the Vong dropped from the ceiling. The warrior kicked the officer back, amphistaff whirling. Yuuzhan Vong Pratt. He knocked 2 troopers down, then lunged. Blaster bolts deflected off his armor. One stormtrooper stumbled into the altar. Arms unfolded from the rack. The scream that followed made the officer turn away. He heard Wookiee threats to tear limbs off. Now he saw it happen. We controlled the first level, the comm crackled and beings it at. Lost 8 men. 3 wounded. Blaster fire rocked the walker. Hostiles. Engaged 4. 3 dead. 1 fled deeper. Being watched the battle unfold. Tanks exploded as Imperial flanking maneuvers pressed the defenders. Hold position. Reinforcements inbound. Is it ready? The warrior at the mucus-glued creature on the floor. Then the ceiling. The infidels defile the temple. Rage thickened his voice. Fire will cleanse it. Go below. I'll spring the trap. The other gripped his arm. Let me stay. You're certain. If one fails, the other protects K-Rasser. He struck his shoulders. Bring the gods many infidel lives. The reinforced Imperial squad stormed the sublevel. Open doorways lined the halls, too easy. Something stinks, a Chiss trooper muttered. Your delicate nose. Shut up. The officer removed his helmet. The air reeked of sulfur. Sniffer. The droid extended a sensor. Highly combustible vapor present. A shout cut through comms. Withdraw. No show. Yuuzhan Vong Pratt. Thud bug streaked down the hall. A trooper fired. The world became fire. Oxygen burned out in a second, melting walls, flesh, and armor alike. The upper floor buckled as air rushed into the void. A stormtrooper near the stairs was yanked forward, nearly breaking his neck. The officer stared at the warped floor. Sith spawn. The capital has fallen, Bien's hologram reported. Royalists hold the city. Thrawn nodded. The diversion had worked, just as Naboo's victory over the Trade Federation had, decades ago. A pity Amidala is gone. I would have liked to meet her. And the bunker. First level secured. Vong blocked the sublevels. Lost a company already. Bien's voice was crisp, but Thrawn saw the tension in his posture. I'm taking another team in. Mixed Chiss and humans equally. Bien's eyes brightened. He'd planned an all-Chiss unit. Understood. As the hologram faded, Park approached. Enemy ships massing at the interdiction field. Form a defensive perimeter. We need Koro confirmed before they counterattack. Park hesitated. Why focus on him? Holding the planet. Without Koro dead or captive, the Vong can rally his forces. Even a facsimile, a clone, a masker, could undo today's work. Thrawn's gaze dropped to the smog-shrouded city below. This ends now. Bien despised the bunker's vandalized tech and organic replacements. Lumen bugs swarmed their glowrits, blinding them until shut off. Thrawn's hologram appeared. Koro would have a private elevator to the lowest level. The Vong kept it functional. Bien found the hidden door near Koro's quarters. Force it open. The wall slid aside first. A claw snatched the nearest stormtrooper, crushing his armor like foil. Blood sprayed as the creature, a nightmare of mandibles and armored legs, dragged him into his maw. Bien froze. Blaster fire snapped him back. Aim for the eyes. Scorched clusters burst like rotten fruit. The beast screeched, flailing. It spat out the trooper, revealing his gullet. Bien hurled a thermal detonator inside. The explosion painted the walls with gore. Clear the doorway, Bien ordered, voice steady. The human trooper who shoved him aside lay bleeding. Get him out. They rappelled down the shaft, lumen bugs lighting their descent. The door to the lowest level was mechanical, untouched by the Vong. Bien pulled it open. Sunlight. Grass. A lake. A single Vong female stood holding a Davin basil. Coral cowered beside her. Fire. Bolts vanished into the gravity well. The point man charged and was crushed into nothingness. The Vong stepped forward. The gods taste your fear. Bien's blaster felt useless. Her smile widened. Feed the gods. K-Rasser and the other minders had made a fatal miscalculation in their assessment of Coral. Like all Yuuzhan Vong, they believed infidels lacked true warrior spirit once broken. They saw only the obedient puppet who followed commands, never suspecting the cunning predator that still lurked behind his dulled eyes. A mistake Thrawn would never have made. Cora watched through slitted eyes as Kay Rasser focused entirely on the stormtroopers, her attention consumed by the immediate threat. The Davin basil pulsed in her hands, drinking Imperial blaster fire like a thirsty beast. His gaze drifted to the Calfee left carelessly on the side table, his razor edge catching the false sunlight of this underground grotto. The Abayers would prevent him from striking the Yuuzhan Vong directly, but they said nothing about attacking their creatures. Muscle memory returned as his fingers closed around the weapon's worn hilt. For the first time in 3 years, his body moved without resistance from the creatures beneath his scales. He crossed the space between them in 3 swift strides, the blade held low. "Feed the gods," Kay Rasser intoned, her voice thick with contempt as she advanced toward the stormtroopers. The Calfee sank into the Davin basil's core with a wet crunch. Koero wrenched the shuddering creature free and hurled it across the room, where it stuck quivering to the vines like some grotesque trophy, its spines tangling in the flowering plants. When Kay Rasser turned, he saw beautiful, impossible shock in her black eyes, the expression he'd fantasized about during countless sleepless nights. "Feed them yourself." His grin showed all his teeth, the expression of a man who'd already won. Blaster fire erupted the instant the Davin basil's protection vanished. Her claws found his throat even as the bolts lifted her off her feet. Hot blood sheeted down his chest, but the pain meant nothing. As darkness crept into his vision, Coral watched his tormentor crash into the artificial lake, her armor smoking, her snarl frozen in death. No victory had ever tasted sweeter. The Phillips inversion sounded like a vertebrae snapping. Park's hand twitched toward his blaster as the leathery sphere reformed into something grotesquely organic, a severed head that wasn't, its scar tissue texture catching the light like corroded durasteel. "Kay Rasser." The voice emerged wet and resonant, as if spoken through fluid. Thrawn's fingers hovered millimeters from the Phillips ridges. "Captain, activate the Hala recorders. Our guest deserves proper documentation." When skin touched alien membrane, the transformation was instantaneous. Scar tissue smoothed into blue flesh, the features resolving into Thrawn's own likeness, but only for a heartbeat. Then the Phillip convulsed, its surface boiling like molten glass until it stabilized into the most heavily tattooed Vong visage they'd yet encountered. Sang Anor's living image studied them with the patience of a shaper inspecting larvae. "Grand Admiral Thrawn," the Phillip said at last, his basic unnervingly fluent. "I presume." The cadence was all wrong, the greeting of a duelist saluting before combat, not an invader addressing his enemy. Park's stomach tightened. He'd expected rage, demands, threats. This was worse. "And you would be Song Anor." Thrawn's fingers remained in contact, his voice revealing nothing. Yet Park noticed the subtle tension in his shoulders, the same posture he'd adopted during their first encounter with the Katana fleet. The Phillip's lips peeled back, revealing teeth filed to points. "The Jedi told you my name." Not a question. A predator identifying the source of a scent. "She was most informative about your methods." Thrawn mirrored the smile without warmth. "Your Phillip's presence here confirms what you already suspect." "Ah." The Executor's image shimmered as he shifted position wherever he truly was. "Then I've lost my local investment." The clinical terminology chilled Park more than any roar of vengeance could have. These weren't warriors discussing casualties. They were tacticians evaluating pawns. "You'll find the rest of your pieces similarly compromised," Thrawn countered. "Your plagues burned out. Your warlord scattering. Your foothold in this galaxy crumbling." For the first time, the Phillip's expression changed. Not anger, but something more disturbing, amusement. "How many of your people died screaming before you contained my plagues, Admiral? How many loyal worlds now quarantine their own children?" The image leaned forward. "I'd call that an acceptable return." Thrawn's fingers flexed imperceptibly against the Phillip. "Your spore plants are ash. Your agents dead or captured. This conflict has cost you everything." "Cost." Sang Anor's laugh was a blade drawn slowly from flesh. "You still think like an infidel. I haven't even begun paying the price." The Phillip's eyes darkened as his voice dropped to a whisper. "But you'll pay dearly for interfering. Not in ships or territory. Those are just toys. I'll take what truly matters. Thrawn's nostrils flared. More empty threats. Promises. The image blurred as Song Anor moved closer to his own village somewhere across the stars. When next we meet, you'll understand what war really is. Not your elegant fleet maneuvers, but blood under your claws. The scent of a loved one's fear. That intimacy. The village suddenly inverted with a sound like tearing muscle, collapsing back into a dormant sphere. The abrupt silence rang louder than any shout. Thrawn stared at the inert organism, his red eyes brighter than Park had ever seen them. "Sir," Park ventured. The Grand Admiral's hand, usually so steady, trembled faintly as he withdrew it. "Had the science team analyzed every micron of this village. I want to know if it could transmit more than just audio and visual data." "Why, you think it was some kind of weapon?" Thrawn turned, and in that moment Park saw something terrifying, the galaxy's greatest tactician confronting an equation he couldn't solve. "I think," Thrawn said softly, "we may have underestimated how personally Yuuzhan Vong defined warfare." Chapter 16. Dreamless, Fjir slept. She floated in perfect contentment, swaddled in warmth and safety like a nestling barely big enough to fit in the palm of Thrash's hand. For the first time since her Padawan days, she knew true peace. No Yuuzhan Vong torturers lurked in the shadows. No desperate escapes through alien jungles. Just stillness. But nothing lasts forever. Images began intruding on her slumber as she opened herself to the Force. Reflections and sounds flowed past, the entire tapestry of life, past, present, and future, swirling around her like a cosmic tide. Too vast to comprehend, until everything resolved into a single scene. She had no physical eyes in this state. What she perceived as vision were the reflections of beings and objects in the Force, interpreted by her mind into familiar forms. A swamp world, not unlike Sevic 3. A small but cozy dwelling with rounded edges, its exterior covered in thick moss. Fjir's consciousness moved effortlessly through the all-encompassing energy field where distance meant nothing. She focused on the home and found herself inside, passing through walls at the speed of thought. Everything was built to a small being scale. A young human male in a black jumpsuit sat on the floor, his blue eyes fixed on someone with troubled intensity. There was something vaguely familiar about him, though judging by his age, Fjir couldn't possibly have met him before her capture. Her attention shifted to the room's other occupant, and shock rippled through her spirit being. Master Yoda. For a moment she hadn't recognized him. The diminutive Jedi Master leaned heavily on a walking stick, his movements labored where once they had been spry. His green skin seemed paler, his luminous presence in the Force flickering like a guttering candle. "That face you make," Yoda said suddenly, looking directly into Fjir's spirit being with those ancient, knowing eyes. "Look, I so old to young eyes." No, the human shook his head, and Fjir realized Yoda had been speaking to him. Of course not. "But I do." A rattling cough racked the small frame. "When 900 years you reach, look as good, you will not." HMPH. That familiar, defiant sound, so like the Yoda she remembered, made her spirit smile despite the sorrow. He shuffled painfully toward his bed. "Soon will I rest, yes. Forever sleep." The human helped pull the coverlet over him, an unconscious gesture of care that Fjir found oddly touching. As Yoda's head settled on the pillow, Fjir noticed two things about the stranger. His right hand didn't register properly in the Force, likely mechanical, and his potential shone brighter than any Jedi she'd seen since Skywalker. "Twilight is upon me," Yoda sighed, his eyelids drooping not from choice but exhaustion, "and soon, night must fall." In her Force vision, the Master's body began fading into transparency as his life force waned. That is the way of things. The way of the Force. "No!" Fjir's spirit cried out. "I've only just found you again. I need your guidance." "Master Yoda, you can't die," the human said, his voice tight. "Strong am I with the Force," Yoda chuckled weakly, "but not that strong." Fjir couldn't bear to watch. She wrenched herself away, fleeing across light years back to her physical form, just in time to feel Yoda's luminous presence wink out across the galaxy. The last true Jedi Master, dawn. Her eyes snapped open to absolute blackness. Before her vision cleared, her hand had already found her lightsaber. Fjir. Oin's voice cut through the dark. Don't worry, you're among friends. She activated the blade, bathing the chamber in violet light, and nearly struck the translucent being looming over her before realizing it wasn't attacking. Dozens of the things surrounded them, their amorphous forms pulsing and shifting in the glow. Where are we? She demanded, noting Sten's unconscious form nearby. The Eternals made this place, Dra explained from the shadows. Bottom of the lake. Fjir's avian instinct screamed at the tons of water held back by nothing visible. She approached the curved wall and tentatively pressed a hand against it. Her fingers sank into the water without resistance, yet came back completely dry. Incredible, she breathed. Then, to the empty air, show yourselves properly if you want to talk. A shimmering figure materialized, Nass-like but constantly shifting between genders, ages, even species. Its semi-transparent skin revealed glimpses of muscle and bone beneath. You've been manipulating me since I arrived, Fjir accused. You sent Oin to spy. The Eternal's form rippled with anger. And you betrayed us to the Empire. Shame washed through her. I saw no other choice. She glanced at Dra, who looked deeply uncomfortable with this confrontation. But why reveal yourselves now? Because the Yuuzhan Vong are worse than any threat we faced, the Eternal said. Their minds are closed to us. Their technology is alive. We cannot stop them alone. As the truth unfolded, the endless cycle of Nass and Eternals, the borer trees that made it possible, the inevitable extinction if they left this world, Fjir felt the crushing weight of inevitability. No matter what happened, innocence would be lost. When the Eternals proposed their alliance intelligence on Vong movements in exchange for her help driving them off, Fjir heard herself agree. As the meeting concluded, the first Eternal whispered to Oin, she believes. I don't like deceiving her, Oin murmured back. There is no other way. If she knew our true plan, she would never comply. Ross angled his sick viand to the wind and soared high above the new seed world. A cognition hood covered his head, linking him to the living ship, making it an extension of his own body. He no longer saw through his glowing red eyes but through the sick vi's powerful visual sensors at the fore and aft of the ship. He wore Vondoran's shell armor, his new amphistaff coiled around his waist, and his masked helmet rested securely under the seat. His hands folded over his stomach, he controlled the ship with his mind alone. He flew through the night, scouring the swamps for any sign of the infidels, those ignorant fools who had once been his comrades. That was another lifetime ago. Now, Ross had embraced the one truth. The others, the Imperials and his once brother Chiss, would do the same. They would all serve the gods, in life or in death. Either way was acceptable. Ross turned the sick Vias effortlessly as he moved his own body, his new, improved body. The creature was agile in atmosphere, but he preferred the space-going coral skippers. Under the hood, he grinned slightly, remembering the battle over the seed world skies, where the Yuuzhan Vong had crushed the infidels who dared profane what the gods and the Overlord had granted young Yuuzhan's children. He savored the memory of combat, hungering for another chance to deliver more enemies to the gods. They were proud memories. Knowing the Imperial fighters, capabilities, and their pilots' tendencies, Ross had been given command of a coral skipper wing to engage the ties. It would have been a grand victory if the cowards hadn't broken off and fled to the ground. Now they crawled like maggots, hiding in the dirt rather than facing their foes in glorious battle. Locating anything in the dark was near impossible, especially since the Imperials had evaded all searches even in daylight. But there was one service he could still render the gods, something long overdue. The sick vice skimmed the treetops. Ross frowned. Much of the seed world's life remained disobedient, stubborn, unlearned of its place. But it would learn. The Yuuzhan Vong would shape this world's life to their will, as all life everywhere must be shaped. At last, he hovered over his target, the patch of land where the Imperials had landed their TIE interceptors and daggers. The prefect had been preoccupied, but now it was time to cleanse this blight from the seed world. Ross focused his plasma cannons on the machines, mockers, senseless destroyers of life, and unleashed Yamka's fire upon them. Plasma bolt struck, the night erupting into domes of flame. He loosed another volley, then another. Spherical cockpits crumpled, solar panels warped under the assault. Still, Ross continued. He would reduce the machines to dust, until the ties were nothing but minerals enriching the soil. A blackened solar panel, twisted and aflame, spiraled through the air. The once just grinned, his heart soaring closer to the gods with every act of destruction. Fjir stepped calmly to the swamp's edge and gazed upward. The stars shone indifferently upon the galaxy's worlds, unspoiled and polluted, living and dead, unmoved by the powers battling for control. Stint leapt ashore, so eager to escape the water's weight that he briefly abandoned his dignity. He composed himself instantly, though, once on solid ground. "Well," he demanded, "which way do your ghosts say we go?" He hadn't paid close attention to the Eternals' explanations after they allowed him to wake. His priority had been open sky. Only now did he grasp the strategic value of their alliance. "Where are the rest of my pilots?" Anxiety edged his voice, poorly concealed. Fjir didn't blame him. She needed calming exercises herself during their ascent in the air bubble. Oin and Draw waited on the shore. The Nass had simply swum up. Fjir reflexively shook her feathers and robe, though neither bore any water. "Not far," she said, turning to Draw. "How do you feel?" The hunter lifted his head, his single eye hard. "Like I should have let the water take me. But I don't know what I'd become if I had." "You'll adjust," Oin assured him. "When they told me." "Quiet." Draw whirled, snapping his jaws. Oin recoiled. "You spied on our people. You knew all this and said nothing." He looked ready to tear Oin apart, consequences be damned. Fjir stepped forward, radiating calm through the force. "This isn't the time. I've had enough of your meddling," Draw hissed. "You're worse than Oin. You dangle hope, demand trust, yet you've only made things worse." Stint watched, red eyes narrowed. He didn't understand the Nass tongue, nor did he care about their squabble. His men needed him. Pragmatism won over patience. He drew his blaster, set to stun. No. The mental command froze his arm. He glared at Fjir's violet eyes. Draw fell silent, then dropped to his knees, shoulders slumping. "Well," Oin ventured, "what will you do?" Draw clenched his claws, then exhaled. "I'm their leader. I have to fight for them." He stood pacing. "But I don't even know what I'm fighting for anymore. My people, or bodies for the Eternals." He turned. An amphistaff tip jutted from his chest. A trembling hand touched the wound. Behind him, a humanoid figure braced a foot against his back and shoved him free. Draw collapsed, motionless. "No!" Oin's voice shattered the night. Fjir spun, lightsaber igniting in a violet blaze. Behind Draw, Nam Anor smirked. "Hello again, Jedi." Oin howled and lunged. "Oin, no!" Fjir's blade flashed as Nam Anor swept the amphistaff, knocking the Nass down. He planted a foot on Oin's throat. "Tell me, Jedi," Nam Anor jerked his chin toward Draw's body, "was that the slave from the Star Destroyer? Or did it kill itself?" Oin twisted, snapping at his boot. Nam Anor shifted weight, crushing him deeper into the mud. "Not that it matters. They'll all serve the gods once I'm done with you." He glanced past Fjir. She sensed a spike of fear before she turned. A Yuuzhan Vong warrior held an amphistaff to the chist's throat. "She says drop your weapon," Nam Anor translated. Stint gritted his teeth. "And be your prisoner. I know how you treat captives. I'd rather die." Nam Anor shrugged, barking a command. The warrior tensed. Fjir's lightsaber snapped up, deflecting the amphistaff. A kick sent the Yuuzhan Vong stumbling. Stint dove clear. She pivoted, blade of violet arc, and launched herself at Nam Anor. He barely blocked, staggering under the force. Oin rolled free, gaping. Nam Anor realized two things. First, the Jedi should be half dead from her wounds, yet she fought like a demon. Second, and worse, she was furious. Fjir's feathers bristled, her eyes blazing. Nam Anor barely parried her strikes. Those that landed scorched his armor. A kick sent him sprawling. He rolled, narrowly avoiding a decapitating slash. This wasn't a fight, it was annihilation. His armor screamed as her blade sheared through his right pauldron. He pivoted, thrust blindly with the amphistaff, and ran. Shame burned him, but survival outweighed pride. Behind him, Fjir leapt 3 meters up, landing on a borer branch, then springing again. A dun and violet blur, she landed before him, blade at his throat. Song Anor recoiled. The amphistaff lashed out, curving around her guard. Fjir caught it below the head, twisted, and flung the lifeless weapon aside. Her saber swept down. He collapsed onto his back, scuttling backward like a crippled crab. The blade hovered a hair from his neck. The mighty Yuuzhan Vong, she seethed, voice lethally soft. Not so invincible when the infidels fight back. For the first time in years, Song Anor felt true fear, not of death, but of the storm raging in her. The dark side crackled around her, exhaled with every breath. His shoulders hit a tree. No escape. Fjir knew the darkness loomed. She didn't care. Drash was right, she'd failed. Years of suffering, isolation, sacrifice. For what? The Nass had shown her kindness, and she'd led them to slaughter. Exhaustion weighed her soul. The Jedi were dead. The dark side whispered, power without guilt. Simplicity in destruction. Song Anor's death would hurt Song Anor. The thought thrilled her. She stepped back. No, she hissed. I won't let you in. Not like this. Confusion flickered across his face. You've taken everything else. But my soul. She willed the anger away, seeking peace. That, I have to give. And you're not worth it. The darkness receded, leaving hollow regret. Song Anor glanced behind her. She spun, blocking the warrior strike. A kick sent the Yuuzhan Vong down. Song Anor lunged with the Calfee, her blade bit into his armor again. They circled her, Song Anor limping, weaponless. 2 against 1, the warrior hissed. We can't take her. The odds just improved. Oin stepped beside Fjir. Spears sprouted from the marsh. A dozen Nass emerged, encircling the Yuuzhan Vong. Stint exhaled. A warning would have been nice. Oin bared his teeth. Where's the fun in that? Fjir lowered her saber. You chose wisely. The voice was familiar yet altered. She turned. An eternal materialized beside her. Drash's features lingered in his form, though it now had 2 eyes. Drash, she breathed. Yes and no. I've had countless names. Drash will suffice. The specter touched his chest. I feared becoming something alien. Yet I'm still myself, more than myself. You were the one in peril, it added. Fjir nodded. The dark side struck so fast. It's festered in you for years. In the Old Republic, you'd seek a master's guidance. But you endure alone. That is your burden. Oin interrupted. What do we do with them? The Eternal tilted his head. Why ask me? You lead the Nass. I did. Now, that duty is yours. Oin stiffened. Me? How? Because you've earned it. The Eternal faded. Listen to the Jedi. She will guide you. Oin turned to Fjir. Well, what now? Take them prisoner. She met Song Anor's glare. No, they'd never talk. We don't have the means to hold them, and they'd only endanger us. Her grip tightened on the saber. We kill them? Stint scoffed. Bloodthirsty, aren't we? Fjir ignored him. Tell the Nass to fall back. I'll handle this. Song Anor spat. Sang Anor will feast on your corpses. She raised her blade. Plasma fire rained from the sky. The world erupted in flame. Nass scattered. Fjir rolled, smothering her burning sleeve against a tree. Above, Rass's Sigvi banked away, its plasma spent. Song Anor was gone. Chapter 17. Song Anor rammed his fist into a borer tree as he hacked the last of the smoke from his lungs. The living gauntlet groaned in protest. He gnashed his teeth and punched the tree 6 or 7 more times in rapid succession, until he felt the glove crack. His armor was a corpse. Much of it hung dead or dying. Segments no longer moved with him like a second skin, but dragged like weights. The Jedi's lightsaber hadn't reached his flesh, but it had slaughtered the membrane-thin organs beneath his Vondan shell. He flexed his fingers, watching as shards of shell pattered to the ground, then braced both hands against the trunk and rested his forehead against the bark. Seagrasm moved behind him. He didn't turn. She pulled off her helmet and ran a gauntleted hand through her hair. Well, her voice was light, mocking. Your mission. Where now? Nam Anor bit back a curse. The seething grounds. We need warriors. And a new Tracedac. His tracker had suffocated in the smoke. Without it, the Jedi might as well be a ghost. Not that finding her would matter. Hours ago, she'd been one strike from spilling her guts. How was she fighting like this? First armor, a fresh amphistaff, reinforcements, then a plan. But what was her plan? Why save Imperials? Why defend slaves? If he could unravel that, he could outthink her. That was the victory that mattered. Pity? Seagrasm sighed. She flipped her Calfee lazily. I was enjoying this. Her smile was all teeth. But the prefect's orders were clear. You don't return. Nam Anor chuckled. Finally, he turned, unsheathing his own blade. Just following orders. She shrugged. Apologies for interrupting your duel. You did say, leave her to me. Her grin widened. My mistake. You clearly had her. Nam Anor bared his teeth. I'll enjoy this. Doubtful. She tossed a thud bug. Not at him, but in a slow arc. He lunged aside too late. The chitin's fear burst, dousing him in red mist. His armor locked, rigid as durasteel. He hit the ground on his back, limbs paralyzed. Only the Jedi's cuts let him twitch. Seagrasm knelt, blade poised. A catalyst, she explained. Reacted with the poison I rubbed into your armor joints during the blessing. Nam Anor licked his lips. The prefect's cleverer than I thought. It was fun. She raised the Calfee. I'll give the Executor ear. A rustle. She froze. Nam Anor smirked. You're busy. So it seems. She flicked a razor bug toward the sound. A reptilian slave screeched, arm severed. 3 more charged. Seagrasm leapt to meet them. Nam Anor writhed. The Jedi's cuts on his right arm were his only hope. He strained nothing. Teeth gritted, he threw his head back, pushing. Crack. The armor gave. His right arm slid free, dead segments clattering. A laugh burst from him. Thank you, Jedi. The irony burned. He bit his gauntlet's fingers, wrenching it off, then attacked the left arm's links. A shadow loomed. A slave drove a spear at his face. He jerked aside, the point buried in dirt. As the creature yanked, Nam Anor grabbed his ankle, claw-shredding tendon. The slave toppled onto him, jaw snapping, but the frozen armor shielded him. Fangs lunged for his throat. He jammed his forearm into his mouth. The creature bit down, shaking his head like a Valkyrie with prey. He flung it sideways, skull cracking against earth. Jaw slackened, just enough. His free arm hooked his neck. A twist. A snap. He shoved the corpse aside and tore at his chest plates, then his legs. Moments later, he stood. Seagrasm was losing. The one-armed slave wrestled her amphistaff. 2 more pinned her, fangs scrabbling at her armor. Nam Anor watched, considered, then ran toward the fray. I apologize, Executor. I've kept you waiting. Kenneth smiled at the villain. But my duties prevent me from rushing to report at your every call. The infidels and slaves infesting our seed world demand my attention. Oh, quite all right, Prefect. Sang Anor's voice dripped with false pleasantry. I didn't call for a report. Kenneth raised a brow ridge. Then enlighten me, how may this humble subordinate serve you? Irony thickened his words. I require the desk high. No preamble. No courtesy. So soon. Kenneth blinked. I understood deployment was years away. The Shapers in the asteroid belt had treated them as low priority. There can't be more than 10. 8. Sufficient for my needs. Immediately. Of course. Kenneth shrugged, hiding his delight. Whatever folly Song Anor planned, this was his chance to undermine the Executor. He delayed the creature's preparation, sabotaged the effort, and when Song Anor fell. You misunderstand. Sang Anor chuckled. This is courtesy, not request. The Shapers have already dispatched them. Kenneth's jaw hung open. Cold fury burned through him. You dare? Is there a problem, Prefect? The seed world is my domain. My jurisdiction. His voice cracked. That insufferable dense spawn. First exiling him to this backwater, now usurping his authority. All orders must pass through me. True, Sang Anor conceded. You administered the seed world. But the Deskai were bred in the asteroid belt beyond your reach. The Shapers they report to me. Develop feigned confusion. Surely you knew. You've never received their reports. Bile rose in Kenneth's throat. Reports? Those tedious updates about slave quotas and creature growth. He'd ignored them for weeks, letting them pile up in storage villas. What did they matter? Regardless, I'm pleased we agree. Sang Anor's tone dismissed the matter. How fare's now manner? The question startled him. Did the Executor suspect? Impossible. Kenneth was too clever. He hunts your Jedi. He spat the infidel word. I expect him back soon. Have him contact me. Farewell, Prefect. Continue your excellent work. The Villip inverted. Kenneth stared at the leathery sphere. His fists clenched. Then, rage. A roar tore from his throat as he smashed the Villip. Again? Again? Membrane burst. Fluid splattered. He overturned the table, kicked it across the chamber. Sang Anor had outmaneuvered him again. A grin twisted his lips. Continue his work. Oh, he would. The infidels and slaves would die tonight. And Nam Anor. That boy wouldn't leave this world alive. They would all pay. Prefect Kenneth was no one's fool. That was foolish. Seagrasm leaned against a tree as they rested. No natives threatened them now. Why save me? Subaltern. Nam Anor pressed a hand to his bare chest in mock offense. He shed his dead armor, leaving only scarred flesh. Would I let a warrior be torn apart by slaves? And that's all. She crossed her arms. His playfulness vanished. Eyes turned predatory. No. The word was soft, dangerous. Between heartbeats, he gripped her neck, pulled her close, and bit. Blood filled his mouth. Fire raced through his veins. Seisgrasm shoved him back with force enough to stagger him. But she'd hesitated a second too long. Blood welled around her new scars. Her eyes burned wild. Quick as a striking amphistaff, she raked his face with her claws. Nam Anor turned his bleeding face back to her. Muscles twitched under the sting. Seagrasm panted, trembling with raw emotion. She stared at her bloody hand, then licked the crimson from her fingers. Her grin was feral. Nam Anor lunged. He slammed her against a tree. Her claws found his flesh as he tore at her armor seams. For long moments, the only sounds were gasps, moans, and the mingling of pleasure and pain. Lyra Anor was a shaper, Fjir said as they trudged through the swamp. A master of rare talent. She rose quickly after Nam Anor's birth, which is why they had only one child. Master shapers are forbidden to breed. One was enough, Stint muttered. Fjir continued. She hungered for knowledge. Not knowing how something worked offended her. Eventually, she fixated on me. A shiver ran through her at the memories. 5 years before my escape, Song Anor gave me to her. For 5 years, Lyra Anor had ruled her existence. Cell samples, experiments, modified protocols, all to unravel the secret of her power. It took time, but she discovered what others missed. Fjir's voice grew tight. Midichlorians. Stint frowned. Midi-watts. The microscopic life forms that connect Jedi to the Force. Few outside the Order know of them. We prefer mysticism over mechanics. She sighed. Once she knew, she sought to destroy them. She engineered a microbe to purge midichlorians completely. Understanding dawned on Oin's face. If perfected, the Yuuzhan Vong could strip the Force from entire worlds. The true end of the Jedi. Fjir's bitterness showed. She hesitated to use it on me. My high count made me valuable. But that could change. Hope came unexpectedly. When their world ship landed to gather supplies, Fjir saw her chance. But first, I sought Lyra Anor. For revenge, Stint said, to stop her from testing it on you. No. Fjir's gaze pinned him. To stop her from dooming the Jedi forever. Her voice dropped. I knew what I had to do. The memory played vividly, Lyra turning from her specimens, seeing the lightsaber in Fjir's hand, the one kept for study, not destroyed. The Shaper's eyes widened, then narrowed in understanding. A Calfee flashed. A table overturned. Noxious clouds burned Fjir's eyes as Lyra fled. But Jedi reflexes prevailed. A single thrust ended it. Afterward, Fjir destroyed everything, records, specimens, villains. All of it. Did he love her? Oin's question startled her. What? Sang Anor. Did he grieve for her? Oin's eyes were flat, dead. Fjir nodded. Yes, losing her would have wounded him deeply. Oin gave a single, sharp nod. Good? The darkness in his voice chilled her. The Nass had learned to hate. They pressed on, until Fjir froze. Wait. Her hand shot up. Stent crouched, blaster drawn. What is it? The danger came from above. A void in the forest, spreading like blood from a wound. Distant screams reached them through the trees. Firelight stained the horizon. Run, Oin shouted. Run. The newly completed Yuuzhan Vong battleship, the first birthed in this galaxy, tore free from his coral cradle. Fresh plasma swelled in his weapons as young Davin Basel strained against the seed world's gravity and won. The Yorick coral ovoid rose above the domed Damudex and slave quarters, leaving a gaping pit beside his four still-growing siblings. Their immature sensors tracked the firstborn's ascent with what might have been envy. In the command chamber, Kenneth watched the terrain below through a visual field while a hooded Shaper guided the vessel. The prefect would have preferred direct control, but new ships needed Shaper guidance until their Davin Basels matured, until they found their legs. No matter. The visual field rendered the surface with crystal clarity, each blade of grass visible at his whim. He licked his lips as they cleared the coral fields. For a moment, he saw only starlit swamps and trees, then rivers of molten plasma rained down. Soon, every infidel within 100 miles would be charred bones. Every Imperial, every rebel slave. And Song Anor with them. Walls of flame devoured the jungle below. Kenneth watched, entranced, as orange tongues purified the land. So beautiful, so pure, like a god's cleansing hand. As the ship trailed destruction across the swamps, inspiration struck. He named it Night of Fire. My master sends greetings, Eminence. The young adept's voice echoed through the temple's blackness. Blind priest Krell's sharp ears placed the speaker 3 paces behind and left. He extended his palms upward in ritual welcome. I hear you, adept. What brings you to Yanka's hall? An acolyte approached. The hiss of an opening scipune preceded the cool weight of 2 ulcers being placed in his hands. Though sightless, Krell's mind vividly rendered the fresh sensory orbs, their yellow spheres glistening with fluid, barbed ridges still furrowed. The burns covering his body had long deadened his nerves. Only the Vashi membrane coating his thin frame simulated sensation. For full communion, he'd need his Uuzhith gloves, but these wouldn't linger in his hands long. An exceptional infidel specimen has arrived, the adept continued as Krell raised the ulcers to his skeletal face. My master inquires when you'll deliver him. When re-education is complete, the ulcer's tendrils explored its empty sockets before plunging inward. White light exploded behind Krell's brow as neural bonds formed. Unlike the mites of master shapers, these simpler cousins provided only basic sight, more than sufficient. Within seconds, the flashes resolved into clarity. My master questions the need for re-education when she can reshape his mind directly, the adept ventured. Krell's emerging vision showed only his own palms. He pressed the orbs deeper until their ridges anchored in his sockets. To make him Yuuzhan Vong, we must prepare his very bones. Like soil before seeding, the ridges contracted, drawing the ulcers home. His eyelids swept over them experimentally. So you seek to break him first, the adept observed. Bluntly. Yes. Krell extended a stick-thin arm. An acolyte collected the coil guide amphistaff from it, bowing before retreating. The priest turned toward the adept just as the ulcers settled fully. His new eyes adjusted with unsettling bulges before stabilizing. May I examine him? To better inform my master's preparations. Though Krell typically embraced blindness, his sacrifice to the gods, certain duties required sight. Satisfied with the All-Sith's responsiveness, he studied the young Shaper, then, serious, with one enhanced hand clasped before him in traditional deference. Your name? Zeld Quad, Eminence. This way. Krell led the adept past Unyanka's towering statue to a rear chamber. The Imperial pilot lay unconscious on the coral floor, an acolyte standing vigil. To Krell's renewed vision, the man's shallow breathing was clearly visible. Zeld Quad knelt, rolling the prisoner onto his back. Sensory tendrils extended from his enhanced hand to probe the captive. You'll note I've left no scars, Krell said, kneeling despite the protest of aged joints. Honor markings come only after acceptance of pain. The adept nodded, headdress feelers twitching in thought. No lasting damage. But vitals are dangerously weak. He turned sharply. My master has no use for corpses. Live Imperial specimens are rare. Krell accepted his acolyte's help rising. He studied the prisoner's sweat-sheen face, twisted in nightmare. This one nears breakthrough. Tell your master I'll deliver him in 2 days. She thanks you. As do I. Drash Tevic dreamed of drowning in mud. For every half-meter he struggled upward, the mug dragged him down twice as far. His arms burned like dursteel weights, but surrender meant confronting whatever lurked below, something worse than Frey's punishments back in the commune. Worse than hiding as the adults called his name, knowing delay would only increase his suffering. That was before his 10th birthday, before he'd unconsciously learned to deflect attention, to make Frey and the others overlook him, his first unwitting use of the Force. The talent evolved from necessity. Without it, he'd have died before 14. Later, it hid his exceptional piloting skills and instability, ensuring superiors forgot him after each transfer. He carried obscurity like a cloak. This dreaming was new. Normally, he slept only 4 hours at exhaustion's brink, his rest filled with fragmented light and noise. He spent countless hours in Star Destroyer gems just to drain enough energy for even that. Now, submerged in suffocating blackness, he instinctively avoided thought, because thinking might wake him to unbearable reality. Then light, a golden spear piercing the mud. It enveloped him, yanking upward through sudden coolness. He found himself elsewhere. Golden mist surrounded him, not standing, floating, and not alone. Before he could react, memory crashed back. The blind priest, the torture, the Yuuzhan Vong's experiments. He hugged himself, though this body wasn't real. Am I dead? He whispered. No, but what awaits is worse than death. The presence took form, a reptilian native, its features shimmering uncertainly. Who are you? Where is this? In life, I was Vlu. Call me that. The shade gestured around them. This is where my kind dwell. Sanctuary. The invaders cannot reach here. I wish to help you. Why? Drash's laugh was razor-edged. Nothing's free. The Imperial saved me from Frey for the Emperor's service. The Vong spared me for their gods. What's your price? Vlu radiated surprise. I felt your pain. In life, I healed wounded souls. It's my nature to aid suffering. How saintly. Drash's eyebrow arched. Want to help? Get me out. I cannot touch the invaders or their creations. Merely being near them drains me. Then you're useless. The fledgling hope died. Your power can free you if you master it. Power. I need blasters. A TIE fighter. With the TIE, he strafed the Vong base, then kamikaze into this temple. You have Vergier's gift, but no control. I can't teach you. Delusional. I'd know if I had Jedi tricks. Blind and bound by fear, you see nothing clearly. I'm not afraid. Drash snarled. You don't fear death because you welcome it. Every battle, you hope for oblivion. But the Vong won't kill you. What they'll do, Vlu's eyes turned glacial. This is your only chance. Accept my help now, or I return you to your body. Drash looked cornered. Death had always been an old friend, but Vlu's path terrified him as much as the Vong's. Both demanded more than dying ever could. What do I have to do? Open your eyes. Vlu reached forward. Golden mist swirled, brightening to solar intensity as they plunged together into the light. Chapter 18. I think I may have miscalculated. The sentence seemed to hang suspended in the air between them. Then Thrawn was up and moving with that characteristic predatory grace, his blue-black hair catching the dim light as he strode to his command chair. Park realized the sounds of the Villip's disconnection had lasted only seconds. Now they existed solely in his memory. The Grand Admiral's long fingers danced across the controls, summoning holograms of the unknown regions and Imperial control sectors. Star systems flared to life in blue light as he marked hyperspace routes with military precision. Within moments, he'd highlighted a base near their territorial border and more than 30 star destroyers, every vessel that could reach the marked planet within a relevant timeframe. Park turned fully from the now silent Villip, his boots clicking against the deck as he took a hesitant step toward his commander. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Should he ask for clarification? Offer to leave? The right words eluded him. Thrawn spared him the dilemma. The Chiss finished his calculations, copied the data to a card, and stood in one fluid motion. Contact Moff Neris, he said, handing Park the datapad. His voice carried that particular intensity that made junior officers stand straighter. Have him order these ships to rendezvous at the Covexal outpost immediately. Then report to the hangar bay with General Bean. Park accepted the pad, his mind racing. We're taking a shuttle to the Annihilator, sir. The undamaged Star Destroyer had arrived late to Orun Prime, ferrying the exiled nobility and their new monarch home. Correct. Have Commander Wiener take the Imperator to Orsa for repairs. Thrawn's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. We'll be departing for Covexal within the hour. Understanding dawned on Park like a slow sunrise. That's where the Vong will strike. You've deduced Song Anor's plan. No, Captain. Thrawn's voice turned icy. There will be no attack at Covexal. But yes, I know precisely what the Executor intends. He gestured to the holographic starfield between them. He wishes to strike at me personally. Tell me, what is the most devastating way he could accomplish this? Park studied the tactical display, his trained eye tracing hyperspace lanes. Covexal outpost sat along the primary route to, his breath caught, the Chiss homeworld. By the families, I pray we are not already too late. Thrawn was already inputting new coordinates, his fingers moving with controlled urgency. But, sir, Park protested, attacking Chiss space would be madness. Even for. And Song Anor is mad. Thrawn cut him off sharply. If he wasn't before, he certainly is now. That is the variable I failed to account for. He finished his calculations and looked up. I have one more transmission to make. We depart immediately afterward. Park hesitated. With respect, Admiral, if this is based solely on conjecture. What you dismiss as conjecture, Thrawn said with that particular edge that made even veteran officers straighten their backs, is the result of a trained mind synthesizing data the conscious mind hasn't yet recognized. He fixed Park with those luminous eyes. Now carry out your orders. Yes, sir. Park snapped a crisp salute and turned toward the door. Oh, and Captain. Thrawn's voice stopped him. The Grand Admiral nodded toward the dormant Villip. Take that with you. We may have need of it yet. The transmission sliced through hyperspace in an instant, its coded signature seeking specific recipients. Thrawn stood motionless on the holopad, his face the perfect mask of Imperial composure, though his pulse betrayed him. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 10. At last, 2 holograms resolved before him, first as fuzzy outlines, then solidifying into distinct forms. 2 Chiss males, both wearing the ornate yet functional uniforms of syndics, yet as different as twin moons orbiting opposite stars. To Thrawn's left stood Syndic Teik, thin and aged like a mountain worn by time, yet straight as a vibro pike. His hair and beard appeared blue in the hologram's light, but Thrawn knew them to be white as Xilla's ice plains. The elder-seemed face could convey warmth or severity with equal ease. Currently it hovered between the two as he regarded his former pupil. To the right, Syndic Vreet, younger than Thrawn, by perhaps a decade, clean-shaven with precisely trimmed black hair. Where a human might see only calm reserve, Thrawn recognized the carefully banked fury in every line of his posture. Syndic Teik. Thrawn inclined his head in respectful greeting. A deliberate pause. Syndic Vreet. The same gesture, though the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Your response honors me. Teik's voice, still strong and clear despite his years, carried cautious welcome. It has been too long, Mithron Uruado. I know, old friend, and I regret that circumstances prevent a more pleasant reunion. Thrawn's hands clasped behind his back in perfect parade rest. I come with urgent warning. I believe the Chiss home will face his imminent attack. Teik's eyebrows rose slightly, and you surmised correctly that we would be the only syndics willing to entertain this communication. You were the sole voice raised in my defense at the trial, Thrawn reminded him gently before turning to Vrit. I confess, I doubted you would answer at all. The words were carefully measured. Vrit's lip curled. Even the great Mithron Uruado can miscalculate. The title dripped with sarcasm. My opinions remain unchanged. I responded only to prevent you from troubling my house through other channels. Thrawn felt an unexpected tightness in his throat. Is Kethria well? The question escaped before he could stop it. Vrit's composure shattered like thin ice. She is none of your concern. The outburst echoed in the chamber. With visible effort, he regained control. And I will not disturb her peace with messages from you, so do not ask. The silence stretched. Your mother, Thrawn said at last, has more resilience than you credit her. Understand this clearly. Vrit's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. I am syndic now. The welfare of our house is mine to determine. You have no place here. No bonds. No voice in our affairs. His glowing eyes narrowed to slits. Deliver your warning and be gone. Teik cleared his throat. This alleged threat, who would dare attack us? An extragalactic species called the Yuuzhan Vong. Thrawn seized the lifeline. Their organic technology rivals our most advanced systems. They were behind the plagues that ravaged my protectorates recently, and that represents the least of their capabilities. He leaned forward slightly. Having thwarted their plans, I believe their commander will strike at Chilla in retaliation. Thrawn called up a tactical display between them. Deploy your ships defensively throughout the home system. Reset scanners to detect organic signatures. Their vessels use creatures called Davan basals rather than engines, monitor for gravitational anomalies. These same creatures can strip energy shields, but simulations suggest expanding gravitational compensators may counter this. He zoomed the display in on Chilla. Their commander favors sudden, brutal strikes. The attack could come at any moment. I can muster 30-star destroyers immediately, with more to follow. They could be at your border within the day. Teik stroked his beard thoughtfully. And you expect us to convince the other great families to allow an alien fleet into our space? His tone carried gentle admonishment, the way one might correct a promising but overeager student. Vrit's response lacked such restraint. I always knew you would eventually try to intimidate the Chiss into submitting to your protection, he spat, as you've done with the lesser species of this region. But I credited you with more subtlety. His gaze raked over Thrawn's Imperial uniform, with undisguised contempt. You invent this absurd threat to justify invading our space with your barbarian fleet. The insult is almost as great as the deception. Thrawn's eyes flashed. The Empire has never threatened Chiss space since I repelled Kim and Doriana's forces. Emperor Palpatine himself guarantees your sovereignty. Even as he spoke, Thrawn felt the uncomfortable weight of that promise. Palpatine's assurances were fluid at best. The Hapes Consortium had survived by virtue of isolation and strength, much like the Chiss. But with the Death Star's completion, Vrit's sneer interrupted his thoughts. You've been corrupted by alien ways. Look at you, dressed in their gaudy trappings, spouting their empty platitudes about order. He gestured contemptuously at Thrawn's rank insignia. On Chilla, we still keep the old ways. You mean the tradition of pretending the galaxy ends at our borders? Thrawn's voice turned glacial. The dogma that mistakes stagnation for honor. I saw where those ways led us, fleets commanded by untested fools, while chaos reigned beyond our blinders. When that chaos inevitably spilled into our space, we were unprepared. Bitterness crept into his tone. I took action to defend our people, and was branded an outcast. The Chiss could have shaped this galaxy, but we chose instead to cower in our corner of it. Palpatine now holds the power I once dreamed for us, and his empire leaves us in peace. Why does this anger the syndics? Our goals align perfectly. Vreet's hands clenched. You've betrayed 1,000 years of tradition. The customs you mock were handed down by Emperor Brunris Delacruz himself. He named the legendary unifier of the Chiss. It was Syndic Interest who declared we needed no more territory. That galactic conquest would only dilute our purity with alien influences. His gaze dropped to Thrawn's cold cylinders. I see you still practice your peculiar interest in barbarian art. Impressive recitation, Vreet. Thrawn's smile didn't reach his eyes. You've memorized the official histories as well as any terminal. He glanced at Teik. I'm surprised you didn't encourage him to dig deeper, as you did with me. Vreet stiffened. What are you implying? Enrist was an old man when he made that proclamation, Thrawn continued relentlessly. Tired of war, he wanted to cement his legacy as our greatest warrior king. By forbidding further expansion, he ensured no successor could surpass his achievements. He leaned forward, but there was another reason. His scouts had encountered the Old Republic. He feared conflict with the Jedi, feared we couldn't win. So he built walls around our culture and called it virtue. And for 1,000 years, we've been slowly withering inside them. Vreet's control finally snapped. I will not debate history with an exile. He reached for the disconnect. Let your barbarian emperor play at ruling his petty fiefdom. But cross our border, and I will personally lead the defense fleet to destroy you. The hologram dissolved in mid-sentence, leaving only Teisk's image. Thrawn exhaled slowly. That could have gone better. Teisk sighed. They never understood your choices, Thrawn. After your exile, it was difficult for them. There were even questions about Vreet's fitness to succeed you. He's had to prove himself constantly. Thrawn's jaw tightened. Does he know the truth about Enrist's wisdom? That our isolation was born of fear, not strength. Sometimes I wonder if I did right, showing you our history's cracks. Teisk's expression turned wistful. You saw too clearly. I saw survival. Thrawn adjusted his uniform. The Empire is the future. But this threat is real. You truly believe these savages can impersonate Chiss? They've captured one of my pilots. They may know our ways now. Thrawn met his old mentor's eyes. Watch for gravitational anomalies. For strangers who seem off. And if they come, I'll be watching. Teisk's image faded, leaving Thrawn alone with his thoughts and the faint hum of the ship. Blast him, Vreet muttered as he turned from the holopad. His glowing eyes turned inward, blind to the splendor surrounding him. Even the most magnificent sights became commonplace with time. The Syndic's private chambers reflected classic Chiss design, where military practicality met understated elegance. The spacious rooms flowed seamlessly together, yet could be sealed off instantly for privacy or defense. 3 walls bore intricate mosaic patterns, while the 4th was a sweeping floor-to-ceiling window offering an unobstructed view of the city beyond. The transparent steel was so flawless birds might mistake it for open air, yet could withstand all but the most powerful charred barge. Not that Chilla had seen combat in living memory. The palace's defensive features were relics from a more fractious era, when the newly united Chiss Syndics still eyed each other with suspicion. The cityscape stretched as far as Chiss eyes could see, graceful spires and domes harmonizing with the natural landscape rather than conquering it. Even the humblest dwellings incorporated aesthetic principles, though never at the expense of function. And every citizen within that view, every widow, orphan, and elder, was under Vreet's protection. As Syndic's duties were manifold, caring for the vulnerable, overseeing education, maintaining infrastructure, settling disputes. But above all, defending his people from external threats. So that was Mithron Ruado, remarked the Chiss female crossing to join him. Hardly the raven madman the families describe, despite that barbaric uniform. Her tone was drier than Xilla's ice plains. A living legend, Vreet spat, turning to meet Commander Rain's crimson gaze. As Phalanx commander for 7 years, an unprecedented position for a Chiss woman, her competence was beyond question. A name never to be spoken. By order of the high families, he no longer exists. Difficult when commoners whisper of his exploits in every cantina. Vreet's jaw tightened. His gall is boundless. To think we cower before his empire. He paced to the window and back. He's a traitor to his blood, and to this house, he thought bitterly. The family should have executed him when they had the chance. I would have. Rain's eyes sharpened. Your own father. With my own hands, had I been old enough to wield a charik. The air seemed to freeze around them. His father, the great traitor. That poison legacy had shadowed Vreet's entire life, tainting him in others' eyes. Sometimes in his own as well. Thrawn had shattered sacred traditions that alone Vreet might have overcome. But the man hadn't the decency to fade into exile. No, he'd sworn allegiance to aliens, recruited Chiss youth to his cause, weakened the defense fleet with every stolen recruit. And whenever Thrawn's latest triumph spread through the colonies, all eyes turned to Vreet. He knew the other syndics despised him, not merely for his tainted bloodline, but as an unwelcome reminder of the unperson they pretended never existed. They watched his every move, suspecting hidden agendas. Vreet grimaced. Like all syndics, he'd trained in warfare since childhood. Competent against pirates and raiders, yes. But no Thrawn. At best, a pale imitation. Your orders. Rain's voice snapped him back to the present. Double phalanx patrols. Monitor all house frequencies for Imperial transmissions. If the traitor moves against us, we'll be ready. And his warning about these, Yuuzhan Vong. Vreet barked a laugh. Savages. None can challenge the Chiss. Thrawn remains our greatest threat, a traitor with thousands of our own at his back. Then why hasn't the defense fleet crushed him? Rain tilted her head, genuine curiosity in her tone. Because we are civilized. Vreet whirled on her. Preemptive strikes are for barbarians. He won't drag us into his moral squalor. Or perhaps, Rain met his anger unflinching, the families find his pest control convenient. What? His campaigns have all but eliminated alien rays into our space. The families enjoy peace without breaking tradition. Let the traitor play the savage for them. She crossed her arms. Meanwhile, he drains away our malcontents. The syndics grow stronger while appearing virtuous. Vreet closed the distance between them. You defend him. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Of course not. But our true enemies may sit closer than you think. Perhaps even on the Syndic Council. Absurd. They despise everything he represents, and yet tolerate his expansion. Why? She answered her own question. Because he proves their policies correct while removing dissenters. The stronger he grows, the greater our eventual reckoning. Syndics like you must compensate for their short-sightedness. Vreet opened his mouth, then paused. Your analysis is thorough. Experience had taught him to value Rain's insights. A commoner elevated to commander broke tradition, but nowhere was it forbidden. Officially, commander simply executed Syndic's orders. In practice, they shaped house policy. My apologies if I overstepped, Rain began. None needed. Vreet's posture relaxed. If I wanted blind obedience, I'd appoint a protocol droid to command. Rain's lips quirked. Vreet, was that a joke? Merely an observation. But he couldn't suppress a small smile. Your recommendation? Commander. Urge war against the traitor. The defense fleet and his unity fleet will clash eventually. We should choose the battlefield. Vreet chuckled. The families won't even acknowledge his existence. We syndics excel at ignoring inconveniences. You're not so bad. Rain leaned against him, arm curling around his shoulders, just occasionally in need of a firm nudge. To his own surprise, Vreet didn't stiffen at the contact. With Rain, he could simply be, no measuring himself against impossible legacies, no fear of judgment. She saw only him, not the traitor's disappointing air. He would begin lobbying the syndics immediately. The Chiss had failed once to excise Thrawn's corruption. This time, they would succeed. Gazing across his city, Vreet swore his people would never see stormtroopers marching their streets or star destroyers darkening their skies. The Empire would never touch Homeworld. Like most Jedi prophecies, this oath would come to pass in ways Vreet could never have imagined. Or desired. The Chiss shuttle emerged from hyperspace like a wounded animal, its hull scorched, and engines sputtering irregular plasma. Vreet's phalanx picked up its distress signals immediately, tractoring the damaged vessel into the Guardian's hangar bay with military efficiency. The sole survivor stumbled down the ramp, his uniform torn and eyes dull with shock. Syndic, his voice cracked as he nearly collapsed to his knees before remembering his training. With visible effort, he straightened and snapped a salute. Controller Lekris of Yeho Base reporting. Imperial Star Destroyers, 5 confirmed before they jammed our communications. Vrit felt his pulse quicken. This was no border skirmish. Yeho's strategic position made it the perfect staging ground for an assault on homeworld itself. They gave no warning. Lekris continued, his monotone voice at odds with the horror he described. Interdictors blocked escape before the first turbolaser volley hit. The defense ships, the civilian quarters, his hands flexed unconsciously. Commander Hollet ordered a fighter escort to punch me through the blockade. They died buying me 12 seconds of clear space to jump. Rain stepped forward, her crimson eyes sharp. No survivors. None that I saw. Lekris's dull gaze flickered with something terrible. The traitors gather in his full strength. If we don't, he won't reach homeworld. Vrit gripped the man's shoulder, feeling the tremors running through him. To the medics hovering nearby, get him to the infirmary. Full examination. As they led Lekris away, Vrit turned to Rain. The unspoken understanding between them needed no words. This changed everything. How many ships can we scramble within the hour? 3/4 of the phalanx. You're planning to intercept them at Yeho. Before the Syndic Council wastes 3 days debating protocols. Vrit strode toward the turbolift, his mind already calculating engagement scenarios. Against 5 Star Destroyers, his forces held the advantage, especially with the element of surprise. The turbolift's descent toward the hangar bay made Rain's eyes flash brighter. You're leading the attack personally. You'll remain here with the reserve squadron. His tone brooked no argument. Rain slammed the door close button with a sharp crack. Explain this insanity. Vrit's hand twitched toward his chariot before he mastered himself. This is my chance to prove my loyalty isn't just words. To stand before the Syndics with Thrawn's head in my hands, and finally, the raw need in his own voice startled him. I need to look him in the eye as he realizes his mistake. For the first time in their decades serving together, Rain's fingers dug into his arm with desperate strength. When Lekris described the attack, I felt something. And now, your concern honors me? Vrit pulled her into an embrace, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. But we both swore oaths. Their kiss tasted like goodbye. This is the only way. The Guardian shuddered as it reverted from hyperspace, Yeho star burning cold against the void. Vrit's breath caught. No Imperial fleet awaited them. Only death. Yeho's orbital defenses floated as broken skeletons, their twisted metal gleaming dully in the starlight. But the planet itself, Vrit's claws sank into his command chair's armrests. Where once blue-green atmosphere had wrapped the world, now only a churning red haze remained, swirling like blood in water. No distress signals. No automated beacons. Just terrible silence. Scout patterns Alpha through Gamma, Vrit heard himself order. Full spectral analysis. I want gravitic anomalies. The sensor officer's voice spiked with panic. The debris field is moving toward us. The tactical hologram updated, showing meteoroid-like objects shifting trajectory. One resembled a nightmare parody of a TIE fighter, volcanic rock sculpted into angular wings, with glowing crystalline growths bulging like a cockpit canopy. Tractor beam on that object. Vrit barked. Can't establish lock. Syndic is generating miniature gravity wells that. Klaxons drowned out the rest. Shield failures across decks 7 through 12. Someone shouted. Vrit's blood turned to ice. Extend the gravitational compensators. Seal all. The meteoroid accelerated with unnatural precision, smashing through the hangar force field. The deck plates heaved violently, throwing Vrit against the viewscreen as explosions rippled through the Guardian's superstructure. Somewhere amid the chaos, a single thought crystallized. This was no Imperial attack. The dying coral skipper's final plunge had torn open the Guardian's shields like rotten fabric. Now his 15 surviving kin unleashed their vengeance. From under their rocky carapaces, barbed launchers extended like wasp stingers, firing volleys of chitinous spheres that spiraled through vacuum with eerie precision. Impact tremors reverberated through the Chiss flagship as each projectile struck home. What appeared to be meteoroids were in fact biomechanical pods, their porous surfaces immediately secreting enzymatic solvents that hissed against durasteel. Within seconds, the hull plating bubbled and peeled away, revealing vulnerable inner decks. The Coral Skipper pilots maintained formation despite the swarm of Chiss clawcraft now closing in. Their mission parameters burned in their cognition hoods. Success required only that the seeders penetrate the outer defenses. As blue ion trails crisscrossed around them, one pilot allowed himself a warrior's smile. Let the infidels claim their empty victory. The true assault had already begun. Smoke stung Vreet's eyes as he gripped the command rail. The impact had thrown him against the tactical display, leaving a spiderweb crack across the holographic projection of his dying fleet. Blood from his scalp wound dripped onto the fractured image of the Guardian, obscuring the damage reports flickering across his length. "Primary shield generators offline," shouted an officer whose uniform sleeve was soaked in hydraulic fluid. "Hull breaches on decks 3 through 5. Emergency bulkheads failing too." The lights died mid-sentence. In the dim emergency glow panels, Vreet saw his reflection in the blackened view screen, a pale ghost with burning red eyes. The backup power hummed to life with a sound like a dying man's rattle. "Engineering reports main reactor offline," the captain said, his usually impeccable uniform now streaked with soot. "We're running on batteries." A new voice crackled over the comm, shrill with panic. "The alien projectiles, they're hatching. Gods help us, there." The transmission dissolved into screams and a wet, skittering sound that raised the hair on Vreet's neck. The sensor officer's hands trembled as he magnified a feed from Deck 4. The image showed a blast door, 3 inches of reinforced durasteel, being eaten away by creatures that might have been insects if not for their nightmarish size. Each was the length of a man's arm, their segmented bodies pulsing as mandibles like plasma cutters chewed through metal. "They're making for engineering," the officer whispered, following coolant lines straight to The captain didn't let him finish. "Level 5 evacuation protocol. All hands to escape pods." His hand hovered over the alarm when the viewport exploded. Vreet had a millisecond to register the Coral Skipper floating beyond the shattered transparisteel, its pilot's tattooed face twisted in a predator's grin, before the vacuum took his breath. The captain's strong hands shoved him into the closing turbolift as the bridge dissolved into frozen hell. The emergency lighting cast bloody shadows as Vreet staggered through the Guardian's shuddering corridors. Every sealed blast door forced another detour, each step bringing fresh agony from his broken ribs. Somewhere below his feet, the Grutchins were turning his proud warship into a hollow corpse. He rounded a junction and froze. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the emergency lights, the supposed survivor from Yeho, his dull eyes now gleaming with unnatural hunger. Syndic, the man who called himself Leckers, rushed forward with outstretched hands. "Thank the families, Yur." Vreet's combat reflexes saved his life. He twisted aside just as the Calfee flashed upward, the blade missing his heart but opening a burning line across his ribs. The disguise was melting away now, the Chiss features flowing like wax to reveal the tattooed visage beneath. Vreet gasped, clutching his side. The attack on Yeho was a ruse. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior licked his blood from the living blade. A fisherman must bait his hook. He advanced with the casual grace of certain victory. "Your father's fleet will arrive to find only corpses and questions." The pain focused Vreet's mind. He remembered Rain's warning, Thrawn's transmission, all the pieces he dismissed. As the warrior struck again, Vreet's hand found his charik. The blue bolt took the assassin in the throat, but not before the poison Calfee found his gut. He slid down the wall, watching his life pool on the deck. The last thing he saw was the warrior's Uglith masker reforming into perfect Chiss features as he strolled toward the escape pods. The Sentinel's bridge was too quiet but for the steady ping of long-range sensors. Rain stood at the viewport, watching Homeworld's ice caps glitter in the distant sun. The gnawing dread hadn't left her since Vreet's departure, a sensation like ice water dripping down her spine. She traced the scars on her wrist, reminders of the Academy hazing she'd endured to become the first female Phalanx commander. The traditionalists had called it madness when Vreet promoted her, just as they'd called Thrawn mad for exiling himself. Now both men were gone, and the dread in her stomach said neither was coming back. "Commander," the censor officer's voice cracked. "Transmission from the Guardian, Priority 1 for all syndics." The holograms appeared before she reached the conference room, the assembled high families, their aged faces flickering in the blue light. As she waited for Vreet's image to appear, a junior officer vomited in the corner. "New contact emerging from hyperspace. Bearing 339 mark." The sensor display shattered as the numbers overflowed its capacity. "Its family preserve us" is bigger than the command moon. The long reach of death didn't so much arrive as manifest, a cancerous growth against the stars. Chiss scout ships approaching the Leviathan vanished in bursts of plasma, their deaths not even warranting the world ship's attention. Deep in his armored heart, Song Anor stood bathed in the Yemith's bioluminescent glow. The war coordinator's pulsing veins mapped directly to his cerebellum, his ancient instincts guiding his strategy. Around them, the battle unfolded in holographic miniature, Chiss capital ships like toys before a tsunami. "Show me," he whispered. The display zoomed on a Chiss battleship, its elegant lines now frantic with evasive maneuvers. A thought sent Davin basils coiling around it, stripping shields like skin from fruit. Plasma missiles, each guided by the Yemith's perfect awareness, punched through its bridge in synchronized strikes. Sang Anor turned his gaze to the vulnerable blue world beyond. Right on schedule, 8 jagged shapes detached from the world ship's underbelly, the Deskai, their purpose known only to the gods and their chosen executor. Chapter 19. A small convoy of 4 Chiss freighters bearing supplies from the outer systems of Chiss space had passed through the planetary shield just before the world ship's incursion. While defending ships around Homeworld scrambled to engage the threat, ground control directed the freighters to an unloading berth planetside. Amid the chaos of battle erupting in their sacrosanct home system, ground control failed to notice the freighters weren't complying. By the time officials sent alerts, then warnings, the convoy had already split, each ship veering toward a different hemisphere. Atmosphere fighters were dispatched in pursuit. Closing in, a pilot reported, checking the freighter's ID code, "Freighter Ravondak, divert to your assigned landing berth." The cargo vessel ignored the order. "Ravondak, comply or you will be fired upon." Still no response. Blade 6, fire a warning shot. Before the fighter could act, the freighter self-destructed. Kinless. The pilot banked hard to avoid the blast. What in the hells was that? He switched comms. "Ground control, the freighter's gone. Repeat, it just." "Acknowledged, Blade Lead," came the stunned reply. "The other 3 have detonated. Return to base?" "Yes, sir." As the pilot turned toward the shipyard, he spotted something odd, a dark purple mist spreading from the wreckage. The freighters, intercepted by the Yuuzhan Vong before reaching home system, had carried no cargo. Instead, their holds were filled with a substance that, when ignited and exposed to the atmosphere, would wreak havoc on the planet below. Rain studied the ugly blue-black stain spreading across Homeworld's sky and ordered Vreet's phalanx to hold position while other warships engaged the attacker. The 3 capital ships and gunboats would make little difference in the battle, but the atmospheric disturbance gnawed at her. The planet seemed vulnerable with its defenders scattered. The thought of Homeworld violated made her shudder. It was likely nothing. The shield was at full strength. Surely. "Commander, unidentified bodies approaching Homeworld," the comm officer interrupted. "Ships?" she asked. "Negative. No metal or energy signatures. Moving too fast for asteroids." "How many?" 8. Massive. Rain saw them now, 8 asteroid-like objects, each the size of a star destroyer, pocked with holes like sponges. "Move in. Target and attack." The Deskai had once been asteroids in the Sevic belt before the Yuuzhan Vong reshaped them. Hollowed and grafted with organs, nervous systems, and Davin basils, they served a singular purpose. As the Chiss ships advanced, one Deskai detected them. The Yamsk relayed orders. A coral spike, propelled by a Davin Basil's crushing force, lanced toward the lead capital ship. Rain's eyes widened as the capital ship and his trailing gunboat exploded. Pull back. She whirled to sensors. The officer replayed the data. A projectile, Commander. Impossibly fast. A projectile. Where is it now? Halfway across the system. How did it bypass our shields? Like a hurricane driving a stalk through a tree. Speed trumps all. Rain's skin prickled. If a missile pierced our barriers, then the planetary shield. Her words died as the desk high loosed their volley. A projectile streaked through the shield and the tainted sky. The impact shuddered through the bridge. For the first time in Chiss history, alien weapons scarred homeworld. The missile struck deep, targeting fault lines mapped by Yuuzhan Vong spies. The ground heaved. Coastal cities drowned under kilometer-high waves. And more missiles followed. A third volley. Then a fourth. The crew watched in silent horror. Rain forced her voice to work. Send the fighters. An officer blinked. Commander. They're too small to hit. Let them harass the kinless things. Ram them if they must. This is homeworld. The order galvanized the crew. Magnify the planet and world ship. Song Anor commanded. Show me everything. The displays expanded. Blue darts of Chiss fighters, yellow flares of explosions, the planet's sky now a sickly bruise. The surface trembled with quakes. His lips twitched into a smile. Almost perfect. Then the cold weight of absence settled in his chest. Lyra should be here. They'd have danced as homeworld burned. He shoved the grief aside. New arrivals flickered on the display, 30 Imperial Star Destroyers. Ah, Thrawn. Sang Anor's smile held no warmth. Right on schedule. He glanced at the Yamsk. Recall all forces. Hyperspace jump now. As the world ship retreated, he noted only 7 Deskai remained. The Chiss fighters had harried one to destruction. A minor loss. When hyperspace resolved, Park's first thought was that a rogue planetoid had become a battleground. Then he saw the living missiles, the plasma gouts, the craters vomiting death. The term world ship took on new meaning. It rivaled the Death Star in scale, but with no exhaust port, no weakness to exploit. The Unity fleet would be swallowed whole. Families help us, Bien whispered, trembling. Thrawn's voice was a blade of ice. No. Park followed their gaze to homeworld, now a bleeding blue-black wound. The bridge fell silent, Chiss and human alike frozen in shared horror. Stations. Thrawn's roar shattered the stillness. Vane stood stark on his neck, his eyes burning. Launch all fighters. Converge and engage. The crew snapped into motion, but the air crackled with fury. Admiral, a Chiss officer called. The enemy is retreating to hyperspace. Thrawn's fist clenched as the world ship stretched, then vanished. After the long reach of death departed, the Imperial fleet was forced to withdraw before the remaining Chiss ships turned on them. The Star Destroyers regrouped at the Covexal base on the edge of Chiss space while Thrawn sent constant messages to his former house and Syndic Teik. 7 hours later, Teik responded. The older Chiss, visibly distraught, proposed a face-to-face meeting the following day. Thrawn agreed. Thrawn, Park, and Bien waited in the Annihilator's hangar bay as 2 shuttles, one from each of the Chiss capital ships that had arrived moments before, settled onto the deck. Park alternated between watching the shuttles and studying Thrawn and Bien. Word of the Yuuzhan Vong's attack had spread through the fleet. No one yet knew the full extent of the damage to homeworld, but the mere fact that aliens had struck the Chiss birthplace had sent the Empire's Chiss contingent into mourning. Park worried about the toll this disaster was taking on the Grand Admiral. The shuttle hatches opened, ramps lowering with a hiss. 2 parties emerged, one clad in the blue and gold of Teisk's household phalanx, the other in the burgundy of Vreet's. Syndic Teik led his group, flanked by his phalanx commander and 2 officers. The old Chiss stood tall, his posture rigid, but Park sensed something brittle beneath the surface. His face was a mask, his glowing red eyes dulled like fading embers. Park turned his attention to the second party, Thrawn's former house. As they descended the ramp, his breath caught. The phalanx commander at their center was female. The Empire was patriarchal, but the Chiss made it seem liberal by comparison. Females typically wore veils, kept their eyes downcast, and moved with restrained elegance. This commander defied all of it. She walked with a feline lethality, her blue-black hair unbound, her gaze unflinching. She was striking for an alien, but it was her aura of danger that held Park's attention. Like all Chiss he'd seen since the attack, her face was ice. Not indifference, he realized, but grief so vast that losing control for even a second would shatter her. Abruptly, he realized he'd been staring, and looked away, cheeks warming. They see humans as clothed animals anyway, he reassured himself. Synthetic Teik stepped forward, extending his hand. Thrawn clasped his forearm, and they exchanged greetings in the melodic Chiss tongue. Mithronaruado, Teik said, we greet each other in person again. We always knew it would require the end of all we knew before that could happen. How right we were. The bitterness in his voice was new. The Syndic had aged decades and hours. Have you lost loved ones? Thrawn asked quietly. 3 children. 5 grandchildren. I am the last of my line. I am sorry. The words were inadequate. My son, is Kethria alive? She is. But she will not see you. Teik withdrew his hand. She's secluded with relatives in the Jelra colony. Her message was clear. The only thing you shared is dead. She returns your territories, property, and phalanx to you. The female commander's eyes flared, but she remained still. By the High Family's ruling, I no longer exist, Thrawn snapped. Nevertheless, you are restored. Teik's voice was dust. I greet you, Syndic Mithronaruado. I have no place in Chiss space. Keep the lands, use them for homeworld's refugees. The money too? Teik nodded absently, then turned to Bien. It's been a long time, General. I wish the circumstances were better, my lord. Thrawn gestured toward the door. Come. We'll speak privately. His gaze flicked to the female commander. Your officers may remain. Teik shook his head. My phalanx commander accompanies me. Speak basic for Captain Park's benefit, Thrawn ordered as the door sealed behind them. Teik complied, exhaustion flattening his voice. This is Rain, your phalanx commander. The female Chiss said nothing, but her loathing for Thrawn was palpable. The damage to Homeworld. Thrawn pressed. Total, Rain answered, her basic precise. The missiles triggered seismic shifts. Earthquakes. Tidal waves. Every structure is gone. Losses are incalculable. A pause. They also poisoned the atmosphere. Our scientists confirmed the toxin is converting oxygen into inert elements. Within days, the surface will be oxygen deprived and 500 degrees hotter. Homeworld is dead. The Syndic Council survived, Bien said. What are their plans? Evacuations. In war? Teik replied. Against the SS Siruuk. Bien stiffened. The Yuuzhan Vong attacked us. Why target the SS Siruuk? Politics, Thrawn said bitterly. The galaxy is simpler for soldiers, old friend. The Syndics need a war to avenge our pride. The SS Siruuk are the nearest great power. The Yuuzhan Vong likely planted the rumor, but even if they hadn't. The Syndics would have blamed the SS Siruuk regardless, Teik finished. Park blurted, can't you tell them the truth? 5 pairs of glowing eyes locked onto him. It wouldn't matter, Thrawn said. After this, our blood demands retribution. The Syndics have already declared war, Rain added, her voice glacial. To retract would be political suicide. Our strongest will die for nothing. Her eyes narrowed. Politicians. If my phalanx ever respected them, that time is over. Sang Anor is cunning, Thrawn admitted. He likely planned this, using the SS Siruuk as scapegoats. Their entrenchment would defend him. With the Chiss and SS Siruuk weakened, the Yuuzhan Vong will claim the unknown regions unchallenged. He paced. We're the only ones left in his way. Teik's phalanx commander, a tall Chiss with a grimace, suddenly pulled a Kalfi from his sleeve. Park froze as the blade lunged toward Thrawn's back. Rain moved faster. She vaulted the table, kicking the knife aside midair. Thrawn spun, blaster drawn, but Rain was already grappling the assassin. The Yuuzhan Vong in Chi's disguise hissed, slashing underhand. Rain blocked, elbow crashing into his temple. He staggered but kept the blade. She pressed with a flurry of strikes. Teik watched calmly, then reached for his charik. Bien seized his wrist, blaster pressed to the Syndic's head. 3 seconds later, the Vong lay dead at Rain's feet. She glared at Teik. "Traitor," she snarled in tune. Thrawn's eyes burned as he hauled Teik against the wall. "Were you working with him? Did you betray Homeworld?" "No," Teik shouted. "Sang Anor contacted me after the attack. His agent offered a Vilip. He promised to restore Homeworld, cleanse the air, stop the quakes if I brought his assassin to you." "And the dead?" Rain demanded. "Could he resurrect them?" "I had to try." Teik's voice broke. "Mithran Urwado, what is a Syndic's first duty?" "To protect his people," Thrawn said softly. "And you failed." Teik's composure shattered. "You brought the galaxy's savagery to us. I wish I'd never met you." Silence. "Holster your blaster, Bien," Thrawn said at last. He released Teik. Sang Anor lied. The Vong would have come regardless. "You know this." He took Teik's charik from Bien and returned it. The Syndic stared, uncomprehending. "Enough Chiss have died," Thrawn said. "This never happened." He eyed the dead Vong. "We'll explain his disappearance later." Teik embraced him suddenly, whispering apologies. Thrawn patted his back. "I know," he murmured. After Teik and his ship had departed, minus one crew member, Thrawn stormed into his chambers aboard the Annihilator and sealed the door behind him. He sat before the captured Vilip and traced its ridge. "Sang Anor," he barked in Basic. "I know you're listening. Face me." For a moment, there was silence. Then he felt the strange, humming vibration in his skull as the Vilip inverted, revealing the scarred, tattooed visage of the Executor. "Hello again," the Vilip said, its smile polite. "Your assassin failed. I surmised as much." The smile remained, the creature's eyes gleaming. "You never intended him to succeed," Thrawn said coldly. "You wanted to force me to kill Teik after showing how you'd made him dishonor himself." His lips twisted into a sharp smile. "It didn't work. Teik lives." The Vong's confidence flickered, then steadied. "A pity. That was to be the final touch. First your son, then your world, then the mentor who shaped your mind. Ah well, no one gets everything they want." He chuckled. "I'd hoped you'd thank me for the artistry of it. Pain has an elegance, and you of all beings should appreciate my work. And I suppose there's a purpose beyond vanity." Thrawn snarled. "Consider it a challenge." Sang Anor's voice hardened. "You were right, Admiral. I tire of games. It ends now." "I'm listening." "Seek me in the Sevic system. Fitting, don't you think? My world ship, my fleet, all await you. Bring your entire infidel armada. Only one of us leaves alive, and the unknown regions will be his. And if I refuse, then what befell your homeworld will repeat across every Imperial world. Those under your protection will learn they've painted targets on their loved ones." The smile widened. "I'll be waiting." "You won't wait long." Thrawn stood, drew his blaster, and fired. The bolt tore through the Vilip, obliterating Song Anor's face. He fired 3 more shots until the remains smoldered. Captain Park entered Thrawn's suite aboard the Annihilator, the door hissing shut behind him. He frowned, squinting in the dim light until the Grand Admiral's glowing eyes fixed on him. "Ah." Thrawn blinked slowly. "Captain." "Sir, Mofnir's reports the Imperator is spaceworthy. I thought we might discuss strategy." Park hesitated, noting Thrawn's distraction and the acrid tang in the air. "Are you well, sir?" "An experiment, Captain." Thrawn rose unsteadily, an empty bottle in his grip. Others littered the table, testing whether alcohol dulls grief. He drained the last drops. "It doesn't." Park swallowed. "Sir, I made this happen." Thrawn's voice was hollow. "Homeworld. Teik's shame. Vreet." He stumbled over the name. "I pushed Song Anor into the open. A flawless manipulation." He laughed bitterly. "Clever, wasn't I?" His composure cracked. My son is dead, Captain. My only child. He studied his hands. I believe I'm drunk. Park nodded. I'd agree, sir. Thrawn's rigid control, even now, was a testament to his discipline. The captain ached for him. Perhaps you should oversee the ship. While I recover. Thrawn sank into an armchair, his breathing deepening. Park withdrew, granting him dignity. In the corridor, Park encountered General Bean. To his surprise, the Chiss fell into step beside him. You've seen Mithranarwano. Yes? Strategy matters. Bean lowered his voice. I heard he requisitioned Corellian whiskey. I came to spare him your intrusion. He gripped Park's arm. Even the strongest falter under grief. Park held his gaze. I noticed nothing amiss. Bean nodded. Captain, I once questioned your presence here, but you've proven worthy. The honor is mine. He extended a hand. Park clasped it. After this war, General, drinks are on me. Bean's smile was faint. If we survive, I'll buy for the fleet. Rain entered Thrawn's quarters aboard the Imperator, finding him studying holograms of Yuuzhan Vong corpses. He deactivated them as she approached. Commander, he winced. Are you unwell? A trifling cost of foolishness. He rubbed his temples. You've come to review battle plans. No. She handed him a datapad. The Phalanx roster. And my replacement. Thrawn set it aside. I've no intention of replacing you. Your record is exemplary. I failed Syndic Vreet. I should have stopped him. It was his choice. I could have knocked him out. Thrawn exhaled. Regardless, I need you. The Vong must fall, and integrating Vreet's Phalanx requires your expertise. May I speak freely? Always. Once the Vong are crushed, I'm done. I won't serve you or your empire. You saved my life yesterday. Only because you're necessary to stop them. I despise you. Thrawn studied her. Yet you loved Vreet. Rain stiffened. That didn't earn my rank. I know. But you understood him. I didn't. His voice softened. Tell me about my son. She glared. He hated you, yet craved your approval. That's what killed him. She turned away. Your people's obsession with perfection is poison. I agree. Thrawn stepped closer. That's why I rebelled. To break those chains. We're like, Commander. How? We both loved him. Rain's jaw tightened. You're skilled, Syndic, but I'm not your ally. She turned to leave. Pride is a bitter companion, Commander. I'd know. The door sealed behind her. Pride is bitter indeed, Rain thought, but is not all I have. Her fingers brushed her abdomen. She'd pondered his children, raised under suffocating expectations, love withheld until perfection was achieved. Like Vreet, who died for that ideal. Not you, as she vowed. She strode on. She hadn't told Vreet, or Thrawn. Not now, she had to fight. Not for pride or vengeance, but because the Phalanx needed her. Vreet was right. A Syndic's life belonged to his people. So did a soldier's. But if Thrawn knew she carried his grandchild, he'd never let her near the battlefield. Chapter 20. I'm very disappointed in you, Prefect. Sang Anor shook his head as thick black clouds blotted out the sky, turning noon to dusk. Though I shouldn't be surprised, he mused. Incompetence is what I've come to expect from you. The slaves who resisted us won't trouble us again, Kenneth said, crossing his arms with a sneer. Pride radiated from his face as a band of Nass shuffled past. I've scorched half the planet, and Sikvi patrol the skies. They fire on anything that moves. And Nam Anor still hadn't returned. Kenneth had nearly laughed when he delivered the news. Sang Anor was wary he wouldn't believe Nam Anor dead without proof. But this was Kenneth. If he meant you harm, you could expect a long life. Only when the prefect tried to help was it time to worry. You've made progress, Song Anor conceded. A world ripe for shaping, now reduced to ash. Another group of Nass trudged by, their reptilian snouts drooping. They stood near a vast lake at the heart of the Yuuzhan Vong settlement, its waters funneled through underground streams by servant creatures, nourishing the coral fields. Kenneth chuckled. Why does it matter? You've already ordered our withdrawal. True, Even now, transports ferried warriors, shapers, and fully shaped creatures to the world ship, while empty vessels descended for more. Above them, the mottled red-black orb of Long Reach loomed like a grim moon. Sang Anor watched as Sigvi soar past. Recall those flyers. Their pilots will be needed in coral skippers. Another 100 slaves plotted by Hollow-Eyed. Long Reach of Death and the Deskai can match their star destroyers, but their TIE fighters will swarm us. Thrawn has legions of them, and he knows how to use them. The nimble fighters could harass larger ships, exhausting their Davin basals and leaving them vulnerable. Kenneth grinned. Hence why the Shapers are prioritizing missiles and grudging. Sang Anor nodded. Faster to produce than coral skippers, and requiring no pilots, the Yamas-guided weapons within the TIE ranks. I've emptied the world ship. Every warrior will fly. Non-combatants, priests, Shapers are being dispersed to hide until the battle ends. And you'll face Thrawn's entire fleet. Kenneth shook his head. I always knew you were mad, Executor. You're fighting him on his terms, open war. Sang Anor's eyes gleamed. I have surprises for him. This system will be his grave. But at what cost? Even if we win, half our warriors will die. How will we conquer the unknown regions then? The galaxy teems with life, Kenneth. Life we can shape into weapons and warriors. Mindless tools are worthless without Yuuzhan Vong to wield them. Most will be slaves or sacrifices, yes. But some, he gestured behind him. Ross approached, clad in Vondraan crab armor, an amphistaff coiled around his arm. He struck his fist against his shoulders and bowed. Belek to you, Executor. Prefect. Tattoo swirled across his blue face, his eyes burning with zeal. Look at me, Raz. The Chiss obeyed. Why do you exist? I live for the gods. I kill for the gods. I will die for the gods. Prove it. Without hesitation, Ross drove his fist into his nose. Blood streamed down his chin as he raised his hand again. Enough. Sang Anor traced a claw along Raz's face, stopping just shy of breaking skin. The convert didn't flinch. Imagine, Song Anor said, circling him, a Chiss you respected, a wingmate who saved your life. If the gods demanded their sacrifice, what would you do? I would bind them to the embrace of pain myself. Sang Anor turned to Kenneth. Less than a month among us, and already as devout as any born to the gods. I've had him adopted into Domain Rapwang. Raz's eyes flickered with pride, and we found a human candidate for shaping. Even if only 1 in 1,000 slaves proves worthy, that's hundreds of thousands per world. Within a year, our numbers will recover. Within 5, we'll rule the unknown regions. Within 10, I'll stand on Coruscant, purging it for the Supreme Overlord's arrival. He glanced at Kenneth. The prefect paled. Sang Anor had said I, not we. The message was clear. This was his vision alone. Kenneth's defiance withered. He knew better than to challenge the Alpha. But it wouldn't save him. The prefect had outlived his usefulness. Power thrilled Song Anor. The ability to command life and death, to shape fates, it was intoxicating. Since childhood, he'd craved it, the teacher's judgment, the priest's foresight, the shaper's craft, the warrior's might. But true power lay in ruling them all. Promotions had been mere tastes. Now, he feasted. Kenneth was right, this was madness. But Song Anor didn't care. He sacrificed everything for ambition. To turn back now would render it all meaningless. You've thought of everything, Kenneth muttered. How will the battle unfold? Sang Anor frowned. A shame the 5th battleship won't be ready. Even if completed, there's no time to train it. But I'll find a use for it, and for those remaining here. Another 100 nests waded into the lake, inhaled water, and sank. Abayers propelled their corpses to the shore, where slaves peeled back scales to extract the implants. The lifeless nests were tossed into a trench, joining 1,000 others. A small sacrifice, but every offering might sway the gods. Kenneth wiped sweat from his brow. Where's that slave? An elderly Nass hobbled forward, bearing a platter with 2 goblets. Kenneth snatched one, gulping the chilled wine. Good riddance to these creatures. Stubborn, lazy wretches. Sang Anor inspected his goblet. Resistant, with spears against plasma cannons. They fight like grudging. Ambushes, traps, melting into swamps we can't navigate. And they'd rather die than serve. Sang Anor poured his wine onto the ground. I'll keep a clear head for battle. He dipped the goblet into the lake and drank. Shouts erupted. A sentry approached, flanked by a young female, and Sang Anor's pulse spiked. Nam Anor stood before him, scorched, scarred, but alive. Kenneth turned ashen. Sang Anor raised his goblet in a silent toast, then drank deeply. And the pit of the dead continued to fill. It was midday, but when Fjir looked upward, she could only see darkness through the layers of water. The fire still burned strong. Most of my men are accounted for, Stint said. If your Nass ghosts can be believed, only 3 were lost in the fire. You can't believe them, Fjir replied softly. How many injuries? Plenty of burns, but the natives are treating them. A few are sick from smoke inhalation. One pilot broke his arm, but he insists he can still fire a blaster with his good hand. Pride and amusement flickered beneath his controlled tone. We can fight. He gazed up at the dome of air holding back the crushing weight of water. Strange, I'm almost used to this place. It's not so different from the energy shields that keep vacuum out of a fighter bay. He frowned. Except I actually understand how those work. Stint leaned closer to the Jedi, whispering, how much longer can they keep this going? Fjir turned to face him. Lit by his glowing eyes, and the drifting orbs of air molecules, Stint's features were taut. 2 days, the Fosh answered. The Eternals weaken as this world's life fades, but they can hide us a little longer. Then what? Stint demanded, keeping his voice low so the other Imperials wouldn't hear. There's no cover on the surface, not anymore. We'll burn or be spotted by Vong flyers if we leave here. Anger sharpened his words. You and your lizard friends led us into a death trap. You're alive, Fjir pointed out calmly. Your men have a chance. A chance to do what? Stint clenched his fists. Wait until the air runs out or the water crushes us. And how can you just sit here? His glare swept the dome. We need a plan. His tone made it clear he expected her to have one ready. Fjir sighed. Once again, the weight of the world settled on her shoulders. Yet instead of frustration, she felt a flicker of nostalgia. Her master's words echoed in her mind. The most annoying part of being a Jedi is everyone expects you to solve their problems. How right you were, Thracia. She shook her head. I must consult the Force for guidance. I won't let my men rot while you daydream. Stint stepped toward her, but a scaly hand gripped his arm. He looked down at Oin. Leave her, the young Nass hissed in basic. Don't presume. Will you shame yourself in front of your men? Oin's eyes gleamed. What kind of chiss are you? Fjir smiled. Oin had learned how to manipulate the chiss well. Stint glanced at the pilots watching them, humans and chiss alike, their gazes curious. With a stiff exhale, he let Oin pull him away, boots squelching in the mud. The Jedi turned her attention to the dome's other inhabitants. The space was small, holding only a dozen Imperials and Nass. Survivors hid in many such pockets throughout the swamps near the Yuuzhan Vong settlement, safe from detection, but trapped. The humans and chiss endured the close quarters with discipline. Stint had ordered minimal movement to conserve air. Imperial training and shared peril kept them alert, blasters closed, though the weapons would be useless underwater. Another reason for stillness, the water was held back by forces they didn't understand. Any sudden motion might disrupt the delicate balance keeping them alive. Glowing orbs drifted, casting light on the fugitives and the fluid sculptures sharing the space, artwork of the Eternals, twisting and shimmering. Fjir closed her eyes. Slowly, she floated free of her body, leaving a thread of energy tethering her spirit to flesh. The Force's currents carried her where she needed to go. For a time, she existed as the Eternals did. She felt them straining to maintain the underwater refuges. Since the Nass, bright sparks of lives lived 1,000 times and yet anew. So few remained. Barely 500 Nass still lived on the planet, all clustered in this region. The Yuuzhan Vong had cost them dearly. The Eternals were countless. She estimated 5,000, their disembodied presence overwhelming. The imbalance made sense. With so many Nass slaughtered and survivors unable to birth new vessels, the dead outnumbered the living. This also explained why the Eternals hadn't created these hideaways earlier. Only after the Vong's massacre did they have the strength to shield the survivors. Hello again, Fjir. The Jedi turned toward the presence forming in the Force, a gesture without form, but the intent remained. Draw. She hesitated. Small talk felt absurd. You look well hardly suited the dead. The others chose me to speak with you. I traveled with you and Oin most recently. A wise choice. The word choice reminded her of a question. Draw, why did the Eternals choose Oin to succeed you? It wasn't my decision alone. We all agreed. But why him? For the same reason we sent him with you before, the qualities you've seen in him. In all his lives, Oin has been the bravest, most adaptable, and loyal of the Nass. Among the Eternals, he is the wisest. Fjir paused, touched. Thank you. I couldn't have asked for a better ally. Now, why did you call me? I need to show you something. The world shifted, and they stood at the edge of a vast emptiness. At least, it seemed empty, a blank void stretching beyond perception. The Force reflected only what existed within it. The Yuuzhan Vong stronghold left no imprint. I see nothing unusual, Fjir said. Look up, Drash urged. The void ended at the height of the tallest Vong structure, outlined faintly by the Force. Above it, sky, and two chains of emptiness, rising and descending. You see, this has lasted half the day. Fjir watched the voids lower as others ascended. Cargo transport size. Sang Anor's world ship must have returned. They are moving supplies, tore from the long reach. Can we learn which, or why? Not like this. You need a spy, as Oin once was. Impossible. The Vong are on alert. Sentries everywhere. Then, Fjir stiffened. What's that? A flicker of light pulsed near the void's center. Too faint to discern, Thrawn murmured. Fjir reached out, brushing the light, and suddenly she saw through Nass's eyes. She was a slave, one of hundreds beneath coral spires. Piggybacking on the Nass's fading consciousness, she glimpsed memories. Boxy Vong transports landing, loading villips, diving basils, razor bugs, everything grown in the coral fields. Then the transport sealed and lifted away. The Yuuzhan Vong are abandoning this planet. But why? Unless Thrawn is finally advancing. Dread coiled in her. Was her vision coming to pass? A dead world, the Nass erased. No, I can't stop it. I must. Somehow. Her host moved. 100 slaves broke from the group, trudging toward an unknown end. Fjir tried to touch the Nass's mind, but received no response. The slave's will was broken, her connection to the Force severed by the Abayers burrowing through her flesh. For the Nass, it was worse. Drash had explained, Abayers destroyed the eternal within, ensuring true death. This slave spirit was already fading, soon to be snuffed entirely. Yet Fjir sensed something, a desperate hope. The slaves passed a coral spire, its shadow swallowing them. Then Song Anor's voice cut through the air. She tried to turn the slave's head, but the Abayers held firm. Expect Thrawn's response soon. A violent one. We must hurry. Everything useful goes to the world ship by sunset. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed two figures. Difficult, but possible. The second voice was unmistakable. Song Anor has survived the fires. When will the attack come? The moment Thrawn gathers his forces. 2 days at most. Will you position the world ship at the hyperspace points? We could destroy the Imperials as they arrive. No. Thrawn will send scouts first. I mean to crush him entirely. The battlefield is nearly prepared. Then the fight will be on our terms. Where? The skies above this seed world. You'll defend it. On the contrary, I'll let the infidels approach unopposed. Then the world ship will strike. Thrawn will bring capital ships. Will the world ship and coral skippers be enough? With my 2 surprises, yes. Sang Anor paced into view. 3 years had silvered his hair, but his gaze remained pitiless. It swept over the slave, unseeing, before he turned back. One surprise waits above. The other is here. He pointed to the coral spire, the focusing tower, just as it crushed the first strike force, so it will destroy Thrawn's fleet. His star destroyers will collapse for no reason he can fathom. His commanders will panic, and victory will be ours. The slaves moved out of earshot. The Ness's hope flared. She quickened her steps, eager to reach her destination. The obeyers allowed it, sensing no disobedience. Why? Then Fjir saw, understood. Rows of nests vanished into the water. A pit of corpses, thousands. Of course, Sang Anor had no further use for slaves. He was killing them all. And this slave wanted to die. Her eternal self still clung to her. Death would free it. The nest stepped into the water, knees, chest, then her face submerged. She hurried toward the depths, where underground streams fed the pool. Terror seized Fjir. She lingered too long. She wrenched back, but too late. The nest inhaled water. Fjir's phantom lungs flooded. Pressure exploded in her chest. The slave's body convulsed, but the water was everywhere. Can't breathe. Under the dome, nests gathered around Fjir's writhing form. As the slave's body floated upward, Fjir finally tore free. She fled through the force. Free. A voice, radiant with joy, followed her. The Eternal, once a slave, spun into the currents, replenishing her depleted energy. I'm free. Then she was gone, rejoining her kin. Fjir followed her lifeline back and opened her eyes to Oin and Stint hovering over her. I know what to do, she said. Attack. Stint sputtered. We'd be slaughtered. It does not seem wise, Oin said calmly. The Yuuzhan Vong are abandoning this planet, Fjir countered. A battle will soon rage overhead between the Imperials and the extragalactics. Thrawn's forces must win. She turned to Stint. If the Yuuzhan Vong are not stopped here, they will conquer the unknown regions, then the galaxy itself. She faced Oin. If Jedi is victorious, he will not simply leave. He will erase all trace of his presence here, even if it means scouring this world of life. This is your chance to expel them for good. A convincing argument, Oin conceded. How many nests will fight? Fjir asked. Oin bowed his head. A long silence stretched before he spoke. Oin, she pressed. I know few can be spared, but... The Ness lifted his gaze. All of them. Fjir blinked. What? Every nest on this planet. Oin's stare burned into her, and the Jedi recoiled from what she sensed. But the elderly, the children. There are none left. Oin's voice was flint. The sick, the weak, those who could not run or fight, they died long ago. Only the durstill core of the nest remained. What is your plan? We strike when the battle above reaches its peak. Near the center of their stronghold stands a coral spire, a focusing tower. Jedi means to lure the Imperial fleet within its range, where it will cripple them. We can turn his trap against him. But we have fewer than 100 blasters, Stint protested, mostly pistols, many underpowered. We cannot face hundreds of warriors. The base will be near empty during the battle, Fjir said. Jedi will need every warrior to crew coral skippers. What of their defenses? Oin asked. Davin basils maintain perimeter fields, and living traps litter the grounds, ones neither you nor we can detect. I have a way past them. Fjir stroked her feathers. Once we breach the defenses, the tower will fall easily. So we seize their weapon, Stint said. No. Fjir shook her head. That is only the beginning. Afterward, it grows harder, but there is no sense counting fledglings before the eggs hatch. We focus on the first stage. She fixed Stint with a sharp look. If we survive, ensure Thrawn knows the Ness's role in his victory. You have my word. Stint nodded, and they bent over the plan. Some parts bordered on madness, and Fjir summoned an Eternal to vouch for their feasibility. The spectral figure drifting among the water sculptures silenced all doubts. Unseen by the Jedi, the Eternals whispered other plans directly into Oin's mind. May the Force be with us, Oin murmured. A good plan, Nam Anor nodded. You've thought of almost everything. Almost. Shede O'Shea raised her brow. The Jedi, Nam Anor hissed. She is still out there. Prefect Kenneth assured me she could not have survived the bombardment, Shede O'Shea mused. For once, he was inclined to agree. He'd seen the scorched wasteland himself. Even Jedi were flesh and blood. I survived, his son pointed out. You had shelter. The Jedi has none, nothing but lakes and rivers for miles. Where could she hide? I don't know, Nam Anor's eyes gleamed. But she has done the impossible before. She has ruined us before. He circled his father. What if she interferes? We both know the damage she can do. And your suggestion? Shede O'Shea asked lightly. Let me stay. You sent me to hunt her. Let me finish it. When she strikes, I will be waiting. He leaned close. I can still deliver her to you, father. The executor turned, meeting his son's gaze. His eyes mirrored his mother's, sharp, calculating. So be it. Nam Anor snapped his fist to his shoulders. I won't fail again. What do you need? A garrison force, creature servants, he paused, and subaltern says Grasm. Shede O'Shea smirked. The female you returned with. She has been useful, Nam Anor said quickly. Domain Grasm and Domain Nass are allies, Shede O'Shea mused. That is why she remained when I left the system. He glanced toward the tower, where Kenneth was hissing questions at seized Grasm. The prefect trembled with suppressed rage, until the subaltern spun and strode away, leaving him speechless. She recognizes the virtues of Domain Anor, Nam Anor said, flushing slightly. Shede O'Shea noted his son's fresh scars. The slaves were fierce, I take it. Father. Enough. The executor chuckled. Though, I was young once. He jerked his chin toward seized Grasm's retreating figure. Nam Anor bowed and hurried after her. Shede O'Shea shook his head, amused, and turned back to the tower. Captain Voss Park gazed through the transparent steel viewport, surveying Unity Fleet's might. 100 star destroyers, strike cruisers, and TIE fighters swarmed like vengeful spirits. Even knowing the enemy's strength, the sight sent a thrill through him. Reluctantly, he turned. 9 holographic commanders stood around the table. Thrawn dominated the central holopad, flanked by Rain and Bien. Park took his place beside them. Gentlemen, the Grand Admiral began, we jumped to Sevic in one day. By now, you've reviewed the enemy data and drilled your crews. We have, sir, a Chiss captain said. The aliens' grim focus unnerved the human crew. They moved like Nori on a blood hunt. Thrawn activated the holomap. Sevic is undeveloped, with 11 planets. Only one is habitable, but we must sweep them all. The Yuuzhan Vong have fortified it. A red marker flared at the system's edge. The fleet enters here after scouts confirm the way. Primary target, their world ship, a Death Star-scale vessel. Sang Anor wants a decisive battle. We'll give him one. He split the fleet into 10 attack groups. The Imperator leads the primary group. Caution is critical. We cannot let them flank us. His voice turned icy. Chiss crews, remember homeworld. Let rage fuel you, but do not let it blind you. The holograms dissolved. Thrawn turned to Rain. You wonder about your failings as role. Correct, Syndic, she said, tone neutral. They'll operate independently under your command, but General Bien joins the Sentinel as advisor. Rain's eyes narrowed, but discipline held her tongue. Understood. One more matter, she added. Imperial Chiss begged to enlist in your phalanx. Natural, Thrawn said. They seek a house again. Your house? Rain emphasized. What other is left to them? He shrugged. Even humans asked to join. Rain's fury flashed, but she stiffened. Yes, Syndic. She strode out. Park excused himself, eager to avoid Chiss politics. Alone, being scout. Syndic, keeping Rain in command is a mistake. Females buckle under stress. Grief clouds her judgment. Thrawn's finger stilled. Grief. Homeworld. She lost someone. Thrawn chose not to mention Freet. She prepared her phalanx to fight us, General. That is loyalty to the Chiss. Bien bristled. She plans to leave after the battle. She won't. Thrawn's voice turned ruthless. The phalanx is hers, flooded with Imperial recruits, and she'll fight to preserve it. The Empire benefits. You manipulate us all, being muttered. Not as toys. As allies. Thrawn met his gaze. I sacrifice much for victory, even friendships. Be inside. You've become a giant, Thrawn. Take care not to crush the rest of us. Thrawn said nothing. There was nothing left to say. Chapter 21. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny. Sister. I will not fight you. So, you have a twin sister. Once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. Never. A cry of rage. And now, young Skywalker, you will die. Fjir was bombarded with sounds and images as she quested through the Force. Lightsabers, green and red, flashed as they crossed. A city floated in a sea of clouds. A battle raged in a snowstorm, Imperial walkers advancing, relentless as an avalanche, shrugging off the storm of blaster bolts raining upon them. Something the size of a moon, yet built by human hands, loomed over a lush jungle world. This place was important, she sensed. The galaxy's fate would be decided there. Only 3/4 complete, yet vast beyond comprehension. She knew, instinctively, this was a monster that would slaughter billions if unleashed. And within it lurked something far worse. A presence, so dark and cold it would devour all it touched, light, warmth, freedom, life, and only hunger for more. Once, this being had hidden his nature from the Force, but now concealment was unnecessary. The time for deception had passed, now it reveled in his power, its darkness spilling into the Force, poisoning the ocean of life. The Jedi had little time to ponder her visions. That terrible intelligence had sensed her feather-light touch and turned its gaze, cold, yellow eyes, she imagined, set in a decaying white face toward her. Like a startled bird, Fjir fled as the power she disturbed sent grasping tendrils of shadow after her. She wove through the Force's currents until she was certain the pursuer had lost her trail in the shifting tides of energy. In truth, she sensed it hadn't tried hard to catch the insect buzzing about his head. The Sith, nothing else could it be, everything about it reeked of Sith arrogance had weightier matters to attend. So did Fjir. What happened on that mechanical moon, for good or ill, was beyond her influence. She would aid where she could, but no Jedi could bear the weight of the galaxy alone. That was not her battle. She returned to the Sevic system, where she had been keeping watch before the visions drew her away. Now, she sensed something new. Many beings, many ships, a hatred tightly controlled, focused on the blank spaces that were the Yuuzhan Vong. She glimpsed a planet, once blue-green, now the hue of a fresh bruise. Red eyes burned in stony blue faces. Excitement and fear fluttered in her chest. This was her fight. Fjir opened her eyes and looked at Stint. The Empire is here. Thrawn's fleet has entered the system. The Chiss leapt to his feet. His training prevented him from grinning or rubbing his hands together, but Fjir sensed his elation. Finally, he said, his eyes flaring in the dim light, their crimson glow reflected in the water sculptures around him. The other pilots turned toward him. Stint noticed their attention and raised his voice. The Grand Admiral has come, he declared, as though the battle were already won. The Imperials, human and Chiss alike, cheered, shaking their fists. One overeager young pilot even drew his blaster and fired a shot into the ceiling. The bolt fizzled out against the water barrier, and a dead silence fell over the group. All eyes locked onto the offender, who hastily holstered his weapon. Then, you trying to kill us all? A pilot snarled, stepping forward with a raised fist. But Stint barked a sharp command, restoring order. His red eyes fixed on the guilty pilot, promising a stern punishment, both for risking a breach in their protective barrier and for wasting a shot that could have killed a Yuuzhan Vong. The Nass remained silent through the entire display. Stint turned back to Fjir. Well, Jedi, do we attack now? Oin stood beside him. We're ready, he said. Not yet. Fjir shook her head. We wait until the battle is fully engaged. By then, the Yuuzhan Vong may not notice what we're doing until it's too late. A ripple in the force warned her an instant before Draw's spirit form materialized beside her, visible to all. Stent startled, his hand twitching toward a blaster he knew would be useless if this apparition turned hostile. "We will be ready when the time comes," the Eternal promised, his voice echoing only in their minds. "The Yuuzhan Vong will regret ever setting foot on our world." On the bridge of the Imperator, Captain Park watched the Star Destroyers fan out across the viewports and tactical displays. TIE fighters darted around the wedge-shaped ships like insects swirling around Bantha. Slowly, the fleet advanced through the void. "Keep the fleet together," Thrawn cautioned. Hyperdrive-equipped TIE advanced fighters had already scouted the outer system for traps. Now swarms of TIE interceptors ranged farther, searching for threats that might lurk beyond capital ship sensors or in planetary shadows. "We can't concentrate our strength while maintaining formation coverage." "Request permission to deploy a scouting wing to Sevic 3, a group commander asked, his voice slightly muffled through the comm. "Granted. But remind your pilots, no engagement," Woodruff opposed. Thrawn's gaze remained fixed on the viewports. "We're in no hurry." Being monitored the TIE scout sensor returns. Nothing suspicious yet, but the veteran's neck hairs stood on end. Beside him, Rain observed the crew with calm precision. Bean had to admit, this phalanx wasn't the undisciplined mess he'd expected from female command. Another observation, while he'd come to respect Imperial humans, he felt more at ease aboard Chiss vessels. The instrument tones, air composition, even the gravity, all calibrated for Chiss physiology, provided subconscious comfort. And instead of grading basic, he was surrounded by his people's flowing language. Despite being in enemy territory on a vengeance mission, Bean sighed softly. This felt like coming home. "Transmission from the Imperator, Commander," a comm officer announced. Thrawn's image appeared on screen. "Syndic." Rain saluted in basic, per Thrawn's intership protocols. "Commander, reposition the phalanx to the fleet's rear. Maintain 5 clicks distance." Rain blinked. "Syndic, the phalanx is prepared to." "You have your orders." Thrawn's tone permitted no debate. "Immediately, Syndic." Rain bowed her head more to conceal her flash of anger than show respect, being suspected. As the Chiss vessels withdrew, Bean sensed the bridge crew's displeasure beneath their discipline. He shared their unease at the impropriety. Imperials would engage first while the phalanx trailed behind. He moved closer to Rain. "The Admiral's decisions are calculated," he murmured. "There's purpose behind this." Rain turned a composed face to him. "I require no reassurances, General. If the Syndic favors his Palide pets over his own phalanx, so be it." She shrugged. "At least some Chiss crew those Star Destroyers. We'll need reliable soldiers." Bean winced at sentiments he'd recently shared. "Don't underestimate the humans, Commander. Many prove as loyal as any Chiss." Rain scoffed. "I seriously doubt that." Bean frowned. Such narrow thinking. But what else could one expect from a female? Krelt bowed his ancient head as acolytes marched the final dozen captives, their movements controlled by obeyers, to the Maulur's edge. "Yunyamka," the priest's voice echoed through the vaulted coral chamber, "we offer this tribute on battle's eve. Enter your warriors' hearts this day. Drive them to glory in your name." His yellow OLC is fixed on the prisoners, various aliens held for years in the world ship's bowels for Shaper experiments. At Krelt's gesture, the first captive, a Wren, stepped off. Seconds later, a splash echoed upward, followed by shrieks as acid dissolved flesh. Krelt waited for silence before commanding the next sacrifice. This method served multiple purposes. The victim's pain empowered Yunyamka, their comrades' terror fed the god further, and the Maulur would reduce them to nutrients for the long reach. Krelt took pride in this efficiency. These were the last sentient captives aboard the long reach of death. Only experimental animals remained, their non-sentient suffering meant little to the gods. With no time to evacuate them, the beasts stayed caged to await fate. As the final slave perished, Krelt turned toward Yunyamka's temple, acolytes following. Most priests and shapers had evacuated per the Executor's orders, hidden in other systems awaiting battle's outcome. but tradition demanded at least one Slayer's priest remain during combat. A young Harla priestess also stayed to bless Song Anor's schemes, alongside a skeleton crew of shapers tending the world ship's defenses. The vast vessel seemed nearly deserted, its remaining occupants either piloting coral skippers or manning perimeter weapons. Krelt genuflected before young Yamka's effigy, his acolytes mirroring the gesture. Passing toward the temple's rear, he paused at the human prisoner. Drash Tevic had fallen comatose after Zelquad's visit. All revival attempts failed. The priest seethed. This cowardly retreat from pain contrasted sharply with Rass's enlightenment under his tutelage. He might have employed harsher methods, but the Executor's mobilization orders left no time. Yet this evacuation offered one advantage. With the Demutech nearly empty, and remaining shapers occupied with defenses, Krelt could focus on his reluctant convert uninterrupted. Studying the human with the critical OLC, Krelt debated execution. This withdrawal from suffering demonstrated unworthy weakness. The gods deserved better material. Yet abandoning the challenge would insult his professional pride. No, he would remake Tevic for the gods, even if requiring complete dismantlement and reconstruction. The priest summoned an acolyte. Bring the provoker. We'll rouse him before the attack begins. Deep within himself, where no physical sensation could reach, Drash leaned against a bare stone wall and slid to the floor. He knew none of this was real. The storeroom, the supply crates, the glow bulbs overhead, even his own body, were illusions crafted by his mind. The telltale signs were everywhere, the fuzzy edges of objects unless he focused directly on them, the shifting dimensions, the wall that yielded like gel against his back. Yet he recognized this place instantly. His subconscious had recreated the underground storage warrens beneath his childhood commune, natural caves repurposed by Frey to hold supplies. It had also been young Drash's hiding place. No one ever looked here. Frey believed the only entrance was a secure durasteel door, but Drash had discovered another, a cramped hillside tunnel just wide enough for a child. He'd hated that claustrophobic crawl, but the sanctuary it led to was worth it. Here, he was untouchable. The safety was always temporary, though. Stay too long, and questions would arise. Even when others, never his people, always the others, came for supplies, he could conceal himself behind crates of winter rations, medical supplies, and, most crucially, weapons. The airtight plasteel cases had held blasters for colony defense. After particularly brutal punishments, Drash had fantasized about cracking them open, arming himself, and slaughtering the commune in their sleep. But the combinations were unknown, and the rage always passed. Mostly. Strange that his mind had chosen this setting. He hadn't seen these chambers in years. There's a simple answer to your question. Drash turned as the Nass, Vlu, his mental hitchhiker, emerged from behind a crate. The spectral lizard appeared translucent, like a low-power hologram. Where have you been? Drash snapped. You left me? He frowned. Time flowed oddly here. You abandoned me. I thought you were supposed to help. I left you to think, to find your own answers. And what were you doing? Drash's voice sharpened with accusation, rifling through my mind. Yes? Vlu's form shimmered. I needed to understand you. Your memories, the Nass shuddered. I didn't believe such cruelty possible. My kind would never. His reptilian eyes softened. You've suffered greatly. I'll kill you. A hollow threat. Vlu was already dead, but the only response matching Drash's fury. His thoughts were his last inviolate sanctuary. Even Frey couldn't touch them. But Krelt could. Rass's hollow eyes had proven that. Vlu had promised protection, yet here he was, violating that same boundary. Rage ignited. Drash lunged, hands closing around the Eternal's throat, scale solid under his fingers. Then Vlu was suddenly a meter away, unharmed. Do you want the answer or not? Drash ground his teeth. Talk, lizard. Impress me? You've run in circles, Drash. Hiding, fleeing, only to return where you started. Back to Frey. Frey's dead. Ice edged the words. Rotting in some unmarked grave. Not here. Vlu paced between crates, his form blurring. You've preserved him in your mind. Now he walks in flesh. Drash's breath hitched. Where? Then understanding dawned, and his shoulders slumped. Krelt. This retreat was inevitable. Vlu's translucent hand settled on Drash's shoulder, unexpectedly solid. But it's your last refuge. He will find you. The Nass flicked his tongue. You know this. You simply refuse to see. Drash shrugged off the touch. Vlu's eyes held pity, human pity in an alien face, and it stoked his fury. Quick to criticize my mistakes, he sneered. Guess they mirror yours too closely. Vlu stiffened. Explain. You accuse me of hiding. Drash laughed harshly. Look at you. Your whole species cowered in your little bubble, pretending the galaxy didn't exist. How'd that work out? We protected ourselves. Vlu's anger flared. The galaxy is full of corrupt, violent. Oh, you sheltered your precious younglings perfectly. Drash's smile turned vicious. Left them helpless when the Vong came. Couldn't have handed them a softer target if you tried. Vlu crumpled as if struck. You don't understand, he whispered. They were innocent. Our world was paradise. The raw grief in Vlu's eyes unsettled Drash. No rage, no hatred, just unbearable pain, openly displayed. Why show weakness? Then it hit him, a crushing weight in his chest, a sorrow not his own. Their mental link was echoing Vlu's emotions into him. The loss of children, family, an entire civilization, agonies Drash had never personally known, flooded his psyche. Worse, he caught Vlu's unshielded thought, how to reach this broken human who understands only pain. After eviscerating him, Vlu still wanted to help. What's wrong with you? Drash exploded. Don't you dare pity me. He retreated. Get me out of here. Only one path remains. Vlu nodded to the durasteel door. Drash whirled toward the tunnel. You're no longer a child, Vlu said softly. You won't fit. Teeth bared, Drash stalked to the door. With each step, phantom cold gripped his flesh. The walls undulated, the floor quaked beneath him. He forced himself onward, anything to escape Vlu's unbearable scrutiny. 3 steps away, durasteel bands seemed to constrict his ribs. Icy claws raked his gut. Not real. None of this. Logic couldn't calm his primal terror. One final step, then he froze. Something hunted him. A presence prowled the upper chambers, phrase essence radiating divine wrath. Doors slammed. Furniture overturned. The hunter sought his wayward child with terrifying certainty. No. Drash's whisper cracked. He scrambled behind crates, back pressed to stone. Nano. Vlu materialized beside him. He'll find us here. Your only choice is how you meet him. Chapter 22. Song Anor paced the command chamber, hands clasped behind his back. Nervousness coiled in his gut, a feeling he loathed to admit, least of all to others. The battle with the Imperials was imminent, and with it, the Jedi. He had no doubt she knew Thrawn's fleet's position, whether through mechanical means or that cursed force. She would strike soon. Her plan was transparent to any competent strategist. She'd been seen with the infidel pilots, meaning she knew of the focusing tower's threat to the Imperial fleet. With the garrison depleted, this was the natives' perfect chance to purge the Yuuzhan Vong from the planet. Song Anor had prepared. The settlement's living defenses were formidable. Magma turrets covered every approach, poison thorn vines lurked beneath the soil, and a 10-meter gravity barrier loomed behind, raised by diving basils. Other traps lay in wait, and the seemingly safe routes were the deadliest. Let the enemy fight. Young Harlow's proverb guided him, yet unease lingered. Jedi disdained aggression but excelled at attack, and this one had a knack for striking where least expected. He studied the Villip Choir's living light display. The base and its surroundings lay barren, columns of smoke clawing at the sky. No movement. Teeth clenched, he wished he could hunt the Jedi himself, but the garrison's numbers forbade it. Defensive postures chafed him, yet waiting was his only option. Brooding. Song Anor startled, turning to find Sayce Grasm 2 steps behind. He cursed inwardly. If he couldn't track his own subordinates, how could he anticipate the Jedi? Honing your reflexes, it seems. The subaltern cocked her head, her half-smile as vexing as it was alluring. I pity the infidel who faces you. Oh, they'll struggle for your attention, but you'll notice them, eventually. Nam Anor forced a smile. The swamp had done nothing to temper her. She still baited him relentlessly. Strategies demand focus, subaltern. Warriors see only what's before them. Ah, the wise intendant, with schemes beyond my grasp. Sees Grasm tisked. Though I thought you'd notice me. You certainly did earlier. She circled him, her scent curling under his skin. No, things had changed. Their sparring had new dimensions. He caught her arm as she stepped away. A reacquaintance is overdue. Baring his fangs, he leaned in. She answered with a snap of her teeth. They sprang apart as the door valve eased open, revealing a sullen Kenneth. The infidel fleet has arrived, the prefect bit out. I have other interests. Nam Anor dismissed him, catching Say's Grasm's stifled smile. Jedi watching? Yes, I forgot. Kenneth grumbled, missing the jest. We wait in this tower, cleaning vermin while the Executor claims glory above. This tower ensures victory, Nam Anor countered. Is the controller ready? Kenneth blinked. I suppose. Then let's verify. Nam Anor strode to the far door, Say's Grasm beside him, forcing Kenneth to follow. The circular chamber beyond was ringed with Davin basils, a shaper at its center, cognition hood linking him to the ceiling. Satisfied. Kenneth's breath reeked of wine. All is prepared. Shall we nap through the battle? His sneer deepened as he eyed Say's Grasm. Though I suspect you will find distractions. The subaltern narrowed her eyes but held her tongue. Kenneth might be dull, but he'd pieced together her shifting loyalties. Nam Anor's smile was razor thin. Let's check the enemy's progress. He moved toward the viewing chamber, but Kenneth hurried ahead, desperate to feign leadership. Kinless. A Chiss crewman forgot himself, half rising from his station before the disapproving crimson stares of his alien comrades forced him back into his seat. Their discipline steadied the shaken humans as well, no small feat, given the sight they had just witnessed. The Marauder, an Imperial-class capital ship, had vanished between eye blinks. That discipline proved vital. The Yuuzhan Vong redoubled their assault, counting on shock to fracture the Imperial lines. Unity fleet held firm, repelling the renewed attack. 2 frigates and a cruiser erupted into flame, while scores of asteroids shattered under the relentless turboblaster barrage as the fleet pressed toward the world ship. Sensors, Thrawn's voice cut through the tension, controlled as ever. Analysis of the Marauder's destruction. Gravitational anomaly, sir, the officer reported. Davin basal signature, but on a massive scale, projected inside the ship. It lasted a fraction of a second before collapsing. Long enough to consume a Star Destroyer, Thrawn said coldly. What could do this? Park breathed. A planetary-based weapon, Thrawn replied without hesitation. Undoubtedly why Song Anor chose this battlefield. What do we do? Dispatch 3 TIE wings to the planet, Thrawn ordered. They are to locate and destroy that projector at any cost. Park relayed the command, just as another Star Destroyer winked out of existence. Nam Anor watched Rostride through the living doorway. The former Chiss snapped his fist to his shoulders in salute, eyes burning with restless energy. Patrol complete. No sign of infidels or slaves. Nam Anor returned the gesture, masking his unease. There was something unsettling about Raz, alien yet familiar, like a distorted reflection. And now you want to join the battle in a coral skipper, Kenneth muttered. Fine. Go. Ross bowed, but before he could leave, a Villip averted, revealing the face of a Yuuzhan Vong subaltern from the outer defenses. I beg leave to report, the Villip said. Granted, Nam Anor replied. Kenneth glowered at the intrusion. The smoke from the fires moves toward us, against the wind. It's dense enough to blind our sensors. Kenneth scoffed. A weather report. Waste my time when you have real news. Nam Anor ignored him, turning to the holographic display. His stomach tightened as an inky tide rolled over the base, swallowing outer installations, fields, and finally the focusing tower itself. Gods! Impossible! Kenneth hissed. Where did that come from? Say's Grasm adjusted the controls, expanding the view. The smoke didn't dissipate skyward. It coiled into a single, unnatural pillar, bending toward them like a serpent. The Jedi? Song Anor spat. He didn't understand how, but he knew. Villages everted in rapid succession, reporting chaos. Blaster fire near the central grashals. Slaves revolting at the temple grounds. One by one, the voices fell silent. The speakers were being killed. Seal the tower. Kenneth barked at Ras. No, Song Anor countered. Leave the gates open for now. Cease Grasm arched a brow. Kenneth gaped. Are you mad? A grashal's walls won't stop a lightsaber. Exactly. She'll walk right in. Song Anor's smile was razor thin. Initiate the sacrifice protocol. Ross bowed and left. Kenneth paled. Now, the tower will function until the end, Song Anor said. The infidels will break before then. Now, prepare for the Jedi. Thrawn's holographic commanders wavered. We must retreat and regroup, one insisted. Impossible, Thrawn said. Momentum lost is the battle lost, and with it, the unknown regions. The galaxy. The Imperator shuddered under a coral missile barrage. TIE fighters swarmed a shielding asteroid, reducing it to dust. Park staggered. Thrawn didn't flinch. The Singularity projector had halved their strike force. 3 ships vanished in quick succession, then a 10-minute respite, a gruesome rhythm. The planetary weapon will fall, Thrawn said. We hold until then. The second hologram lowered his voice. Admiral, the crews are shaken. Even the just out. If you don't order retreat, they'll mutiny. Thrawn's eyes flashed. Open a fleet-wide channel. What followed wasn't just a speech, it was a storm. Men of Unity Fleet, Thrawn began, hands clasped behind his back. You know me. You know my deeds. That is all I need say. Humans, retreat now, and soon these creatures will feast on your homes, your families. There will be no refuge. Chiss, before you stands the butcher of Chilla. I will not flee while he lives. Will you? The transmission cut. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. Park would have charged into the void itself if Thrawn commanded. The fleet's resolve hardened like Durasteel. Sang Anor stroked his amphistaff as the Yamith's frustration bled into him. The coordinator's calculations had failed. The infidels should have broken. Words are wind, Song Anor murmured. Reality will crush them. TIE fighter streaked toward the planet. He dispatched coral skippers to intercept. Then, with a mental nudge, he sent his 5 battleships forward, a hammer to Thrawn's anvil. Thrawn turned to the comm officer. Open channel to the Sentinel. Rain's hologram flickered to life, poised as ever. Commander, Thrawn said, we require reinforcement. Syndic. She saluted sharply. Moments later, her phalanx carved through the asteroid field, vaporizing obstacles in their path. Your timing is impeccable, Thrawn said. Rain said nothing, but her jaw tightened. Clever. He turned her reserve status into a mark of honor, and with the few words, kindled loyalty in her crew. Resentment flared. This phalanx was Vreet's. Yet some part of her warmed at Thrawn's praise. Fjir's lightsaber hummed as she cut down another warrior. Through the smoke, blaster fire flashed. Imperials and Nass overwhelmed the remaining Yuuzhan Vong. The tower, she said to Stint. Now. They sprinted through the open gate, Oin at their heels. The door snapped shut behind them, severing the nest in half. Stint pounded on the living coral. Can you open it? Fjir ignited her blade. Stand back. Don't bother, Jedi. Song Anor stepped from the shadows. A valiant effort, but futile. Stint's blaster snapped up, aimed at the chest-shaped abomination beside him. What is that? The future, the hybrid hissed. Fjir's violet eyes met Stint's crimson ones. A silent understanding passed between them. Then chaos erupted. Song Anor ran as though a pack of starving necks nipped at his heels, yet Sice Grasm still outpaced him, reaching the lift first. She waited, then slammed her palm against the touchpad the moment he stepped inside. The door reezed shut, and the platform detached, ascending the shaft. Well, the subaltern demanded. What now? She bound a cut on her amphistaff with a living tissue wraparound, the cells already regenerating. Now the Jedi dies, along with the slaves and everything else on this cursed planet. He ground his teeth. I wanted to deliver her alive to Song Anor, but this will suffice. I meant the projection tower. She snapped. We must retake the control room and resume the assault on the infidel ships. There's a blaster wound in the cognition hood, he countered, and neither of us can regraft a fresh one. That wasn't entirely true. His mother had taught him shaping, and though his specialty lay in spores and poisons, he could manage a simple repair. But it would mean facing the Jedi again, and after their clashes in the swamp and the control room, he had no intention of testing her blade a third time. Besides, they've likely destroyed the Davin basils by now. I would have. The subaltern looked ready to chew Durasteel. Then we better hope the damage was enough, she said. Nam Anor shared the sentiment. They'd learn soon enough when they rejoined the space battle. He spared a fleeting thought for Kenneth and Ross, then dismissed it. The door opened into the tower's launch bay, where a handful of coral skippers waited for command personnel. At the room's center rose a coral pillar, its nerve fibers linked to the control room's cognition hood, the heart of the focusing tower. Nam Anor spotted an empty cradle among the living fighters. The bay mouth gaped open, revealing a smoke-choked sky. A speck vanished into the haze, likely Raz, while Prefect Kenneth clambered into another skip. Kenneth turned his perpetually sneering face toward them. His eyes narrowed in surprise, then gleamed with malice as he yanked the cognition hood over his head. The cockpit sealed, and the coral skipper lifted off. Nam Anor seized Sace Grasm's arm as she moved for another skip. Ignoring her confusion, he dragged her to a secondary door and slapped the touchpad. Kenneth's skip was already turning toward them. Nam Anor hurled himself down the stairs before the door fully opened, pulling the subaltern after him. They landed hard on the steps, barely catching the rail to avoid a fall. Sace Grasm started to demand an explanation, then plasma fire erupted above them. The ceiling collapsed. Coral stairs shattered. They barely reached the next floor as Kenneth's barrage tore through the tower. The screech of rupturing skips echoed from above. That traitor. Sace Grasm clenched her fists, then whirled on Nam Anor. How did you know? Did you expect anything less? You betrayed him, and he's already tried to kill me once. You know that. But in the middle of battle. Outrage sharpened her voice, but Nam Anor only shook his head. She was a warrior, not an intendant. Yunharla's teachings were clear: never waste a chance to eliminate a foe. He glanced through a window membrane. A sea of smoke churned below. Move! He sprinted down the hallway, past the central pillar, toward another stairwell. We need to reach ground level. Yes, she said, her face alight. We can still die in battle, offering infidel blood to Unyamka. No, we survived to fight another day. But how? Sace Grasm frowned. Those were the last skips. This world is doomed. I know another way. Now he hoped Kenneth survived. Nam Anor would relish carving the prefect apart himself. Chapter 23. The Yamas knew the instant the projector ceased functioning. Half a second later, so did Song Anor. The Executor felt the ice-cold grip of Yuuzhan, the god of death, clutch his heart. The planetary base's creatures had already reported the slave uprising, and now, silence. No communication from the seed world. The Jedi had struck, just as his son predicted, and it seemed she had bested Nam Anor. His son, Lyra's son, might already be dead. His talon scored the Vondan crab armor of his forearm. Beside him, the Yamas blinked his many eyes rapidly, unsettled by his partner's distraction. Sang Anor's dread deepened when the world ship sensors confirmed the sacrifice protocol's activation. If Nam Anor still lived, his chances of escaping the doomed world were nearly non-existent. The Yamas' mind prodded at his. The Executor's turmoil frayed their link, disrupting the fleet's coordination. Gritting down, Song Anor surrendered his will to the Yamas' guidance. He became the world ship, an ovoid of yorick coral thousands of miles wide, studded with countless eyes and ears across the system. Davin basils propelled him, plasma cannons and missiles armed him. More than that, he was every coral skipper and pilot, every grutchin and projectile. They were the cells of his body, The world ship's Rikiam his brain, and Song Anor and the Yamisk his mind. One glorious, terrible organism. One purpose: annihilate the infidels. These lifeless outsiders who dared attack him, who defiled the galaxy with their unnatural existence. Against such unity, the fears of one individual were nothing. Sang Anor allowed himself a final thought for Nam Anor, then wrenched his focus back to battle. I taught him well. He knows how to survive. Fjir prodded the Davin basal with her toe, studying the spiked, heart-shaped creature. Like his sibling, it lay inert. Thrawn would face no further interference from the planet. The Grand Admiral will not forget this, Stint said behind her. You've done the Empire a great service. Spare me the platitudes. The Nass did more than I, she replied aloud. And saved you as well. Once the Yuuzhan Vong are defeated, the Admiral will relocate their population before purging this world. Perhaps he'll see no need to purge it at all, Fjir said, testing. Moving the Nass alone would be pointless. They needed the Eternals, and the Eternals needed this planet. She glanced at the chamber's display. Thrawn's forces pressed toward the world ship, despite losses. A desk high obliterated a capital ship, frigates, spent of missiles, rammed asteroids. Yet the Star Destroyers and Chiss reinforcements advanced. Chiss battleships. How had Thrawn convinced his isolationist people to strike beyond their borders? Before she could ask Stint, she realized he was gone. Stint. She turned. No sign of him in the control chamber, the viewing room, or the hall beyond. The compulsion was so subtle she didn't recognize it until she stood outside the tower. Fjir shook off the influence. What? The remaining Nass sat listlessly. Stint and the Imperials were sprinting toward the edge of the Yuuzhan Vong's forced-dead zone. What is happening? Oin stepped forward, a shed skin bandolier across his chest, a blaster at his hip. His expression was sorrow. I'm sorry, Fjir. She narrowed her violet eyes. I'll ask once more. Her voice was soft, lethal. She wasn't asking him. Draw materialized before her, his form translucent, straining to manifest in the force void. He drew energy from Oin, the Nass, even Fjir. We thank you, his voice echoed in her mind. Now we ask one final favor. Where are the Imperials going? What have you done to the Nass? We guided them. They may yet survive. There was no need for them to die. I disabled the Vong's perimeter traps, Oin added. The controls were in the tower. They're safe. Then why speak of dying? A chill skittered down her spine. Nam Anor's words resurfaced. Your victory is dust. She'd assumed he meant retaliation, but now. The ground trembled. Fjir whirled as hundreds of missiles erupted from the coral fields. Most streaked outward, trailing poison, 50 lands skyward. Sacrifice protocol, she breathed. The Vong would leave nothing but a graveyard. Her mind raced. Get them into the tower. I can't shield them. No. Drash shook his head. Oin keened softly. No. The Imperials neared the base's edge. They might escape. Explain. Her voice was clipped, Jedi calm. We deceived you, Drash said. From the beginning, we knew survival was impossible. The future is always in motion. You can't? We've seen every path. We've done nothing to the Nass but share the truth. The Nass nuzzled one another, their eyes tracking the missiles. Drash's voice sharpened. No time. Look. Her vision fractured. Not objects' energy. Not the present futures. A tangled web of possibilities, Palpatine's eternal night. Sang Anor's reshaped stars. Vader's iron grip. Thrown on the throne. Worst of all, Yoda's comforter, now a Sith, his blade crimson. But light endured. That same man older. A red-haired woman. A child blazing in the Force. A sister. A grinning rogue. Twin Jedi. A shadowed boy. A family to defy the dark. Yet in none of these futures did the Nass remain. There is a way, Drash whispered. Our first plan. Images flooded her, Oin's bandolier, packed with borer seeds, trees that bent the Force to sustain the Eternals. He must find a world like this one. Unclaimed. Uninhabited. Plant the seeds there. We will sleep, draw continued, until the force there ripens. Then, we will merge with its native life. Body theft, Fjir thought, cold. The dark side's ultimate sin. No, we will shed our sentience, our memories, everything. Become only spirit, then merge as equals. Begin anew? You'll be animals. The Nass will be gone. We died the day the Vong came. Once, we knew no hate, no war. The Nass were a dream. This galaxy devours dreams. She turned to Oin. You knew. Always. Go, Jedi, Draw urged. Save yourself. Take Oin. He carries our future. The vision faded. Fjir stared at the missile trail scarring the sky. The Nass huddled together, so few, yet suddenly countless. They were already dead. She fled into the tower, leaving Oin to his farewells. Beneath his cognition hood, Kenneth's sneer was genuine and satisfied as he unleashed another volley at the stairwell before turning to the coral skippers. Even if the traitor and the Fjir had survived, they would have no way off the doomed seed world. Coral skippers shattered under his assault. He commanded his own craft to speed through the hangar mouth, soaring into the smoke-black sky. The fighters' Davin repelled the ground below, and soon he would order them to grasp a body beyond the world, wrenching free of the dying planet's gravity. Despite the setbacks, Kenneth felt triumphant. The Yuuzhan Vong would crush the infidels, but Song Anor would not claim the victory. Not once Kenneth joined the fight. More, he would challenge the Executor the moment the battle ended, his pretext already prepared. The loss of the seed world, the premature revelation of the Yuuzhan Vong to the Empire, the wasted time on plagues and stratagems, all would be wielded against Song Anor. Above the smoke, acid-loaded missiles streaked from the base. The sacrifices would please the gods, granting him favor against Song Anor and blessing his reign as Executor. He licked his lips. When the Great Jihad came, he would be rewarded, perhaps as High Prefect of the unknown regions. These wild sectors would be his to tame, a kingdom of his own beneath the Supreme Overlord. The base-destroying missiles finished their ascent and plunged down, too fast to track, leaving no trails. Their effect was undeniable. Explosions tore through Yuuzhan Vong structures. Coral melted, immature villips evaporated, amphistaffs turned to ash. Their presence was erased, just as the other missiles would scour the native life. Kenneth climbed higher when the smoke column shifted. The black pillar now loomed before him. He banked hard, but the titanic smoke twisted to block his path. Left, right, it moved like a serpent, cutting him off. Then the column's peak dipped into view and icy talons gripped his heart. The smoke had taken shape, a native slave's head, vast and onyx dark. His eyes were voids, his maw wide enough to swallow 10 coral skippers. Fear, greater than any he had known, seized him. He veered wildly, fleeing without direction, only away. As he shot back over the base, the focusing tower jutted through the clouds. A rational fragment wondered how it still stood when the rest lay in ruins. But he had no time to ponder. The smoke beast's jaws rushed toward him like a black tunnel, swallowing his fighter whole. Panic consumed him. He zigzagged, darted, desperate to escape, but the demon matched his every turn. Soon, he lost all orientation, unable to tell sky from ground. Had he been thinking, his Davin basals could have repelled the planet's pull, carrying him beyond the smoke's reach. But fear drowned reason. It was too late for Kenneth. When the missiles fell, slaying all but one Nass, a surge of new Eternals flooded the force. Fresh and furious, they grappled with memories of their lost lives. Normally, newborn Eternals shaped water to express their emotions. These instead seized the smoke column, molding it with collective will. They sensed TIE fighters nearby, the pilot's life forces bright in the force. A few Eternals projected into the chest and human minds. The smoke dragon was terrifying, but harmless to a coral skipper. They would not let this invader escape. The TIE fighters Thrawn sent to destroy the focusing tower clashed with coral skippers in the upper atmosphere. While interceptors dueled with plasma fire, 3 TIE advanced fighters broke away, missiles primed, streaking toward the Yorick coral spire. Their sensors showed the swamp's plant life dissolving. The Yuuzhan Vong base was a wasteland, save the unbroken tower. Above the ruins coiled a vast, writhing darkness, serpent-like, its jaws gaping in a silent scream. The pilots felt this anguish in their souls. Loyalty and training faltered before this horror, a manifestation of all who had suffered under the Yuuzhan Vong. They nearly fled, abandoning their mission, when the Eternals found them. An electric shock jolted their minds. Foreign wills seized control. The pilot's hands moved without command, firing missiles. 6 torpedoes streaked, 4 missed, 1 clipped Kenna's coral skipper. Sending it spinning, the last struck its underside. The cockpit plummeted, smashing into the ground. The smoke demon glared at the wreckage, baring teeth in satisfaction. Then it sighed, dispersing into the wind. The TIE fighters fled. Fjir stepped from the tower, surveying the ruin. Smoke choked the sky. Nass' bones littered the ground. Oin stood amid the devastation, his eyes mirroring the pain from her vision. "I can't feel them anymore," he whispered. "Not my people, not the Eternals. I've always sensed them, even on other worlds. Now, I'm alone." "They're not gone," Fjir said. "The Eternals gathered their energy. They sleep now, cocooned in the Force, or some plane beyond, waiting for you to find them a home." Oin clutched his sea bandolier. "Come." She waved him back inside. "We have work yet." She had shielded the tower using his Davin basils, grafting a spare cognition hood into place. Now, they needed transport. They climbed to the shattered launch bay. Fjir leapt to the doorway, Oin scaled the coral wall. The bay was a graveyard of wrecked coral skippers, 2 slots empty. Had Nam Anor guessed her plan? "Find one that works," she ordered, tossing debris aside. Oin pointed to a plasma-scarred fighter. Its Davin basils were intact. "The Force favors us," Fjir breathed. "We'll need Uglith cloakers and Nulliths, but it'll fly." "We should wait until the battle ends," Oin said. She shook her head. "We're not leaving the system. There's somewhere else we must go." "Where?" "The long reach of death." Oin recoiled. "You're insane. If I could leave you safely, I would. But there's no safe place except with me." She inspected the controls. "The seeds, my people, could be destroyed." "Yes," she admitted. "But more is at stake. The Eternals showed me the future. Thrawn will lose unless I intervene. If Song Anor wins, he may conquer the galaxy." "What does that matter?" Oin snarled. "Space is vast. My people could hide forever." Fjir suppressed the urge to strike him. "I understand. This isn't your fight. But I have no choice. I'm a Jedi. I will feel every life Song Anor tortures." She handed him a Nullith. "And don't judge the galaxy so harshly. The Nass lived in paradise, isolated from hardship. Kindness here is rarer and more precious, because it's given freely, not compelled." Oin fell silent, perhaps recalling his people's fall to hate, or the Imperials fighting for their homes. "It's hopeless," he whispered. "We'll never reach the world ship. Even if we do, we'll die." "We'll see, Oin." She tossed him a villip. "We'll see." Chapter 24. The Imperator took another hit, but a glance at the schematic confirmed the damage was negligible. Blaster fire and Cherik bolts dissipated against a wall of shielding rocks. Thrawn ordered a TIE swarm to intercept the falling defenses, but the fighters met missiles and grudging hordes. A Yorick coral battleship shattered under fire from 5 Chiss vessels, yet 2 were obliterated in turn by Deskai, which retreated behind asteroid cover. The Davin basil-equipped rocks locked onto collision courses, forcing the Chiss to divert fire from the planet killers. Thrawn marveled at the enemy's coordination. The Yuuzhan Vong fleet moved as one, adapting with the precision of white blood cells battling infection. The Yamas, he mused, their war coordinator. If he survived, he would seek such a weapon. Perhaps a Force user could serve a similar role. He'd long suspected the Emperor employs such methods. The asteroids fell back, but Thrawn wasn't fooled. Sang Anor's strategy had worked. The Imperial fleet was thinned before facing the Long Reach's might. Victory now seemed unlikely. At least the planet-based weapon appeared destroyed, The fleet had detected massive explosions. Yet no confirmation came from the ties or Being's forces. Something else nagged him, failing's Commander Rain. Her behavior was off. She hid something involving him, or something he'd find significant. Briefly, he wondered if Vreet had ever deciphered her. Unlikely. Vreet. Strange, to think of his son as if he still lived. In every battle, against warlords, pirates, SS Aruak, the Vong, he'd fought to shield his homeworld, his family from chaos. He failed. Now, only Palpatine's dream of order remained, and his revenge. Drash crouched behind crates, listening to the hunt above. He glanced at Blue, slumped against the wall. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. The words felt hollow. Frey had been full of words. Thrawn, the Emperor's propagandist, the Vong, all spoke endlessly. Actions alone held truth. He'd learned that long ago. I'll be leaving soon, Blue murmured. Drash smirked. Finally saw sense, huh? His tone was light, but his gut twisted. The Eternal was abandoning him. Not by choice. Blue's form flickered. My people are gone. I can't feel them anymore. They've left this plane to wait for a better time, but I can't follow. What are you talking about? Drash whispered. Blue explained the Eternal's plan. They've gathered energy to endure, but I'm too far. My reserves are spent. Even if I could return, the planet's life is dying. I can feel it. His voice thinned, then sharpened. Without our world's energy, we fade. I'll go beyond, where all beings go. Tell me about it. I can't. None return from there. So Vlu had sacrificed his chance to linger, to stay with Drash, to help him even when the pilot refused to help himself. I didn't ask for this. The weight was unbearable. After all he's done, I can't just give up. But surrender would be so easy. Drash had never feared death, only what waited behind that door. It's happening, Vlu said, like water draining away. The ancient being trembled, eyes wide with childlike fear. I'm scared, Drash. Without realizing, Drash crossed the room. His hand hovered, then touched Vlu's translucent shoulder. The Eternal embraced him. Drash stiffened, the contact choked him. Vlu felt solid yet fluid, like molded rubber, quivering as he clung to existence. Drash fumbled. Pilots talk, you know, about after. Religion was taboo in the Empire, but facing death in a Teik cockpit made men philosophical. What do they believe? Vlu's voice was a whisper. Rewards. Paradise. Dead friends waiting. Drash grimaced. Lots of arguing over who gets in. Some said good deeds. Others said being good inside was enough. He remembered a recruit, years ago, prattling about his faith, until Comner hauled him off. No pilot would have reported him. Wingmen didn't betray their own. Vlu's form dissolved into mist. Is that what you believe? No. Frey's teaching surged back. Trials. Suffering. Transcendence. Life's a test. Prove yourself worthy, and you move somewhere better. So that's why you chase death, Vlu said. Not an end, a new beginning. Shut up. Drash recoiled, hands passing through vapor. I was trying to comfort you. I already knew, Vlu murmured. I wanted you to see. Drash stared. You're really dying. Yes. You spent your last moments on me. It's time, Vlu said. Goodbye, Drash. Thank you. Perhaps we'll meet again, but not for many years. The light dimmed. Remember, the chains are yours. You hold the key. Wait. Drash grabbed at emptiness. A crash. The security door buckled inward. The hunt had ended. Frey had found him. Krell's talons hovered above the comatose human's temples, tracing neural pathways. The instruments confirmed it. Drash's mind was active, lost in a vivid dream. Like a hunter, Krell followed the electrical impulses, the provoker delivering careful charges. Stimulate, don't damage. Now, he'd found the last bastion of resistance. A few more pulses would drag Drash back, and his shaping could begin. In the midst of the battle, a lone coral skipper leaving the seed world caught Song Anor's attention. Apparently damaged, the fighter's course would take it to the world ship. Hope flared inside him. Had Song Anor escaped the destruction spreading across the surface? It was possible, but there was no Villip aboard to confirm. He ordered a Davin Basel to seize the fighter and pull it into a bay reserved for repairs and refueling. He hoped his son was aboard. If it was another member of the garrison, they could be put to work with the gunnery crews. If it was Kenneth, the prefect would find only torture and death aboard the Long Reach. The Titan's fist crashed against the security door again, but Drash no longer perceived the assault that way. His understanding of everything had shifted. Vlu had done something to him before dying, or perhaps left something behind. Not memories, nor any fragment of his fading soul. It was more like an instinct, if he had to name it. Or maybe the Eternal had simply awakened an ability Drash had always possessed. Whatever the case, he no longer saw the illusion of the physical world. He saw the Force. It unfolded before him in all its splendor, currents of energy clashing in conflict or flowing together in serenity. Waves of life coiled around one another, each hue reflecting a different emotion. Yet amid it all, cords and sinkholes of dark energy pulsed with anger, resentment, and fear. The sinkholes yawned like pits of hidden rot, the cords binding and restricting the flow. Drash brushed against one of the cords, not with hands, for he no longer had a body, but with his mind. He recoiled instantly. This power was wild, lashing out with feral hunger. The most staggering realization came when he saw the life energy was just a tiny pool adrift in an ocean of emptiness. He wasn't seeing the greater force, only the energy his own body produced. The hunter struck again, dark threads of pain and fear lancing through him. Strangely, he couldn't perceive the attacker, only the damage and the emotions left behind, twisting into the shape of Zezzer Frey. But it was just a phantom. Frey was dead and unmourned, and Drash Tevic had never feared death or enemies in battle. Without hesitation, he seized the dark energy. It was like grasping a hurricane, wielding lightning as a blade. The power raged, stung, burned, but Drash could tame it. With his will, he could command it. The thrill was intoxicating, like flying a TIE fighter. Electricity crackled in his veins. Fire roared in his lungs. Drash woke. The lumen bug's light stabbed his eyes, but his pupils adjusted instantly. The Briscard priest, Krelt, loomed over him, yellow ulcers wide with surprise. Four acolytes flanked him, the effigy of Unyamka towering above. Ah, Krelt smirked. Awake sooner than expected. It seems you finally embrace pain instead of fleeing it. He gestured to an acolyte. Bring the boiling gel. Drash ignored him. The priest's words were as meaningless as lizard monkey chatter. His focus was beyond the world ship, where a battle raged, waves of anger and fear colliding, geysers of death erupting. He could only sense one side, but the energy was staggering. Shifting back to the physical, he tried to rise. Restraining claws locked his wrist to the altar. Child's play. Dark energy surged into his arms, the claws tore free, roots and all. He snapped them off, tossing the mangled restraints aside. By the time Krelt turned back, Drash was already on his feet. The priest blinked. How? Drash killed the nearest acolyte before Krelt finished speaking. He stepped past the falling corpse, backhanding another initiate. To him, they moved like figures in syrup. To the Vong, he was a blur. The third acolyte lunged with a sacrificial Kalfi. Drash seized his wrist, twisted, and shattered the bone. A pivot, a throw, the Vong crumpled against the wall. The fourth, holding the boiling gel, stood frozen. Drash yanked the bowl from his hands and smashed it over his head. The acolyte swung blindly before a fist to his gut dropped him. Then Drash turned to Krelt. What infidel trickery is this? The priest spat. No trick. Drash advanced, neither slow nor fast. Just paying a debt. Fool. I offer truth. I give your life meaning. Yeah. Drash seized the priest's living robe. Heard that before. He hauled Krelt onto the altar. The priest clawed at his wrist, feeble as a child. Thing is, Drash continued, I've had all the help I can stomach. A two-pronged creature perched at the altar's head. He pressed the prongs to Krelt's temples. I'll find my own answers now. The knobs on his back were likely controls. Trial and error would send a jolt through the priest's skull. But here's a token of gratitude. His fingers hovered. Outside, battle called. Inside, the dark power writhed, demanding release to destroy everything, even Drash himself. It whispered to kill him, for fear, for anger, for pleasure. The energy was a drug, sweet and rotting. Krot was speaking, but Drash didn't listen. He was torn. No reason not to kill the priest, but did he want to? And something deeper warned him. Obeying the dark side was stupid, unhealthy. He studied Krot, not as a demon, but as he was. A mad old man, just like Frey had been. A tyrant playing God over the fearful. Well, Krot sneered, waiting for begging. Just kill me? I won't. Drash released him. Chains seemed to shatter at his feet. He felt uncertain. Krot frowned. Why? Because I don't need to. A question deserved an answer. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I don't even hate you. You're nothing. Krot was less than a lumen bug now. At least they were pretty. You've got no power over me. Krot flinched as if struck. He scrambled up, ulcers blazing, but Drash was already walking away. There were more important things to do. The coral skipper was hauled into a cavernous ridge on the world ship's surface, one of many hangar mouths. 3 shapers, an adept and 2 initiates, waited as it settled beside repaired fighters. They pried open the cockpit. The canopy slid back. A violet blade ignited. 2 seconds later, 3 corpses littered the deck. Fjir and Oin climbed out. Much as I remembered, the Fosh murmured, shivering at the void around her. Cut off from the Force, she could only wield her own energy. I know where to go. If the Force wills it, I'll be done soon. What should I do? Oin asked. Stay. Hide. I'll return. She moved toward the door. No. Oin followed. You can't help me. It's too dangerous. Her mind was already burdened. If she succeeded here, another task awaited, a lifetime's work. Yet she owed Oin safety, a world for his people. I'll come back. We'll take a healthy skip and leave. And if you can't, Oin challenged. If they find me, you said it yourself, the safest place is with you. I can't protect you and fight the Vong, Fjir snapped. Maybe I'll protect you. She grimaced. No time to argue, she might already be too late. Fine. Come, she turned and froze. Drash Teik stood in the doorway. Lieutenant Teik. Her feathers bristled. Hello? He strode past them toward the coral skippers. Fjir stared. She'd forgotten the force-strong Imperial, and now, he radiated dark energy. Not fallen, but close. Where were you? Was all she could ask. With the priest. Drash stepped over the dead shapers without a glance. He selected a fueled skip and vaulted into the cockpit. Overstayed my welcome. Realization dawned. How did you learn to touch the Force? Drash paused. An Eternal taught me. His voice softened. Vlu. I knew him. He was my friend. She gentled her tone. I'm a Jedi. I can help you understand. Come out. This would derail her mission, but... No. Drash settled the cognition hood. We've both got things to do. No time to waste. Maybe later. The canopy closed. I hope so. She watched him go, guilt gnawing at her. A dark side touched man, unleashed into a battle that could shape the galaxy. Mace Windu would scold her. Yoda might whack her with his cane. She didn't want to imagine Thracia's reaction. But they were gone. She was all that remained of the Jedi. As the coral skipper vanished into the void, Fjir had never felt less like one. We have lost. Thrawn's first thought as the Star Destroyers met the world ship's barrage. The fleet had survived the asteroids, but the long reach would finish them. Superior tactics had spared them catastrophic losses, but they lacked the numbers to match the world ship's firepower. He betrayed none of this. His crew could not see doubt. World ships targeting Hammerblow with a gravity anomaly, the tactics officer reported. Park clenched his fists, licking his lips, a human display Thrawn still found peculiar. The Admiral remained composed, The cold dread crept through him. If his countermeasures failed, the battle would end here. Davin Basils gripped the Star Destroyer, stripping shields as coral missiles converged. Hammerblow launched probe droids, their gravity pulses disrupting the enemy's hold. As Thrawn hoped, the tractor beam faltered. Missiles veered off course. A volley from Hammerblow and her fighters finished them. Thrawn studied the world ship sensors. All ships, he ordered, target this sector. He highlighted a rich-pocked region, home to the exhausted Davin Basils. A weak point. A silent prayer to his ancestors. This would be close. Chapter 25. Drash flew into the force, a maelstrom of conflicting energy thundering around him, mirroring the chaos in his soul. 1,000 forces threatened to tear him apart, but he knew where to go. There was only one place he'd ever known peace, a fighter's cockpit. There, he ceased to be a man burdened by fear. He became the sharp edge of the knife, singular in purpose, to kill before him, and the next, and the next. His only worry had been the Coral Skipper rejecting him. Instead, it surpassed his expectations. The cognition hood erased the line between pilot and machine. Drash Tevic was the fighter. His body was the size of an X-wing, armored in living durasteel. Arms and legs gave way to Davin Basils, propelling him at lethal speeds. Plasma spitters and projectile launchers bristled from his form. He saw electromagnetic fields, gravity wells, heat signatures. He smelled ion trails. The vacuum's kiss against his rocky hide meant nothing. The ship's intelligence merged with his mind, eager as a smashball athlete before a match. Young, rested, hungry, it yearned for battle. The Coral Skipper obeyed his thoughts like his own limbs. The Davin Basils shoved them clear of the world ship. Plasma scent stung his nostrils. His first target, a fellow skip hovering near the hull. Drash's opening shot deliberately missed. The alien pilot hesitated, just long enough. A lethal volley crippled the skip's rear basal. A follow-up blast shattered it. As he lined up another kill, a guttural voice barked through the Villip, angry demands in Yuuzhan Vong. Without removing the hood, Drash groped for the leathery sphere. His fist crushed it. Sang Anor grimaced as Thrawn countered the gravity trap. Another grimace as Imperial berets chipped the world ship's crust. He ordered gunners to redouble their efforts and commanded the long reach to rotate. A necessary risk. Rotation would shield the wounded flank but strain the Davin Basils. Worse, the Imperials attacked from 3 vectors. No matter, they still lacked the numbers to win. He hurled the remaining asteroids at their rear and unleashed missiles and plasma. Then came the disruption. A rogue Coral Skipper attacking his own. The flight controller's report chilled him, a human mind behind the controls. The Yamas pieced it together. Krell's prisoner, a pilot, had escaped. Internal sensors traced his path to the hangar holding that very skip. Sang Anor cursed priestly incompetence and dispatched a kill team. Park winced as 3 frigates exploded. A desk-high vaporized another Star Destroyer. TIE swarmed the planet killer, but Grutchen and shielding rocks met them. "Sir, the asteroids are moving to encircle us," Venir reported. "I see them," Park said, eyes locked on the tactical display. Thrawn's voice cut through the tension. "The enemy's defenses are faltering." He gestured to the world ship's surface, where skips flitted in confusion. "Admiral." A Chiss officer turned. "Sensors detect a mechanical fleet exiting hyperspace. Chiss vessels. Their flagship hails us." "Put them through." A hologram resolved, white-haired, clad not in Syndic's robes but a Phalang's commander's uniform. Park barely recognized Teik. Thrawn inclined his head. "Syndic Teik, to what do we owe this honor?" Teisk's reply was in Chun. "A wish to be useful. I am no longer Syndic. I renounced the council after their madness with the SS Siruak. My Phalanx and their families seek asylum in your territories. We will join your fleet." "You are welcome." Thrawn's courtesy didn't mask his relief. "Reinforce the battle groups. Commander Rain aboard Sentinel will direct you." The hologram vanished. Thrawn exhaled. The Chiss ships lacked Star Destroyer might, but their numbers tipped the scales. Victory was possible. They crept through the world ship's depths, avoiding main thoroughfares. Most Vong were engaged in battle. The only witness was a shamed one, curled in sleep. The central public areas lay deserted. Oin gaped at maul or pits pulsing like living organs, temples of grotesque artistry, and a pleasure garden where songbirds trilled over a nightmare tableau. Corpses lined the walls. Torture devices stood beside looms weaving exquisite silks. Predators stalked the garden, beasts and birds locked in eternal slaughter. A scavenger gnawed the bones of a Vong child. These creatures are mad, Oin whispered. Do not mistake purpose for madness, Fjir said. Every horror here serves a rational design. An evil one. Yes? She turned down a corridor. Just ahead, past the menagerie. The chambers beyond held alien fauna and simulated habitats. A six-winged avian perched in a tree, a serpent-necked canine prowled below. Insects the size of Oin's arm scuttled through a desert diorama. Shaper experiments, Fjir explained. They study how life adapts to worlds they plan to conquer. Oin shuddered, and they call this leisure. Before them yawned a tunnel, its arches carved in monstrous relief. Fjir stopped. This is where we part. Oin touched the seed packets at his belt. And if you don't return, then more than your people will perish. She ignited her lightsaber. There is no other way. As she stepped forward, Oin called after her. Fjir, thank you for everything. May the Force be with you. She nearly turned back, nearly embraced him. Instead, she nodded once and vanished into the dark. Bian's ground forces encountered no enemy opposition in their march on the enemy base, though the trek was far from easy. The treacherous swamplands rendered the heavily armed and armored Adats useless, forcing the general to rely on repulsor-powered hover vehicles, tanks and speeders, alongside AT-ST walkers, lightly armored but nimble enough for the boggy terrain. The Chiss general commanded a mixed force of Imperial and Chiss Phalanx troops, backed by wings of Tai and Chiss fighters. His objective was simple: destroy the enemy base. Yet the Yuuzhan Vong had seemingly done the job for him. According to Tai scouts, the aliens had raised their own dwellings, sparing the Unity fleet the effort. But the Vong had taken it further. If they couldn't hold the planet, they would ensure no one could. From his command post aboard a sleek Chiss hover tank, being watched as the trees withered into husks, the water thickened into a foul sludge, and native beasts collapsed onto the dying grass. Sensors confirmed the air was turning toxic, and his troops had already donned life support-equipped encounter suits. Bian remained vigilant, scanning his ranks for any lapse in discipline. The Tais had reported one remaining Vong structure, a lone tower amid the ruins. Even without visible opposition, he would not tolerate carelessness. The memory of Coral's base and the Vong's deadly traps was fresh. Those dishonorable savages would not claim another of his soldiers through ambush or deception. Sir, we have a transmission from one of the forward scouts, the tank pilot announced. Put it through? The screen flickered to reveal the AT-ST's human pilot. General, we found a group of 50, humans and Chiss. They claim to be TIE pilots, survivors of a strike force the Grand Admiral sent earlier. He hesitated. They're in bad shape. Stint, their commander, says some have already died from the toxins. You didn't let them aboard, Bian demanded. This could easily be a Vong trap, or worse, the pilots might carry some implanted Vong weapon or plague. No, sir, the pilot replied swiftly. But we gave them breathing gear and a comm link. The feed shifted to the walker's external cam. A cluster of ragged figures huddled beneath its guns, passing around masks and air tanks. Stint stood apart, comm in hand, mask secured. I'll speak to the commander, Bian said. Moments later, Stint's voice crackled through, crisp, professional, and impeccably Chiss in cadence. General Bian, sir. Commander Justintrover reporting. My men are at your disposal. Acknowledged, Commander. But you understand I can't trust you until Imperial medics have cleared your group. You'll remain under guard until then. Of course, sir. Though I do have questions of my own, chiefly about the Chiss fighters and tanks we've seen. A cold knot tightened in Bian's stomach. They didn't know about the alliance with Thrawn's phalanx. They couldn't know about Homeworld. In the meantime, I request additional breathing gear and med supplies for my pilots. I'll arrange it. Thank you, sir. A faint edge of relief seeped into Stent's tone, and if I may say, it's good to see the Empire striking back at these barbarians. The battle isn't over yet, Commander. A score of coral skippers swarmed Drash from all directions, plasma fire and Grutchin filling the void around him. He was enjoying himself. Dodging through coral canyons, skimming plasma geysers, he lured pursuers into fatal missteps. Some collided with walls, others vaporized in eruptions. The rest fell to his guns. He ignored shielding, diverting all power to speed. The Vong, accustomed to their voids, struggled to keep pace unprotected. When they overshot, Drash slowed and fired. 3 died before the others climbed away. Now the hunter, he pursued, picking off another as exhausted Davin Basils failed to summon voids. 3 more attacked from behind, but micro-adjustments, guided by the Force, dodged their fire. The Vong didn't register in the Force, but their mass and momentum did. Their movement sent ripples through the energy field, letting him anticipate their actions seconds ahead. More than enough. A turbolaser blast from a Star Destroyer struck the world ship, hurling coral shards twice the size of his skip. One shattered a pursuing fighter. Drash reached out, seeking new prey. None remained. The surviving skips had fled to engage the Imperials. He banked toward the battle, only to wrench sideways as the Force screamed a warning. A rocky projectile grazed his cockpit, followed by a plasma volley. His roll saved him, but not before Coral Spire scored his hull. His attacker closed in fast, Davin Basils dedicated purely to speed, mimicking his own tactic. Drash pushed his craft through brutal maneuvers, sharp climbs, sudden drops, erratic speed shifts. Yet the skip matched him, his shots nearly connecting. Beneath his cognition hood, Drash grinned. Finally, a challenge. Ross pursued the rogue coral skipper with single-minded focus. Fear, doubt, and failure were alien to him, shaped into something greater. He flew with skill his former self could never have imagined. When the base's lights had died, he hadn't hesitated. He sprinted to the coral skippers and launched into the fray. The ground was lost. Here, he could serve the Yuuzhan Vong best. Yet there was another reason he'd fled to the skies. He needed the cold clarity of combat. In the cockpit, there was only the enemy ahead, no room for the turmoil Stent's presence had stirred. Being near a Chiss again hadn't awakened memories, but something worse, a creeping sense of belonging, clashing violently with his certainty that his place was with the Vong. For a heartbeat, dread coiled in his gut, was the weakling he'd once been resurfacing. Normally, he'd seek the Shapers, but with none nearby, the cockpit was his sanctuary. Battle would purge the conflict, or at least hold it at bay, until Krelt and the priests could scour it from him. The infidel skip twisted through the world ship's terrain, skimming coral spires so close a breath might spell doom. Ross matched every move without hesitation. The enemy plunged into a canyon. Raz followed, firing 2 projectiles. A near miss. No frustration. Only purpose. Linked through the Yamas, he was no longer an individual. He was a fanged amphistaff, a Kalfi thirsting for blood. Death didn't matter. Only the mission. Sang Anor's panic flared and died in the same instant. Thrawn's reinforcements, a mere phalanx, their ships inferior to Star Destroyers, posed no real threat. The long reach proved it, seizing a Chiss vessel in its gravitational grip, shredding its shields, and obliterating it with missiles. A minor delay. Once the Imperials fell, these newcomers would follow. Then his thoughts shattered. The Yamas feed showed the impossible, a brown-robed avian outside his chamber, plunging a lightsaber into the door. Flesh sizzled. Slowly, Song Anor turned, amphistaff coiled around his arm. The damaged skip from the planet, the one he dismissed, had carried a Jedi. Nam Anor was truly dead. A memory surged, unbidden, himself at 17, cradling his newborn son. The child was soft, unmarked, a burden by Vong standards. Yet Song Anor had loved him. Loved Lyra. Loved them more than words. Gone, the shadows taunted. Alone. The door reezed open before the Jedi could cut through. Fjir recoiled as the door slid apart, lightsaber raised. No attack came. She stepped inside. The chamber was vast, dominated by the Yamsk on its central pedestal. Sang Anor stood beside it, armored but helmless. Battle holograms winked out as she entered, leaving only the Executor's gaze, empty, yet radiating a primal terror that bypassed the Force, striking straight into her instincts. Fire. Quakes. Inevitability. It's been a long time, Jedi. His voice iced her veins. 3 years, she replied, steady. Not so long. An eternity. 3 years of emptiness. A soul halved. He didn't speak it. She heard it anyway. You know why I'm here. Her blade lifted. To interfere, as ever. His smile was almost gentle. At Zanima second. With Thrawn. On my seed world. I am a Jedi. I fight evil. The words fortified her. Am I evil? She saw the Nass's dead world, plagues, tortures, countless atrocities. Yes, not Palpatine's equal, but close. Perhaps. He nodded. We'll discuss it during your sacrifice. A tilt of his head. Take her. The Yamsk struck, hammering her mind with telepathic force. But stretched thin by battle, it lacked the strength to break her. It won't work, Fjir spat. If you want me dead, do it yourself. Sang Anor's smile sharpened. Then meet your fate with eyes open. Chapter 26. The Sentinel unleashed another volley of charic fire upon the world ship. Though Davin Basel swallowed many bolts, more than half struck home. To a casual observer, the Imperial seemed victorious, but Rain knew better. The sheer mass of the long reach was their undoing. Thrawn's forces exhausted themselves against the world ship's endless armaments. Her view screen split between the looming world ship and the dying planet, intermittently obscured by Thrawn's probe droids. Crude devices, yet effective, the Vong could no longer swat the fleet from the sky. Larger chunks broke free from the long reach, but compared to the main body, they were mere splinters. Meanwhile, the Deskai picked off capital ships with impunity. Time was against them. She whirled to the comm station. Hail the Imperator. I need the Syndic. The title burned her tongue. Thrawn's hologram flickered to life. Commander. Dividing our forces is a mistake, she said, bypassing formalities. Consolidate the fleet and strike a single point. If the world ship rotates, we must follow and maintain fire. We lack the numbers for scattered attacks. The Admiral nodded. Correct. I will recall the battle groups. Concentrate fire on the largest craters. The transmission ended. Too easy. She'd expected resistance, arguments. Instead, Thrawn's effortless agreement stoked her anger. The perfect commander, no wonder Vreet had been so brittle. A lifetime in the shadow of Mithronia Ruado would break anyone. Such was the way of Chiss nobility. Children were commodities, hammered into unyielding molds. Thrawn would do the same to his heir, if he ever learned of them. Rain would ensure he never did. Commander, the tactics officer called. Incoming hostiles. A Deskai approached, shielded by 5 rocky escorts. Chiss fighters intercepted, but the Deskai reversed course, luring them away. 3 shield rocks accelerated, locking Davin Basels on the Sentinel and 2 other capital ships. Rain's pulse spiked as 10 more asteroids hurtled toward them. Order Red Wing to engage those rocks. Her voice betrayed nothing. Gravitational anomalies have disabled port shields. 4 asteroids on collision trajectory. Suppressing fire. Roll the ship. The Sentinel tilted, presenting its shielded underside, too slowly. The compensator stubbornly maintained artificial gravity as turbolasers vaporized 2 asteroids. The remaining pair struck the exposed hull. The impact flung Rain across the deck. She rode with the fall, rising with only bruises. Others weren't as lucky. The tactics officer slumped against his console, blood streaking his crimson eyes. Status. Her boots left the deck as gravity failed. Heavy damage to lower decks. Life support operational. Weapons offline. Shields. Gone. Engineering is. Commander. Boarders. The screen flickered, revealing Gretchen swarming through the breach. Seal all blast doors. Beyond the viewport, the Night of Fire, a Vong battlecruiser, closed in. Thrawn dispatched a Star Destroyer to aid the crippled ships, though hope was slim. The Sentinel would fall before reinforcements arrived. A pity. Rain had proven more capable than expected. Her suggestion to consolidate the fleet mirrored his own impending order. More frustrating, she died with her secret intact. Whatever compelled her to abandon her phalanx after this battle eluded him. What could outweigh duty? Then the realization struck like lightning. Rain was female. Vreet's lover. What matters more to a female than? He had no proof. Only certainty. As the Night of Fire advanced, Thrawn felt a helplessness he'd known only once before, when he'd seen Homeworld's ruin. Sang Anor retreated 3 steps, amphistaff coiled around his arm. His gaze pinned Fjir. Do. He thrust his arm sideways. Roik. The serpent slid into his palm. Vong. His fingers closed, the staff hardened. Prot. He leapt from the pedestal. A black silhouette against the chamber's glow, he descended, amphistaff raised. Fjir rolled clear as he landed, but Song Anor tucked into a forward roll, surging upright within striking range. The staff whirled toward her ribs. She vaulted over the blow, lightsaber slashing downward. Sang Anor twisted his wrist, the amphistaff's tail snapped up, blocking the blade. A wrenching twist nearly tore the hilt from her grip. She backflipped, rebounded off the wall, and landed behind him. Her thrust met his parry. Sparks flew as violet plasma skidded along the staff's tail. Sang Anor lunged, amphistaff a blur. Fjir dodged, rolled, exploited her speed, her only advantage. Armorless, cut off from the Force's depths, she had only her own energy to draw upon. Sang Anor, though no warrior by caste, was bred in the knife-edge politics of Yuuzhan Vong courts. A master of the amphistaff, clad in armor, he outreached and outmuscled her. He pressed. She yielded ground. A duck beneath the swing, a slash at his forearm, blocked by armor. The amphistaff's fangs darted for her torso. She pivoted, tangling the serpent in her robe, feinted high, then swept low at his ankles. Sang Anor anticipated the trick. The staff's tail intercepted her blade. His boot heel flashed toward her temple. She dropped, rolled, and the chase continued. The Yuuzhan Vong battleship filled the view screen. Floating in zero gravity, Rain kicked against a wall and launched herself toward a control station. She caught the chair back as she sailed past, and the uninjured Chiss at the station finally tore his gaze from the living ship to notice her. "Commander," he said, maintaining discipline despite bracing his legs against the console's underside to keep from floating away. "Do we still have contact with the probe droids?" Rain demanded. When the crewer stared blankly, she snapped, "Report." Her voice cracked like a whip, sending him scrambling to his station. "Contact maintained," he answered. "Good." Her hands clenched the chair back as she issued commands. Turning to another officer, she ordered, "Prime a torpedo for immediate launch." The officer blinked. What good would one? That was an order. The flare of her crimson eyes silenced protest. In that moment, framed by storm cloud hair and eyes burning brighter than any Chiss's natural glow, Rain resembled the ancient war deities of legend, or perhaps Grelmanethtu, the mythic witch queen. As the warship entered range, a black swarm of probe droids rose to meet it. The vessel shuddered when gravitational disruptions meant to defend against the world ship interfered with Night of Fire's Davin basals. Plasma cannons vaporized the droids, but for critical seconds the ship drifted on momentum alone, seconds the Sentinel exploited to fire its torpedo. The Vong ship must have seen the missile, but before its recovering Davin basals could raise a void, the projectile struck a lumpish projection on the upper forward hull. Rain hoped it was the bridge, and obliterated it. For a hopeful moment, the warship continued forward on inertia. Then the Davin basals reactivated. Night of Fire slowed, halted, and began turning its plasma cannons back toward the Sentinel as secondary systems took command. "Ancestors embrace us," an officer prayed. "Presumptuous," Rain remarked dryly as turbolaser bolts pounded the Vong ship's flank. On the display, ever watchful, sending Teisk's flagship close to engage the far larger foe. Oin paced the coral deck, each passing second amplifying the world ship's tremors beneath his feet. The Bandelier's weight felt planetary. The Nass's future depended on him. If Imperials destroyed Long Reach, their seeds and hope died with it. For the 100th time, he turned toward the archway, now resolved to follow Fjir despite her warnings. If she fell, his own escape became impossible. Besides, he thought as he broke into a run, I've pulled her from worse. But an amphistaff lashed out, tangling his legs and sending him face first onto the deck. Stars exploded behind his eyes as his snout struck coral. Rolling onto his back, he faced the rearing serpent's fangs. "Well now," said Krelt, stepping into view. "They missed a slave during sacrifices." The priest shook his head. "Such negligence falls to me to rectify." Fjir's blade deflected a sizzling venom glob before Song Anor charged. The Jedi held ground, spinning as the warrior rushed past. Her slash caught his back. His turn made a score across his chest armor, burning flesh beneath. She leapt from his counterstrike, running along the curved wall when it blocked retreat. Springing off, she stabbed at his side, only for the amphistaff to intercept. Sang Anor's fury radiated like heat as he pressed the attack. Fjir fought emptied of anger, fear, or despair. The Force's peace flowed through her, guiding each dodge and strike. Against an unarmored foe, 3 of her blows would have killed. She danced around him, waiting for fatigue or recklessness to create. Oin. His terror screamed through the Force. A moment's distraction. A delayed reaction. Agony as the amphistaff shattered her leg. Her lightsaber clatter deactivated across the deck. Hobbling on one leg, she reached for it, too late. Sang Anor's charge smashed her into the wall. Breath fled. Darkness swallowed her as she slid to the deck. Ever watchful shielded the damaged sentinel, trading volleys with Night of Fire. Thrawn watched as the massive Vong battleship bombarded the Chiss vessel with plasma. Though faster, Ever watchful refused to flee, only rolling to present fresh shield facings while holding position. Teisk's new retreat would leave Sentinel defenseless. When Thrawn had identified Ever Watchful as the only capable ship near Rain's position, he'd contacted the former Syndic with a direct order: protect Sentinel at all costs. Without living crew, Night of Fire fought like a wounded beast, single-mindedly focused on destroying what had hurt it. Plasma and projectiles hammered Ever Watchful until shields failed, then tore into bare hull. The capital ship detonated under the assault. Thrawn's heart sank. Do something useful for once in my life. Teisk's last words echoed in his mind. As 5-star destroyers converged on Night of Fire, overwhelming his Davin basals and tearing the Vong ship apart, Thrawn murmured in Chun, "May your ancestors embrace you and carry your soul to the stars." The full prayer spoke of legacy, but Teisk had died the last of his line. "You've done more than you know." "A disgrace?" Krell muttered, watching Oin struggle against the amphistaff. The priest spoke to himself. Yuuzhan Vong didn't address slaves directly. "I come to atone for letting an infidel escape, only to find vermin infesting the world ship." His amphistaff cane tapped as he limped forward. Oin wrestled the serpent, one hand gripping below his head while the other fought the tightening coils. Krell drew a sacrificial Calfee from his translucent robes. "Wait," Oin shouted in Yuuzhan Vong, making the priest pause. "Why enslave my people? We never harmed you." Krell frowned. "Foolish creature. This galaxy belongs to us by divine right. We took your world because we could." He lunged, but Oin rolled away, the blade only severing his bandolier. Seeds scattered across the deck. The priest kicked them aside casually. White-hot rage surged through Oin. His tail swept Krell's legs out from under him. The Calfee clattered within reach, but releasing the amphistaff meant death. Gritting his teeth, Oin chose the weapon. The serpent constricted his throat as he grabbed the blade. Black spots danced in his vision before he stabbed upward. A grinding shriek, then the amphistaff's head thumped to the deck. Oin spun to see Krell rising unsteadily. With a growl, he charged, slamming the priest down and leaping atop him. Something cracked under burnt flesh. "Boast now, monster," Oin roared, throttling the priest while slamming his head against coral. Only when Krell's hands fell limp did Oin notice the crushed ribs. Yellow ulcers crawled from the corpse's eyes as Oin gathered his people's scattered seeds. Fjir's vision swam, pain her only tether to consciousness. A shadow loomed, armored fingers gripped her robes, slamming her against the wall. Sang Anor's Calfee pinned her there, their faces level. The Executor removed his gauntlet, revealing tattooed fingers ending in cruel talons. Fjir saw her death in his eyes, evisceration by bare hand. "Stupid animal," he sneered. "The Yuuzhan Vong are invincible. Tomorrow I'll crush your empire, rebellion, and Jedi. The Force itself will die." But Fjir had spotted her lightsaber behind him. Through sheer will, she made it rise. Sang Anor spun as it ignited, but instead of attacking him, the blade shot toward the Yamisk. When he moved to intercept, Fjir hooked her good leg around his neck, yanking him off balance. The lightsaber struck true. The war coordinator's psychic death scream shattered Song Anor's mind. As he convulsed, Fjir worked free the Calfee pinning her. What happened next wasn't her. It was the Force acting through her. Hobbling forward on one leg, she drove the Calfee through Song Anor's weakened armor. The blade drank deep, twisting through vital organs until the Executor collapsed. Only then did Fjir allow herself to fall. Chapter 27. Thrawn saw the change instantly. One moment, the alien forces fought as one. The next, their flawless coordination vanished. Before his eyes, enemy formations collapsed, coral skippers broke ranks, battlecruisers and asteroids no longer moved in concert but attacked blindly. A trick, was his first thought. But what purpose would Song Anor have in throwing the battle? No, something else was at work. And as the word Force crossed his mind, Thrawn understood. Fjir. She had destroyed the ground-based weapon-threatening Unity fleet. Now, she had disabled the Yamisk. "Press the attack," he ordered. "We have them?" Fjir dragged herself away from Song Anor, limbs trembling. One task remained, one final act to ensure the Yuuzhan Vong's defeat. Thrawn would likely win now, but the Jedi couldn't risk it. What if a Shaper accessed the Requiem, ordering Long Reach to flee into hyperspace? If the world ship escaped, the danger would persist. The galaxy was vast. The Vong could hide, rebuild, seed worlds, shape more like Ras, grow another Yamisk. All of it, possible if the world ship survived. She was certain the Yamisk pillar held what she needed. Just a little farther. A scream tore from her as Song Anor's hand clamped around her ankle, dragging her back. The tanks fired again. Bien watched the tower crack, then collapse like deadwood. It shattered on impact, the last Yuuzhan Vong structure on the planet crumbling. Like everything else here, the trees had withered. Birds and beasts lay choking. Fish floated belly up in poisoned ponds. Something crunched underfoot, charred Nass bones. Bien grimaced and stepped aside. "No resistance, sir," reported a young Chiss Phalanx officer, eager to impress the legendary general. "Someone did our work for us," Bien said. "Let's hope the battle above fares as well." The processed air in his mask stung, but it beat the tainted alternative. He adjusted his goggles, eyeing the ruins. Someone despised the Vong. "Sir," his comm crackled. "Commander Stent requests contact." Bien scowled. Stent's report had been improbable. Lizard ghosts, underwater domes, madness except the facts fit. Something had ravaged this base. "Patch him through. No trap remained here." "General, we've located artifacts the Grand Admiral may want studied," Stent said. "They could yield breakthroughs." A pause. Hesitation. "And the natives saved us. Their memory deserves preservation." Bien exhaled. "Fine. A detachment will retrieve them. Guide them?" He climbed into a walker, ordering it forward. At ST scoured the coral fields. Ties streaked overhead. No Vong remnants, not even a scrap of crab armor. The sensors chimed. "Durstill, sir," the pilot said. "Imperial. A Lambda shuttle." Bien's brow rose. Closer. Beneath coral debris, triangular fins jutted. A shuttle's outline. From Thrawn's first encounter, Bien mused. Vong assassin stole it after infiltrating the Admonitor. The Admiral will want it back, the pilot said, though Rust had claimed it. A month being thought. A month ago, the Vong were myth. 2 days ago, Chilla stood strong. The galaxy delights in cruelty. The ramps open, being said. Renets have likely nested inside. Sir. The pilot pressed a hand to the hull. Engines are heating. It's powering up. Bean's eyes widened. The pilot stepped onto the ramp. Stop. Too late. The pilot's head snapped back, a razor bug embedded in his skull. He collapsed. Bean drew his blaster, come forgotten, as two Nullith masked Vong charged. He fired. One warrior fell, but the razor bug meant for his throat struck his hand instead. Pain seared up his arm. Blood sprayed. His fingers spasmed. The second Vong lunged, amphistaff whipping out, knocking the blaster away. Bean reached for his vibroblade. The serpent's head struck his chest. Capricious indeed. Sang Anor slowly pulled the Jedi toward him. Fjir flipped onto her back and braced her hands on the floor. She tried to shove away, but the Yuuzhan Vong's grip was inexorable. He lay on his stomach. He must have rolled over while she crawled, his arm fully extended to seize her ankle. Now, he dragged himself forward with his free hand, reeling her in. His armored gauntlet snatched a fistful of her robes. He released her ankle, yanking her closer. Fjir could have kicked him then, but she didn't move. She had seen his face, and she froze. Blood streamed from his forehead, erasing his tattoos. The Executor's features were a crimson mask save for his bared teeth and burning eyes. His sharp incisors were pink with blood, more dripping down his chin, but it was the eyes that held her, like a bird trapped in a serpent's gaze. Sang Anor's eyes blazed with life, yet held no intelligence. The Yemith's death had shattered his mind. He didn't know her. He didn't even know himself. Yet somewhere in the ruin of his thoughts, two truths remained. He was dying, and this creature had killed him. His last act would be to take her with him. It was his will that pinned her, that terrible, unyielding force that defied pain, injury, even death itself. How could she defeat a being like this? He would kill her. He would. He would. He would. His resolve hammered the thought into her mind with every wet, ragged breath. The chamber was silent but for the gurgling in his throat, the pink foam on his lips. His bare hand arced toward her throat. Muscle stood taut in his neck. Each breath hissed through clenched teeth. But he never blinked. Had he, the spell might have broken. Fjir might have moved. His talons hovered. 1,000 futures balanced on a feather's edge. Then Song Anor's head slumped. His hand dropped limp onto her robes. This time, he was truly dead. Fjir felt no presence in the force, but she saw death claim him. The slackening face, the stillness, the light fading from his eyes. For a moment, his will lingered, straining to move flesh that could no longer obey. Then, incrementally, the fire dimmed to nothing. She pushed the hand away, not with disgust, but emptiness. This wasn't Song Anor. Just a husk. The fury that had animated him was gone. Only meat remained. Fjir crawled free. Her robes were bloody, but the wounds weren't hers. Work still waited, yet she paused. I never hated you, she whispered. I had the right to. I feared you. Raged at what you did to Oin and the Nass. But now, a tear fell. Now I pity you. Wherever you are, I hope you find Lara Anor. And I hope you're shown more mercy than you deserved. She turned away and gasped. While the rest of the Vong forces crumbled, Drash was thrilled to see his opponent still focused on him. Asteroids and turbolaser fire filled the void, but he laughed as he let the enemy skip through the storm. The force roared around him, alive with the sparks of dying Chiss and humans, a sensation beyond anything he'd known. A glance back showed his pursuer had vanished. Had a stray bolt finished them? Instinct made him roll right as plasma seared past. The skip had hidden in an asteroid's shadow, now lunging like a vibroblade thrust. Drash accelerated, barely dodging as it streaked past. Both turned, charging again. Neither fired yet. Without void shields, the first shot would betray their aim. An asteroid spun between them. Drash pulled up, seeking altitude, only to find the enemy mirroring him. They spiraled, trading positions, neither gaining the edge. Drash lined up a shot. Pain lanced through his sight as plasma struck. His skip spun wildly. Star destroyers. Then the world ship's pitted surface flashed in his vision. Closer. Closer. Impact imminent. The coral skipper's mind shrieked, but Drash was calm. This was a good death. In a cockpit. One with his fighter. At peace. And with that surrender, the dark side released him. Everything changed. No, he changed. In letting go, he touched the Force's truth, not just conflict, not just power. His calm flowed into the skip's mind. They became one. Without thought, his diving basils lashed onto a missile launched below. The tractor beam wrenched him from his spin. He released the projectile, veering straight for the enemy skip. The Force understood conflict. Even Jedi fought when necessary. Thank you, Drash murmured, and fired. Plasma engulfed the enemy craft. It dodged one blast but flew into another, erupting into molten shards. Drash soared through the wreckage. Fjir fell backward onto the coral deck, gasping, not from pain or fear, but wonder. For the first time, she felt the Force. A shadow had lingered over it since before her birth, festering for decades, tilting the balance toward darkness. It lurked at the edges of vision, whispering war into the Republic's heart, rotting its ideals until the Jedi, guardians of that balance, could no longer trace its source. By the time they glimpsed the being who cast it, the Sith's tide had already risen. From Coruscant, the Dark Lord wove his web, and waves of misery spread to the farthest rim. Hatred bred power, power bred suffering, and suffering fed the shadow in a cycle that twisted the Force beyond recognition. Until now, the shadow is gone. The Emperor was dead. Fjir shuddered as the Force's true light flooded her. It was like shedding chains she'd forgotten she wore, or purging a parasite coiled in her gut for years. For a moment, she wanted only to sleep, to let euphoria carry her away. Her eyelids drooped. No. Oin. The world ship. There was still work to do. Gritting her teeth, she dragged herself to the pedestal's base. Her fingers found a touchpad. A compartment yawned open, revealing a cognition hood. She slipped it on, the neural link snapping into place. Command ships kept these for emergencies, a way to bypass a dead Yamsk. The hood connected her to Long Reach's Requiem, its Villip still networked to every ship and skip. She ignored gunnery crews. No Vong would mistake her for Song Anor, but the Deskai were another matter. 7 life signs flickered in retreat, confused and frightened. Perfect. In Yuuzhan Vong, she issued her orders. The semi-sentient Deskai obeyed without question, grateful for direction. They moved into position. One last volley. Now Oin, a safe planet. Then back to the Vong, to steer fate toward the future she'd seen. All on a broken leg. Well, no one said being a Jedi was easy. She hauled herself up the pedestal stairs, biting back a cry as her leg twisted. Jedi techniques dulled the pain, but the limb was useless. Thankfully, her Fosh equilibrium compensated. She hopped. Her lightsaber, still buried in the Yamsk's corpse, trembled at her call. Fjir. She spun, wincing, then laughed. Oin stood in the doorway, alive. The Nass rushed forward, arms wide. Fjir understood. Losses meant nothing now. They had each other. Oin hesitated at the last second, eyeing her injuries, but Fjir threw her arms around him. His long neck coiled around her shoulders. No time. Her saber wrenched free, slapping into her palm. You're unhurt, she asked, clipping it to her belt. Yes, and you. I'll manage. She nudged him toward the door. We need to. Oin froze, spotting Song Anor's body. He told the corpse, making the amphistaff coiled around it hiss. This is him. Was. He looks like the others. Oin's slit pupil gaze was unreadable. But they all look alike to me. Alive, you'd have known him in a crowd of thousands. She tugged his arm. We must. The world ship heaved. Oin crashed to the deck, Fjir barely kept her footing as coral rained from the ceiling. "What's happening?" Oin shouted. The death of a world ship. Chapter 28. Thrawn's one remaining worry had been the Deskai. With his Star Destroyers packed so close together, it was conceivable the planet killers could fire into the mass and destroy multiple capital ships. He relied on the fighters, picket ships, and frigates to keep them at bay, but he still expected to lose several more before this ended. Larger segments of the world ship broke apart under the fleet's barrage, carving a deep crater into the Long Reach, yet the vessel had mass to spare. Thrawn's greatest concern was that Shedeo would attempt to retreat under the Deskai's cover. If the Long Reach of Death escaped, this war in the unknown regions could drag on for years. "Sir," Park reported, "Commander Rain is aboard and heading for the bridge." "Thank you, Captain." Thrawn suppressed a sigh of relief. If his suspicions were correct, Teik's sacrifice would prove doubly worthwhile. "Admiral," Commander Wiener interrupted, "the planet killers are moving." Thrawn felt Park tense beside him. "Toward which of our vessels?" He would deploy fighters to intercept and picket ships to finish them. "None, they're falling back toward the world ship. Sensors detect a gravitational surge. They're preparing to fire." "At what?" Their projectiles couldn't reach the Imperial fleet from this distance. Thrawn didn't wonder long. The 7 Deskai fired simultaneously into the world ship itself. Their shot struck the same spot, and cavernous cracks spiderwebbed outward. The plasma cannons fell silent. The Davin basals died. Coral segments twice the size of an Imperator-class Star Destroyer spun into the void, and still it wasn't over. Unbelievably, the Long Reach of Death split in half. Kilometer-thick crust peeled back, spilling organs the size of capital ships into space. Beneath the skin, Thrawn glimpsed a skeletal framework of curved bone pillars, circulatory tubes, and a hive of corridors and chambers, all now breaking apart. Coral escape pods and ships fled the dying world ship. The turbolift doors hissed open. Rain strode across the bridge to stand beside Thrawn and Park. "Homeworld is avenged," she whispered. "So it is," Thrawn acknowledged, though the victory felt hollow. Homeworld remained in ruins, Vreet still dead. Revenge mattered little, only ensuring such devastation never recurred. Those under his protection would no longer fear the Yuuzhan Vong's brutality. "Pull the fleet back," he ordered. "The debris field is hazardous. Let the Long Reach finish its own destruction." He needed time to consider a delicate matter. Drash banked sharply, dodging chunks of dead coral. Normally, he wouldn't care if he crashed, might even seek out debris to ram. After a kill this massive, what else was left? Yet now, he found himself unwilling to surrender to oblivion. Everything had changed, or perhaps he saw the universe anew. All his life, he chased the transcendence Frey promised, and in embracing death, he found it. No longer was he that terrified boy cowering in his mind's basement. Fear no longer ruled him. For the first time, Drash Tevic was free. Joy surged through him, his coral skipper mirrored the feeling as they wove through the wreckage. He could go anywhere, do anything. The galaxy was his. He wasn't sure where to go, but it wouldn't be back to Unity Fleet. He'd had enough of the Empire. Besides, they'd confiscate his coral skipper, dissected perhaps, and Drash had grown fond of the vessel. Yuuzhan Vong escape pods drifted nearby. His sensors flared. A battlecruiser's shadow loomed, scooping up survivors. Drash veered behind coral debris. If he wouldn't return to the Empire, he certainly wouldn't join the Vong. He plotted a jump when a call pierced the Force, a plea for help. For a moment, he considered ignoring it. He was free, why risk himself for a stranger? "Vlu took a risk for you." The voice, cold and resonant, echoed in his mind. "Vlu died for you. Is this how you honor his sacrifice? If so, you should have perished in that temple." He turned toward the signal source, a coral escape pod caught in the dead world's gravity well, spiraling toward atmosphere. 2 presences aboard. One felt familiar. "Fjir," he breathed. Stent felt sick. As sick as poison homeworld beneath his quaking crust. Learning of his fate had been like watching his own heart carved out and burned. Now, Bian's corpse lay sprawled on the ashen ground, and only Chiss discipline kept him composed. The artifact is secured in the lander. The comlink voice sounded galaxies away. Thank you. Was that his voice? So steady. Dispatch a sensor team. The general is dead. That was the Chisway. Commander. You heard correctly, Lieutenant. Home in on my position. A ground trooper knelt to arrange Bean's body. Leave him, Stent ordered. Investigators need the scene intact. The soldier's masked gaze held the usual infantry disdain for pilots. He was our commander, he said coldly. And he'd say the same if he could, Stent replied. The soldier's eyes narrowed. Yes, he would. He stood, waiting. A hover tank arrived with investigators. Stent boarded to file his report. Since this was a phalanx operation, he'd brief his commander directly. Strange, a Chiss household phalanx serving the Grand Admiral, and a syndic no less. The hologram resolved into a female figure in uniform. Stent stiffened. Commander Stent, she greeted. Who are you? He blurted. Her glowing eyes narrowed. Phalanx Commander Helena. Report. But I should inform someone, he bit back the word male. Rain's expression didn't flicker, yet he swore she'd heard the thought in the Imperial fleet. He finished lamely. I'll relay your findings to the syndic, she said. Of course. He wanted this over. Her demeanor unsettled him, but surely it was the situation that was improper. Females couldn't be officers. It wasn't done. General Bean is dead. Investigators are en route. The base is secure. He and his pilot were the only casualties. Yuuzhan Vong may remain active, but I suspect their craft has fled. The AT-ST's recordings were destroyed post-assault. We've also recovered a native artifact, Yuuzhan Vong. It's secured for Imperial analysis. Understood. Rain reached for the controls. I'll await your full report. The hologram vanished. Stent exhaled, realizing only then that a female had intimidated him. He shook his head. Things had changed indeed. Thank you for the use of your comm system, Rain said as Stent's hologram dissolved into static. She frowned. Stent seems capable, but his attitude requires adjustment. Thrawn barely registered her words, lost in thought. Bean is dead. Teik too. Logically, he'd known the risks, Bean's frontline recklessness, Teik's age, yet some part of him had believed they'd endure forever, those steadfast pillars of his life. His perfect recall conjured evenings on Homeworld before his exile, Bean, Teik's pupil as Thrawn had been Bean's, their houses intertwined. Away from the Syndic's disdain, they debated strategy, history, art, lamenting the high family stagnation, their obsession with bloodline over merit, their willful blindness to the galaxy beyond Chilla. Young Thrawn had chafed at their resignation. Teik and Bean were brilliant but old. He'd been certain change was possible. The Grand Council's betrayal had taught him otherwise. The Emperor's service had humbled him further, those ancient yellow eyes seeing every shadow in his mind, the dark side's hunger coiled behind them. Now, Homeworld was ash. His people marched to ruin, and Teik and Bean were gone. I'm the last one left. I'll need a ship or funds to procure one, Rain continued. You still have my successor recommendations. You remain determined to leave. Thrawn steepled his fingers. As I've said, I'll stay until the Vong are defeated and Homeworld avenged. Then I go. Indeed, given what I suspect, her resolve is commendable. But there's no urgency. If your condition concerns you, my medics are at your disposal. For what purpose? Her voice betrayed nothing. For your child. I assume you've seen a discreet physician on Homeworld, but my resources are superior. The Charik was at his chest before he registered her draw. Her expression hadn't flickered. Contact the dutiful servant, she ordered, tone glacial. Order his shuttle dispatched to the Imperator. Park will permit its departure at my discretion. Thrawn inclined his head. The dutiful was Teik's. No homing beacon could have been planted. Sound logic, but aiming a weapon at your syndic is unwise. Non-lethal setting. Her finger hovered over the trigger. Are there guards? I prefer to stun you, but I'll take a hostage if necessary. None will stop you. I've no wish to harm you. Her smile was razor thin. Of course not. I carry a valuable commodity. Commodity. Thrawn echoed. Crude. Honest. To Chiss nobles, offspring are assets. A son, you'd mold into your image, or discard like Vreet if he failed. A daughter, you'd trade for political favor. Her eyes burned. I'll do better. My child will know its worth. I'll teach it strength and love. And you believe I couldn't? I owe you no justification. But yes. Thrawn smiled. I agree. No one is better suited to raise Vreet's child than you. The Charg didn't waver. Explain. I proposed the Colony's pact. Her breath hitched. The blood bond. You'd adopt me. With full rights as my heir's mother. Retain your phalanx command. Rule his region in my absence. Raise the child as you see fit. You're lying. The ceremony can be broadcast live to every world under my protection. My house's honor would forbid me from betraying you. Rain's glare could have melted Durasteel. Your reputation for unpredictability is earned, Syndic. What's your price? A family, Thrawn said softly. A chance to reclaim what I lost when I exiled myself. And the assurance my people will be governed justly. He leaned forward. You must trust someone. Let it be me. And if I refuse, then take a ship and go. No pursuit. No conditions. But you'll be alone. Your child, rootless. Her face was a mask. Thrawn, for once, couldn't decipher her thoughts. I trusted Vreet, she said at last. If you loved him as you claim, I'll trust you. The Charg slid into his holster, but her eyes remained locked on his. Betray me, and ensure you kill me afterward. When the escape pod's fleshy mouth sealed around the coral skipper's cockpit, Drash pried open the hatch and climbed inside. The dim interior was lit by a lambent crystal held by a robed, feathered figure, Fjir. Beside her crouched Nass. Hello there, Fjir. Drash glanced at her companion, dredging up a name from their time in the swamps. Oin, right? The Nass nodded. Drash. Fjir studied him like a stranger. I thought I sensed you, but I wasn't certain. She shifted, revealing a broken leg hastily reset but unsplinted. You've changed. Yeah, well, upgraded my ride, ditched the Imperial flag, so don't worry about me turning you in. He jerked a thumb toward the skip. Come on. Tight fit, but you'll manage. I'll drop you anywhere. The Force provides, Fjir murmured. Exactly what I needed. Her glassy stare made Drash wonder if she was going into shock. Then she said, You've changed fundamentally. You're a Jedi. Drash barked a laugh. You're criffing with me? We need to go before my old pals or yours show up. I'm serious. Her gaze didn't waver. And I'm not leaving. Oin stiffened beside her. Look, I can't be a Jedi. Drash ticked off points on his fingers. No robe, no rules, no lightsaber skills. Training and tools are just trappings. Fjir tapped her temple, then her chest. Being a Jedi is a state of being. It's about mastering your power, choosing to serve the Force. She leaned forward. When we met, the dark side had you. You were self-destructive, chasing death in battle. Okay, I don't feel that way anymore, Drash admitted, knees aching in the cramped space. But this sounds like Frey and Krell's cult nonsense. You've already had your moment of transcendence, Fjir said. When you faced death and surrendered to it, that peace was your sacrifice. Your old life died. The dark side lost its grip. So I'm not evil anymore. Doesn't make me a Jedi. You helped us when you could have fled. That's not the old Drash. That was just a small choice. And you'll keep making them. Choosing to help, not harm. That's what a Jedi does. Drash slumped against the pod wall. This is insane. Say I'm a Jedi. What now? And why aren't you coming? Oin cut in, basic sharp with panic. The Nest need you. I can't find the planet alone. I can't even read a Navi computer. Fjir's eyes softened. Oin, if I could, I'd stay until your people are safe. She turned to Drash. And I'd train you. But I can't. A pause. I never feared you'd betray me to the Empire. The Emperor is dead. I felt it. Drash shrugged. No tears here. Nor anywhere. Palpatine was the galaxy's greatest evil in millennia. The dark side's weight warped the Force itself. Greed and violence festered even beyond his reach. She shuddered. By the end, he wasn't human. Just a force of hunger domination. The Sith ideal. Great. Evil's gone. What's that got to do with us? The dark side remains balanced now, but lesser evils will fight to fill the void. The Eternal showed me possible futures. Her voice dropped. Some were nightmares, empires reborn, stars snuffed out, the Death Seed unleashed. Others held hope, a new republic. A Jedi Order reborn, though not as I knew it. Oin's spines flattening. Your mission's to stop the bad futures. No. Others must bear that burden. That family in my vision, they're the key. Even if they succeed, the Yuuzhan Vong are coming. Their war will reshape the galaxy. You're going back to them, Oin realized. To fight from within. Not quite. Fjir's mind flashed to Thrash's teachings. The Eternals had shown her the path, and his end. The Vong must win some battles for balance. I'll learn their ways. Ensure they lose, when they must. Drash stared at her. She was walking back into hell, willingly, because the Force told her to. Yet her eyes held no fear, only a strength unlike Frey's cruelty. Is this what a Jedi is? A hollow ache filled his chest. If Jedi had been there when he was a child, would they have saved him? Taught him to be someone better? His vision blurred. Kriff, am I crying? He ducked his head, pretending to examine a cut on his foot until the heat in his throat faded. Oin's voice wavered. Then who guides the Nass to our new world? Fjir's gaze shifted to Drash. Oin balked. Drash recoiled. What new world? What's happening? Fjir smiled. He hadn't refused outright. Another change. In the Force, he was a newborn, unshaped. Oin will explain. Find a planet like Sevic 3, hidden, habitable. Get him there safely. And you? Oin pressed. Leave me in the pod. Drag it where the Vong will find it. She stripped off her robe and belt, handing them to Oin. Take these. I have a plan. She turned to Drash, offering her lightsaber. The Vong would destroy it. You'll need it until you build your own. He swallowed. I don't know how to use this. You'll learn. Study it. But after Oin, where do I go? How do I be a Jedi? Listen, the Force will guide you. She squeezed his arm. It won't be easy. Oin embraced her, then climbed past Drash into the skip. Use my crystal for your own saber, Fjir said. I won't need it again. Drash clenched the hilt. I'll keep it for you. We'll meet again. Perhaps. Her smile was faint. I hope so. As the hatch sealed, her final words followed them. May the Force be with you both. Epilogue. Zeldquad examined the beast crouched in the cramped cell. Truth be told, everything aboard the Yuuzhan Vong's last remaining battleship was crowded as it sped through hyperspace across the infidel empire, avoiding major routes for fear of discovery. The creature lay in stasis, its system subdued by the chemicals Zeldquad had introduced. With luck, it will sleep through most of their long journey. Most survivors from the doomed long reach of death were gathered here, suspended in animation to conserve the ship's dwindling resources. A few would be awakened periodically and sacrificed to ensure the rest arrived safely. When the long reach had fallen weeks ago, an attendant had salvaged a villip from Song Anor's quarters, linking them to the Supreme Overlord. Upon hearing of the disaster, the Supreme One had issued new orders. The surviving Yuuzhan Vong were to take their last functioning battleship to the Outer Rim, flee this infidel galaxy, and rendezvous with the incoming fleet. A handful of warriors, executors, and shapers remained behind, armed with Uglith maskers, villips, and other organic tools, including clones of the Supreme Overlord's own communication villip. Their mission was to gather intelligence, sow discord, and weaken the infidels before the invasion. Zeldquad sighed. The Jihad had seemed so near, yet now he faced 20 long years before seeing this galaxy again, its unshaped life ripe for shaping. The gods had abandoned them this time. But next time, he moved to another cell, where an avian creature with a broken leg perched. The shapers had salvaged every specimen they could from the dying world ship, Studying this galaxy's native life would reveal what shaping protocols to apply to their future conquest. This creature had been found in an escape pod, likely having stumbled inside and triggered its launch. Its leg was encased in a coral cast, healing microbes already at work. Zelquad would have preferred to call the defective thing, but with so few specimens left, even this one had value. Preparing the injections, he paused. For a moment, the creature seemed to smirk at him. He shook his head. Fatigue must be setting in. The living ship departed the galaxy, bound for the approaching worldship fleet. There, one small, odd-looking bird would catch High Priest Jackin's eye, just as he pondered a gift for his young daughter, Ella. Hidden in a stolen shuttle buried in an ice cavern on Sevic 3's pole, Sace Grasm glared at the red-gray sky. We should have died in battle. It would have been glorious, or at least pleasing to the gods. Nam Anor didn't move from the pilot seat, hunched over the controls, chin resting on clasped hands. You can walk out any time, he said. Let the cold take you. It had been his plan to flee to the polar caves where Shapers once researched pathogens. They could survive here for months, and so they waited while the long reach shattered in the atmosphere, its debris darkening the skies. Nam Anor barely spoke now. He just stared at the dust-choked horizon, unblinking, almost mechanical. I'll wait before trying that, Sace Grasm muttered. How much longer must we stay? Until I'm sure the infidels have left orbit. Then we find other survivors. They'd taken Ooblith maskers, cloakers, and nulliths. Self-sacrifice remained an option, but Nam Anor intended to survive until the main fleet arrived. If needed, he'd use his rudimentary shaper skills to put them in stasis 3 years out of every 5. 20 years was too long to wait awake. It always pays to be prepared. Sang Anor's final lesson. Rage simmered in Nam Anor, but he clamped down. If he couldn't rule the galaxy, he'd rule himself. His talons dug into his hands, blood trickled down his wrists. None of it mattered. Sang and Lyra Anor, the greatest minds the universe had known, were dead, their legacy reduced to failures. Nam Anor's eyes narrowed. What gods would allow this? Damn you all. His teeth ground. I deny you. You don't exist. Just stories and empty rituals. The thought was as cold as his hollowed soul. At least the Jedi who killed his father was ash now, like the rest of her kind on this poisoned world. He made a vow, not to gods, but to himself. He'd avenge his parents. He'd fulfill Song Anor's dream of power, no matter the cost. The Empire, any surviving Jedi, Thrawn and his wretched species, they'd all suffer. Nam Anor would ensure it. Park marveled at the command center concealed within the fortress's ruined shell. This high-tech marvel could withstand orbital bombardment and command the entire Imperial presence in the unknown regions. Rain's face betrayed nothing, but Park suspected the Phalanx commander was equally impressed. Not a bad setup? Moff Nearest smirked, gliding past holograms of the galaxy, including the mapped unknown regions. Not bad at all, Park agreed, sinking into a chair. The fortress mirrored Thrawn's mind, brilliant, enigmatic, and layered with secrets. If not for the winged pests infesting the tunnels, he'd call it perfect. It's what I expected of the Syndic, Rain nodded. Though she hadn't warmed to her Imperial counterparts, respect had taken root. Park valued her presence, especially after the Chiss contingent of Unity fleet requested transfer to Thrawn's Phalanx. Now, human officials like Park and Nearest handled human disputes, while Rain managed his grievances. Compromises came easier this way. The arrangement pleased the Empire's Chiss citizens, who preferred appealing to one of their own rather than human moths. Rain's gender mattered less than her bloodline. Currently, Thrawn attempted to contact Imperial Center and inform the Emperor of recent events. Park hoped for reinforcements, even the Death Star. Unity fleet had suffered losses at Sevic 3, and intelligence reported warlords eyeing Thrawn's territory, like starving Anubis. Park grimaced. Such gratitude. They could repel an attack, but more Star Destroyers would ease the strain. He and Rain snapped to attention as Thrawn entered. Nearest pivoted his hover chair. Sir, have you reached Imperial Center? Nearest asked. When can we expect reinforcements? There will be none, Thrawn said. The rebellion destroyed the Death Star at Endor. The Emperor is dead. Park's legs wavered. The Emperor? Dead? Sir, are you certain? He'd never doubted Thrawn before, but now he prayed for error. I spoke with Sate Pestage, more concerned with keeping the throne than aiding us, and confirmed it with my own sources. The Executor is lost with all hands. Darth Vader is dead. The fleet scatters, systems rebel, and rumors claim the Jedi have returned. Park fought nausea. They triumphed against the Yuuzhan Vong, only to lose the Empire. What do we do? Strike the warlords first, Rain said, eyes flashing. Undermine them with propaganda and insurgency. Let Thrawn's reputation lure their worlds to us. Intelligence can train locals or arrange assassinations. Standard procedure, crush warlords, unite the unknown regions. But the Empire itself was crumbling. Thrawn arched a brow. You've changed. Why champion Imperial dominance here? Rain held his gaze. A rare feature in my goal hasn't changed. The Chiss are winning against the SS Siruak, but their fleet bleeds itself dry. By victory's end, the expansionary defense fleet will be gutted. The warlords will prey on their weakness. Unless Unity Fleet conquers the warlords first, Thrawn finished. Then the Chiss remain protected. Rain nodded, but defeat shadowed her posture. The Syndics will never admit it, but the Empire will shield the Chiss. More will defect to your banner, seeing strength in your rule. Our people will never regain their former power. She bowed her head, whether in grief or submission, Park couldn't tell. Thrawn's hand settled on her shoulder. He spoke in Chun. Rain's eyes burned. For a heartbeat, Park thought she might strike. Then she replied in kind. Park interjected. But the Empire, shouldn't Unity Fleet return to crush the rebellion? Our duty lies here, Thrawn said. Yet the Empire must survive. The Yuuzhan Vong come, and Song Anor was but a taste. The galaxy must be ready, and for that, the Empire must endure. I will go to the core myself. Alone, Nearest protested. Yuuzhan Vong survivors may still hunt you. And rival Imperials like Isert will see you as a threat, Park added. Hence my first stop, Honor. With Nori bodyguards, assassins pose no threat. Thrawn straightened. In my absence, the three of you will command. Captain Park, I promote you to Admiral. Unity Fleet is yours. Moff Neres, you are now Grand Moff, governing Imperial territories here. His gaze locked on Rain. Her Rainalina, serve as my regent. The Phalanx and all Chiss under my protection answer to you. Rule well. We'll hold the line, Park vowed. I'll return when possible, Thrawn said. A Phalanx division will garrison the hand. Prepare my shuttle, I leave at once. No escort, Park asked. My contacts and the Nori suffice, but I'll take my holographic gallery and one artifact. His eyes flicked to the twisted mask from Sevic 3. Nearest frowned. Why that? Their art fascinates me. The Nass and Eternals combined innocence and ancient wisdom in their work. I still don't understand why they embraced extinction after overthrowing the Vong. Was their society too corrupted? Or did they simply not care to survive? He exhaled. A regretful mystery. From heir to the Empire. Understood, Sir, Pelion said. With your permission, I'll get the Chimera underway. He turned to leave. And froze. One sculpture remained, writhing in his glow like an alien tide. Yes, Thrawn said. That one is real. It's striking, Pelion managed. Hypnotic even. Isn't it? Thrawn's voice turned wistful. My sole failure in the fringes. Their art defied comprehension, until now. I think I finally grasped them. That should prove useful, Pelion offered. Unlikely, Thrawn murmured. I destroyed their world. Pelion swallowed. Yes, sir. He edged past the sculpture, suppressing a shudder.